Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Good News or Bad News? The early morning light shines on Hidden Leaf Village. In the academy, groups of ninja students have just finished exercising on the playground and are returning to class. At this moment, these young ninja students who have just been trained are talking excitedly. Have you heard? It is said that our group of ninja students will be graduating soon. I heard that the situation on the front line has not been very good. It seems it is time for us to go to the battlefield too. Battlefield. That's very dangerous. What are you afraid of? That guy Kakashi graduated and entered the battlefield at 5, and now he's already a chunin. Looking at the group of ninja students talking animatedly, filled with excitement and longing, one ninja student who appeared quite mature couldn't help but pout. I thought that if you go to the battlefield, you can make achievements and build a career. Except for those with connections, the danger of going to the battlefield is slightly less. For us without connections, aren't we all just cannon fodder when we go there? Of course, he definitely wouldn't voice such thoughts. Anyone who has read the original manga knows what the village is like. Here, speaking nonsense can have dire consequences. Although the ninja training in the Naruto world looks much better than that of the traditional ninjas, who were nearly wiped out in the past, the core has not changed much. It remains a combination of intelligence agencies and violent forces. Brainwashing and education are indispensable, and the demands for loyalty are even more severe. Therefore, seeing his excited classmates ready to go to the battlefield, Shin could only complain quietly to himself, refraining from saying anything else. As a civilian orphan who came from another world, Shin has developed his own mature worldview. Born as Shin Kaizen in this life, he has spent 10 years in the Hidden Leaf Village. He has not been assimilated by the environment or brainwashed into becoming an ordinary ninja in the Naruto world. Right now, he was just worried about the reality of going to the battlefield. Speaking of which, Hidden Leaf Village doesn't even pretend to be pretentious anymore. They directly asked us to graduate 2 years early. It seems that the situation on the front line is really bad, and I have to make plans earlier. Although Shin's talent is not very high, only ordinary, his self-discipline and mental maturity far surpass those of typical ninja students. He ranks among the top in the academy, so his strength reached the graduation standard 2 years ago. He can use the three-body technique in actual combat, and his shuriken jutsu accuracy is 90%. He is skilled in using traps, explosive tags, and various forms of taijutsu. This is the so-called graduation standard of the academy. This standard is primarily screening for cannon fodder. Except for some clan descendants, civilian students cannot learn higher-level ninjutsu here. They end up being mere fodders who lay traps and delay time. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent and gains the attention of higher-ups, just like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato no Mikaze, or somehow turns their life around? Let's not kid ourselves, real life is harsh. Even geniuses like Minato and Orochimaru, despite reaching the ceiling of civilian potential, have no further resources based solely on the academy education method. In the end, they cannot achieve great success alone. This was originally how senior ninjas and major families kept civilian ninjas under their control. For the senior members of the ninja village, civilian ninjas must rely on them and risk their lives to grow stronger. For the major families, except for a few true geniuses, civilian ninjas generally pose little threat to their status. Shin is not exactly a standard civilian ninja. His father, who died, was a medical chunin. Although he sacrificed himself, he left Shin with a good legacy, a substantial pension, some ninja training tips, and medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, learning medical ninjutsu is not easy. There are high requirements for chakra control, changes in the nature of the yang chakra, and medical knowledge. As a result, Shin has only learned one hemostatic technique until now. The most difficult aspect of these challenges is the change in the nature of the yang chakra. There is no shortcut, improvement requires using the yang chakra to heal. The saddest thing is that perhaps the change-like yang chakra you work on your entire life may not compare to the innate talent of a talented child. Like Tsunade, whose control of the yang chakra has been great since birth. Even if Shin lived to be 100 years old without eating or drinking daily while training the nature change of yang chakra, he still wouldn't compare to her innate yang chakra purity. Just then, Shin had entered the classroom and sat down, lost in thought, when he heard hurried footsteps. A Chunin teacher walked into the classroom. "Students, you must already know the village's decision." The gray-haired ninja, who was blind in one eye, glanced at the students in the class. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes as he continued seriously, "Starting today, all 4th grade ninja students will graduate directly and be granted the qualification of Geinin. Other ninja students can also take the graduation assessment directly if they feel confident. Of course, the village is now at war with other ninja villages. A newly graduated Geinin may be sent on dangerous missions, possibly even to the battlefield. So please think carefully about graduating early." At the end of the announcement, the ninja teacher couldn't help but express his concern. Over the years, he had seen many students leave with excitement only to return in misery, and in some cases, not return at all. His students are not in the elite class, even the teachers leading the teams are ordinary Chunins. The danger they face is much greater than that of the elite classes led by Jonin. Sure enough, Shin sighed softly and muttered, "The village has truly forced us to graduate." In another 2 years, Shin was sure to learn a higher level of medical jutsu. He could directly apply to become a medical ninja, ensuring much greater safety than being on the front lines. Although Tsunade had once proposed adding a medical ninja to the standard 3-person team, he thought, how could so many individuals understand medical ninjutsu in Hidden Leaf Village? Even until the finale of Naruto, most 3-person teams lacked medical ninjas. Such a proposal is ultimately unrealistic. Unless it is an elite team that genuinely nurtures a jonin, there will be real elite medical ninja prospects who understand medical ninjutsu and possess decent combat abilities. As for the general medical ninjas, they all sit directly in the rear camps. Even if something goes wrong on the front line, this group of medical ninjas is the first to retreat. Their safety is naturally far better than that of the ninjas fighting on the front lines. Unfortunately, Shin's dreams have been completely shattered. He cannot join the ranks of medical ninjas simply by knowing a hemostatic technique. He can only continue to serve as cannon fodder. So, Shin closed his eyes and looked at the system in his mind. "The charge is complete. You can now travel to the next world. I'd better escape from Hidden Leaf Village as soon as possible." Chapter 2, Shadows of War. As early as 5 years ago, the system in Shin's head was already full of energy. However, at that time, Shin was just an ordinary 5-year-old child and had not yet refined his chakra. This system's ability was limited, unless he was transported to a modern society with a complete social security system. In a peaceful country, the danger was probably more significant than that in the ninja world. After all, in Hidden Leaf Village, he had a valid identity. He was a war orphan who had always been taken care of. He could also attend the academy for free, gaining the power to protect himself. There was no danger, at least before the Ninetales attack, as the enemy had never attacked the village. Shin would naturally not be idle in this situation and travel through worlds for excitement. He had already learned from the system that, except for the Naruto world, which is soul transmigration, all others were physical transmigration. What could a 5-year-old child do when he traveled to another world? Did he think arriving in the ninja world meant he could be like Kakashi or Itachi Uchiha, who went to the battlefield at 4 and graduated from the academy at 5? It took him a half a year to extract chakra, and when he realized that his talent was mediocre, Shin stopped dreaming of being a genius. Don't mention geniuses like Kakashi Hatake, he couldn't even match the plot character, Rin Nohara. A little girl could undergo eye replacement surgery at 12 or 13. He had no idea how much higher her talent was than his. Whether he was in his 20s or 30s, he couldn't guarantee he would reach that level of medical ninjutsu. In Kakashi's class, everyone who appeared in the comics was among the academy's elite. Even someone like Guy, who seemed ordinary, was a figure who ranked in the top 3 of the entire academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the elite class. Over the years, Shin has been in the academy and has planned his life accordingly. He intended to graduate from the academy at 12 and become a less dangerous medical ninja, working in the rear camp. After the war, when he was 15 or 16 years old, and Hidden Leaf Village was on the brink of the Ninetales disaster, he will travel directly to a new world. By the time he was 15 or 16, his strength should have been close to that of a Chunin, and he would possess medical ninjutsu that far surpassed modern societies. He could thrive anywhere as long as it wasn't a chaotic world like Resident Evil. After all, he had no ambition to dominate the world. If he just wanted to live a good life, the strength of a Chunin would suffice in most worlds. Unfortunately, Today's early graduation interrupted Shin's plans, and he didn't want to become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Unlike his classmates, Shin had carefully calculated the survival rates on the front lines. It was hard to say for the elite class, but the disability rate for ordinary Gainans who graduated the previous year was about 20%, with a disappearance rate of around 50%. Well, the village wouldn't report the death rate, so those students who couldn't be found could only be labeled as missing. To think positively, perhaps the missing people joined the Roots or Anbu? Of course, regular class members who just graduated a year ago were unlikely to join the Roots or Anbu. There were thresholds for those groups, and even those considered trash weren't qualified to be sacrificed. So, the so-called disappearance rate was practically equivalent to the death rate. This was only the first year. When the war ended in a few years, it would be a miracle if only 10% of them had all their limbs intact. Though he was a transmigrator and his strength was above average in the ordinary class, on the battlefield, he was no different from an ant. Anything could happen on the battlefield. Unless the elite class members received preferential treatment from the higher-ups or possessed Chunin level strength, the difference in strength among ordinary ninjas was meaningless. It was all about luck. At that moment, the students in the classroom heard the news of early graduation and began discussing it. After the teacher finished speaking, he distributed forehead protectors to the 4th grade students. Shin smiled bitterly in his heart but still reached out to take the forehead protector. Although he had decided to leave the ninja world temporarily, he wasn't in such a hurry to depart. He still needed to go back and pack his things. Moreover, even after becoming a Geinin, he would have to go to the battlefield after a month or two of task adaptation. Hidden Leaf Village was indeed sending these shinobi to the battlefield as cannon fodder, but at least they needed to be cannon fodder that could help ease the war situation. If a large-scale ninjutsu were to sweep through, Hidden Leaf Village would suffer tremendous losses. They couldn't afford it at all. In the past 2 months, the academy's students have learned combat experience from the Chunin teachers. They learned common shinobi skills and dealt with bandits in the land of fire. After seeing blood, they could go to the battlefield. Shin hurried home after the teacher announced that class was over and they would be grouped into teams tomorrow. Shin's original home was a standard one-family house, suitable for a family of 3. However, for him, being only 10 years old, it was a bit too large, and maintaining cleanliness was a hassle. So later, he rented another apartment and sold one of his buildings in exchange for a large sum of money. Shin planned to graduate from the academy at 12 and become an adult in a few years. If he did not spend indulgently, he would almost be able to earn enough to buy a house. Although being a ninja was perilous, in terms of income, it definitely placed him in the high-income bracket. 1 ryo is about 10 yen. Due to income from missions, even a regular Geinin can be seen as a high-income individual. After all, it was a profession with a high mortality rate, and no one would be willing to do it if the compensation was low. Returning to the point, Shin didn't spend much money he earned from selling the house. He mostly used it to buy medicines to improve his training efficiency. Of course, the effect was not very good. After all, his father was just an ordinary medical ninja, and the prescriptions he left behind were far inferior to those from clan families. They could only be considered better than nothing. As for the remaining large sum of money, now was the time to truly begin using it. Explosive tags, soldier pills, combat uniforms with certain protective abilities. Anyway, this was the last time, so Shin naturally threw money around, buying everything in sight. It was not uncommon for newly graduated Gainins to spend money like this, especially since ninjas on the battlefield knew they only had one life. Money was certainly not as important as life, so his shopping spree did not attract the attention of others in Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 3, Vanishing Act. More than a month later, Shin and his team had nothing noteworthy to say about their leading teacher. They also did not undergo any assessments like the traditional bell test. Hidden Leaf Village could not wait to throw all the ninjas who met the conditions into the front line as qualified cannon fodder. After a brief introduction, Shin followed the Chunin teacher in performing tasks together. Fortunately, his treatment was good. After all, he was a trainee medical ninja. Even though he could only perform one hemostatic technique, it was precious to such a cannon fodder ninja team. Thus, he was still in a protected position within the squad. Not only that, but after Shin provided his leader with salves that were regarded as precious healing items, the Chunin also handed over his 3 C-rank Earth Release ninjutsu to Shin. The Earth Clone Technique, Earth Style, Hiding Like a Mole Technique, and adding an Earth Style, Earth Flow Barrier. These 3 ninjutsu are primarily defensive, evasive, or deceptive. It was no wonder this Chunin had survived the cruel war until now. For this, Shin certainly gave him a thumbs up in his heart and hoped he would continue to maintain this attitude on the front lines. Shin possesses 3 chakra attributes, Yang, Water, and Earth, enabling him to learn all these Earth escape techniques. Although all the ninja students were essentially cannon fodder, it was evident that Hidden Leaf Village had paid little attention when dividing the class, as all the ninjas with similar attributes were grouped. However, in over a month, Shin had only just learned the most straightforward earth clone technique, and this was due to his foundation in the clone technique. There was also the fact that he had used a large number of chakra ration pills during training. Otherwise, even for a simple earth clone technique, he might have needed several months. Many people have seen it in the original works. Like Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki's training methods, they believed that ninjutsu practice required only hard work. Still, in reality, each ninja's chakra volume indeed restricted ninjutsu practice. Especially for a young ninja like him, with his chakra volume, his chakra would be completely exhausted after practicing the earth clone 5 or 6 times. Without the military ration pills, his chakra would take an hour to recover fully. He could then train 5 or 6 times again, but to prevent serious injury from overdrafting, the number of times he exhausted his chakra should not exceed 3. Thus, he could only train a dozen times a day. This training method's efficiency was naturally limited. Aside from having a good foundation and a large chakra reserve, the best way to improve efficiency was to invest in military ration pills. Relying on this method, Shin increased his efficiency several times and learned to clone himself. During this time, the 3 young ninjas completed the task of seeing blood and took down a few robber dens. In the ninja world, bandits and robbers grew like mushrooms after the rain due to the ongoing war. Therefore, after graduating from the academy, ninja students were typically required to sweep the bandits of the Fire Country. After killing, Shin did not experience the nausea and vomiting mentioned in those novels, nor did he possess an antisocial personality that enjoyed the sight of blood and loved killing. If he were to describe his feelings, they would probably be akin to completing a mission in a normal manner. Perhaps the transmigration also caused him to not have much real connection with others in the ninja world, leading to his lack of emotional response. The Chunin who led the team was quite optimistic about his mentality, which was much stronger than that of his 2 blushing, newbie companions. Time passed quickly. Finally, on this day, Shin and his team received notice to report to the front lines. The day has finally arrived. Sighing softly, Shin slowly packed his equipment and purchased 2 highly priced seal scrolls. One scroll was filled with supplies, while the other was stocked with various weapons. These 2 scrolls cost him a considerable amount of money. In addition, he also exchanged some gold. After traveling to a strange world, the banknotes in his possession would have become worthless, and gold, as hard currency, could be circulated anywhere. Well, it's best not to travel through Hidden Leaf Village. After all, if I go back and forth in the same place, I might find myself surrounded by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas as soon as I return. Shin secretly contemplated this and decided to traverse directly through Hidden Leaf Village. The chakra system in the Naruto world remained relatively strong, and Shin would undoubtedly return in the future, though it would take several years. He did not believe that when he returned to Hidden Leaf Village in a few years, the village would turn a blind eye to him. The most likely scenario was being treated as a traitor when he returned. After all, he had no intention of explaining to Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas how he could traverse worlds, nor did he want to experience the torture department's mind ninjutsu from the Yamanaka clan. Traveling outside would not present such issues. After all, there were so many people in Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Village that a few missing individuals would not raise any concerns. Moreover, not everyone was like Sasuke Uchiha, burdened with many expectations. In fact, even if one had no critical information on them, even if they defected, Shinobi Village would be too numb to send people to hunt them down. As long as one did not openly betray and protected their forehead protector, they could freely move in front of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. As long as they did not engage in civilian massacres or robberies, Shinobi Village would simply not care about them. Of course, surveillance may be stricter in wartime to prevent large-scale desertions. However, no matter how stringent the monitoring was, they couldn't detect Shin, who had traveled to other worlds. In the next day's early morning, Shin's team walked out of Hidden Leaf Village's gate under the sunlight. Soon after, the 10-year-old ninja disappeared inexplicably. There was no trace of battle or signs of escape in the location where he vanished. After a few hours of searching, the Chunin who led the team abandoned the search, as it was almost time to report to the camp. The situation could only be reported to the senior officials at the Hidden Leaf Village camp. Naturally, no one paid attention to a genin who had just graduated from the academy during this period. He was simply added to the missing list. After several months without any trace of Shin being found, his disappearance was officially classified as a suspected death. A year later, he was declared deceased. In this manner, the entire ninja world seemed to have forgotten about this transmigrator who possessed little sense of existence. Chapter 4, New Horizons. Unexpectedly, there is a 5-minute delay even when crossing the world. Fortunately, I didn't use this ability amidst battle, Otherwise, I would have to be unlucky. Shin muttered to himself while walking on land full of ice and snow. Seriously, he was glad he didn't take the ability to travel through worlds as a trump card to avoid attacks in battle. Otherwise, the 5-minute delay would have killed him. Of course, the main question now is, which world did I travel to? Looking at the snowflakes in the sky and the snow-capped ground, Shin scratched his head, and he felt distressed. Fortunately, as a ninja, he still has a slight resistance to the environment, so even if he doesn't wear cold weather gear, he just feels a little cold, but he is not freezing. Forget it, let's hurry up and find someone. Some tracking techniques he learned from the ninja school have helped a lot. Soon, he can judge from the surrounding environment which is most likely to have a residential area, and start to move there. However, after walking for a while, a massive figure with a cane appeared in the distance of the snowstorm. What? Shin thought it was a person, but after walking a few steps, he felt something was wrong because the proportion of the person's body did not match that of a human being. It was too big. As he got closer, Shin finally discovered the whole appearance of the creature. It was a giant white bear leaning on a cane, or in other words, a big white bear with a pickaxe upside down. The bear, with a serious expression, walked slowly on the snow. It had a similar posture to a human, and judging from its eyes, it was obviously sentient. Shin hesitated for a moment. The summoning beasts in the Naruto world are also intelligent, so he has no other prejudice against these unknown races. However, he also knows they are not of his race, and their culture must differ. Who knows what this big bear thinks of humans? But in the end, he thought it was better to say hello. Of course, he had already prepared for battle, and the explosive tag attached to a kunai in his pocket was ready. Excuse me, have you seen other humans? Shin took 2 steps closer and asked. However, the bear ignored him and just bowed to him. Shin was taken aback for a moment and bowed in return. Then, the bear paid no heed to him and left. Hey. Forget it, I'm afraid it can't speak, but this guy's manners seem respectful. Have I seen it somewhere? This should also be a world I am familiar with. Shin scratched his head. 10 years had passed, and he had long since forgotten the contents of various literature, so for a while, he had not fully recognized where the bear came from. Forget it, let's go. It is estimated that we will be able to find a residential area soon. Climbing up a small hillside, Shin looked up and saw a scene that surprised him. The vast sea is at the end of the line of sight, and he is currently on an island. In the center of the island are some vast, cylindrical snow-capped mountains. This scenery, coupled with the weird big bear he just saw and the snow-capped environment, instantly revived Shin's long-faded memory. One Piece. Drum Island. The one just now is the hiking bear. Shin, who finally knew where he was, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the One Piece world cannot be considered safe by any means, it is not too bad, at least, there is a particular basic order. Moreover, where he is now is only the first half of the Grand Line, not in the New World, which is extremely chaotic. As a Genin, his strength is naturally nothing in the entire One Piece world, but on this Drum Island, as long as he doesn't act recklessly, he doesn't have to worry about his safety. And don't underestimate a Genin in the world of Naruto. In the face of ordinary citizens, it can already be called a mini Superman. Blessed with a body with chakra, faster than a cheetah and more potent than a bear, coupled with various special killing techniques taught by the Ninja Academy, even an ordinary Genin can quickly kill dozens of strong robbers. At least most of the so-called martial arts masters in classical martial arts novels can't beat this mass-produced cannon fodder. Not to mention that they also have amazing ninjutsu. A low-level technique like the three-body technique is naturally not powerful enough in the Naruto world. But in other worlds, it is definitely a magical skill. In the Naruto world, in the three-body technique, only the clone technique is somewhat helpful, but in other worlds, the most buggy thing is the transformation jutsu. Compared with the Naruto world, the stronger ninjas can distinguish the transformation technique, but in the One Piece world, unless it is a guy who has a high-level observation haki, he can't tell the difference at all. There will be no more than 100 people in the entire world with this level of haki. Few such people exist in the first half of the Grand Line, and there is certainly no one like that on Drum Island. In essence, Shin has the potential to lead a fulfilling life in this world armed solely with the transformation technique he has learned. Let's take a look at the current timeline now. Damn it, I haven't read the manga for more than 10 years, and I've already forgotten about the timeline of One Piece. But it's not a big deal. Go to the island to find someone and ask Roger, the Pirate King. You can know the approximate timeline. I remember Roger was executed 20 years before the Straw Hat Pirates went to sea. While thinking about it, Shin also saw the smoke in the distance from the hillside and was about to go there directly. However, with a strange sound, a peculiar white creature jumped out of the snow, With a height of 3 or 4 meters, a chubby body, massive forelimbs more than 2 meters long, and a fierce rabbit head? What is this? What? Shin tilted his head vaguely as if he had some impression, but before he could dig out the complete memory from his mind, the strange rabbit had already rushed over. Judging from the fangs in the mouth of that weird rabbit, I am afraid that this guy should not be an ordinary vegetarian rabbit but a carnivore animal. Shin has now been treated as prey by this rabbit. Shin smiled slightly, reached into his ninja bag, and took out a kunai with an explosive tag. Chapter 5, Strength and Strategy. 10 minutes later, the tool-open rabbits lay on the ground, wholly surrendered. Blood dripped all over their bodies, and their fur was fried black. Shin wiped the sweat from his forehead, worry crossing his face. If it wasn't for the explosive tags, I probably couldn't have fought off these 2 rabbits. Their physiques might be even more terrifying than a Jonin. Of course, ninja battles aren't purely based on physical strength. With chakra enhancement, pure physique alone is insignificant. However, it was clear that the pirate world was completely different from the shinobi world. Whether human or animal, the upper limits of physical power here seemed far beyond those of the shinobi world. This made things clearer. Unlike real-world people, individuals in the Naruto world have cells infused with chakra from Otsutsuki's power, effectively enhancing their potential. But in the pirate world, the gap from reality is even more pronounced. Figures like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are genetically so advanced that calling them human barely seems accurate. For example, while Kakashi became a genin at 5, entering the battlefield at such a young age pushed the limits of even the Naruto world. Charlotte Linlin, destroying a giant village at 5 would be unthinkable in the shinobi world. The fight Shin had with the 2 rabbits wasn't exactly difficult. Essentially, the rabbits couldn't catch Shin, and he couldn't hurt them either. The chakra in Shin's body boosted his speed, reflexes, and sensory abilities. Being young, he had dedicated much effort to refining these skills, allowing him to dodge the rabbit's powerful attacks. Yet, his kunai barely pierced their skin, and his finely crafted blade only drew a little blood. In the end, Shin had to use his precious explosive tags, finally putting the rabbits down for good. However, once subdued, they transformed entirely, behaving like they'd been tamed instantly. Shin didn't feel too surprised. He remembered hearing that animals in the pirate world behaved this way. Once convinced of someone's strength, they were obedient. Not only were the weapons incredibly strong, but they also seemed rather intelligent. When Shin asked them to guide him, they dutifully led him to the outskirts of a town. "Alright, you're free to go." After arriving, Shin waved the rabbits off and used basic medical jutsu to heal their wounds. The rabbits reluctantly bid Shin farewell. The hemostatic technique Shin applied was basic by shinobi standards, but it was highly effective on these rabbits, who healed rapidly. The incredible resilience of animals here left Shin in awe. These rabbits are unreal. No wonder some characters in the original story would recover from severe injuries in mere days. Everyone here in the pirate world is practically a monster, he thought as he entered town. The town itself didn't look exceptionally bustling, it was freezing and snowy, and people naturally avoided the outdoors. Still, the townspeople seemed well off, with relaxed expressions, warm clothing, and no worn face among them. People here seem to be doing well, and there are quite a few medical clinics around. The guy with the Munch Fruit model, Munch Human hasn't taken over as king yet. Shin recalled the infamous monarch who once ruled here, a glutton who could consume anything. His tyrannical rule devastated the country. In contrast, under current leadership, Drum Kingdom retained its reputation as a center of advanced medicine. As a medical ninja, Shin was fascinated by the possibility of learning new techniques in this world, where medical knowledge bartered on black magic. With any luck, it might expand his skills and improve his jutsu. Lost in thought, Shin became aware of the murmur of the townsfolk around him. "Where's this kid from? He's barely dressed, do you think he's homeless? He looks so pitiful." Shin's faint smile crossed as he continued toward the town's largest hospital. Though Shin was curious about meeting Dr. Kira, the legendary centenarian doctor, he knew he needed to start somewhere more accessible. A gradual approach would give him time to understand the distinctions between the medicines of the 2 worlds and improve his skills. "Little boy, are you alright?" asked a burly man in a stained lab coat, who looked more like a butcher than a doctor. "I'm fine, doctor. Are you looking for apprentices?" "I'd like to become one." "An apprentice?" The burly doctor eyed Shin skeptically, waving his hand dismissively. "That's absurd. We're not. We could use more help." A blonde, blue-eyed nurse interrupted as she entered, flashing a gentle smile at Shin. Her face softened maternally at his small, earnest expression. In the Naruto world, Shin would be considered an average-looking young boy, but he was actually quite handsome here. The pirate world seemed to have a generally lower average appearance, perhaps except for some famous women. The doctor coughed awkwardly, his face flushing. Ahem, well. Alright then. You're our new apprentice, he declared, though it was clear the nurse's opinion carried weight. It appeared that the nurse, not the doctor, actually held authority. Given all the quirks of the pirate world, this was just one more amusing contrast to the dark, controlled world of the shinobi. Chapter 6, A New Opportunity. In this way, Shin became an apprentice in the medical center. It was not until he joined the medical center that he learned that the doctor, who looked like a butcher, was Jack, and the nurse was named Ruth. Already engaged, it's no wonder Ruth is calling the shots. Dr. Jack reluctantly admitted Shin to the hospital, but soon, when Shin showed all his abilities, he found that he seemed to have picked up a treasure. Although the people of the pirate world are far better than the ninja world in terms of physique, they are a little worse in terms of intellect. In this world, there are a lot of little monsters who can tear up bears, wolves, tigers, and leopards at the age of 10, but the number of those who can recognize all characters at that age is not necessarily more significant than those little monsters. A character like Shin, who knows all the words and is no less than an ordinary doctor in medical knowledge, can be called extraordinary. At least on Drum Island, Dr. Jack had never seen this kind of genius. Moreover, Shin not only has solid theoretical knowledge but also has a good level of actual practice. After a few months, he can treat the most common diseases. That's it, Shin restrained his ability and didn't use chakra. Although in the ninja world, Shin can't even be called a medical ninja, it can only be said that the threshold for medical ninjas is too high. In fact, he can be called a qualified doctor. Moreover, the medical skills in the ninja world are very different from those in the world of One Piece, therefore, his medical skills also gave Dr. Jack a refreshing feeling. Of course, in the past few months, Shin has absorbed a lot of new medical knowledge, and his level has dramatically improved. In contrast, he even has the confidence to perform healing techniques. Generally speaking, the higher the level of medical skills, the lower the requirements for yang attribute chakra and chakra control when performing medical jutsu, which can be regarded as using skills to compensate for a lack of strength. On this day, Shin had just treated a patient who was beaten up by Lupin but happened to hear people in the hospital talking about it. Ah, I heard that our king is getting sicker and sicker now. That's right, it's a pity that our current second prince doesn't seem to be a good person. It's better than that first prince, right? He poisoned the entire in the capital. That eldest prince has been exiled to the land of fire. The corners of Shin's mouth twitched. Well, did you think there is also a land of fire in One Piece? Don't tell me there is another hidden leaf village in the land of fire. Of course, this is just the same name. After all, the authors of the two comics are both Japanese, so it is expected to have the same name. Shin had no impression of the first prince. But for the second prince, Wapol, he was really impressed, especially the munch fruit. However, I have been living on this island for a few months, and from the current information alone, it seems that this Prince Wapol does not have a devil fruit. Could it be that he got the devil fruit from the treasury after he became king? This idea wasn't just a wild guess. The current king of the Drum Kingdom is not a benevolent ruler, he can be regarded as one of the foulest people in the world of One Piece. However, although this guy's character is not that good, he still has brains and reason. He knows that the Drum country is his source of income, and only when the country develops and grows can he get more benefits. Shin had learned from the conversations of these residents that the eldest prince, whom he had never known before, used his devil fruit ability to nearly slaughter the entire capital of the Drum Kingdom, and the reason was just that he thought it was funny on a whim. For this reason, even this king, who is not wise, could not bear this scandal and exiled his eldest son. With such a lesson, it is naturally difficult for Wapol to eat the devil fruit before becoming a king. As for the powerful munch fruit, if it is not in the treasury but obtained by Wapol himself by chance, Shin wouldn't believe this kind of thing. Just like Wapol's pet, it doesn't look like a character with that kind of luck. Thinking of this, Shin's heart couldn't help but feel a little hot. The devil fruit is comparable to the bloodline limit. The general zone type is equivalent to the ordinary bloodline limit, the more powerful zone ancient species and Paramsha type, and the weaker Logia type is almost comparable to the Mengekyo Sharingan, the Sage Body, the Wood Style, and the other top-notch powers in the ninja world. The top Paramsha type, the Zone Mythical Beast, and the powerful Logia type are almost on par with the Rinnegan and Yin-Yang release. With Shin's aptitude, even if he can travel between the two worlds of Naruto and One Piece, the final strength will not be too high. At most, he will have Jonin level strength, but this is still dependent on the resources of the two worlds. The devil fruit is undoubtedly the best chance for him to change his life, especially the munch fruit, ranked among the top devil fruit in the Paramsha category. Thinking of this, Shin suddenly had an impatient thought in his heart. He now has a clear understanding of the timeline he is in. Roger, the Pirate King, had already died 13 years ago, and Luffy setting sail was only 7 to 8 years away. When Luffy arrived here, it seemed that this king had already ruled Drum Island for a considerable time. In other words, the old king could die at any time, and the crown would fall into the hands of that idiot Wapol. Considering the power of the Munch Munch fruit and learning a lot about the world in the past few months, Shin didn't want to waste any more time. You can learn medicine anytime, but if you waste this chance, you may miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So the next day, he took a few days off from Dr. Jack and set off with a map to the capital of Drum Island. Drum Island is just a tiny island country. Although Shin is only a Ghanaian, his speed is not slow at all. In just one morning, he has already arrived at the capital. The capital is just a market outside the castle. The size of the entire island is similar to that of a larger city, so the capital is naturally not that big. The population is probably smaller, barely reaching thousands of people. Chapter 7, Quiet Infiltration. The capital may not have a large permanent population but is bustling with activity. Due to Drum Country's reputation as a renowned medical nation, despite its small population and limited size, its medical technology is well known across nearby seas. As a result, many sick dignitaries and nobles have traveled far and wide to seek medical treatment on the island. This influx also contributes significantly to the island's economy. The relative prosperity here largely owes itself to the spending of these visiting foreigners. After all, in the world of One Piece, especially in places like the Grand Line, only those with substantial resources or pirates can travel by sea. When such wealthy visitors came to Drum Island, they naturally spend considerable amounts of money. Even if the island's residents only benefit indirectly, it still allows them to live fairly well. As the capital of Drum Island, it boasts the most advanced medical technology on the island. It also serves as a gathering place for affluent visitors, giving it a relatively prosperous appearance. But Shin wasn't here to study medicine. His gaze shifted to the tall castle at the city's center as he considered his plan. A medieval-style castle like this might deter ordinary civilians, but it's practically defenseless for a ninja like me, with all its dark corners. Ninjas operate in the shadows, and while combat is a core skill, the academy also rigorously teaches skills like infiltration, eavesdropping, and intelligence gathering. In the world of pirates, this is nearly an unbeatable advantage. Unless the other side possesses Haki, Shin feels confident he can infiltrate most locations undetected. Drum Island's royal palace would be one of those places. That night, Shin quietly approached the castle's back wall. A high wall might deter an army, but scaling the wall was trivial for Shin, who learned to use chakra to walk on trees and water. He easily climbed up the wall and slipped through a square window. Based on his academy training, Shin deduced the castle's layout, identifying the likely location of the master bedroom, and began his approach. Whenever he encountered a guard or maid, he concealed himself on the ceiling, outside the wall, or in any blind spot. He transformed into other objects or directly hid if he heard sounds around the corner. His covert skills would put Agent 007 to shame as he smoothly reached a large bedroom door. Outside the bedroom, 2 armored guards stood. Shin frowned slightly. While his stealth was effective against most, he couldn't simply walk into a guarded room unnoticed. However, he only paused briefly. Taking out 2 senbon needles, he lightly flicked his wrist, and the needles struck the guards in their necks. Their eyes widened momentarily before they slumped into unconsciousness. Although Shin couldn't replicate the precision of certain highly skilled ninja medics, he coated the needles with a nerve anesthetic. These guards, slightly stronger than ordinary civilians, couldn't resist a specialized ninja sedative. As the guards began to collapse, Shin moved swiftly to support them against the wall, preventing their armor from clanking as they hit the ground. He had no intention of alerting anyone. Pushing the door open, he entered the bedroom. In the center, a luxurious bed held an old man with a frail appearance. A crown rested on the pillow beside him. The old man slept soundly. Shin examined him briefly, took out a vial, and gently administered its contents. At one point, the man stirred, but the drug soon took effect, and he slipped back into a stupor. If only I knew more about Genjutsu. A bit of hypnotic skill would make this much easier, Shin muttered. Although he hadn't mastered Genjutsu, he could use chakra to achieve mild hypnotic effects. Even without formal illusions, the academy provided theory and methods for countering Genjutsu, which could also help produce minor hypnotic results. Combined with the drug's effect, putting a regular old man into a suggestible state was relatively easy. The king fell into a deep trance, and Shin nodded with satisfaction. Using a subtle chakra pulse around the old man's head, he whispered, "Where is the treasure vault of Drum Country? Where is the devil fruit kept?" The old man trembled as he murmured the vault's location. Fortunately, the devil fruit was indeed stored there. But just after revealing this, he convulsed, foam forming at the corners of his mouth, and he began to struggle for breath. Shin was surprised. He hadn't anticipated his medicine to be fatal, but on checking, he found that the king was simply at the end of his natural life. Even the mild strain of his method had pushed him beyond his limits. Scratching his head, Shin sighed, "That wasn't my intention." However, given the king's deteriorating health, Shin realized he would have likely passed away in a matter of days even without intervention. As a lousy king, Shin felt no real remorse for the outcome. In fact, the king's death could make Shin's mission easier. After inspecting the body, he placed it into his sealing scroll for safekeeping. Then, using a transformation technique, he took on the appearance of the old king. After a few coughing sounds to adjust his voice, Shin found that he could accurately mimic the king's voice. Despite its simplicity, the voice-mimicking technique taught at the academy proved remarkably useful. Opening the door, Shin revitalized the two unconscious guards outside and scolded them for falling asleep on duty. The guards felt something was off, but since nothing seemed amiss, they simply nodded and silently took their reprimand. With these guards in tow, the disguised king made his way to the treasure vault confidently. Chapter 8, Royal Masquerade, Your Majesty. Two more armored guards stood in front of the treasury. Upon seeing the king, now impersonated by Shin, the guards quickly saluted. "Open the treasure vault, I want to take inventory," Shin ordered with a slightly raised chin. "Yes, Your Majesty." Without hesitation, the guards took the key from Shin and unlocked the treasury door. This might seem abrupt, but Shin had learned that the king habitually counted his treasures, sometimes more than 10 times a day. This obsessive behavior was why Shin didn't wait until the next day. A night delay might raise questions he couldn't answer convincingly, making his disguise riskier. Inside, the treasury gleamed with gold and jewels. Despite Drum Island's modest size, its reputation as a medical hub attracted many wealthy visitors, so the nation's wealth was substantial. With a small population and modest tax obligations, the treasury contained impressive riches. Luckily, there was only one devil fruit in the treasury, otherwise, Shin might have struggled to identify the right one. Holding the odd-patterned fruit in his hands, he resisted eating it immediately. He recalled how Luffy had transformed uncontrollably after consuming his devil fruit. Opening his sealing scroll, Shin stored the devil fruit along with stacks of gold, billions in currency, and a well-crafted blade. He was even surprised to find a manual on hockey training among the treasures. Stowing everything in the scroll, he exited the treasury with ease. When Shin emerged, the guards noted the unusually brief inspection but kept their thoughts to themselves. After locking the treasury door, they handed the key back to Shin. Returning to the bedroom, Shin carefully placed the old king's body back in bed. Knocking out the guards again, he quietly left the castle without a trace of his infiltration. The next morning, Shin, back at the inn, studied the devil fruit before eating it with apprehension. "Ugh. The legends are true, it's as terrible as they say," he muttered as he swallowed the last bite. With the devil fruit consumed, Shin sensed a peculiar change within. He glanced at the katana strapped to his waist and felt an unusual pull. Opening his mouth, he watched it stretch wider and wider, allowing him to swallow the blade in a single gulp. The strange flavor in his mouth, almost like a crisp cracker, was overshadowed by the sudden cold energy circulating within him, which he could channel to any part of his body. Focusing on his hand, he felt it solidify into metal, his fingers extending into 10-centimeter-long razor-sharp blades that left deep cuts on the table with ease. "So, this is the power of the munch-munch fruit, the ability to merge different substances within my body," he mused. "But these energies haven't fully digested. They've just combined with my body in a temporary state," he realized. Pulling the energy back, he opened his mouth wide again and spat out the katana, which appeared unscathed. "Maybe if I master this power, I could permanently absorb these traits, enhancing my strength for good." He shelved this thought for now. Developing the fruit to that extent was far beyond his current abilities. His haul from the palace wasn't limited to the devil fruit. The fine blade was notable, though somewhat impractical for Shin. The sword, measuring over a meter in length, was taller than Shin, and without any formal training in swordsmanship, wielding it would only hinder him. Still, the blade could serve as material for his newly acquired devil fruit powers if nothing else. The hockey training manual, however, intrigued Shin the most. It was rare to find such a manual this early in the Grand Line. As he skimmed through it, he noted that it had been authored by a doctor, which explained its presence in the treasury of a renowned medical country like Drum Island. This version of observation hockey was tailored for medical use, focusing on perceiving internal organs, bone marrow, and even subtle bodily functions. Clearly, the manual's creator was a healer, not a warrior. For Shin, this wasn't a setback, it was simply a specialized branch of observation hockey, which he could still use for sensing and combat purposes. But the main question remains, he pondered, can I even awaken hockey? After all, I'm not native to this world. The inhabitants of this world differed significantly from those in his home. In this world, Some individuals naturally awakened Haki. No such ability existed in his world. Chapter 9, Breaking Limits. Although doubts lingered in his heart, Shin continued his rigorous training. He noticed that his body underwent significant changes after consuming the munch fruit. Although his strength and speed didn't visibly increase, the yang chakra within him surged multiple times over. This newfound yang chakra boost substantially improved his body's recovery speed. Likewise, his vitality seemed to enhance his chakra further. To test his theory, Shin focused solely on physical exercises over the past few days, temporarily setting aside his chakra training. As a 10-year-old, Shin's physical potential surpassed the average person's on Earth, even without chakra. However, now he felt that he grew even stronger every time he pushed his body to the limit. Each repetition became easier whenever he performed 10,000 punches or ran tens of thousands of meters. With enough energy and consistency, his strength seemed limitless. Of course, his increased appetite matched his growth. The food in this world differed from what he was used to in Hidden Leaf Village. Not only was it nutrient-rich and delicious, but it also carried an energy akin to yang chakra. Even before his transformation, Shin had noticed the benefits of these foods. Now, with his physique aligning more with this world's inhabitants, he could fully absorb their hidden potential. The difference was stark. Shin's metabolism transformed, allowing him to draw out almost all the nutrients from each bite. His munch fruit powers amplified his ability to consume and store vast quantities of food, fueling his intense training sessions. During one of his earlier eating sprees, he left 3 restaurant chefs utterly exhausted, earning him the title least welcome customer. A week later, Shin returned to the hospital to find Jack and Ruth packing their bags. "What's going on, Dr. Jack?" Shin asked, puzzled. Jack glanced at him and sighed. "You're just in time, apprentice. Pack your things, we're leaving." "Teacher, what happened?" "The hospital's running smoothly, why are we leaving?" Jack didn't answer immediately, but Ruth's face contorted with anger. "The new king just issued some twisted law hunting down doctors. This kingdom's a lost cause." Ruth raged on, cursing every ancestor of the newly crowned Wapol until she had nothing left to say. Realization struck Shin as he recalled Wapol's notorious actions from the original storyline. Ah, so the old king has already passed. Now, Wapol's in charge, how could I forget? "Teacher, I'm afraid I can't leave with you," Shin replied, resolute. Jack looked at him, frowning. "Are you serious? And by the way, is it just me, or have you grown taller since I last saw you?" Indeed, in just a few days, Shin's physical strength had nearly doubled due to his intense training. His body was lean but muscular, a testament to his newfound abilities. "I'm serious," Shin responded. "You both might want to stick around a bit. I have a feeling things here might change soon." Ruth raised an eyebrow at him, concerned. Jack immediately added, "Don't do anything reckless, kid." Although they had only known each other for a few months, Jack and Ruth had quickly realized that Shin wasn't an ordinary boy. His calloused hands and honed muscles revealed a past of intensive training. To them, Shin's background seemed mysterious, perhaps involving espionage or assassination. Shin caught their worried expressions and couldn't help but feel touched. But with a small, reassuring smile, he said, "No need to worry, this isn't a big deal for me. After all, Drum Kingdom is just a small country." Jack and Ruth exchanged glances, but Shin vanished in a flash before they could say more, leaving them stunned. Chapter 10, Silent Liberation. What Shin used just now was the body flicker technique, Shunshin, from Naruto World. Shunshin is not a singular technique but an entire jutsu class, much like the cloning techniques. There are numerous types of clones: shadow, water, earth, lightning, and illusion clones, each suited to specific applications. Shunshin itself has many forms, including physical and chakra-based techniques, and even the space-time flying thunder god can be classified as a type of Shunshin. Shin just used a basic Shunshin technique, a blend of taijutsu and chakra, the most basic and commonly used form of body flicker. This skill was part of the inheritance left to him by his Chunin father, though he had been unable to train with it before, as his physique and chakra hadn't met the necessary threshold. With his enhanced physique and chakra, he could finally use it, albeit barely. Jack and Ruth were stunned when they saw Shin's move, gaining some confidence in his abilities. Yet, just around the corner, Shin, who had just pulled off the feat, was struggling. He rubbed his legs intensely, grimacing in pain before recovering a few moments later. "Turns out using this Shunshin is still a bit much for me. Good for show, but not very practical yet," Shin muttered. He had endured it mainly to reassure Jack and Ruth. That night, Shin, with a clear plan, infiltrated the Drum Kingdom Palace once again. Only a few days had passed, but the palace guards had grown laxer. Shin was unaware that Walpo, the self-indulgent new king, had sown unrest throughout the palace after taking the throne. With the previous king gone, Wapol's disregard for decorum had spread paranoia among palace staff, especially after valuables, including the munch fruit and a sizable fortune, had gone missing. The king, suspecting theft, had imprisoned several guards, further weakening palace defenses. Taking advantage of the situation, Shin discreetly explored the palace. Unable to find Wapol in the royal quarters, he surmised the king had relocated. Continuing his search, Shin located Wapol holding a banquet in the palace hall. Wapol, surrounded by ministers, sat at a lavish table brimming with food, entertained by maids flitting between the guests. Shin's eyes gleamed. Using the transformation technique, he disguised himself as a stunning maid, then knocked out another maid and carried a tray toward Wapol. Lost in drink and festivities, Wapol barely registered the new maid delivering his plate. As Shin departed, he deftly flicked a small paper onto the back of Wapol's collar. He exited the hall, released the transformation, and escaped through a nearby window. He lowered himself swiftly to the ground below using a steel wire for support. Just then, an explosion boomed within the palace, followed by frantic screams, cries for doctors, and finally, panicked shouts of, "The king is dead." A slight smile played on Shin's lips. The scrap of paper he had left on Wapol was 2 concealed explosive tags. An explosion that close to Wapol's head would be catastrophic. Without enhanced physical resilience or defense, it was unlikely that anyone, much less Wapol, could survive. Having completed his task, Shin transformed himself into a weapon and took off, using the chaos in the palace to his advantage. With guards now searching everywhere, the streets were a flurry of activity. However, the guards, weary of the aggressive Lutz, gave him a wide berth. In just a few hours, Shin returned to the medical hall. Although satisfied with his success, he couldn't help but feel that he'd wasted time. "Had I known, I'd have taken him out on my first visit," he muttered, slightly annoyed. By the time he reached town, news of Wapol's death hadn't yet spread. He quietly slipped back into the hospital and went straight to his room for a well-deserved sleep. The following morning, Shin awoke to the sound of commotion outside. As he stepped out, he encountered Ruth and Jack, both beaming. "Shin, there you are." "Last night," Ruth began, but Shin interrupted, feigning innocence. "Last night? I don't know what you mean. I came back yesterday. What's going on out there?" Jack and Ruth exchanged a knowing look but played along. "Our new king met with an unfortunate accident and was killed. The kingdom is in mourning," Jack said mockingly, "a great tragedy." Though he tried to look mournful, Jack's expression was unmistakably relieved. "So, now that this king is gone, who's next? The exiled eldest prince, perhaps?" Shin wondered aloud. Jack shuddered. "If it's him, we should leave immediately. That guy's obsession with poison gas is no joke. I'd rather not risk my life." Shin sighed. "This world is truly corrupt. Even among the kingdoms, good leaders seem rare," he said, shaking his head. "You're right, but I doubt it'll be the prince. Even the ministers wouldn't dare keep him around with his penchant for uncontrollable toxins," Jack replied thoughtfully. Chapter 11, Years of Growth. A few days later, news arrived that the new king was, thankfully, not the elusive eldest prince Shin had briefly heard about. Instead, Dalton, the former captain of the Drum Kingdom's guard and bison fruit user, Ox fruit model, bison human devil fruit, had ascended to the throne. Recalling Dalton, Shin faintly remembered the bison-shaped captain from his limited memories, and he seemed reliable. With their newly cheerful demeanor, the residents of Drum Kingdom reinforced that Dalton was highly respected, easing Shin's concerns. Now, he could focus on his training without distraction. Months passed, and Shin absorbed nearly all of Jack's medical knowledge. With this foundation, he embarked on a journey across the Drum Kingdom to practice medicine and gain experience. For now, he had no intention of venturing into the Grand Line. Shin was still in a developmental phase, and with his versatile abilities, he wanted to solidify his strength before facing new challenges. The only frustration Shin encountered was in his chakra training. He had learned the 3 earth-release jutsu his former instructor had taught and everything from the scroll his father left him. However, his growth seemed capped. Without access to new ninjutsu techniques, Shin's progress stalled, forcing him to rely on his devil fruit powers, physical training, and the development of haki. Returning to the Naruto world would be risky. Besides the complications of interworld travel, Hidden Leaf Village now viewed him as a rogue shinobi. If he dared return, he'd likely face interrogation techniques from the Yamanaka clan to uncover his intentions. Without a way to avoid such scrutiny, Shin had no choice but to continue honing his physical skills and medical expertise here. Time flew by, and 5 years passed swiftly. On the shore of Drum Island, a young, blue-nosed reindeer was racing in a flurry. Catching sight of a large rock, he quickly ducked behind it, trembling. "Chopper, Come out and try my latest military ration pill. A young man, now 6 feet tall and bearing a confident smile, called out. No way. Your ration pill is poison. The last patient took 3 months just to regain their taste buds. Chopper yelled, peeking from behind the rock. His eyes bulged, and his tongue stuck out comically in horror. By poking his head out, Chopper unknowingly exposed himself. In a flash, Shin appeared beside him, snatching Chopper's tongue and slipping the pill into his mouth. This ration pill is effective, Shin said, grinning. It cured that patient's malnutrition in no time. As Chopper swallowed the pill, his eyes turned crimson, his ears steamed, and his face twisted in agony as he tried to spit it out. Shin held his mouth shut, forcing him to swallow. A moment later, Chopper transformed into his human-like form, tears streaming as he rolled around, writhing in distress. Shin laughed. It's nutritious, at least. And look, your fur seems shinier. Humphrey. Flattering my fur won't make me forgive you, you jerk. Chopper muttered, twisting and fidgeting bashfully. Shin chuckled inwardly. Not bad. This little reindeer is easy to coax. I'll just make another ration pill for him next time. Over the years, Shin has not only perfected his medical skills but has also become a celebrated figure across Drum Kingdom. His medical prowess, fused with chakra techniques from the Naruto world, distinguished him from other doctors, allowing him to develop faster than most. In his quest to refine his medical expertise, Shin sought out Dr. Kira, the renowned witch doctor over a century old. Though initially resistant, Dr. Kira soon recognized Shin's impressive knowledge from another world and agreed to pass on her unique medical wisdom. The blend of Shin's munch fruit abilities and medical knowledge opened exciting possibilities. He could manipulate his physiology using the munch fruit, enabling complete bodily transformations. If dissatisfied with the modification, he could simply revert to his previous state and attempt another. In Shin's view, Wapol's crude approach of consuming weapons to enhance his body was wasteful. Instead, Shin's mastery of the munch fruit could potentially give him the power of physical giants like Kaido or Big Mom through deliberate enhancements. Armed with advanced medical skills, Shin believed that if he could somehow acquire the DNA of Kaido or Big Mom, he might replicate a fraction of their unparalleled strength, assuming he survived long enough to pull off such a feat. Reflecting on this, Shin sighed. Why does getting stronger have to be so difficult? Unlike the straightforward power gains of the fictional absorption skills in some novels, the munch fruit demanded meticulous analysis and planning. Even after a transformation, he only gained their potential, not their actual strength. Chapter 12, A Fateful Meeting. Since Shin knew the witch doctor, he naturally knew Chopper. Why did Chopper fear his ration pills? The answer lay in Shin's unique taste, which had transformed since he ate the munch fruit. His taste could shift dramatically between two distinct modes. His taste was almost like a normal person's when he wasn't actively using the fruit's abilities. However, once he activated the fruit, his sense of taste turned notably strange. In fact, after eating the munch fruit, even Wapol's taste transformed to the point where he found delight in eating bizarre things, like roasted bricks. This alteration showed the broad and unusual range the fruit could bring to one's taste. Thus, when Shin crafted his ration pills, which were more like medicinal concoctions than actual food, he didn't prioritize flavor at all. Instead, he focused on maximizing their nutritional value, figuring the munch fruit would make the taste irrelevant for him. Of course, this wasn't so for anyone else, especially poor Chopper, who often found himself as Shin's unwilling test subject. Chopper's reactions to the pills somewhat entertained Shin and the witch doctor, so the little reindeer became a regular source of amusement for these two rather shameless doctors. After spending some time teasing Chopper, Shin sat on the seaside reef, gazing out thoughtfully at the distant horizon. I'll be setting out to sea soon. Little Chopper, what are you planning to do? Setting out to sea? Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds amazing. I want to go to sea too. Shin shook his head. There's no need for two doctors on one ship. If Shin hadn't already been skilled in medicine, he might have set sail with Chopper, but with their skills overlapping, it seemed redundant. Why don't you wait a couple of years? There will be. Hang on. That's a pirate ship. In the distance, a small pirate ship was approaching. It was flying a flag with a red spade and a skull in a hat, with two small smiley faces above the skull. Pirates. Pirates. Run. Chopper panicked, darting around in alarm. Shin rolled his eyes. I'm planning to become a pirate myself. What's there to fear? Besides, you're a reindeer, not a human. Why would pirates go after you? Chopper tilted his head. Right. I'm not human, why would I be scared of pirates? Seeing that Chopper was finally calming down, Shin added mischievously, not being human means pirates wouldn't loot you. But they might take you as reserve rations for the ship. Reserve rations? Chopper gasped, wide-eyed, tears forming as he quickly hid behind Shin, trembling. Shin was about to tease Chopper further when a flash of fire appeared from the pirate ship, followed by a glowing projectile launched toward them. Instantly, Shin clenched his fist, channeling his chakra to gather rocks from the ground, forming them around his fist. As he punched forward, the stone launched at the fiery projectile like a cannonball. The technique looked like an improvised rock fist jutsu, though it was more of a rock-enhanced punch. Given Shin's limited training in advanced ninjutsu, it wasn't a potent attack, but it packed quite a punch with his enhanced strength. The stone smashed into the fireball, dispersing it, but the flames quickly coalesced into a human figure that landed before Shin. Impressive punch. If not for my fire powers, that would have hurt, the figure said with a smile. He wore a hat and was bare-chested, carrying a man slumped over his shoulder who seemed unwell. Shin's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the newcomer. Even with faded memories of his original world, he knew this was Fire Fist Ace, a character with near protagonist-level strength. At this point, Ace had only just entered the Grand Line, but Shin could already sense the immense power Ace possessed, even without having yet mastered Haki. The mere presence of Ace exerted powerful pressure, and Shin knew he couldn't match it despite the enhancements of his chakra and his devil fruit abilities. Seeing Shin's look of recognition, Ace raised an eyebrow. "Do you know me?" Shin shook his head. "Only by reputation. Fire Fist Ace, the pirate who achieved 100 million Bailey bounty right after entering the Grand Line. I've seen your wanted poster." He glanced at the sick man slung over Ace's shoulder, noting his peculiar eye mask and Zoro-like attire, but couldn't quite place him. Ace caught Shin's curious gaze and explained, "This is Deuce, my vice captain in the Spade Pirates. Don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble. We just need help treating Deuce." Shin raised an eyebrow. "No ship doctor on board?" Ace scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "Deuce is our doctor, though he's still just a medical student." Chapter 13, Unexpected Request. Shin couldn't help but curl his lips. A medical student who can get seriously ill himself, doesn't seem very reliable, he thought. But even if he isn't reliable, he could still demonstrate his skill. That way, Shin might earn a spot on Ace's crew. As the son of the Pirate King, Ace's physical potential far surpassed Shin's. In addition to his fearless nature, Shin felt confident that if he got close to Ace, he'd have a chance to analyze the mysteries of his body. Unlike those who pillage and plunder, Ace embodied the spirit of a true adventurer. If Shin were with him, they'd be far more respectable than the average pirate crew. Not to mention, Ace's Spade Pirates would eventually join the Whitebeard Pirates, where Blackbeard, the infamous one, was waiting. Shin was deeply intrigued by Blackbeard's strange body, which allowed him to consume 2 devil fruits. Smiling at the thought, Shin spoke up. "If you're looking for a doctor, you don't have to search too hard. I'm a doctor." "Really?" Ace looked pleasantly surprised. "The Drum Kingdom lives up to its reputation as a medical haven. If even the young folks are doctors, you've got the wrong idea about Drum Kingdom," Shin thought, feeling a twitch in his brow. It reminded him of how people had once assumed that all Chinese knew kung fu when Bruce Lee's movies became famous. Shin chuckled to himself. Apparently, the world of pirates had its stereotypes too. "Not just anyone can be a doctor," Chopper interjected, standing behind Shin. "Shin here is a renowned doctor from Drum Kingdom." "Whoa. A talking raccoon!" Ace exclaimed in amazement. "Idiot. I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon." Chopper roared, baring his teeth at Ace. "Reindeer?" Ace cocked his head, unconvinced. "Looks like a raccoon to me." "It's reindeer." Enraged, Chopper launched himself at Ace, and the two began to wrestle. Meanwhile, Shin glanced at Ace's forgotten deputy lying nearby, injured and unacknowledged. Shaking his head, he knelt to examine the wound and noted an inflamed, festering sore on the man's back. "Really? I thought he was just sick, but this is a bad wound infection," he muttered. "What's up with this guy, anyway? He couldn't even handle such an injury, he calls himself a doctor?" Shin leaned over and opened his mouth with a slight sigh, swallowing Deuce whole. Still tangled in a brawl with Chopper, Ace froze wide-eyed as he pushed Chopper aside and dashed over. "What did you do to Deuce?" In a panicked motion, Ace reached out to pry Shin's mouth open, sticking his head right in, only to be struck away as Deuce was spat out by Shin, landing squarely on the ground. What happened? "Deuce, are you okay?" Ace blinked, a bit dizzy, as he looked at his friend, who was slowly waking up. "I'm so thirsty." "Where am I?" "Deuce. You're awake." Ace's face lit up with joy. Not only had Deuce regained consciousness, but the fever had finally subsided, and the wound was now just a tiny scar. "What happened?" "Oh, right, I had a high fever from an infected wound, but I feel fine now." "How long was I out?" "I healed your injury." "The infections cleared up too," Shin said, spitting in distaste, though he didn't truly mind. Swallowing people wasn't as disgusting as it seemed, but it still felt odd. Shin's ability to apply his fruit powers combined with his medical expertise allowed him to treat such injuries easily, even if the method was somewhat unorthodox. Ace looked at Deuce with astonishment, finally coming to terms with what he'd seen, though Deuce impatiently swatted him aside. "It's healed that fast? What kind of devil fruit power is this?" Ace asked excitedly, practically sparkling with fascination as he ran over to Shin. Though initially startled by Shin's actions, Ace had quickly pieced together that it must be some unusual devil fruit ability. "This is the power of the Munch Munch fruit. It lets me modify anything I swallow, including living bodies," Shin explained. "That's incredible. Does that mean you can heal any injury by swallowing and spitting it out?" Ace asked, his eyes gleaming. "Not quite. I still need to know how to treat the injury for it to work. The fruit's power simply speeds up the treatment and recovery process," Shin clarified. There was more he hadn't mentioned, though. If the person wasn't fatally wounded, his fruit could restore them to health as long as their organs were intact. However, he knew his power couldn't perform miracles. If the patient's heart were destroyed, even the Munch Munch fruit wouldn't be able to save them. "That's still incredible," Ace said, his eyes practically twinkling. "Would you be willing to be the doctor on our crew? Deuce here can barely manage to disinfect wounds, let alone treat real injuries," he added, gesturing at Deuce, who stood nearby, dejected. Deuce slumped his shoulders at Ace's words, muttering to himself as he drew circles on the ground. "I'm just a medical student. It's not like I asked to be dragged onto this ship." But Ace was already fixated on his goal, murmuring plans to himself as he strategized to recruit Shin to join the crew for good. "Although our spade pirates are still new to the Grand Line, we have great potential," Ace began. "All right, I'll join you," Shin replied, smiling. Ace froze mid-sentence. "Huh? Wait, really?" Chapter 14, Chopper's Dilemma. Although Ace had invited Shin to join, he wasn't sure Shin would accept. Ace could tell Shin wasn't just any ordinary person. The power of the rocks Shin threw the earlier was immense, showing that his combat abilities were far beyond most people's. Ace was sure no one in the Spade Pirates besides himself could match Shin, and that was without even factoring in Shin's Devil Fruit ability. As a rare Devil Fruit user, Shin's Munch Munch Fruit powers granted him remarkable transformation skills, not to mention impressive medical expertise. His abilities alone were enough to attract attention, whether from the Navy or the Four Emperors. Just his near-instant healing capacity would be invaluable to any high-ranking crew. While often referred to as supernovas, Ace's Spade Pirates still faced the challenges every new crew on the Grand Line does. It wasn't easy to establish a stronghold amidst the countless rival crews. If it were, the Spade Pirates wouldn't be facing such hardship. On the other hand, Ace's younger brother Luffy had a dream team on the Straw Hat Pirates. With a top-notch navigator, talented chef, skilled shipwright, excellent doctor, fierce fighters, and even the world's only archaeologist, his crew had unmatched diversity and strength. Ace's crew, however, were more like a collection of loyal allies than a polished team. Still, Shin was unaware of the Spade Pirates' actual state. Given that Ace was Luffy's brother, Shin assumed Ace's crew would be comparable, if not equal, to the Straw Hats' level of organization. Regardless, the Spade Pirates would eventually merge with the Whitebeard Pirates, so Shin considered Ace's crew more of a stepping stone to Whitebeard's infamous crew. Ace's excitement was immediate when Shin agreed to join. By then, the Spade Pirates' ship had also docked, and 7 or 8 people disembarked. Shin observed them and thought, these guys don't seem that strong. They're not on Ace's level. Honestly, with a deputy captain as weak as Deuce, it's a miracle Ace managed to get this group to the Grand Line, Shin mused. Though Shin possessed some observation hockey, he could only get a vague sense of his new crewmates' strength. However, since he had analyzed Deuce's body with the Munch Munch fruit, he knew Deuce's strength well. Seeing that Deuce was the deputy captain, Shin understood the Spade Pirates' overall capabilities. Ace, are you alright? Who's this guy? One of the crew members asked. It seems Deuce has recovered. Has our ship's doctor finally stepped up? Another chimed in. Blushing, Deuce coughed. Ahem, I'm not the ship's doctor anymore. Ace found us a new crew member. A new member? Several eyes turned to Shin, who greeted them with a slight smile. My name is Shin, a simple doctor from the Drum Kingdom. Chopper, however, appeared somewhat reluctant. Shin, are you setting out to sea too? Well, Chopper, do you want to join us? Ace suddenly leaned in, extending the invitation with a grin. Enough, Ace. Chopper is practically Luffy's mobile food source. Shin thought, restraining a chuckle as Ace attempted to recruit his brother's future crew member. Chopper, covering his face and twisting nervously, replied, Idiot. Do you think I'll join your ship so easily? Even if you invite me, I'm not going. But it's so obvious you want to go. Shin thought, sighing internally. Shin considered that while the Drum Kingdom had plenty of capable doctors, the Straw Hat Pirates would still find a suitable doctor to join them without much trouble. So, even if Chopper left, it wouldn't be an issue. Suddenly, Chopper's expression changed. Wait, what is that? Ah! Stay away! He yelped. A large lynx dashed over, immediately chomping down on Chopper's head. Chopper shrieked, running in circles as blood dripped from his forehead. Katetsu, stop! Hey, that's not prey! The Spade Pirates rushed to separate the lynx from Chopper, finally pulling them apart. Chopper, face stained with tears and blood, sobbed, "Wah! I'm not going. I'll get eaten if I do." Shin noticed that the lynx, Katetsu, was hanging its head in faux submission while sneaking a smug smile. Even pets get competitive on these ships, he thought, mildly amused. Katetsu communicated that only one mascot would be allowed on this ship. Most ships rarely had more than one mascot, and if they did, there was only ever one prominent creature on board, be it an animal, a fur tribe member, or a devil fruit user like Chopper. Ace and the rest of the Spade Pirates also picked up on this potential conflict and refrained from inviting Chopper again, sensing that two animals on board would only lead to trouble. "Alright, Chopper, let me patch you up." Shin sighed, then swallowed Chopper. "Hey!" The Spade Pirates collectively yelped in alarm, and even Katetsu fluffed up its tail in shock. A few moments later, Shin spits Chopper back out with all his wounds and blood gone. The crew, relieved, let out a collective sigh. That's incredible." Deuce stammered, eyes widening as he stared at Shin's mouth, now fully understanding the unorthodox treatment he had received. Chapter 15, Taste of Adventure. So, the big meal in Drum Island was my welcome banquet instead of a celebratory feast aboard the ship. Shin grumbled, eyeing the food that seemed more inclined to kill appetite than enhance it. Ace, with a look of mild amazement, responded, "Well, our cook is a bit unique. But hey, Shin, it looks like you're enjoying it." Shin rolled his eyes. "Lucky for me, I have two taste perceptions. Besides the usual human palate, my munch fruit opens up an entirely different taste system, where so far, nothing's tasted bad." "That's amazing," Ace said enviously. "If only I could have that ability. Banshee's cooking is like a weapon sometimes." "Captain, are you complaining about my cooking?" A loud voice interrupted, followed by an iron pen flying toward Ace's head, creating a spark-laden collision. Ace chuckled awkwardly, sidestepping to avoid further culinary wrath. "Ahaha. I didn't mean it that way." Watching Ace's antics as he tried to appease the angry chef, Shin chuckled. The Spade Pirates may be leagues away from the legendary Straw Hat crew, but at least the atmosphere is lively. His gaze shifted inward as he activated the system in his mind. "The energy replenishment really is tied to my involvement in the storyline," he mused. "In the Naruto world, it took 5 years to recharge the energy fully. Here, it's been recharging faster, like when I ate the munch fruit, or after I defeated Wapol, or even while interacting with Chopper. And after joining Ace's crew, it's spiked even more. Right now, I've gathered enough energy to travel to 2 more worlds. I could return to the Naruto world and back if needed," Shin calculated, pleased by the prospect. Considering the time in Naruto, it should be after the Third Ninja War by now. But I wouldn't gain much from returning there, even with my current power. At best, I'm around Jonin level. But gathering some basic earth release, water release, and medical jutsu, or sea-level genjutsu, could still be worthwhile. Some of these simpler jutsus could be bought on the black market, making it easy to acquire techniques even small ninja villages could access. Especially water-style jutsus, Shin thought. In this world, that would be as valuable as medical skills. Still, Shin opted to remain on the pirate ship for now. Disappearing abruptly would only confuse the crew, who might assume he'd fallen overboard. With the ship constantly in motion, reappearing might land him in the ocean rather than on board, a problematic risk even with chakra-based water-walking abilities. "Captain, that marine ship's gaining on us again," came a sudden shout from the lookout. Shin raised his gaze, narrowing his eyes. His pupils shifted to mimic an eagle's vision, a self-modification he'd performed on his own eyes, allowing him to see details nearly a kilometer away. "That looks like a standard naval vessel," he observed. "Judging by size, it's likely led by a marine colonel or headquarters lieutenant. But their strength isn't enough to take down the Spade Pirates. Are they looking for trouble?" One of Ace's crew members began to joke, nudging Ace. "Maybe you should give in, Captain. They're coming after you pretty hard. They even chased us all the way into the Grand Line." Shin shook his head, choosing to stay by the fence. Something felt off, so he decided to remain inconspicuous for now. Ace tried to push the Spade Pirates' ship to its maximum speed, but it was clear that a pirate vessel's top speed couldn't match that of the Navy's streamlined designs. To make matters worse, his crew members took the pursuit lightly, laughing and chatting, not paying much attention. Before long, the Navy ship had closed in. A cannonball soared toward the Spade Pirates' ship with a loud boom. However, as was typical in sea warfare, the cannonball was missed by several meters. The opposing warship was not state-of-the-art, its firepower was lacking, and most of the incoming shells either missed entirely or were effortlessly deflected by Ace. In reality, Ace was going easy on them. If he unleashed the full might of his flame fruit, he could easily turn the entire Navy ship into a smoldering wreck from a distance. Chapter 16, Land Ahoy. After a prolonged exchange of cannon fire, the naval battleship finally drew close to the Spade Pirates' ship. A few grappling hooks flew over from the battleship, indicating that the Marine intended to board. The members of the Spade Pirates readied their weapons, but they didn't seem too concerned, and laughter continued to ripple through the crew. "Fire Fist Ace, surrender!" A determined female naval officer called out as she leaped aboard, sword in hand, her expression fierce. Shin observed her with his heightened senses and quickly concluded, not much of a threat. To start with, she isn't using any haki, nor does she have any seastone weaponry. What does she plan to do, shackle a devil fruit user with those cuffs on her waist? Ace scratched his head. "Sorry, but I can't let myself get caught until I've surpassed a certain someone. Humphrey. Enough excuses. This time, I'm bringing you to impel down for sure." The officer shouted as she charged toward him. She made her move and was promptly defeated. With that skill level, are you really committed to this fight? Shin thought with amusement. "Miss, you're quite courageous." Luckily, Ace wasn't a pirate known for cruelty, otherwise, this encounter could have ended much darker for her. After exchanging a few words, Ace let the female marine officer, Iska, return unharmed to her ship. Shin, who had kept to himself during the skirmish, noticed the crews in action. "There's definitely some history here," he mused. "Seems like there's even a hint of sentiment." As Iska was sent back, she shot Ace a fierce look. "Don't get too comfortable, Fire Fist Ace. Next time, a real vice admiral will be coming after you." Shin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at that. Is she trying to arrest a pirate, or is she here to leak classified information? Considering the odd tension between Iska and Ace, Shin refrained from pointing out the obvious. Well, letting pirates off with a warning seems to be a common practice in the Marines nowadays. Why start objecting now? However, the prospect of a vice admiral coming after them gave him pause. At that rank, the difference between branch and headquarters nearly vanishes. Branch vice admirals command local bases and are almost as strong as their headquarters counterparts. In the Grand Line, both branch and headquarters Marine personnel are elite, with the highest rank in the 4 Cs being a colonel. Additionally, most vice admirals have mastered both types of haki, which spells trouble for a Logia type like Ace. With armament haki, any battle could change drastically. "Looks like I'll be seeing action sooner than I thought," Shin thought with a sigh. He wasn't worried about Ace losing. Until he met Whitebeard, Ace was a force to be reckoned with. But the rest of the Spade Pirates might suffer. While they were competent, they didn't quite match up to elite vice admiral officers. "I'll have to step up as the Spade Pirates' second-in-command in the fight." As they approached a jungle-covered island, Shin noticed its distinct architecture. "Is this a jungle island? The buildings look a bit like a Mayan city," he murmured. Their route diverged from the Straw Hats, meaning each island they visited had its own unique atmosphere. With its warm climate and dense rainforest, this one felt lively and mysterious. Ace addressed the crew. "All right, everyone, we'll rest here for a few days. Meet back at the dock in a week. Mihr, you're on ship duty. If anything happens, send word. Everyone else, feel free to explore." The crew cheered at the chance to stretch their legs. Life at sea sounded romantic, but in reality, it could be monotonous. Most pirates looked forward to exploring new islands, which offered a refreshing change of pace. Even in the original story, the sea journeys were brief, with most of the action happening on land. It was no surprise that after nearly a month on board, the crew was thrilled to disembark. As for Mihr, he was the ultimate shut-in. Shin had only seen him once, and that was when he first joined the crew. The man was nowhere to be found at any other time. Being left on watch suited Mihr perfectly, as he preferred solitude. Shin thought about reminding Ace of the Vice Admiral's ship pursuing them, especially now with the crew about to scatter. The Spade Pirates could be in trouble if the Vice Admiral showed up. But he decided against it. After all, everyone except Ace and himself would be in for a beating either way. Once Ace handled the Vice Admiral, they could quickly be rescued. Besides, now that we're docked, I can go about my own business, Shin mused. 7 days should be plenty of time to procure those jutsu scrolls from the black market. Yes, Shin planned to return to the ninja world's black market. With the funds he'd amassed, He could afford to buy a selection of jutsu scrolls, particularly some B-rank ones that were widely available. Though the black market only supplied up to B-rank jutsus, it still held a decent variety. High-level techniques or secret jutsu wouldn't be there, but standard jutsu like Water Dragon Bullet, Earth Dragon Bullet, and Water Wall were well within reach. Chapter 17, Black Market Deals. The air in this world always feels slightly oppressive, murmured Shin, pulling his hood tighter. Though the sun shone brightly, an ominous, gloomy atmosphere lingered around him. He might not have noticed if he hadn't experienced the world of One Piece. But after knowing the playful chaos of that world, even the villains there had an almost comical stupidity. The dark and scheming air of the shinobi world was unmistakable. Here, everything was laced with caution and treachery. A place full of hidden agendas, he thought, dismissing the impression as he examined a scroll of black market locations his father had left him. The world of clandestine dealings wasn't new to ninjas. Even those from the major villages would occasionally take up black market contracts. Rivalries between missions sometimes led to the death of other ninjas, and while one's own village might not reward such kills, bringing a head to the black market often paid well. Why do they always set up near the stench of a back alley sewer? Shin muttered, covering his nose. This was no coincidence. The smell of decay helped mask the scent of blood from the dealings. Even ninjas accustomed to the sights and sounds of the underworld would grumble at the atmosphere here. Stepping into the shadowed entryway, he approached the counter where the black market boss sat. Shin tossed a small pouch onto the counter, loosening its drawstring just enough to let a glint of gold shine through. The boss's bored expression brightened instantly as he scooped up the bag, feeling its weight with satisfaction. How can I assist you, honored guest? Are you looking to place a bounty or perhaps need some intel? Neither. I'm here to purchase some ninjutsu scrolls, Shin replied in a low voice. Ninjutsu, is it? The boss looked momentarily surprised, though he quickly recovered. You've come to the right place. We have a variety of general techniques, nothing that belongs exclusively to any village or clan, of course. But rest assured, we have a solid selection. However, the price is not an issue. Just show me your entire catalog. Shin's confidence came from the ample gold he'd acquired in Drum Kingdom. In terms of ninja world currency, he had amassed hundreds of millions of ryo, more than enough for the standard B-rank scrolls. The boss smiled widely, handing over a catalog filled with available jutsu. Shin scanned the pages, taking note of the types and prices, mostly elemental B-rank jutsu, along with some generic A-rank ninjutsu. Some powerful C-rank jutsu, like the hidden mist jutsu, were notably absent, but he hadn't expected otherwise. After a quick review, he selected techniques totaling around 30 million ryo, the priciest of which was the mystical palm jutsu, priced at 10 million ryo. When can these be ready for me? He asked, returning the catalog. 3 days, the boss replied, still grinning. If you'll return then, I'll have them prepared. Shin nodded, pulling his hood up as he turned to leave. The gold just now is worth roughly 1 million ryo, consider it a deposit. Very well, sir. The boss's smile widened. This gold deposit would convert to currency at a profitable margin, a bonus he wouldn't need to report to his superiors. Shin walked out, noticing immediately that a few shady figures trailed behind him. The boss watched him go, then sighed, muttering, hopefully, the guest will return. I'd hate to lose that final payment. In the black market, direct robbery attempts on customers were generally discouraged, the risk of ruining their reputation far outweighed any potential bounty. However, the bounty ninjas on Shin's trail didn't abide by those norms. Shin felt their presence but didn't worry. His current strength easily rivaled that of an elite jonin, the kind you'd find in a village like Hidden Leaf Village. He could handle himself well against low-level bounty hunters. No point in feigning caution, he thought as he walked 3 kilometers away from the market, the distance at which market rules allowed open combat. Behind him, his pursuers, bounty ninjas eager for profit, could no longer contain themselves. Their impatience was understandable. Greed, combined with Shin's youthful appearance, had likely led them to underestimate him as a mere chunin or, at most, a special jonin. With a slight grin, Shin prepared himself. Time to teach these amateurs a lesson. Chapter 18, Hidden Strength. A few shadows flickered, launching a black kunai with deadly precision. In the dim light of dusk, the kunai cut through the air without a sound, aimed straight at Shin's back. With heightened awareness, Shin caught sight of his tailing attackers. He grabbed the kunai mid-flight effortlessly with a faint clink, sparks flying where his fingers met the metal. A pointless ordeal. I was just looking for some material to experiment with. Congratulations, you've volunteered, Shin said with a sneer, turning to face the assailants. Looks like we bit off more than we could chew, one of the bounty hunters muttered. Recognizing the misjudgment, they quickly threw their remaining kunai and began to flee. With a scoff, Shin ignored the kunai completely. Thanks to his munch fruit powers, he had absorbed so much metal that his skin could resist these attacks like steel. He pressed forward, his feet striking the ground with enough force to propel him toward his target, one of the fleeing bounty hunters. Despite the slight reduction in agility from his metallic transformation, his speed was more than enough to close the distance. "Fight!" the bounty hunter ninja shouted, swinging his blade in desperation. Shin didn't dodge. The blade struck him, sparking on contact, yet failed to hinder his advance. A moment later, Shin's body collided with the ninja, reducing him to little more than a crumpled form on the ground. "Trying to trick me with a substitution jutsu? Dream on." Shin smashed his fist into the earth, following his heightened senses to pinpoint his foe's actual location. He grabbed the bounty hunter ninja hiding underground and pulled him out with ease. "Arg!" the ninja screamed, thrashing as Shin's grip crushed his bones. But the struggle didn't last. With a powerful strike, Shin silenced him, leaving nothing but a bloody mess in his wake. When Shin lifted his gaze, the remaining bounty hunters had scattered. Transforming his hand with his devil fruit power, he morphed it into a 6-barrel machine gun. He fired a rapid burst in moments, his metallic arm smoking from the discharge. One of them got away. "Ninjas are really different from pirates," Shin muttered, noting that the last ninja had somehow escaped his detection. Unlike pirates, ninjas rarely fought to the death if they saw no chance of victory. Survival was always a priority. Well, except for Naruto Uzumaki, maybe. "No matter. 3 is plenty," Shin said, looking at the bodies. He hesitated, then opened his mouth and devoured one of the corpses in a single gulp, his face turning pale as the taste hit him. "Ugh. That's awful," Shin grimaced, feeling his stomach churn. The munch fruit typically made eating anything tolerable, but consuming a human body still made him queasy. As Shin swallowed, he noticed something unusual. Besides the physical matter, he felt chakra within the body's remains. After extracting and absorbing the chakra, he spat out the dry husk left behind. While feeling the chakra flow within him, he furrowed his brow. The chakra gain is significant, but only a fraction of the total chakra must have been in the body. He quickly calculated the rate of ink race. "It'd take hundreds of corpses just to double my chakra at this rate. I might as well steal the Hashirama cells and use the munch fruit to merge with a sage body directly." Pushing through his unease, Shin consumed the other 2 corpses, repeating the extraction process to gather their chakra. Though unpleasant, he managed to keep down his discomfort. Once finished, he looted the bodies for valuables and buried what remained. "At the very least, I know I can gain chakra through this method. I'll keep it in mind if I run into more opponents like these," Shin thought, resolving only to repeat this method in extreme cases. With no further interruptions over the next few days, Shin spent time gathering items unique to the ninja world, mainly ninja tools, explosive tags, sealing scrolls, and, as luck would have it, a piece of chakra metal. Given his unique abilities, Shin viewed most weapons as expendable sources of power. He didn't need to craft them into anything complex. Consuming the metal allowed him to integrate its properties, transforming parts of his body into chakra-infused blades at will. 3 days later, he returned to the black market. This time, those who had previously eyed him with greed now regarded him with silent fear. Rumors had spread about the young bounty hunter ninja who walked in with 4 shadows on his tail and emerged unscathed, leaving only 1 injured survivor. "Are the items ready?" Shin asked the black market boss. The boss smiled nervously, presenting a set of scrolls. "Of course, everything you requested is here." Shin inspected a medical ninjutsu scroll and nodded. His understanding was advanced enough to judge its authenticity. He handed over the remaining gold to complete the transaction, then departed with a stoic expression. Chapter 19, The Will to Fight in One Piece World, finally back. Stretching, Shin felt the familiar atmosphere of the pirate world. Though it lacked the intense seriousness of the shinobi world, it still carried an impression of freedom balanced with a sense of chaotic danger. Shin couldn't fully explain it, but perhaps traveling between worlds heightened his awareness of these differences. 1 day left before the agreed return, Shin thought. Might as well take a look around the island. He realized he hadn't seen much of this place before, so he decided to explore and maybe buy a few supplies. After completing his transactions in the shinobi world, Shin had spent the last 3 days practicing the ninjutsu he acquired. Now, thanks to the pirate world's more durable physique, his chakra reserves had grown tremendously, rivaling a skilled jonin's. This improvement helped him master 2 basic water-style jutsus more easily than before. Shin hadn't forgotten about the spade pirates or the marine officer who had previously threatened him. So, he focused on water-style jutsus, hoping to counter devil fruit users with their natural weakness. Half an hour into his exploration of the market, an explosion and billowing black smoke rose from the direction of the docks. "Well, looks like break time's over," he muttered, recognizing the sounds of battle. It's starting. Spotting the fireball erupting from the dock, Shin immediately guessed that Ace was facing a formidable opponent. It has to be the Vice Admiral's ship, he thought. Shin's suspicions were correct, though it turned out to be more intense than anticipated. When he arrived, he found Ace caught between two Vice Admirals in a fierce battle. "Hold on," he murmured. Was there a scene like this in the original story? He watched as Ace fought against the combined assault of two Vice Admirals. One was unfamiliar to him, but he recognized the other, a man with a partial dog head, known as Vice Admiral Dalmatian. His distinctive appearance was memorable, as was his ability. Shin recalled from the original story that Dalmatian possessed the dog fruit, model, Dalmatian. This guy demonstrates that no devil fruit is worthless, only users of devil fruits users can be. Both Vice Admirals' fists glowed with hockey, forcing Ace back with every strike. It was clear that facing these armament hockey experts was a jarring experience for Ace. Fortunately, Shin had been training with him, and Ace had already begun learning the basics of hockey. If Ace had still relied solely on his devil fruit powers, he might already have been defeated. Ace's other crew members could barely approach the battlefield and had to keep a safe distance. Watching closely, Shin noticed that despite the overwhelming odds, Ace was slowly adapting. His movements became more fluid, and he dodged and countered with increasing skill. Could he be on the verge of awakening his hockey? Shin wondered. Although Shin had taught Ace the basics, the young pirate had been preoccupied with his responsibilities as navigator. But this high-stakes fight seemed to be the catalyst he needed. Suddenly, Ace was struck and flew, landing right at Shin's feet. "Need some help, Captain?" Shin asked, tilting his head. "No," Ace grunted, standing up again. "I'm the captain. I won't let my ship's doctor step in on my behalf." Shin smirked. He was starting to understand why the Spade Pirates struggled. Ace, while strong, tended to shield his crew too much, leaving them underprepared for actual combat. Then again, Shin thought, if Ace's crew were anything like the Straw Hat Pirates, they'd probably be long gone by now. Luffy's crew, though strong, had a habit of getting into life-threatening situations on a regular basis. By comparison, the Spade Pirates' crew seemed to rely on Ace's protection a bit too heavily. But Shin wasn't an ordinary member of Ace's crew. He hadn't joined the Spade Pirates just to stand on the sidelines. "If I wait until the New World to face the four emperors, I'll miss out on valuable combat experience." Shin shook his head. "Sorry, Captain, but there's no way you're taking on two Vice Admirals alone." Ace groaned. "Hey," I said, "it's settled." Shin interrupted, sidestepping Ace's protest. He pulled out two kunai and hurled them at Dalmatian. Dalmatian caught sight of the attack and sneered. "A new face in the Spade Pirates? Joining this battle is a mistake," he said, crushing the kunai in his grip. Before Dalmatian could finish, he lunged forward, closing the gap with surprising speed. So fast. Shin's pupils narrowed. With heightened senses from his eagle eye and observation hockey, he barely followed Dalmatian's trajectory. Reacting quickly, Shin threw a punch directly at him. Just before impact, Shin's fist shifted, extending metallic bone spikes covered in chakra. Chapter 20, A Fierce Showdown. With a loud bang, Shin felt an overwhelming force push against him, and a sharp pain surged through his fist. Dalmatian, however, didn't press his advantage. Instead, he grimaced, his entire right hand trembling as blood seeped from his fist. That punch had indeed sent Shin flying, but it seemed Dalmatian was the one genuinely suffering. Shin had been prepared. He'd infused chakra metal into the metallic spurs on his fist, making the spikes drill-like in their piercing effect. They cut through Dalmatian's hardened hockey-coated arm and punctured his entire palm. Having been thrown to the ground, Shin rose, shaking off the soreness in his arm. While the blow seemed harsh, he was mostly unscathed. "Devil fruit user, huh? Some kind of metal fruit?" Dalmatian asked, eyeing Shin's metallic glint under the sunlight. "Take a guess," Shin replied with a smirk. Shin wasn't about to reveal his abilities, having learned in the shinobi world that information was as precious as life itself. "Humphrey, a sly pirate," Dalmatian muttered, readying himself for the next move. But before he could act, Shin's hands flashed through several seals. "Water style, water clone." Immediately, two clones materialized beside him. Dalmatian was taken aback, clearly uncertain of Shin's true abilities. Metal and clones? Even for a devil fruit user, this array of powers seemed improbable. But Dalmatian was an old-school marine, he relied more on his strength and skill than devil fruits. To him, battle prowess was about physical strength and mastery of hockey. As long as his fists were strong enough and his instincts sharp, he believed he could handle any fancy ability thrown his way. Dalmatian's approach would usually serve him well, if his hockey were up to the challenge. Today, however, it wasn't. One of Shin's water clones charged forward, and Dalmatian paid it no mind, delivering a punch that shattered the clone into water. As seawater splashed onto Dalmatian, he momentarily weakened, his body going limp. Usually, a devil fruit user wouldn't suffer just from a splash, but this was seawater. The effect would wear off in seconds, yet even a brief vulnerability could be fatal in combat. Shin took full advantage of those precious seconds, rushing forward to strike. A splatter of blood marked the impact as Shin's metal-enforced fist drove spiked knuckles into Dalmatian's side, creating puncture wounds along his body. Dalmatian roared, ignoring his injuries, and managed to land a punch on Shin's head. Shin's iron-hard skull was still susceptible to hockey-infused blows, and blood trickled down his face. In that instant, another water clone emerged behind Shin, launching itself at Dalmatian. Dalmatian's eyes widened. Just as he realized his mistake, seawater splashed over him again, stripping him of his strength. He barely registered Shin's bloodied but determined smile before the world went dark as Shin's fist came crashing into his face. Well, that's one way to bring down a vice admiral, Shin muttered, pressing a hand to his throbbing head. If I hadn't reinforced my body beforehand, that punch might have knocked me out. Reflecting on the battle, Shin mused, these vice admirals might not have the varied techniques of a Kage-level shinobi, but their raw strength and endurance are leagues beyond what I'm used to. Indeed, this world's combatants seemed like unstoppable juggernauts compared to the agile but fragile fighters of the shinobi world. But while Naruto world had powerful entities appearing sporadically over centuries, the pirate world had many high-caliber fighters actively challenging one another. His thoughts were interrupted when he glanced over and saw Ace, his potential igniting, delivering a final, decisive blow to another vice admiral. As expected from the guy who practically levels up after every fight, Shin thought, eyeing Ace with a touch of envy. Ace's innate strength and potential far exceeded his own. In Naruto world, Shin only had average talent. Despite his enhanced physique from the munch fruit, he was hardly a natural prodigy even in this world. Although he'd triumphed over Dalmatian, it had required strategy and cunning rather than sheer strength. He still had a long way to go compared to someone like Ace. But seeing the wounds on Ace's body, Shin allowed himself a small, knowing smile. It won't be long until I can match, and even surpass, the pirate world's finest. Chapter 21, Unorthodox Methods on the deck of the Spade Pirates ship. Excitement and surprise rippled through the crew. That was incredible, Ace. You actually took down 2 vice admirals. Deuce exclaimed, his face lit up with astonishment. Ace, lying wounded and exhausted on the deck, managed a grin. It wasn't all me. Shin took down one of them himself. Ace's expression betrayed mixed feelings. He was used to bearing the brunt of battles alone, but one of his crewmates had truly helped for the first time. The other members of the Spade Pirates exchanged looks of disbelief. They hadn't expected their newest recruit to be so capable in combat. Weren't we all supposed to be struggling together? Who knew you'd be a hidden powerhouse? One of them muttered. Shin, still bleeding from a head wound, approached Ace. Let me treat those injuries for you. Ace looked at him, slightly apprehensive. I think I'll be fine without, but before Ace could refuse, Shin had already started his unusual treatment method, swallowing Ace whole in one gulp. The rest of the crew paled. Though they knew this was Shin's unique fruit ability, seeing their captain swallowed whole was still an unnerving sight. Several minutes passed, and finally, Shin spat Ace back onto the deck. Ace took a deep breath, somewhat dazed but fully healed, and shot up to his feet. My injuries are gone. That's amazing, Ace said with genuine admiration despite the bizarre method. But how will you handle your own wounds, Shin? Shin, concealing a glint of excitement in his eyes, chuckled. You're about to see one of my unique techniques. I call it eating myself. With that, he opened his mouth impossibly wide and began to swallow himself, starting with his head, then his shoulders, and continuing down until there was nothing left but his mouth on the deck, wriggling as if alive. The crew of the Spade Pirates watched, dumbfounded and horrified. What do we do? Shin just ate himself. One crew member stammered, the panic evident in his voice. But within seconds, Shin reappeared, fully restored and even more vigorous than before. Deuce rubbed his eyes, looking over the unscathed Shin, who now appeared more robust than ever. This has to be some kind of illusion. Ace, still wide-eyed, chuckled. Incredible. How on earth did you do that? I had no idea a devil fruit could work like that. The difference was unmistakable, and Ace's sharp instincts picked up on Shin's subtle increase in strength after his peculiar self-healing. Shin grinned. The munch fruit isn't any less powerful than your flame fruit, Ace. You just have to use a little creativity. Ace sighed wistfully, his mind racing with ideas. If only I could swap fruits with you. I'd love to try eating myself. For him, the thrill of exploration was the true spirit of piracy. Following this intense battle, the Marines seemed to pull back from their chase of the Spade Pirates, And not long after, they sent an invitation for Ace to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Just like in the original story, Ace swiftly declined the invitation. In response, the Marines upped the bounty on both Ace and Shin. 60 million? Just for taking down a vice admiral? Shin remarked with mild disappointment, examining the wanted poster. Hey, don't complain. The captain of the Spade Pirates got a bigger bounty, but even Deuce received a 20 million increase for his position as our deputy, remarked a crew member wearing a skull mask. Shin internally rolled his eyes. These Spade Pirates. They're practically Ace's entourage, he thought. He remembered that during Ace's infamous capture and execution, the Spade Pirates didn't make a single appearance. Given their loyalty, he doubted it was because they didn't care to show up, more likely, their limited strength kept them sidelined in the Whitebeard Pirates' shadow. In truth, Shin didn't care much about the bounty culture of this world. His instincts, shaped in the ninja world, valued caution over fame. The higher the profile of a ninja, the shorter their lifespan tended to be. To Shin, staying out of the limelight was a wise strategy. Chapter 22, Bold Journeys. Finally, we've arrived in the new world. Deuce, wearing his blindfold, spread his arms wide on the deck, attempting a grand pose that made Shin cringe inwardly. Please, your name is Deuce, not Mighty Guy. Besides, striking a pose like that is an easy way to crash into an iceberg, Shin thought to himself. Soon enough, the new world's welcome ceremony proved his point. A massive wave, laced with freezing winds, nearly turned Deuce into an ice sculpture on the spot. Ah, it's freezing. Why is it so cold out here when it's sunny? Deuce shivered and stepped back, where Ace quickly extended his hand to warm him up with a flame. Welcome to the new world. Ice-cold seawater and airborne icebergs are just part of the package here, Shin said casually. Haha, icebergs falling from the sky, sure, Deuce chuckled weakly. Shin merely squinted, saying nothing more. He knew the new world's climate was far more unpredictable than the first half of the Grand Line. The weather here was wild enough to ground even a powerhouse like Golden Lion Shiki, turning him from a fierce pirate to a miserable castaway. Thankfully, Ace served as the Spade Pirates' navigator and one of their few powerhouses besides Shin. Without Ace's navigational skills, Shin wouldn't have felt confident entering the new world at all. It had been over half a year since Shin joined the Spade Pirates, and while they had encountered plenty of challenges along the way, Ace and Shin had carried most of the crew's combat burden. While dedicated, the rest of the crew mainly supported the duo from the sidelines, given their more limited fighting abilities. In that time, Ace had unlocked his armament haki, while Shin had also developed his own by training and sparring with Ace. With their mastery of observation and armament haki, the two were finally ready to face the dangers of the new world. This was important, as Shin knew all too well how reckless Ace could be here. First, Ace met with the red-haired pirates to thank Shanks for saving his younger brother, Luffy. Shanks, with his outgoing personality, had made the meeting easy. But soon after, Ace's bold streak emerged. He journeyed to Wano to confront Kaido, who was thankfully away. Ace ended up clashing with Kaido's son, Yamato, and fought him to a draw despite Yamato's haki restraints. And then, as if that wasn't risky enough, Ace challenged Whitebeard himself. Even Luffy knew when to tactically retreat after encountering Big Mom. Ace, do you really have to be this bold? Shin mused. Oh, and on Fishman Island, Ace had burned Whitebeard's flag. While Whitebeard himself might be forgiving, his sons likely wouldn't be as understanding. Though Ace eventually swore allegiance to Whitebeard in the original story, the journey leading up to that was filled with close calls and near disasters. Reflecting on this new world journey, Shin couldn't help but feel a slight headache. Yet, it was unavoidable. In the new world, the 4 emperors were immovable obstacles every pirate had to reckon with. Ace's Spade Pirates couldn't avoid them, even if they wanted to. Each emperor ruled vast territories, and any promising pirate crew represented a potential future threat. The 4 emperors' crews, or even their subordinates, would naturally try to suppress any rising pirate group. For the supernova pirate Ace, there would inevitably be some form of confrontation with the 4 emperors. Pushing these worries aside, Shin looked over at Ace. Captain, where are we headed next? Aside from leading the Spade Pirates, Ace was also their navigator, and his navigational skills were top-notch. In the original timeline, this talent allowed him to hunt down Blackbeard on his own, a feat that demonstrated his remarkable prowess in finding his way across the unpredictable Grand Line. Ace studied the map and checked the eternal compass in his hand. First, let's try finding the red-haired pirates. I still need to thank Shanks for saving Luffy, he said, flipping the compass with a grin. But the red-haired pirates are pretty elusive. If we can't locate them, we'll make our way to Whitebeard instead. Unlike the other emperors, the red-haired pirates were known for roaming without a permanent base. Kaido had Wano, Big Mom controlled Todo Land, and Whitebeard had his preferred territory. The red-haired pirates, however, embodied the true freedom of piracy, often traversing uncharted islands. Shanks himself sometimes had no clue where they'd end up next. In fact, on one occasion, when Shanks and Mihawk were sharing drinks, they reportedly cracked open some local brew from an unknown island, which they had found purely by chance. Chapter 23, Navigating Chaos. Alright, let's head toward the Red Hair Pirates' territory first, Shin nodded. It's a better option than diving straight into Whitebeard's territory right now. Ace smiled, showing little concern for Shin's caution. Truthfully, he could use a good reality check. In the original story, Ace had dueled Yamato, yet still questioned why someone as strong as Yamato wasn't the captain of the Beast's pirates, revealing Ace's limited experience. Unlike Luffy, who, before entering the New World, had already faced Kizaru and Rayleigh and later survived the Battle of Manafort, Ace lacked the harsh lessons that showed just how powerful the four emperors and admirals truly are. Luffy was fortunate. Without his experiences at Sabati Archipelago and Manafort, had he entered the New World unprepared, it would likely have ended in tragedy. Similarly, if Ace could understand the power level of the top-tier fighters early and then bide his time to grow stronger, things might have turned out differently for him when he encountered Whitebeard. But Shin held back from warning him. After all, joining Whitebeard's crew would ultimately be the real prize for Ace. Alright, then. Spade Pirates, set sail. Ace. Where exactly are we right now? Shin asked, his tone tinged with suspicion. As a ninja, Shin had learned to navigate using the stars and had even picked up some basics of sailing. After traveling through the New World for a bit, he felt something was off. Despite the New World's unpredictable nature, he could sense whether they were heading in the right direction or not. Ace's grin turned slightly uneasy. Maybe. Where? A little off course? Shin's expression shifted as he deadpanned, you're lost, aren't you? Ace nodded sheepishly, and Shin groaned. Great. The one person I thought was reliable on this ship, and he can't even navigate properly. Is this some kind of cosmic joke? He thought. Getting lost in the New World was no small matter. Navigating off-route meant they risked the ocean's wildest weather phenomena. While the permanent pointer would guide them on safer routes with relatively stable climates, venturing off-course could mean facing anything from airborne icebergs to reverse currents. In the worst cases, they might stumble upon an underwater volcano erupting right beneath them. And sure enough, just as Shin was processing this, the entire ship jolted violently. This is an upwelling current. Shin and Ace's faces paled while the other crew members of the Spade Pirates barely had time to react. Within seconds, Shin felt the ship lifting hundreds of meters, and it showed no signs of stopping. At this height, even the sturdiest ship would smash to bits upon hitting the water, Shin thought. Ace! Shin shouted, opening his mouth wide. Ace instantly realized the plan, turning his body to flames and propelling himself straight into Shin's mouth. Merging with Ace's flames, Shin's body transformed, his legs becoming mechanical, flame-boosted limbs akin to those of Iron Man. He took off just as the ship reached its peak, preparing to brace against it from below. With a resounding thud, Shin's hand sank into the underside of the ship, his face contorting in frustration. What is this? In movies, superheroes stop planes all the time without wrecking them. He thought. Right. Maybe it's a bioelectric aura, he remembered. A new idea struck him. Using his armament hockey, Shin channeled it through his hands, reinforcing the bottom of the ship. Although it was still difficult, the ship stabilized. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he spotted a new danger. A waterspout, no. In seconds, the massive whirlpool formed and sucked the ship right in, sending Shin and the crew into a wild, spinning descent. When Shin finally opened his eyes, his head was spinning. He could feel that he had separated from Ace, his devil fruit ability exhausted from the physical strain. After all, merging with another person wasn't permanent. If it were, their identities and devil fruit powers might blend irreversibly, or worse, create a deadly conflict. He had once heard that the Munch fruit could theoretically merge two devil fruits, but only temporarily. If the merge were permanent, their bodies might explode from the incompatibility of the fruits. Temporary fusion, however, drained Shin's energy. Once that energy was depleted, the merge would end on its own. Raising his head, Shin realized he was on a beach. Not far away, the Spade Pirates' ship was stranded at an odd angle on the sand. Half soaked in seawater, Shin felt the weight of fatigue pressing down on him. Fortunately, although the seawater and sea stone weakened his body, they didn't affect his chakra. Using what little energy remained, he managed to stagger to his feet. Chapter 24, An Unexpected Detour. Shin soon started searching for the rest of the Spade Pirates on the beach and around the pirate ship. Among them, Shin's stamina was second only to Ace's. With the chakra in his body, he was less affected by the seawater's weakening effect, allowing him to get up first. After Shin pulled Ace from the sea, Ace quickly recovered. Most of the other spade pirates had been in the cabin, so they weren't injured much, though exhaustion and weakness were inevitable. "By the way, where are we?" Deuce asked in a frustrated tone after everyone had gathered. Shin looked around, focusing on the coastline. Just a few dozen meters offshore, they could see the endless vicious currents. These currents appeared to hold the entire island aloft, a highly distinctive feature. Shin's expression shifted as he realized their location. This should be the land of Wano, the base of the infamous beast pirates. "Wano?" asked one of the crewmates. "The beast pirates' base?" Another added, the spade pirates exchanging wary glances. They had intended to find the red-haired pirates, not run into Kaido's crew. Ace, undeterred, pressed his hat with a smirk. "So Kaido's here too? Perfect. Let's practice on Kaido before dealing with Whitebeard." Shin could only sigh at Ace's overflowing confidence, knowing that Kaido and his top officers were likely out on an expedition, sparing Ace from Kaido's wrath. While they spoke, a group of locals appeared, dressed in traditional Wano attire. However, their clothes were in tatters, and they held makeshift weapons, tools and sticks, with fear and determination on their faces. "It's pirates!" one cried. "What are they here to steal from us?" Another exclaimed. "I won't let you succeed." A third shouted. Shin rolled his eyes. "Look at them, they're too poor to have anything worth looting. Rags, sticks, and maybe some straw for bedding." "Ugh, this is such a hassle," Shin muttered, glancing at Ace. "Ace, calm them down." Ace smiled, tipping his hat. "Leave it to me." With a burst of the Conqueror's haki, he caused the villagers to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Was the Conqueror's haki necessary? A bit overkill, don't you think? Shin remarked, surprised. He had expected Ace to use a burst of his flame powers to startle them. "This was quicker," Ace replied, though his expression turned serious. "They seem to be in a pretty bad situation." Shin nodded. The people of Wano were indeed suffering. In the New World, the territories of the four emperors varied considerably in how they treated civilians. For example, in Charlotte Linland's domain, while people paid a soul tax, they at least lived comfortably. In Whitebeard's and Shanks's regions, civilians lived relatively decent lives. But under Kaido, people barely survived. "Let's wake them up and see what they can tell us." Hopefully, they're calmer now. In a small, run-down village, the elderly chief recounted Wano's struggles with a weary expression and trembling hands. "So, if we take down Kaido, Wano will return to what it once was, right?" Ace interrupted, eager to cut to the chase. "Kaido? No, no. Many samurai have tried," the chief replied, his voice filled with hopelessness. Sensing the chief's fear, Ace didn't argue but shifted the conversation. "Then, what about getting rid of this Kurizumi Orochi guy? He seems like part of the problem." The chief shook his head violently. "The country of Wano cannot survive without its shogun." Shin rolled his eyes, recognizing the chief had been brainwashed into accepting Orochi's rule. Seeing this, Ace decided not to press the issue, realizing the villagers themselves weren't yet ready for a revolution. Still, as he observed the emaciated villagers, Ace felt a pang of pity. "Shin, how much food do we have left on the ship?" Shin thought for a moment. "Probably enough for us to last 2 weeks." "Why, Captain? Are you planning to play the hero again?" Ace flushed slightly. "It's within our power to help them a bit, right?" Shin folded his arms, leaning back against the wall. "Think carefully about that. I've learned that due to severe pollution, Wano's land can hardly support crops. Even its forests are sparse, and animals here are often poisonous from the contamination. And with the island's sky-high location, there aren't many sea creatures either. Supplies are scarce." Ace, however, remained undeterred, determination flickering in his eyes. "Maybe. But Kaido's and Orochi's forces must have some land and food stored to support their army, right?" "Ha. So, you're really planning to tackle Kaido before facing Whitebeard?" "That sounds just like you, Captain," Shin said with a resigned expression. Chapter 25, A New Mission. Although Shin felt reluctant, he didn't object to Ace taking food from the ship. While he had a cold, rational side, he wasn't opposed to helping others when possible. With no signs of the beast pirates, there was little concern about encountering Kaido and his forces. Otherwise, Shin would insist they keep at least half of the food and leave Wano immediately. Kaido, unlike Whitebeard, had little patience and a far more brutal nature. With Ace's bold personality, Shin doubted Kaido would hesitate to kill him on the spot. Frankly, Ace's strength was still a bit short of what was needed to roam the New World freely. The Spade Pirates decided to stay in a Magasa village for a few days. During that time, Ace befriended a young girl named Tama and even picked up the skill of knitting straw hats. Tama was a cute, energetic child with an amusing ambition to become a charismatic Kunoichi, which intrigued Shin, a skilled ninja himself. When he demonstrated some basic ninja techniques, the girl clung to him, begging him to teach her. In Shin's view, chakra was more than just a gift from his world, it was an energy that could potentially be shared here. He reasoned that if the people in the Naruto world, who once had no chakra, could awaken it through the Six Paths Sage, then it was conceivable that someone from the pirate world could do so as well, given the right spark. The creation of chakra required a union of physical and spiritual energy, which meant that as long as someone possessed those, they had the potential. Shin's chakra was nowhere near the vast reserves of the Six Paths Sage, so the process would be gradual. The awakening would require months of cultivating another's body, eventually igniting a subtle yet persistent chakra flow. Yet, despite experimenting with his fellow crew members, he found they only produced small amounts of chakra, barely enough to perform the simplest of techniques. And their control was abysmal, allowing them to execute only rudimentary skills. Even Ace, with his fire fruit powers, couldn't produce any chakra at all, a puzzling outcome that left Shin uncertain if devil fruit users were incapable of chakra or if Ace's natural fruit had overridden it. Regardless, he couldn't refuse Tama's pleas. To his surprise, within 3 days, she had awakened a small amount of chakra, a feat that astounded Shin. It had taken him months to awaken on his own despite his body already having adapted to chakra. As the Spade Pirates' provisions depleted, they had no choice but to depart. Shin didn't have time to teach the girl comprehensively, so he left her with a scroll containing instructions for basic techniques, bidding farewell to Tama with a promise that they might meet again someday. Before leaving, Ace and Shin had gathered intelligence from the village. They knew where the Beast Pirates and the Shogun kept their resources and which storage sites held the most supplies. While the Spade Pirates weren't as wildly chaotic as the Straw Hat Pirates, they lacked the promise of destiny, but they were undoubtedly more efficient in executing plans. The Spade Pirates were ready to proceed with the route mapped, guards noted, and escape routes carefully drawn. They even marked the locations of critical mines, including iron and sea stone deposits. The more Shin studied these sites, especially the prison in Udon, the more plans brewed in his mind. Still, he muttered, the Whitebeard Pirates have their own method of training hockey that rivals anything in Wano. There's no reason to stir up unnecessary trouble. For now, the high-security prison and mines provided Kaido with immense economic and strategic value. Seizing control would trigger Kaido's relentless pursuit upon his return. Yet, deep in Shin's mind, an idea took root, a seed of ambition, quietly waiting to grow. Chapter 26, Raging Flames and Icy Resolve. With the combined strength of Shin and Ace, moving freely through Wano wasn't difficult, especially with Kaido and his top enforcers absent. Their main challenge wasn't taking the supplies but transporting them. Eventually, Shin, with his munch fruit ability, took on the role of the transport team's captain, literally swallowing and storing the bulk of the food they gathered. This left him temporarily transformed into a massive figure, resembling a sphere over 20 meters tall, much to his dismay. Shin gratefully unloaded his burden after successfully stockpiling enough provisions for half a year in Amagasa village. Despite the fruit's ability to swallow, it wasn't a limitless storage tool, otherwise, he mused, he could have just swallowed the whole island. As they looked to their next destination, Ace's gaze settled on the imposing silhouette of Onigashima, marked by giant skeletal remains. Kaido's hideout should be that creepy island over there, Ace said, clearly intrigued. Shin followed Ace's gaze, considering the infamous son of Kaido, Yamato. If she has Kaido's bloodline, her potential must be incredible, Shin thought. If I could analyze her body structure, it might boost my own. Shin recognized that Yamato's spirit was unconventional, much like Ace's, who was known for defying norms. But Yamato's lineage presented untapped potential that he couldn't help but find intriguing. In a straight comparison of potential, Shin acknowledged that while his physical development lagged slightly behind Ace's, his chakra capabilities kept him formidable in combat. However, the nature of his munch fruit meant it wasn't as offense-focused as Ace's flame fruit. But Shin's vast array of ninjutsu, particularly water style, gave him an advantage Ace couldn't overlook. When they finally drew close to Onigashima, Ace grew visibly excited. Wait here, I'll scout ahead. He called out, morphing into fire and speeding toward the island. Shin shook his head, knowing Ace's boldness likely wouldn't end well. As he watched, an explosion erupted on the island, shattering a colossal dragon statue. Shin snickered, imagining Kaido's outrage if he'd been present to witness Ace's destruction. As the Spade Pirates' ship neared the island, the distinct sounds of battle reached them. Shin sensed a powerful conqueror's hockey flare, crashing into another unfamiliar aura. The clash was intense enough to churn the clouds above. That second presence must be Yamato, Shin murmured. Though they're not at a level to split the sky, they're close to touching the threshold of top-tier fighters. Under the pressure of both Yamato's and Ace's conqueror's haki, the Spade Pirates held their ground, albeit uncomfortably. As a small but well-trained crew, they were resilient compared to typical pirates, and the conqueror's haki impact was bearable. However, Shin noticed their struggle intensifying as they drew closer to Onigashima. "You all stay here until the fight's over," Shin instructed. With that, he leaped off the ship, swiftly running across the sea towards Onigashima. Left behind, the Spade Pirates exchanged wary glances. They had long accepted their lesser strength beside Ace and Shin, but seeing them progress so rapidly left an uneasy feeling of stagnation within the crew. Despite their hard work, they could only watch as Ace and Shin soared beyond their reach. When Shin reached Onigashima, he found Yamato and Ace locked in an intense duel, their attacks flaring in brilliant displays. The impact of their strikes filled the air, reverberating across the battlefield. As the two combatants finally paused, Yamato and Ace stood across from each other, both panting but clearly exhilarated. Ace, bracing himself, called out, "You must be Kaido, captain of the Beast Pirates, right?" Shin slapped his forehead in disbelief. "Come on, Ace, how are you this tense?" Aside from her horns, Yamato looks nothing like Kaido. She's obviously a young woman. "I'm not Kaido," Yamato retorted indignantly. "I'm Kazuki Oden of Wano." Shin stifled a chuckle. While Yamato certainly had the appearance of a normal girl, her choice of words reflected her unique personality. "Kazuki Oden?" Ace repeated, tilting his head. "Isn't that the former daimyo of Wano? I thought Kaido killed him." Before arriving in Wano, Ace hadn't known much about Kazuki Oden. However, his time in Amagasa village had taught him about Wano's revered hero. Oden's bold, adventurous spirit resonated deeply with Ace's pirate ideals, sparking admiration. Chapter 27, The Skull Palace. Ace and Yamato conversed, but they were clearly talking past each other. Yamato's carefree nature didn't help, and Ace wasn't much better. Shin couldn't help but wonder, does Yamato actually think she's Kazuki Oden? "Come on, Ace." Kazuki Oden was a man, and so is Kaido, Shin finally interjected, unable to keep silent any longer. Ace looked surprised as if he'd only just realized it. "Oh. Right," he exclaimed. Yamato, however, remained serious. "Though I'm Kaido's son, in spirit, I am still Kazuki Oden," she declared. Ace looked her over, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. "You're Kaido's son?" His gaze drifted awkwardly to her chest, and he was unsure what to make of this declaration. "What? Even though I'm a woman, I'm a proud man in spirit." Shin could only sigh. "Fine, whatever makes her happy," he thought. Ace nodded earnestly, seemingly on the same wavelength as Yamato. "I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Maybe I'm the odd one here for trying to understand the mindset of people in this world," Shin thought, rolling his eyes. As Ace and Yamato resumed their sparring, Shin observed that Ace seemed to have the upper hand. In the original story, the two had fought to a standstill, but Ace's power appeared greater this time. That wasn't entirely surprising. Traveling with Shin had been a constant source of motivation and competition for Ace, which drove him to push his limits. With Shin's mastery of the Munch fruit, combined with his medical skills to heal injuries perfectly, Ace could train without fearing lasting harm. This allowed him to improve faster and avoid the lingering effects of past wounds, giving him an edge over the original timeline. Though Ace was stronger than before, Shin knew that battles between people of this caliber could last hours or even days if the fighters were evenly matched. He wanted to avoid a prolonged conflict, especially if it drew the attention of the Beast Pirates. "Let's give them a few hours. If they don't burn off some energy now, they'll never be satisfied," Shin muttered to himself, glancing around the area. Seeing no Beast Pirates close by, he decided to venture toward the large skull structure on the island. Since he gained the Munch fruit and plundered Drum Kingdom, Shin had acquired a taste for treasure hunting. Besides, there were practical benefits. The weapons he found could temporarily enhance his combat abilities. He currently carries 4 high-quality blades with him. Though not a swordsman, Shin had found that swallowing these weapons could give him a temporary boost in strength during battle. Yet, he knew better than to make this a permanent strategy. In a world where one's body could grow as resilient as steel, relying on weapons would only hinder his growth. "Well, this will do as a transition for now," he muttered. Temporary power is still power, he reasoned. He'd take any edge he could get until he achieved the level where he no longer needed such aids. Entering the Skull Dome, Shin noted a few unconscious beast pirates scattered around, likely overwhelmed by the clashing conqueror's haki. Ignoring them, he tried to orient himself within the structure, but the layout was unlike anything he'd studied. The massive, modified biological skull had an architecture that defied standard logic, leaving him feeling frustrated. "Guess I'll just search each floor," he muttered, resigning himself to trial and error. Despite the sparsity of guards, There were occasional pirates still conscious. However, none posed any threat, and Shin moved through the space largely unchallenged. Just as he reached the second floor, his danger senses flared. Reacting instinctively, he dodged as thick strands of spider silk descended from above, narrowly avoiding entanglement. Shin turned toward the source, and from the shadows emerged a towering blonde woman with a spider's lower body, Black Maria. Her massive size, combined with her stealthy approach, almost caught him off guard despite his heightened senses. A spider with the ancient zone fruit? You must be Black Maria, Shin observed, his tone betraying his surprise. Her unique blend of power and stealth was formidable. Little brother, what brings you here? We don't welcome outsiders, Black Maria purred as several strange, ghostly figures emerged behind her. The sight resembled a supernatural parade, like the legendary night parade of 100 demons. Unlike Black Maria, many of her companions were oddly proportioned, with grotesque features that gave them a monstrous appearance. Shin straightened up, unperturbed. So, the entire crew didn't leave after all, he muttered. Just my luck, he thought. The situation had just become much more complicated. Well, you came with that little flame boy, didn't you? Black Maria sneered. Did you come to challenge Lord Kaido? Too bad your captain couldn't even handle young Master Yamato, she added with a smirk. Despite her words, Shin took comfort in one detail: she was likely the only high-ranking member present. Black Maria wouldn't be speaking with such arrogance if there were others. If Kaido or the higher-ranking officers were here, she would have attacked him outright instead of toying with him. Chapter 28, a fiery counter. The expression on Black Maria's face changed slightly, confirming Shin's perception of the situation. Black Maria was the least aggressive among Kaido's senior officers. She enjoyed pushing around the weak but was thankful for any opportunity to avoid direct combat. Her high rank in the Beast's Pirates was due to more than just strength. She held a special status as one of Kaido's concubines. This connection to Kaido granted her a certain amount of influence within the crew. Although Kaido wasn't the type to be easily swayed by pillow talk, Black Maria still held a unique position. This time, while the entire crew was on an expedition, she was one of the few left behind to guard their base. The recent fierce skirmish between Yamato and Ace didn't draw her assistance, partly because she was Yamato's stepmother. Yamato had no love for the Beast's Pirates and less for her father's concubine. If Black Maria dared to step outside, Ace might take her down, and Yamato would likely applaud. This explains why Ace never encountered Black Maria in the original events. It wouldn't make sense for Kaido to leave his stronghold entirely unguarded, even though Wano was naturally fortified, and Kaido didn't anticipate the other emperors would attack his territory directly. The Beast's Pirates had plenty of resources to protect. Wano might seem impoverished for its citizens, but the territory itself was rich, holding unique treasures like iron ore, seastone, and even devil fruits. Black Maria primarily stayed back to keep an eye on Yamato. Yet, she hadn't expected someone like Shin to infiltrate their stronghold. Hey, beautiful lady, do you think you can stop me alone? Shin smirked, seemingly dismissing the strange-looking subordinates accompanying Black Maria. His body took on a faint metallic sheen. Black Maria's face darkened. She was still a respected figure within the crew, though her rank might have relied on factors other than combat skills. Yet, to be so underestimated by Shin kindled her temper. She readied herself, then shouted, "Get him! Don't let him through!" Her subordinates charged forward, but to Shin, they were mere distractions. Black Maria was actually masking her true attack, hoping to hit him with a toxic gas. Some kind of neurotoxin, right? Using poison against a medical ninja. You're out of your league, Shin scoffed, making hand seals. Demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Shin cast the entry-level genjutsu, a jutsu intended to show targets their worst fears. It was simple yet effective on untrained minds, causing Black Maria's troops to scream in terror, their contorted faces scrambling away from imaginary horrors. Black Maria was briefly affected, but her observation haki helped her break free. Enraged that Shin had turned her toxin back on her forces, she cast off her kimono and lifted her poliarm, a flaming wheel-like demon with a man's face on the side. Let's see you handle this. With a mighty swing, Black Maria struck Shin, sending him sprawling. She laughed. Oh, darling, you shouldn't let your guard down. As he stood, Shin's expression was both embarrassed and annoyed. Her sudden attack had caught him off guard. Though Black Maria spoke in a mocking tone, she wasted no time. Her spider body suddenly opened its mouth and shot a torrent of flames at him. Maria's fire! She roared. Though Shin didn't fully understand why this ancient tarantula species could breathe fire, he was prepared. Opening his mouth wide, he created a powerful suction, absorbing the flames into himself. His body became enshrouded in intense heat, and he hurtled towards Black Maria like a fireball. Stop! She cried, forming a web of thick spider silk to block his approach. Yet the flames enhanced his attack, and the web burned away, leaving her defenses wide open. With a powerful strike, Shin's flaming fist collided with Black Maria's spider form, igniting her lower body and sending her sprawling back in agony. Chapter 29, Burning Retribution. Anyone who has carefully observed spiders knows they are covered in tiny bristles. These bristles serve as a natural defense, easily penetrating the delicate skin of other creatures, especially around vulnerable areas like the mouth. This defense generally deters most animals from considering spiders prey. However, these bristles have a significant weakness: they are highly flammable. Even a small flame can set a spider ablaze, as these tiny hairs burn quickly. Black Maria was painfully reminded of this weakness. Before she could react, her lower spider-like body became engulfed in flames, and she screamed in agony. Desperate, she reverted her lower body to human legs, channeling her armament haki to suppress the flames. As she glanced at her burned legs, Black Maria's face contorted with rage. As a woman who took pride in her appearance, the thought of potential scars infuriated her. Her anger quickly overrode any pretense of elegance, and she shouted, "You little pest! Prepare to die!" Abandoning her webs and fire attacks, she channeled her haki into her polearm and charged at Shin, abandoning all pretense of defense. She swung the weapon down with full force, intending to crush him. The dark armament haki clashed against Shin's hands, sparks flying from the intensity of their battle. Shin held his ground this time, firmly gripping the weapon. Surprised, Black Maria hesitated. She had underestimated Shin, initially believing him weaker. Now, she sensed his strength was at least on par with hers. As the polearm snapped at him, Shin sneered, his fingers tightening. Sharp blades suddenly emerged between them. These blades were forged from fine metal, enhanced with chakra and chakra-infused steel, and enveloped in armament haki. Against this weapon, even Black Maria's artificial devil fruit powers stood no chance. The polearm let out a high-pitched scream as Shin sliced through it, blood spraying from the severed edges. Black Maria, shocked by the sudden destruction of her weapon, felt a shiver run down her spine. This isn't good. He shredded my haki so easily. I'm no match for him. In truth, though Black Maria was the largest of the Tobirapo, her actual combat strength ranked lowest. She relied heavily on poison, webs, and her blazing polearm to create an intimidating presence. But now, Shin's munch fruit had neutralized her webs and flames, and her poisons had little effect on him, a skilled medical ninja. She was at a clear disadvantage. A sense of dread began to settle in. Despite her fierce persona, Black Maria was a bully at heart, brave only when confident of victory. Hopeless, she scrambled to escape, ignoring her scorched legs and reverting to her half-beast form. Her spider lower body, though charred and burned, allowed her to crawl rapidly along the walls and ceiling. Shin smiled as he watched her retreat. What a pity. You shouldn't have turned your back on me. He formed seals with both hands, focusing his chakra, and then called out, water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. A massive torrent of water flooded the corridor, sweeping Black Maria off her feet before she could react. She let out a strangled scream, overwhelmed by the force of the water. The Great Waterfall Jutsu, though basic, required significant chakra to summon an immense volume of water. While it had limited practical application in close combat due to the lengthy hand signs, it was highly effective in this situation, given devil fruit users' susceptibility to water. As the water subsided, Black Maria lay dazed in a pool, helpless and drained. Wasting no time, Shin approached her, transformed his hand into a large needle, and injected it into her neck. Black Maria's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, unconscious. Good thing I have enough anesthetics on me, Shin muttered. With her size, a weaker dose would have been useless. He knew that in the pirate world, people developed impressive resistance to toxins. But the chakra-enhanced poisons and hallucinogens used by shinobi were formidable, crafted to overpower even the strongest foes. Now, with Black Maria in a deep sleep, Shin began to prepare a potent hallucinogen. With careful precision, he initiated a Ganjutsu, seeking information about the beast pirates, particularly the location of their treasure hoard. Chapter 30, Bound by Chains. Seems like my talent for Ganjutsu isn't all that great, muttered Shin, rubbing his head in frustration. Despite Black Maria's somewhat weaker will compared to her peers, she was still a senior member of the Tobirapo, her strength nearly on par with an elite vice-admiral. Even though she was unconscious and heavily drugged with hallucinogens, it was no simple feat to subdue her with Ganjutsu alone. Fortunately, after nearly exhausting himself, Shin managed to get the information he wanted, the location of the beast pirates' treasure vault. With that knowledge, Shin didn't spare a second thought for Black Maria lying unconscious on the floor. He wasn't looking to start a full-blown feud with the beast pirates. His objective was the treasure, and as long as he could avoid a personal vendetta with Kaido, he intended to take only what he needed. If Kaido finds out about the theft and confronts Shin directly, Shin can always claim that he intended to pledge his loyalty to the Beast Pirates, hoping that Kaido will accept him. Had he killed Black Maria, Kaido would likely have crushed him with a single blow and then unleashed dragonfire to ensure his ashes scattered to the wind. Following Black Maria's directions, Shin arrived at a reinforced iron gate within the Skull Dome. Embedded with sea prism stone, the gate and its frame were designed to thwart devil fruit users. But Shin wasn't here to quietly slip in. He intended to blast his way through. Shin stepped back after placing explosive tags around the gate. With a resounding boom, the iron doors collapsed, revealing a glittering treasure trove within. Ignoring the mounds of gold and jewels, Shin focused his attention on the weapons. Wano's reputation for top-tier craftsmanship holds up, he remarked, admiring the swords on display. Even the worst of these outclass my current blades. Shin spotted weapons surpassing even the good quality swords he possessed among the trove, though nothing quite at the level of a supreme-grade sword. Nonetheless, it was clear that only weapons of higher quality made it into Kaido's vault. Several devil fruits, each labeled with care, then caught Shin's attention. The fruits included a bat fruit, a frog fruit, and a honey badger fruit. Even the honey badger made it into the lineup. Eat this, and you'd fear no one, he mused with a chuckle. Kaido truly lived up to his reputation as the head of a zoo. The devil fruits in his collection were all animal types. Without further hesitation, Shin summoned a sealing scroll and packed the blades and devil fruits within. He didn't care much about the piles of gold and cash, he wasn't interested in building his own pirate crew. Wealth held little meaning for him right now. Still, he pocketed a few chunks of gold in case they came in handy later. Shin prepared to leave the Skull Dome, feeling time pressing down on him. He'd spent 2 or 3 hours inside, and although he assumed Ace was still battling Yamato when he exited, he found them sitting together, drinking. Did I miss something? Shin asked, perplexed by the sight of them laughing over sake. Ace looked up and introduced Shin with a grin. Yamato, this is my best friend and the ship doctor of the Spade Pirates. Don't let the doctor title fool you, his combat power is as fierce as anyone's. Yamato beamed and pulled Shin into a hearty hug, her towering frame making him feel like a child next to her. With her arm wrapped around both Ace and Shin, Yamato exuded a playful warmth that contrasted sharply with her fierce reputation. Shin tried to break free but found it impossible, especially with the explosive handcuffs around Yamato's wrists, keeping him on edge whenever he touched them. Well, might as well join in, he thought, resigning himself to a drink. Both Ace and Yamato were clearly deep in their cups, and the atmosphere was light-hearted. Ace and Yamato appeared to be kindred spirits, both struggling with issues of legacy and parental expectations. They had gone from opponents to friends within a few short hours, something Shin found surprising and amusing. Taking another swig of sake, Ace looked at Yamato and asked, with your strength, can't you stand a chance against Kaido? Yamato shook her head. Not even close. That bastard's power is leagues above mine. A few moves, and I'm already down. Ace's face turned serious. He now had a clearer picture of the power gap between them and the 4 emperors. Why don't you come with us? You've wanted to set sail for ages, haven't you? Ace suggested, the idea lighting up his face. If it were that simple, I would have left already, Yamato replied, a shadow crossing her face as she held up her handcuffs. These handcuffs have a bomb inside. The moment I leave Onigashima, they'll explode. I don't know if it's true, but I'm not willing to risk it. Chapter 31, a risky gamble. What? How can a father do something like that? Ace exclaimed in disbelief. He must be bluffing. Shin frowned. No, Kaido wasn't bluffing, there's actually a bomb inside those handcuffs. Whether or not it could kill Yamato was another matter. With her current physique and her powerful armament haki, she might only end up severely injured. However, when Kaido initially cuffed her, her defenses weren't nearly as strong. In other words, Kaido wasn't bluffing. Although I always thought my father might be bluffing, considering his personality, I've never dared to take the risk, Yamato sighed, lying down on the ground like a deflated balloon. That's why I haven't been able to go to sea. Well, Shin began, but Ace interrupted him, enthusiasm brightening his eyes. Don't worry, Yamato. Next time we meet, I'll help you break free from everything. Then you can join us at sea. Shin sighed and finally interjected, unable to hold back any longer. You don't have to wait for the next time. I can remove the explosive handcuffs right now, so let's not get so dramatic, alright? Yamato and Ace turned to him in surprise, both echoing, huh? These are special handcuffs made of sea prism stone, with intricate mechanisms inside. Can you really unlock them? Yamato asked, her expression a mix of hope and hesitation. Ace looked just as uncertain. Yeah, Shin, I thought your munch fruit couldn't affect sea prism stone? Shin rolled his eyes. You're missing the point, Ace. Why would I have to deal with the actual handcuffs? Don't forget, my munch fruit can transform the human body. As long as someone isn't instantly killed, I can reattach even a severed limb without any lasting harm. Ace's eyes widened as he finally understood. Wait, are you saying you're just going to cut off her hand? What? Losing my hand for freedom feels like a steep price, Yamato muttered, looking uneasy. Ace quickly reassured her, no, you didn't hear Shin. He can heal you immediately after. You'll have your hand back in no time. Really? That's incredible. Yamato's face lit up with excitement. Let's do it. Shin blinked, taken aback by her willingness. He had expected her to be more skeptical, maybe even requiring proof of his powers. Yet, here she was, placing her trust in him without hesitation. Alright, if you're ready, just relax your arm. With your strength, cutting through won't be easy if you're not relaxed. Summoning a large, finely crafted blade from his storage scroll, Shin imbued it with haki until the metal gleamed darkly. Alright, here we go. Yamato stretched out her hands and relaxed completely. She was tough enough to endure steel, but in her current unguarded state, the sharpness of the blade would be enough. With a swift slash, blood sprayed as her hands fell to the ground. Shin wasted no time. He opened his mouth, expanding it until he could swallow her whole, then removed the sea prism stone handcuffs from her detached wrists and promptly ingested the severed limbs as well. After a brief moment of concentration, he carefully spat her back out, her hands now restored. What? Did I just get eaten? Yamato yelped, scrambling to check her body. Suddenly, she paused, staring at her hands. This is amazing. My hands are back, and the sea prism stone handcuffs are gone. Yamato beamed, her aura surging with newfound power. Now free from the sea prism stone, Yamato's strength erupted, her aura shifting visibly. Ace couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort, suddenly aware of how powerful she was. He swallowed. Yamato wants to join the Spade Pirates. But if I'm not the strongest, will I still be the captain? Being the backbone of his crew had always meant protecting them. Now, with both Shin and Yamato on board, he wondered if he'd end up as the one needing protection. Resolved, Ace decided right then that he'd train harder than ever. He would seek out Whitebeard only when he could stand as Yamato's equal. Chapter 32, Chains of Growth. I can't believe it, Yamato, you're a mythical zone devil fruit user. On the deck of the Spade Pirates ship, several crew members stared at Yamato, who had transformed into a massive, white-haired wolf with mixed emotions of envy and admiration. The mythical zone-type devil fruit is extremely rare and more powerful than some Logia types. In Yamato's case, her complete zone form, a divine beast imbued with freezing abilities, had unique powers. Remarkably, even the sea, typically the weakness of devil fruit users, seemed not to faze her. Thrilled by the crew's admiration, Yamato leaped into the sea and ran a few laps. As she touched the water, a trail of ice formed beneath her feet, expanding outward to create a frozen path as she ran. Ace, sprawled lazily on the deck with a hint of envy in his eyes, said, "Amazing, both you and Shin can walk on the sea. Unlike you, I have to worry about my flames being extinguished if I fall in." Shin, who was deep in thought with his arms crossed, opened his eyes at Ace's comment and replied, "What's there to envy? Your burning fruit lets you fly by erupting flames. Yamato and I can't use our powers to soar into the sky." Though Yamato's devil fruit couldn't grant her flight, Shin could theoretically fly by consuming something like a jet engine and modifying himself with rocket propulsion. He could even transform into something akin to an Iron Man suit. His expertise was in biological modification, not mechanical. However, with the right scientific advancements, he could adopt mechanized abilities. He had opted for biological modification over mechanics because it suited his knowledge. Even if he found scientists skilled in mechanics, their expertise wouldn't translate into altering his body. The transformation capabilities of his munch fruit significantly lowered the difficulty of his biological adjustments. Shin then added, "Captain, you should train harder. You're no longer a match for Yamato. Now that her haki-limiting handcuffs are gone, her power has surged and will likely stabilize at a higher level. If you don't push yourself, you'll fall further behind." "Ah. I know. I'll work hard," Ace replied with a grimace, still in thought from their recent spar, in which Yamato had wiped the deck with him. When restricted by the handcuffs, Yamato had fought on raw physical strength alone. Now, with her devil fruit abilities fully unleashed, she held a clear advantage over Ace. His flames, which usually posed a significant threat, were cancelled out by her freezing abilities. The invulnerability of his Logia form was also diminished when facing haki, so Yamato's inherent physical prowess as a mythical zone gave her the upper hand. In this case, Ace's weakness against her ice-based powers made his defeat inevitable. Watching Ace grit his teeth while training with low-purity sea stone cuffs, Shin smirked. Train hard, Ace. I don't want to find myself at Manafort again, trying to save you. While Ace threw himself into training, Shin closed his eyes, pondering his recent gains. This time, his most significant benefit wasn't the Beast's pirate's treasure hoard but Yamato's unique physical structure. Yamato's potential rivaled that of Ace. Her physique presented Shin with valuable insights for enhancing his own body. Initially, he had copied Ace's body structure, translating almost 80% of his potential. However, after studying Yamato's distinct features, he faced the more complex task of synthesizing the strengths of both forms. Belonging to a non-human lineage, though close enough to humanity to avoid genetic incompatibility, Yamato's physique had its differences, making Shin's modifications even trickier. Through repeated transformations, Shin had yet to reach a satisfying state. Fortunately, his Munch fruit allowed him to reshape himself and undo his changes as often as needed. After much trial and error, he hoped to find the most optimized structure. Once he had sorted his thoughts, Shin took a deep breath and devoured himself with a single gulp in an odd but familiar sight to the Spade Pirates. Though the crew had been startled by this act before, they were used to it by now. The world of the Grand Line was full of eccentricities, and Shin's strange abilities were par for the course. After a few moments of internal restructuring, Shin spat himself out, feeling renewed vigor pulsing through his body. He clenched his fists and smiled in satisfaction. Perfect. Now my potential rivals, or perhaps even surpasses, that of Ace and Yamato. This transformation is near flawless. He mused aloud, the only ones who might help my growth further are Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and perhaps Blackbeard. Shin's power had advanced significantly. Yamato was also in a rapid growth phase after her restraints had been removed. Inspired by her progress, Ace doubled down on his training, and for the time being, the Spade Pirates put aside their search for the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates, focusing instead on building their strength. Seeing Yamato's strength firsthand had deepened Ace's respect for the Four Emperors, and he knew that with his current abilities, facing Whitebeard would be tantamount to surrender. This period of training served as his preparation for the trials ahead. However, peace was fleeting. This time was different, unlike the original course of events, where they had merely visited Wano without consequence. Shin had plundered the Beast's pirates' treasure, and the Spade Pirates had Yamato aboard. Their antagonism with the Beast's pirates was now firmly established. Chapter 33, The Reckoning awaits. More than 2 months had passed. Shin, Ace, and Yamato were training and sparring intensely on a desolate island. All three wore low-purity sea prism stone handcuffs, which Yamato had brought with her from the Beast's pirates. The Beast's pirates kept these special handcuffs for prisoners with devil fruit powers, and they always had some in stock for such situations. Before they left, Shin had casually mentioned to Yamato that these handcuffs might be useful, so she gathered a few to bring along. Currently, Shin is battling Yamato. Although both wore sea prism stone handcuffs that limited their powers, their fierce clash still battered the terrain, with the ground dented in various spots for hundreds of meters. Thunder Bagua. Yamato swung her weapon, sending Shin rolling across the field. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead. Standing up, Shin touched the blood, giving a wry smile. I'm done. Lost again. The skill gap between our armament hockey is just too big. If he hadn't used the Munch fruit ability to transform his body to a steel-like form before the fight, Yamato's strike would likely have given him a concussion. In addition to the Conqueror's hockey, Yamato had also mastered advanced applications like armament hockey's internal destruction and external release. Her proficiency and sheer quantity of hockey were on an entirely different level. Moreover, she'd unlocked most of her powerful Ana physique, which made her physically stronger than Shin. Naturally, he struggled to match her. Shin's Munch fruit ability could only provide him with potential, and it had been just over half a year since he'd first transformed his body. It would take time for that potential to turn into real strength. You're doing great. Now you can last over an hour against me. In the past 2 months, your progress is nearly on par with Ace's, Yamato said encouragingly. Shin chuckled, surprised that Yamato would offer words of comfort. But he wasn't downplaying his own skills. He was confident in his growth, knowing he had opened many pathways to power and might uncover even more in the future. He was confident he could eventually become the strongest in the pirate world. While Shin and Yamato were sparring nearby, Ace was doing push-ups with a massive stone on his back, gritting his teeth. These two are advancing so fast. At this rate, I'll lose all credibility as captain, he muttered, increasing his pace. There was no denying that training alongside other gifted individuals accelerated one's progress. As Kaido's daughter, Yamato had received brutal, first-hand training from her father and learned a great deal. Her knowledge of future sight observation hockey, the varied applications of armament hockey, and Conqueror's hockey had all been invaluable to Shin and Ace in mastering their own hockey. These guys are insane, One of the spade pirates muttered, watching the three from a distance. They observed the island, now a ravaged training ground, with awe. Are all devil fruit users this powerful? And they're still wearing sea prism stone handcuffs. You could try a devil fruit too, you know. Didn't Shin bring back a few? Forget it. I don't want to be a landlubber. Besides, those devil fruits were zone, like a bat, a toad, and a honey badger. We've met other devil fruit users before. It's definitely these three who are insane, not the devil fruits, another pirate replied. Anyway, we're not joining their training sessions. We have other concerns. We're running low on supplies, and although plants and animals are on the island, those three have practically devoured everything. We'll have to leave this deserted island in a few days. Meanwhile, Kaido, having finished an expedition, had returned to Onigashima. After Shin knocked out Black Maria, the remaining members of the Beast's pirates on the island had informed Kaido of the incident. However, Kaido was locked in battle at the time, so by the time he returned, the spade pirates were long gone. He had been in a grueling fight with Whitebeard, one of the other four emperors, which had kept him occupied for days. When he was finally free, he returned with the entire Beast's pirates crew, taking over a month for the journey back. Upon returning to Onigashima, Kaido erupted in fury after discovering that Black Maria had been beaten, his daughter had been kidnapped, and his treasures had been looted. He immediately commanded the Beast's pirates and their affiliates to search for the spade pirates. However, during this time, the spade pirates had stayed secluded on a deserted island for training. Finding a single ship on an uninhabited island in the vast, turbulent waters of the New World was like looking for a needle in a haystack. With Kaido's confidence in the explosive sea prism stone handcuffs, he hadn't bothered to get the Vivre card for his daughter. The Beast's pirates could only use brute force methods to scour the New World without a clear lead. After over 2 months with no success, the Beast's pirates began to suspect the worst, that the spade pirates might have perished at sea. It was only when the spade pirates left the deserted island to resupply that they re-emerged on the radar of the Beast's pirates. Boss Kaido, we've received news about Yamato and the spade pirates. Looking like a rotund ball, Queen came rushing in, his agile movements betraying his bulk. They're on an island, where the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates are rumored to meet. Kaido, already drinking heavily, broke into a fierce grin. Finally, they've been found. Those filthy thieves, I'm going to wring their necks. With that, he transformed into a massive dragon, crashing through the wall as he flew off. Seriously, the boss has no patience, Queen muttered, brushing dust off himself. Jack, standing nearby, scratched his head and remarked, did the boss just leave without a log pose? Queen froze, then shouted alarmingly, oh no, the boss has had too much to drink. Chapter 34, Showdown on an Island. After the spade pirates completed their resupply on an Island, they lingered there for a short while. Everyone needed a break after being on a desolate island and out at sea for several months, constantly on guard. At this moment, in one of the island's restaurants, Ace, we got some info from the tavern, said a spade pirates crew member sporting a skull mask. The red hair pirates were spotted on an island not far from here a few days ago. They shouldn't be too far now. He added cautiously, also, it seems like the beast pirates are tracking us. Now, besides Whitebeard, we've managed to offend another emperor. Ace, who was dozing off, opened his eyes, lifted his head from the plate, then continued eating as he mumbled, that's fine, isn't it? If my goal is to become the Pirate King, it's only natural to go through the 4 emperors, right? The spade pirates crew had long since grown used to their captain's indomitable spirit. Understood, Captain. We'll press on and try to catch up with the red hair pirates. But before he could finish, Ace grabbed his arm and swiftly burst through the restaurant doors. A powerful strike suddenly came from above, blasting half the restaurant apart. Stumbling backward, the spade pirates crew member looked up to see Eddie Renadon hovering in the sky and immediately recognized their opponent. That's the all-star of the beast pirates, known as the Wildfire King. The Pteranodon landed and transformed into a tall, intimidating man in a black leather jacket with black wings protruding from his back. His gaze was fixed coldly on Ace. Ah. Seems like someone came looking for trouble? Ace scratched his head with a somewhat exasperated expression before assuming a serious demeanor. But why is it only one all-star from the beast pirates? Shouldn't Kaido himself be coming? King replied icily, it's not just me, all 3 calamities are here. For a newcomer like you to the new world, warranting the full force of the beast pirates all-stars is no small feat, Fire Fist Ace. The spade pirates should feel honored. Of course, King didn't bother to mention the embarrassing fact that Kaido had drunkenly flown off in a dragon form without a log pose. The 3 calamities all came? Then why are you here alone? Ace asked with a frown. The other 2 went after your crew and Master Yamato. As for you, I'm enough on my own. King unsheathed his long sword, flames blazing around him as he sneered. So thereafter Yamato. I guess that means I'm your only target here. Ace grinned, flames flickering over his body, untroubled by the challenge. Shin and Yamato are nearly as strong as he is, and Yamato is likely even stronger. With the two of them facing off against the remaining two calamities, Ace has no cause for concern. At this point, the island's residents quickly began to flee, having noticed King's presence. While knowledge of the marine and the world government may vary in the New World, everyone knows of the most dangerous pirates. The moment King appeared, the locals wasted no time disappearing from sight. This situation worked to Ace's advantage since he no longer had to concern himself with bystanders. Quite bold, aren't you? If you lose, I won't kill you, I'll only humiliate you, King remarked. As a rare level-headed member of the Beast Pirates, he often considered strengthening the crew. Seeing a devil fruit user with potential like Ace, he naturally saw an opportunity. Ace let out a hearty laugh. Then I really should thank you, but let's save the big talk for after you win. Fire Fist. While Ace and King clashed, Yamato and Shin encountered the remaining two calamities on the other side of the island. Queen, known for his devious nature, realized that Yamato's strength likely posed a serious challenge. Moreover, as Kaido's daughter, she remained something of an untouchable figure. Family disputes were delicate matters, after all. Thus, in this fight, Queen decided to let the brutish Jack target Yamato while he focused on the perceived easy pick of Shin. Kid, so you're the one who swiped the treasures of the Beast Pirates, sneered Queen, his round frame glinting with an oversized pair of toad-like goggles. Hand it over, and I might give you a quick death. Shin scratched his head, chuckling at Queen's arrogance. So, it's just you up against me? I don't see Kaido anywhere. Queen let out a booming laugh. For small fries like you, it's enough for just us three calamities to show up. Don't think Kaido has time for the likes of you. He transformed one of his mechanical arms into a massive machine gun. Forget about Kaido. After I turn you into minced meat, I'll be helping myself to whatever treasure your ship's holding. Queen's laughter echoed as he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Hearing that Kaido hadn't came himself, Shin was secretly relieved. Watching Queen's overconfidence, he sidestepped the gunfire with a smirk. Idiot, if one of the other two calamities were here, it might be a real fight. But you? I completely outmatch you. He was by Queen's mechanical arm in the blink of an eye. Queen grinned, turning the arm toward Shin's face and preparing to fire a laser. Ha! My advanced tech isn't something a kid like you can. Wait, what? To Queen's shock, Shin opened his mouth wide, so wide that it seemed to swallow half his torso. The laser blast fired directly into Shin's gaping maw, not even a whiff of smoke escaping. Then, with his mouth still open, Shin bit down on Queen's mechanical arm. Queen immediately swung his arm frantically, flinging Shin away. What sort of devil fruit did you eat? Are you some glutton? Queen asked in disbelief. Then he pointed his arm at Shin again. Too bad all you've got is a big mouth. My next shot will tear you apart. A loud explosion rang out, yet Shin stood unscathed. Queen's entire cybernetic arm, however, was blown to pieces. Who's the idiot here? Just because I can't build machines doesn't mean I can't break them. Munch Fruit's transformative powers are unmatched among devil fruits. Normal tech doesn't stand a chance against it. Shin sneered. Even the alloys a simpleton like Wapol used had Vegapunk astonished. Destroying your arm was easy. Chapter 35, Face Off with Queen Damn Bastard. Cough. A massive figure emerged in the smoke and dust of the explosion. It was Queen, already shifting into his beast form. Though he was somewhat transformed, his entire left mechanical arm was exposed. Since his mechanical modifications had fused with his body, the explosion was internal, causing him even greater damage. Queen's expression turned grim. Not only was he seriously injured due to his carelessness, but he also realized his opponent's abilities countered his technological enhancements. His dinosaur body, fortified by his mechanical upgrades and devil fruit powers, was rendered useless against Shin's Munch Fruit abilities, which dismantled any modified part he used. Even an average pirate might have had better odds. The Munch Fruit's power was limited against living beings unless they offered no resistance or were entirely swallowed. Otherwise, even if Shin's strength was inferior, he couldn't alter them directly. Damn it, it's absurd. A devil fruit ability that counters my mechanical modifications. Queen's face darkened, abandoning his usual mocking expression for a flash of rage. It seems I'll have to bring out my trump card. Let's see how you handle my newly perfected virus bomb. Without hesitation, Queen opened his mouth and fired a small missile. It detonated midair, filling the area with thick, dark green gas. Yahaha. This isn't just any poison, it's a potent biochemical virus. Once it contacts water in the body, it causes evaporation, turning you into a shriveled corpse. Shin noticed tiny mildew spots spreading across his skin but showed no signs of panic. Instead, he opened a sealing scroll and swallowed an array of weapons. As the weapons merged within his body, transformed by his devil fruit ability, Shin's body gained a semi-metallic sheen, which slowed the spread of mildew to a near halt. Can't fully suppress it, huh? Makes sense. My body may look metallic but still flesh and blood, a carbon-based life form, so I'll still feel its effects. Muttering, Shin focused his chakra and emitted a blue light from his hand. Poison extraction jutsu. Within moments, he purged all the viruses from his system. Queen, who had been sneering, assuming Shin was struggling, felt his confidence wane. Queen's pride depended on his mechanical modifications and deadly viruses, which earned him the epithet the Plaque. Yet Shin's munch fruit abilities neutralized the former, and his medical ninjutsu countered the latter. A sense of dread crept into Queen's heart. If it came to close combat, Queen knew he couldn't compete. Even Jack, who lacked much intelligence, would likely overpower him without his technology and viruses. Self-proclaimed as a cunning pirate, Queen had to admit he couldn't match Jack's raw strength. But retreat wasn't an option. Not now, not with Shin watching him. For a long time, Shin hadn't encountered any worthy opponent. While training with a sore Yamato offered pressure, it wasn't the same as fighting a real enemy where life was at stake. Facing someone as strong as Queen, yet so perfectly countered by his abilities, ignited Shin's fighting spirit. Shin's fist, covered with haki, shot forward instantly. As a man yet to name his techniques, he used only raw, direct attacks, but that didn't detract from his power in the slightest. Shin's fist had pierced Queen's defenses within a few moves, leaving him bleeding. Queen's reliance on technology had weakened him against Shin, and his lack of agility became an evident disadvantage. However, Shin's attacks mainly were surface damage to the thick-skinned Queen. After the initial onslaught, Queen regained his balance, and his confidence slowly returned. Even though Shin restrained his technological equipment and virus attacks, Queen's raw strength still placed him in the ranks of the high-ranking members of his crew. Victory against Shin was uncertain, but Queen had no intentions of letting up. Left to a straightforward brawl, Shin could win, but only after an extended clash that could last days. Queen, however, wasn't limited to ordinary techniques. Neither was Shin. Take this. Brachiosaurus headbutt. Queen transformed his head into a Brachiosaurus shape, using it like a warhammer, slamming down on Shin. Shin met it with a solid punch, though the impact forced him back a few steps. Blood oozed from Queen's forehead, his bones visible beneath the scars. But as an ancient zone-type user, such injuries were trivial, igniting a fierce glint in his eyes. The new generation of pirates sure is powerful. It's been ages since I've encountered someone like you, he growled. But if you think I'm all technology and viruses, Shin smirked as he interrupted. Hey, Queen, have you heard the saying? Villains talk themselves to death. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. The Headhunter Jutsu, a low-level Earth-style jutsu, was basic in Shin's world. Any experienced Chunin would easily anticipate and counter it. Yet, in this world of pirates, it was unheard of, leaving Queen wide open. During their scuffle, Shin first created an Earth clone and took advantage of a moment when Queen was distracted. The battlefield, littered with fractures and upturned soil, allowed Shin's technique to pull Queen into the ground effectively. Yet Queen was too massive, and his half-human, half-beast form only sank as far as his chest. Chapter 36, The Power of Water Bastard. What's going on? Half buried in the ground, Queen cursed as he struggled to free himself. He shattered the Earth clone that had restrained him with a powerful shove, planting his hands firmly on the ground to pull himself up. By then, Shin had already finished forming hand seals, and a smile was on his face. Too late, you're out of chances. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Since his fight with Black Maria, Shin has discovered just how effective water style could be in this world. While top-level Devil Fruit users could resist seawater, most Devil Fruit users would be incapacitated the moment they made contact with it. A torrent of water surged forth, and Queen's eyes widened. Unable to escape from the ground, he was engulfed, drenched by the rushing water. Shin clapped his hands. Well, that was easier than expected. He quickly created a water clone, which trapped Queen within a water prison. Shin mused aloud, Queen's probably modified himself extensively. He might even be able to function underwater to some degree. Seawater wouldn't affect his mechanical components like his flesh. Just as Shin considered using the munch fruit to paralyze Queen's mechanical modifications, a sudden crash shook the ground. A massive, ice-covered figure barreled toward him, halting right in front. It was a mammoth encased in ice. This is Ivory Jack? Shin muttered, blinking in surprise. A closer look revealed it was actually Jack in his half-mammoth form. With a thunderous roar, Jack shattered the ice surrounding him. I'm Jack the Drought. not some damn ivory jack. Just then, a massive mace came down from above, smashing Jack's head into the ground with a loud thud. Shin chuckled, shaking his head. You'll be more like Headless Jack soon if you keep getting hit like that. Standing on Jack's head, Yamato lowered her mace and glanced over at Shin and the water prison containing Queen. Shin, you're amazing. Even I didn't think I could handle Queen that easily. Only because you had sea prison cuffs on back then, Shin replied with a smirk. Without them, even the strongest members of the Beast's pirates, aside from your father, wouldn't stand a chance against you. Yamato grinned. True. But back then, they were tough opponents. A furious roar interrupted them as Jack pulled his head out of the ground again. Shin calmly sent another water clone over, trapping Jack in a second water prison. Yamato watched in fascination. Although she'd seen Shin use clones before, this was her first time witnessing him utilize water-release jutsu. That's incredible. You can control water. Doesn't that make devil fruit users powerless against you? Shin shook his head. Not quite. It helps against ordinary devil fruit users, but the strongest have ways to counter it. After all, devil fruits came in all shapes and sizes. Not every user was vulnerable to water. With her freezing abilities, Yamato wasn't affected by water-release jutsus. Anyway, let's go find Ace, Yamato said, suddenly remembering their mission. Uncle King is a tough opponent, much stronger than Jack. An explosion of water interrupted them as Queen broke free from the water prison, attacking Shin's water clone with a brutal blow. Then, with a swift move, he extended a mechanical arm to reach Jack, freeing him from the second water prison. Where do you think you're going? Yamato yelled, her body transforming partially into her beast form as she launched herself toward them with her mace. Queen reacted by positioning Jack in front of him, using him as a shield. Yamato's attack landed directly on Jack's forehead, sending both of them flying backward. As soon as they hit the ground, Queen quickly slipped away, dragging an unconscious Jack with him. Huh? Yamato's jaw dropped as she watched Queen retreat. She hadn't expected one of the highest-ranking members of the Beast's pirates to act so cowardly. Shin was equally dumbfounded. He noticed that Jack had tried to resist, only to be held tightly by Queen's mechanical arm, used as a shield, and knocked out by Yamato's strike. It's one thing to retreat if you're outmatched, but Queen didn't even give King a heads up, Shin muttered. Leaving in the middle of a fight like this, it's like selling out his own crew. As Queen fled, fire jets suddenly burst from under his feet, propelling him into the air, Jack in tow. Are you kidding me? He can fly now, too? Shin murmured, incredulous. Queen's modifications were extreme, pushing the boundaries of biology and machinery. Even with the munch fruit, Shin couldn't fully understand how Queen managed to survive such extensive transformations. They really just ran off? Yamato asked, still blinking in disbelief. Shin, glancing up at the ongoing battle in the sky, shrugged. Maybe it's for the best, it saves us the effort. Without Kaido here, there's no real point in pushing this fight. True, but if my father showed up, we wouldn't stand a chance, right? That's why, Shin sighed, we just need to keep training hard. Putting the question aside, Shin refocused on the sky just in time to spot Ace locked in combat with Eddie Renadon. Chapter 37, Fire and Fury. Flying in the sky, King looked at Queen, who had already slipped away and cursed inwardly. At this point, Ace was fully engaged in the fight. He hadn't met an opponent he could genuinely go all out against for a long time. Since entering the New World, the four emperors, Shin, and Yamato, had put him under incredible pressure. This battle ignited his drive to break through his own limits. Flame Commandment, Inkai. A burst of intense fire erupted from Ace, and King frowned. As a member of a unique race with inherent flame powers, he had some resistance to fire, but nothing could fully protect him against the specialized heat of Ace's flame fruit. Thanks to Shin's guidance, Ace had also refined his flight abilities by harnessing his flames for propulsion, achieving speeds that rivaled even King's flight. Despite King's agility in the air, dodging Ace's attacks proved increasingly difficult. When Shin first met Ace, Ace could only use fire bursts from his feet to cross distances. This mode was linear, fine for quick dashes but unreliable for complex maneuvers. Shin suggested he mimic Iron Man's approach by using his hands to help with balance, allowing for more controlled flight. The two clashed fiercely in the sky. Flames burned around King, momentarily protecting him from damage. He skillfully wielded his wings, fortified with armament haki, to counter Ace's attacks, smashing into him repeatedly. While King's flame powers helped defend him from Ace's heat-based attacks, the battle relied heavily on raw physical strength and haki. Even so, King's strength and resilience as one of the top combatants in his crew were evident, keeping him on par with Ace, who was equally relentless. The battle dragged on for hours. King began to realize that he couldn't beat Ace quickly without a significant advantage. Observing Ace's unwavering stance and his own depleted stamina, King considered retreating to avoid ending up at a disadvantage. Ace, meanwhile, had studied King's flame pattern. So, the larger his flame, the stronger his defense. When it diminishes, his speed increases, he muttered. Could he be using some form of mythical zone devil fruit? Ace's assumption was mistaken. King's flame ability was a racial trait rather than a devil fruit power. But with this insight, Ace adjusted his strategy, striking when King's flame dimmed to exploit his vulnerability. King grew uneasy, sensing Ace's shift in tactics. Realizing that both Yamato and Shin had already won their battles, he saw no benefit in continuing. This isn't a fight I can win, it's time to fall back, he thought. With that, King's flame dimmed completely, and before Ace could react, he turned into a blur, disappearing as a black speck on the horizon. This guy, he just ran off, Ace murmured, watching King vanish with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. I was hoping for a fight that'd last days. Ace took in the destruction left in their wake as he descended to the ground. Though most of the battle had been in the air, their techniques had left the town in ruins. Uh-oh, I'm going to have to pay for this, he muttered, realizing the financial toll this would take. Though Ace had a reputation for skipping out on meals, he wasn't one to ignore the major damage he'd caused. As a non-plundering pirate crew, the Spade Pirates covered such costs out of their own pockets. You don't have to worry, I've already handled the compensation, came a voice. Shin and Yamato approached him from a distance. Remember, we took plenty from Kaido's treasure vault. I've set aside half for the crew's needs. Pirate crews often had strict rules about treasure division. Still, the Spade Pirates operated more like an adventure group than a traditional pirate crew, so Shin's haul from Kaido's vault was seen as a collective gain. Ace let out a sigh of relief. Though he wasn't stingy, he appreciated anything that reduced the amount of nagging he'd have to endure from his crewmates. Managing the crew's finances was no easy task for someone like Ace, and even a small crew of 20 kept him constantly overwhelmed. Most of the logistics fell to Deuce, who was both sensible and reliable. Yet, given Ace's casual approach, Deuce often felt compelled to lecture him at length, a habit Ace found exasperating. With the battle behind them, the Spade Pirates decided to leave the island. Spooked by the destruction, the locals quickly scattered whenever they saw Ace and his crew approach. So, what's our next move? Should we go find the red-haired pirates? Asked Ace as he stood on the Spade Pirates deck with Deuce, Yamato, and Shin. Shin stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's a good idea. Training with sheiks might teach us something about Conqueror's Haki infusion. Conqueror's Haki can be used like armament Haki? Ace asked, surprised. Shin nodded toward Yamato. Ask him. Kaido was a master of that technique. Yamato nodded. Yes, that brute's mastery of Conqueror's Haki infusion was his strongest move, far surpassing regular armament Haki in sheer power. Chapter 38, A Fated Encounter. Unfortunately, I still haven't mastered it. But if I had kept fighting my father for another year or two, I think I'd be able to get it down by now. Yamato said, confidently pounding her chest. Shin nodded in agreement. In the original story, she had indeed learned to harness her Conqueror's Haki. Yet, without Kaido's harsh training methods, her learning speed would likely slow. For these prodigies of the seas, first-hand battle experience often accelerated their skill acquisition. Take, for example, Yamato's mastery of the advanced techniques of armament Haki. Although Ace was initially thrown off, after just a few bouts, he began to pick up on the basics, understanding armament Haki's flow, external projection, and even the internal damage it could deal. In this regard, Shin was a bit behind. Although his physique, enhanced by the munch fruit, surpassed both Yamato and Ace, his cautious personality, ingrained in him from his upbringing in the shinobi world, held him back. While these two leaped forward without hesitation, Shin's more deliberate approach caused him to lag in mastering armament Haki, and he'd yet to tap into Conqueror's Haki at all. Not that he minded much. He reasoned, Chakra is far more versatile than Conqueror's Haki, anyway. In the unpredictable world of One Piece, characters like Luffy seem blessed with miraculous luck and are able to avoid the consequences of their reckless actions. Shin, however, couldn't rely on such fortune. He preferred keeping his head on his shoulders. If I tried to learn from Luffy's approach or Ace's, sailing out without proper preparation, I'd probably end up as fish food, he thought wryly. For him, it was clear, brains over brawn. Perhaps the realization that even if he lacked restraint, he still wouldn't master Haki any faster. Shin broke his thoughts. I've heard that red-haired Shanks is said to be the most skilled Haki user alive. You two have a solid grasp of armament Haki, so you could pick up something valuable from him. Ace looked uncertain. Due to his complicated feelings about his father, he'd always avoided seeking help from his father's old comrades. Even when Shin mentioned Rayleigh, the legendary former first mate of the Pirate King, back in the Sabati archipelago, Ace made excuses to avoid him. But now, after several intense battles in the New World, Ace could no longer ignore the looming presence of the four emperors. He wasn't afraid to die, but he felt responsible for his crew as the captain of the Spade Pirates. Seeing Ace deep in thought, Deuce spoke up, "Whether or not we learn from them, let's at least go meet the red-haired pirates." Ace took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. "Alright, let's find the red-haired pirates. The rest we can decide when we're face to face." Meanwhile, on a secluded island, "We found it, Captain. We found the treasure," shouted a portly man, his mouth stuffed with a hunk of meat. "Ha! I told you this treasure map was legit." With his flaming red hair, Shanks sprinted over, brimming with excitement. "So, where's the treasure?" Shanks' eyes sparkled with glee, oblivious to the strange look his crewmate, Lucky Roo, gave him. Roo pointed forward. "It's right there, boss. Usopp is standing guard over it. See, Beckman? I knew this map wasn't a fake," Shanks boasted, slapping his vice captain on the shoulder with pride. Beckman's expression soured as he shrugged Shanks off. "This is the 7th time you've said that. And what happened with the last 6? That was just lack of experience. Now, I'm an expert treasure hunter. Wait, what's this?" Grinning, Usopp pointed at the spot they'd unearthed, but as Shanks followed his gaze, his face fell. The treasure they'd unearthed was a series of old chests, each packed with stacks of faded paper bills. The problem? They weren't even belly. Beckman knelt down and picked up a note. These seemed to be banknotes from the former kingdom of Kreland. But Kreland fell over a century ago. These are basically worthless now. What? What kind of pirate would leave a stash of useless paper as their treasure? Where's the gold and jewels? Shanks cried out in frustration. Beckman examined the dig site closely. It looks like we aren't the first ones to dig here. Some other pirate probably got here first, took the valuables, and left these notes behind. Then why cover up the hole? They tricked me into thinking we'd hit the jackpot. Shanks groaned. Beckman smirked. Maybe they wanted to prank someone like you, someone who's always on a treasure hunt. With that, Shanks' whole frame slumped, his face taking on a comical shade of gray. "Captain, there's a ship on the horizon." Usopp called his keen sniper's eyes, spotting the vessel. "Looks like it's the Spade Pirates." "I'm done. I'm lying down now," Shanks mumbled, stretching out on the sand in despair. "Beckman, you deal with them. You're more reliable than the captain, anyway." "Boss, they're opening fire. Watch out!" Usopp shouted suddenly. Shanks jolted upright, staring in shock. Is there really a pirate crew in the New World that doesn't recognize the red-haired pirates? Why on earth would they fire on us? Not that Shanks was unaccustomed to challenges, it was just that most pirates in the New World knew better than to pick a fight with one of the four emperors, especially with something as futile as cannon fire. Usopp focused his sharp eyesight and honed observation hockey, picking up the incoming projectile. "Wait, that's no cannonball. It's a person." Usopp gasped as the shape came into full view. Chapter 39, Path to Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, so you're Luffy's older brother. Is that kid doing well now? On the deserted island, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, laughed heartily, revealing his back molars as he shared drinks with Ace. Any frustration over finding a pile of worthless treasure had long vanished, swept away by Shanks' boundless optimism. I'm used to it by now. What matters is having a banquet," he thought, letting go of the mishap. Shanks didn't know Ace was the son of his former captain, Roger, but simply being Luffy's brother was enough for Shanks to welcome him warmly. After a grand banquet, Ace revealed his desire to challenge Whitebeard, but Shanks refrained from any judgment. As a pirate, Shanks respected others' dreams. While he recognized Ace's strength wasn't near Whitebeard's, he would never dismiss someone's aspirations. Ace ultimately didn't ask Shanks for advice on using hockey, and Shin chose not to press the matter. Even if Shanks doesn't teach him, once Ace joins the Whitebeard pirates, he'll have a chance to learn, Shin thought. With Ace and Yamato's talent, they'll figure it out sooner or later. All they really need is the concept. Amidst the lively festivities, Shin stood apart, avoiding alcohol. The mindset here is so different, he mused. People here are carefree, unlike the cautious, guarded ways of the ninja world. Both worlds are brutal, though. Here, chaos rules. In the ninja world, cruelty is masked by order. In both, the weak suffer, and the strong rarely find peace. After a lively night, the Spade Pirates parted ways with the red-haired pirates. As the Spade Pirates' ship vanished over the horizon, Shanks' cheerful expression gradually faded, replaced by a hint of nostalgia. Ace, Garp's grandson, I never thought Roger's bloodline would still be alive. Ace's name, echoing Roger's cherished weapon, along with his relationship with Luffy and Garp, made it easy for Shanks to piece together Ace's heritage. Deckman, could you send a message to Whitebeard? Shanks said thoughtfully. An old friend's son is coming to visit. If Shin had been present, he might have understood why Whitebeard treated Ace kindly, even allowing him to sail with his crew and challenge him at will. Ace's talent and character clearly appealed to Whitebeard, but Shanks' letter likely also contributed to Whitebeard's leniency. In those days, the top pirates shared bonds that ran deep. Roger and Whitebeard had once been allies, even exchanging crewmates like Kazuki Oden. Seeing Roger's son likely stirred an old loyalty in Whitebeard, a gesture of respect. Up ahead is Whitebeard's territory. Are you ready for this, Ace? Shin asked, looking out over the vast sea. Of course. I can't wait, Ace replied, eager. Shin held back a smirk. So eager to become Whitebeard's son, huh? Even if he's stronger than in the original timeline, he's still far from Whitebeard's level. Ace. Deuce approached with a serious look. We've got a fishman tracking us. I think we have been recognized. On the deck, Yamato perked up, eyes gleaming with excitement. Enemies? Finally. Someone to spar with. Calm down, Shin said, recalling how things went in the original story. Let's catch him once we're near an island. It won't end well if that fishman punctures our ship here. Fine, let's find the closest island, then. Yamato responded, brandishing her mace, eager for action. A couple of hours later, the Spade Pirates reached a deserted island. Unable to contain herself, Yamato leaped off the ship, half transformed, freezing the seawater beneath her feet as she landed. A cry echoed beneath the ice as a figure emerged, a plump, blue-skinned fishman. Why have you been tailing the Spade Pirates? Yamato demanded, twirling her mace as she eyed the fishman. I am here to stop you from challenging Whitebeard. The fishman shivered from the cold, rubbing his arms for warmth. Deuce took a closer look and recognized him. You're Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea from the Seven Warlords. So, you're with Whitebeard's crew? Shin nodded. It's no secret. Fishman Island flies Whitebeard's flag. Of course, Jinbe would be loyal to him. Exactly, Jinbe replied, his expression resolute. Whitebeard has been a great protector of Fishman Island. Fire Fist Ace, if you want to face him, you'll have to get through me first. With those words, Jinbe assumed a fishman karate stance. Oh? So, if I want to see Whitebeard, I must defeat you first. Ace's grin widened, and he jumped from the ship to face Jinbe. Let's settle this on the island. Wait, didn't we agree I'd fight him first? Yamato interrupted, tilting her head in confusion. Ace shrugged. But he challenged me directly. You know, both of you can come at me together, Jinbe replied confidently. He had little respect for these newcomers to the new world, dismissing most as brash upstarts with more ambition than strength. Jinbe felt confident he could handle any supernova crew on his own. He wouldn't have bothered if Ace hadn't burned the Whitebeard flag on Fishman Island, a flag respected by all who understood Whitebeard's might. Every year, countless supernovas attempted to prove themselves by challenging Whitebeard, only to be swiftly humbled. Chapter 40, Facing Whitebeard. Hearing this, Shin rolled his eyes. Jinbe was truly brave. He probably can't even beat the enhanced version of Ace, let alone the stronger Yamato. Where does he get his courage? After listening to Jinbe's words, Ace and Yamato could barely contain their fury. Yamato complained, who wants to fight together? You're really arrogant. Ace's reaction was more direct, a fire fist shot straight at Jinbe. Yamato exclaimed, Ace is so rude. He just attacked out of nowhere. Haha, leave this guy to me. Ace laughed loudly as he charged forward. Seeing Ace make his move, Yamato reluctantly stood back, leaning on her kanabo, watching the battle unfold intently. Jinbe, a seasoned fighter, was naturally not injured by Ace's fire fist. With his armament haki activated, he deflected Ace's fire fist using Fishman Karate. Fishman Karate relies on water to amplify its power, excelling most when near the ocean. Though they were on ice, Ace's fiery attacks produced plenty of water vapor and steam, giving Jinbe a slight advantage in the fight. But Ace had grown far stronger than he was in the past, especially from his prolonged battles with Yamato, where he'd learned advanced techniques in haki. His combat abilities had improved significantly. Even though Jinbe benefited from the water vapor, he was steadily pushed back by Ace's strength. Shin stroked his chin thoughtfully. From the looks of it, Ace might not even need 5 days, he could win in a day or two. Indeed, things went as Shin anticipated. Ace defeated Jinbe within a day. After his victory, Ace did not push Jinbe too hard and asks Shin to assist in healing his injuries. A fishman's physique, Shin muttered to himself after the treatment, it's not that useful. At most, it could give me the ability to breathe underwater. Once the treatment was complete, Shin absorbed the structure of the fishman's body. He thought, if this were back in the beginning, Jinbe's physique might have been useful to me. But now, After 2 transformations, this level of physical potential isn't enough for any real improvement. At best, like Jack, he might avoid drowning if he fell into the sea. But he wouldn't be able to move. After Shin treated him, Jinbe said nothing further and dove back into the sea. Just before he left, as if to repay Ace for sparing him and Shin for healing him, Jinbe addressed Ace bluntly, "Your strength is impressive. Even among all the supernovas, you stand out. But you're still far from the level of the 4 emperors. Challenging Pops now wouldn't be wise." Of course, Ace didn't take his words too seriously. In fact, he already knew what Jinbe was getting at. After facing so many battles in the New World, Ace had come to realize he was a little short of the level of the 4 emperors. But in this world, mere training can't compare to a real battle experience. Plus, within the New World, the Spade Pirates had no option but to sail ahead. 3 days later, the Spade Pirates reached the resting island. From the distant horizon, they saw the Moby Dick, the colossal ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, gliding through the sea like a massive white whale. "What a huge ship. Is that our opponent?" Yamato asked, gripping her iron club. "I can't believe I'll actually get to face that old man Whitebeard." During her time in Wano, Yamato's favorite pastime was reading the travel notes of Kazuki Oden, a former Whitebeard pirate. Naturally, she knew much about the Moby Dick and Whitebeard, so she referred to Whitebeard as Old Man. Since joining the Spade Pirates, Yamato has committed herself to supporting Ace's dream. So, if Ace wanted to challenge Whitebeard, she was ready to join him without hesitation. "Is that boy Ace?" Whitebeard asked with a smile, holding his supreme-grade blade while standing at the ship's foe. Standing beside him was Jinbe, whom Ace had defeated days before. "Yes, it's him," Jinbe confirmed. "Besides Ace, there's a girl with horns and a boy leaning on the railing. They're both formidable too. The girl has Ice-Face Devil Fruit powers, and the boy has a powerful healing ability. Compared to most supernovas, the Spade Pirates are considerably stronger. If given time, they might even have the potential to become one of the 4 emperors." Jinbe held back from saying this last part aloud. However, Whitebeard seemed unfazed by Jinbe's assessment. His gaze remained fixed on Ace, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. After a moment, Whitebeard smiled and said, "All right, let me greet these little brats first." Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, looked alarmed. "Pops, there's no need for you to get involved. Let us, your sons, handle it." Whitebeard paid no attention to Marco's concerns. His fist, shrouded in white light, descended powerfully. First, there was a brief silence over the sea, and then a thunderous quake shook the earth. A massive tsunami and a fierce whirlwind swept toward them. "Gorura. What are you talking about, Marco? This old man isn't so frail that he can't stretch his legs." Marco smiled resignedly, knowing Whitebeard well enough not to question him further. In truth, Whitebeard was reluctant to let any of his sons engage with Ace. He genuinely wanted to take Ace under his wing. With Whitebeard's nature, as long as no harm came to his family, any remaining tension, such as burning his pirate flag, could be settled with a few words. That's how Whitebeard had always been. He fought Roger all his life, and once Roger passed, he felt lonely and nostalgic. Much of the sentimentality transferred over to Ace. At this moment, though, the Spade Pirates weren't privy to Whitebeard's appreciation for talented newcomers. As they watched the natural disaster-like scene unfold, their hearts grew cold. Chapter 41, Whitebeard's Might. Facing Whitebeard's tsunami-inducing punch, the Spade Pirates' main members sprang into action. Mirror Fire. Gyoken, Ice Fang. Earth Style Wall. Ace's flame struck first, but against the massive tsunami, they were barely more than a puff of smoke. Next, Yamato's icy breath froze much of the wave, though it wasn't as effective as an actual ice-type devil fruit user. Despite her efforts, parts of the tsunami still crashed forward. Finally, Shin used his earth flow wall. Enhanced by the chakra in his body, the wall expanded to an enormous size, barely blocking the last of the wave's force. While cheering, the rest of the Spade Pirates wisely kept their distance to avoid getting caught in the backlash. Gorura. Quite the spirited newcomers. Whitebeard chuckled as he leaped from his ship and strode towards the trio. Marco, Jinbe, and the other crew members trailed behind him. "What now, Captain?" Shin asked Ace, smirking. "Duel or group fight? Because if it's the latter, we might as well surrender." "No chance I'm giving up." Ace grinned confidently. "I'll handle Whitebeard, you two stand behind me." Shin nodded, relieved he wouldn't have to face Whitebeard's top division captains directly. His power was solid, comparable to the average captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, facing the likes of Marco or Diamond Jaws alone wasn't appealing, especially with Whitebeard bringing several other captains. What's more, Whitebeard brought 7 or 8 division captains this time. Yamato could block Marco the Phoenix, while the rest could rush forward and beat him into a pulp. Meanwhile, Yamato looked eager, whether from reading about Whitebeard in Odin's journals or her own thrill for battle. Still, she respected Ace's decision, so only Ace moved forward. Seeing this, the sons of Whitebeard stepped back. They knew their father's pride wouldn't let him face a young supernova with help. Even though Whitebeard's health was beginning to falter, Marco and the others trusted his strength. In the tense silence, all eyes were fixed on Ace and Whitebeard, though Shin couldn't help but glance towards the rear of Whitebeard's crew, where a dark, hefty figure was munching on cherry pie. The result of Ace and Whitebeard's duel was predictable for Shin. Although Ace had grown stronger since leaving the original timeline, Whitebeard was on a different level. As Ace charged forward, it took only a few clashes before he was sent reeling, coughing blood. Whitebeard, clearly holding back, still barely needed to exert himself. Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. Ace's fierce flames erupted, but Whitebeard's presence was unwavering. A mere shift of his hockey-infused aura shattered the flames into embers. Shin watched with interest. Whitebeard's control of his tremor fruit was remarkable, even transferring shockwaves to disrupt attacks passively. A simple punch sent Ace sprawling again, and though Ace quickly stood, he looked shocked by Whitebeard's monstrous strength. Is this the power of the four emperors? Ace gasped. Yamato clenched her Kanabo, ready to intervene, but Marco stepped in front of her, while the other captains eyed Shin warily, blocking his path. Just then, Ace summoned a wall of fire between the Spade Pirates and their foes. Yamato, Shin, take the crew and leave. Ace's tone was firm, though Yamato looked torn, unwilling to abandon him. Deuce, the Spade Pirates' strategist, nodded, rallying the crew. We'll fall back to the ship and ambush the Moby Dick from there. Deuce's plan was clever. If they managed to execute it, it might catch the Whitebeard pirates off guard. However, strategy often had limits in a world dominated by personal power. Against overwhelming strength, tactics sometimes held little sway. As the Spade Pirates reached the shore, they found a contingent of Whitebeard's men waiting for them. Deuce's face fell, but seeing only standard crew members, he regained hope. Maybe we can push through. Then, they ran into the ordinary black-bearded pirate leading the troops. Deuce hadn't recognized him yet but assumed he was an average soldier. They soon learned their mistake. Of course, the most important thing is that the ordinary black-bearded fat pirate in Deuce's eyes is Blackbeard, who once left scars on the eyes of the red-haired Shanks. Even though it was just a scar on young Shanks, it was no small feat. Even if Blackbeard had yet to consume the dark fruit, his strength placed him among Whitebeard's top division captains. For Deuce and his crew, mere survival would have been a victory. In the world of pirates, raw power spoke loudest, and Blackbeard's strength quickly left Deuce and his party sprawled on the beach, utterly defeated. Chapter 42, An opportunity arises. All right, tie them all up. Blackbeard clapped his hands, his face sporting a deceptively innocent smile. As he turned to leave, he suddenly felt his footing loosen. Not good. Blackbeard's reflexes were sharp, and his observation hockey quickly scanned the ground, detecting a figure beneath him, gripping his ankle. The armament hockey around his leg surged instantly, radiating outward with fierce intensity. His intent was clear, he aimed to shatter the grasp on his ankle. But as his hockey flared, the figure beneath his feet dissolved into a pool of mud. Startled, Blackbeard's confusion lasted only a moment before a sharp, searing pain erupted from his back. Claws had pierced into his skin. Fortunately, his quick response and full-body armament hockey prevented the claws from digging too deeply, leaving only a painful surface wound. The attacker hadn't used full force. If they had, their chakra could have extended the claw blade by several inches, potentially reaching Blackbeard's lungs. Furious but undeterred, Blackbeard unleashed a punch behind him, his fist cloaked in powerful hockey, aimed directly at the unconscious Spade pirate member who had attempted the attack. Boom! The supposed pirate member shattered upon impact, bursting into scattered pieces of wood. That was close. Good thing I used a substitution jutsu, Shin's voice echoed, his eyes gleaming as he faced Blackbeard. I didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to have someone with your level of strength. You're easily as powerful as any of the division commanders, right? Blackbeard's rage cooled slightly upon hearing this, but he noticed his crewmates watching him with curiosity and newfound respect. He cursed internally, realizing he'd shown too much of his strength. He wasn't afraid of Shin, but if they fought here, it wouldn't take long before the other Whitebeard pirates arrived for backup. Haha. I didn't know I had that kind of power myself, he chuckled, attempting to deflect suspicion. But why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be by Ace's side? Just a little trick, Shin replied calmly. When Ace had raised that wall of fire, Shin had used the opportunity to send in a clone. The figure standing near Ace was merely an Earth clone. Shin wasn't fighting just for the sake of it. He was here for something specific, a chance to acquire Blackbeard's body structure data. Blackbeard was a cunning and careful man, vastly different from someone like Ace or Yamato. Gaining his trust, or even getting him injured, was no easy feat. Shin had been waiting for a rare opportunity like this, hoping to find a way to get close. According to the timeline, Ace would stay with the Whitebeard pirates for a year or two before Blackbeard acquired the dark fruit and betrayed them. If he missed his chance now, Shin might have to confront Blackbeard directly, a far more challenging task. Today, however, luck seemed to be on his side. For reasons unknown, Blackbeard had intercepted the Spade pirates here, offering Shin the opening he needed. Seeing Blackbeard stalling for time, Shin didn't want to push the battle further. Winning wouldn't change the odds against the Whitebeard pirates, who far outmatched the Spade pirates. The Whitebeard pirates offered opportunities that Shin wasn't about to pass up. The two of them exchanged light-hearted banter for the next 10 minutes, each aware of the other's intentions. Blackbeard stole glances at the Spade pirates tied up nearby, possibly wondering if Shin's reluctance was out of concern for his captured comrades. Then, a flash of blue-green fire appeared in the sky, and Marco landed between them, his pineapple-like hair and half-closed eyes marking the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. "Huh? Aren't you the Spade pirates, Doctor? Weren't you up there just now?" Marco asked, surprised. "Ah, I tried sneaking in from the sea, but I was found out," Shin replied, feigning disappointment. "Turns out, even a seemingly ordinary member of your crew is quite the challenge." Blackbeard chuckled awkwardly, still trying to blend in. Marco gave a proud smile, boasting, "Of course. Teacher has been with Pops for over 20 years. He's not just anyone." Then Marco's tone shifted slightly. "By the way, brother, Fire Fist Ace has already been defeated. Do you plan on continuing? Is our captain all right?" Shin tilted his head, his voice calm and without malice, as if there had been no conflict between the two pirate crews moments ago. "No need to worry. Dad admires him and intends to keep him on the ship," Marco replied, his easygoing nature evident as he answered Shin's question. "I see." Shin sighed, retracting his claw blades. "In that case, I surrender." Marco blinked, a bit taken aback by the calm surrender. Ace and Yamato had both fought hard, unwilling to admit defeat despite overwhelming odds. Both of them still harbored dreams of somehow overcoming Whitebeard's forces. The idea of the 3rd key member of the Spade pirates surrendering so willingly left Marco a little surprised. Chapter 43, Healing Powers Unveiled. Haha, Ace, you got beat up pretty bad. And Yamato, you're almost as swollen as a pig's head. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Shin, who was unharmed, laughed at Yamato, who was tightly bound with seastone chains, and Ace, who was covered in bruises and blood. Ace seemed alright, and Shin couldn't tell if it was because Whitebeard favored him or because of his weaker resistance to seastone, but he only wore a handcuff. On the other hand, Yamato had been practically immune to sea prism stone since she'd been exposed to it from a young age. Ordinary seastone handcuffs barely affected her, only reducing her strength slightly. And given her resilience and fighting spirit, she was still active and ready for more, even while cuffed. So, they'd wrapped her up in layers upon layers of seastone chains, turning her into a bound caterpillar. When Ace saw Shin, he immediately asked, "What happened to Deuce and the others? Weren't you supposed to escape?" Shin shrugged nonchalantly. Originally, Deuce suggested a sneak attack from the rear, but the moment he reached the coast, he got knocked out, and the whole plan collapsed. "I saw things weren't good, so I saved my strength and surrendered." "Wow, Shin, you're so unreliable," complained Yamato, still bound up like a caterpillar. "Did you really surrender that easily?" Shin grinned, replying, "After all, I'm just the ship doctor. It'd be a bit much to expect me to carry the team in battle, don't you think?" "True," Yamato admitted. "It's just that you're usually so strong, we forget you're supposed to be our doctor." At that point, Shin turned to Whitebeard, who sat on the deck. "Captain Whitebeard, can you unlock my captain's cuffs? I'd like to treat him." While Yamato's face was bruised and swollen, she wasn't seriously injured. Once Ace lost, she didn't have much reason to keep fighting. Ace, however, had squared off with Whitebeard one-on-one for quite some time, and he was in much worse shape. The power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit was brutal, inflicting injuries that bypassed ordinary defenses. Despite Whitebeard showing mercy, Ace was still battered all over. He'd likely be in the iku if he had been an ordinary person. Sitting on the deck, Whitebeard swallowed his drink and gestured to Marco with a casual wave, who tossed Shin the key to the seastone cuffs. Catching it, Shin grinned. The Whitebeard pirates live up to their reputation, that's for sure. The comment wasn't just directed at Whitebeard. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to trust their captain completely, showing no concern even when Shin released both Ace and Yamato from their restraints. Shin unlocked Ace's handcuffs and promptly swallowed him whole, a sight that surprised even the seasoned Whitebeard. The entire Whitebeard crew gaped, staring at Shin in disbelief. Moments later, Shin spat Ace back out. His injuries were completely healed, though his lost blood and stamina hadn't been restored. What a powerful healing ability, Marco remarked, his eyes lighting up. His phoenix fruit allowed him to heal rapidly, but only himself. Shin, however, seemed able to heal others almost instantly, a power Marco recognized as invaluable for a crew. Shin acted as if nothing unusual had happened, moving on to free Yamato and heal her injuries completely as well. Once Ace and Yamato were fully healed, they seemed to settle down, realizing they were treated with respect despite being prisoners. They sensed that the Whitebeard pirates had no interest in mistreating them. Shin turned his attention to his real target, Teach, and asked with a grin, "How about you over there? Want me to heal your injuries?" Teach's face remained calm, and he gave a naive smile. "No need, really. Come on, Teach, give it a try," Marco urged. Whitebeard, seated nearby, gave a slight nod but said nothing. "Huh?" Teach blinked and chuckled. "Afraid of a devil fruit ability?" As if. Blushing slightly, Teach replied, "It's just a devil fruit, right? What's there to be afraid of? Go ahead." Shin's eyes lit up. "All right, then." Without waiting for a response, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed Teach whole. Due to Teach's larger build, Shin stretched into an odd shape, but he spat him back out moments later. Teach patted his back, amazed. Completely healed. What an incredible devil fruit power. Shin suppressed his excitement, saying, "It's not just my devil fruit power, my medical skills play a big role too. The combination of my healing ability and medical knowledge can fully restore any internal and external injuries." Marco's eyes gleamed with interest, but he didn't say much. Though the Spade Pirates initially fought against the Whitebeard Pirates, they found themselves treated with respect by their captors. Marco treated them as fellow crew members during their stay, as long as they didn't cause any trouble. Whitebeard clearly admired Ace and wanted him as part of his crew. He was aware of Ace's stubborn nature and knew that pushing too hard wouldn't work. Rather than trying to force anything, Whitebeard let Ace adjust on his own, understanding that Ace would need time to open up and accept the Whitebeard Pirates as allies. Chapter 44, Unspoken Invitations. 2 months later. Shin walked out of the Moby Dick and spotted Ace, his face bruised and swollen yet again. With a grin, he called out, "Yo, Ace, got another beating from Captain Whitebeard, huh?" Ace only grunted, too frustrated to respond. Shin shrugged, then opened his mouth and swallowed him. Moments later, a fully healed Ace reappeared, looking exactly as he had before the fight. But this time, Ace's reaction was different. Instead of returning to training with renewed determination to challenge Whitebeard, he seemed lost, confusion clouding his gaze. Over the past few months, Whitebeard had shown Ace nothing but kindness, and the rest of Moby Dick's crew treated him like family. This unconditional warmth hit hard for Ace, who had yearned for acceptance and fatherly affection. Unlike Luffy, whose dream was to become Pirate King, Ace's motivations were less steadfast. He mainly wanted to make his mark and prove himself, especially against the weight of his father's legacy. The genuine camaraderie on the Moby Dick was hard to ignore, leaving him torn inwardly. He likely would have already joined Whitebeard's crew if it weren't for his pride. Shin didn't interfere with Ace's struggle. He figured it was only a matter of time before Ace fully embraced Whitebeard's crew, just as Shanks had inspired Luffy. Their personalities made such bonds inevitable. But Shin himself was feeling a bit frustrated. Despite spending 2 months aboard, and even with the Spade Pirates dispersed among Whitebeard's divisions, no one had asked if he wanted to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard had even invited Yamato to be his daughter, but since Yamato insisted on staying with Ace, she hadn't agreed. Yet, somehow, Shin remained unnoticed. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was nursing a drink in the cabin and inspecting his singed right hand with a wry smile. "Pops, is this? Did Ace do this?" Marco asked, surprise evident in his eyes. "Goo la 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 la. Not bad, huh? The kid has some potential." Whitebeard chuckled, unbothered by his injury. Marco, familiar with Whitebeard's ways, knew better than to try and dissuade him from facing Ace's attacks. In truth, he was growing fond of Ace. Marco could easily recognize Ace's conflicted loyalty and could tell he was already wavering in his quest for retribution. With Ace's straightforward personality, he would never betray them once he decided to join. Still, Marco had something else on his mind. "Pops, Shin's been healing not only the Spade Pirates but also many of our own. Don't you think we should?" "Humphrey." Whitebeard huffed, slamming his cup on the table. "I'm not about to ask someone to join us because of that." Marco smiled knowingly. Whitebeard's pride was at play. In any other situation, he would have claimed Shin as an adopted son by now. Whitebeard's health issues were no secret to Marco. The long-term effects of using the Tremor fruit had left the old pirate with internal injuries. While the Tremor fruit made Whitebeard capable of shattering defenses with shockwaves, the effects worked both ways. Every tremor inflicted damage not only on his enemies but also on his own body. Whitebeard could easily suppress these minor injuries in his youth, but his self-healing ability weakened as he aged, and the accumulated damage was now catching up to him. Shen's medical expertise was uniquely suited for treating such injuries. His combined medical knowledge and the powers of his fruit allowed him to heal even internal damage, which would be nearly impossible for a regular doctor. However, Whitebeard's stubborn pride stopped him from inviting Shen onto the crew just for treatment. To Whitebeard, adopting someone meant family, not a matter of convenience. Nevertheless, Marco wasn't too concerned. As long as Shen stayed on the Moby Dick, he knew it was only a matter of time. Once Ace officially joined as Whitebeard's adopted son, Shen wouldn't be far behind, eventually helping to treat Whitebeard. On the deck, Shen was talking to one of Whitebeard's commanders, his impatience evident. "Captain Thatch, could you take me with you next time you head out? I'm getting bored staying here." The Moby Dick, as Whitebeard's flagship, usually stayed close to the island unless a significant threat required the entire crew's presence. For newcomers like the Spade Pirates, meeting at the Moby Dick at all was rare unless they had a specific reason. More minor skirmishes or encounters with lesser challengers were handled by Whitebeard's commanders, only escalating to Whitebeard himself if they failed. In reality, Shen felt trapped and bored on the Moby Dick. Although he was technically a prisoner, he wasn't treated any differently from the crew. His crew had already integrated into the Whitebeard pirates, leaving him the only Spade Pirates member somewhat isolated. Chapter 45, Brewing Conflict. "So, you want to join the 4th Division?" Thatch grinned. "That's not a problem, but with so many divisions in the Whitebeard pirates, why pick mine?" Even though Shen was technically a prisoner, his healing abilities were so extraordinary that he received treatment almost equal to that of a squad captain. His medical skills alone warranted respect from all the divisions, making it unwise for anyone to be on bad terms with a doctor, especially one of the world's finest. When Thatch asked, Shen simply smiled and thought, "Of course, it's because of the dark fruit. I've spent 2 months modifying my physique to prepare for this. Since I've already pulled one over on Teach, why not take his dark fruit too? This way, Teach won't rebel, there won't be catastrophic battles, Ace stays safe, and I get to save your life, Thatch. Quite the achievement, if I do say so myself." Naturally, Shen kept these thoughts to himself. Instead, he replied that his reason for joining the 4th Division was simple: he loved good food. Thatch accepted this without question. As someone with a fruit that allowed him to eat nearly anything, it seemed logical for Shen to appreciate good meals. Besides, Shen's appetite was impressive. As a user of the Munch fruit, he could consume almost as much as Luffy, and he ranked among the top eaters in the entire Whitebeard pirates. And why link food with the 4th Division? Well, not only was Thatch the captain of the 4th Division, but he was also the head chef of the Whitebeard pirates. In fact, most of the 4th Division worked as his kitchen crew, honing their cooking skills under his guidance. "Alright, fellow food lover. You can come along with us," Thatch declared, slapping his chest with pride. Over the next month, Shen accompanied the 4th Division on a few missions, though encounters in the New World were scarce. Unlike the smaller crews embarking on high-seas adventures, the 4 Emperors' pirate groups were akin to stable political organizations. The territories were clearly defined, and most pirate crews operating within them were affiliated with each other. The primary rivals they faced were the other 4 Emperors. For new pirate groups just entering the New World, few dared to challenge the 4 Emperors, and fewer still had the strength. The Spade Pirates had come the closest in recent years, having fought their way into Whitebeard's territory. Thus, the 4th Division's work mainly consisted of patrolling Whitebeard's waters and occasionally handling rogue pirates who violated Whitebeard's laws. But this quiet period didn't last. Tensions had begun to rise between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, leading to the possibility of war. And the reason? Naturally, it was the Spade Pirates. With Kaido watching Ace's likely induction into the Whitebeard Pirates, his territorial instincts were triggered. Initially, Kaido wanted to storm Whitebeard's territory directly. However, his top officers, King and Queen, urged him to show restraint and send a diplomatic message first. Despite their constant bickering, they agreed on this, both having recently tasted defeat at the hands of the Spade Pirates. They knew firsthand the Spade's strength. With the Beast Pirates' current power, challenging Whitebeard and the rest of his crew, including the Spade's pirates, would be near impossible. Although Kaido was known for his aggressive, often reckless behavior, he could be remarkably calculating. If the Whitebeard Pirates alone were formidable, adding the Spade Pirates made them almost unbeatable. he agreed to King's diplomatic approach, hoping it would yield better results. But when Whitebeard received Kaido's message, he barely glanced at it before tearing it up. Whitebeard had no love for Kaido's crew. He had once shared a brotherly bond with Oden Kazuki, who had fallen to Kaido. If Whitebeard hadn't been deterred by the massive casualties a war might cause, he would have gone to Wano himself to avenge Oden. And now, Kaido dared to send a message demanding he hand over his children, Ace and Yamato? Whitebeard scoffed at the very notion. Were it not for his restraint, Whitebeard would have driven his weapon through Kaido's envoy. Kaido, naturally, didn't take Whitebeard's response well and decided to prepare for war. While the 4th Division's ships sailed to rendezvous with the Moby Dick, Shin stood on the deck, mulling over his next move. Wonder if the dark fruit will still be around, and if not, what other devil fruits could be worth acquiring? Yes, 2 devil fruits. After examining Teach's peculiar physiology, Shin realized that, like Teach, his body could endure 3 devil fruits. Why did Teach stop at 2 in the original story? Maybe he hadn't found the right fruit yet, or he was just waiting for the perfect one. I remember a legendary vampire fruit mentioned in Ancient Town. A rare and unusual power. Luckily, I remember it from that one-off story. Ideally, I'll still get the dark fruit. Acquiring a 3rd devil fruit will be much easier with its abilities. Lost in thought, Shin barely noticed the 4th Division's ship reaching their rendezvous point. From a distance, he saw the colossal Moby Dick, and he could hear Rocka's cheering echoing from its decks as if a grand celebration were underway. What's going on here? Are they throwing a banquet to rally morale before the battle? Shin tilted his head, puzzled by the pirates' timing. After all, a pirate banquet wasn't like a disciplined military rally, it involved massive amounts of drinking and carousing. Though perhaps not a concern for a chaotic, freewheeling crew like the Whitebeard pirates, Shin couldn't shake the thought that such revelry seemed strangely laid back, given the looming war. Chapter 46, Hearts Laid Bare. So, did you and Yamato finally decide to become Whitebeard's son? Shin asked, taking a sip of juice on the Moby Dick. Garp sure had it figured out, Shin thought to himself. Whether you're the pirate king or the strongest man in the world, you'll still end up a generation younger than him. Yeah. I think I can find more meaning in life with Whitebeard as my father. Ace's face turned slightly red. It was likely a mix of facing the reality that his dreams had taken a new path and the excitement of accepting something that truly resonated with his heart. Of course, Shin suspected it was also due to Ace's embarrassment. After all, he had been so confident when he first boarded the ship, declaring that he'd defeat the Sea Emperors and become the strongest on the seas. Now, he had become another pirate's son. For the other members of the Spade Pirates, this didn't seem like a big deal. Ace was their foundation and strength. Without him, they would have struggled even to reach the New World. Becoming part of Whitebeard's crew was a huge opportunity for them. Yamato, on the other hand, practically glowed with joy. Given her admiration for Kazuki Oden and her desire to follow in his footsteps, becoming Whitebeard's daughter must have felt like destiny fulfilled. Her idol had sailed with Whitebeard, so now she saw herself on an equal path. If Whitebeard and Oden were sworn brothers, that kind of makes me Oden's son too, by extension, Shin mused with a slight grin. Ace, though, seemed more hesitant around Shin. While Ace's leadership benefited his original crew members, Shin had options and potential beyond what the Spade Pirates alone could provide. Ace seemed to harbor a silent worry that he might be holding Shin back, a concern Shin could sense plainly. Shin took another sip of juice, deciding to address the unspoken tension. Alright, let's set aside life's meaning for a second. Is there something else you've been wanting to tell me? After all, we're heading into a battle with the Beast Pirates soon, and we were the ones who kicked things off in the first place. Ace gave a reluctant smile. You're right. I guess I can't hide anything from you. These pirates are practically open books, Shin thought, amused. Here in the pirate world, people wore their emotions so openly that even someone with average IQ, like himself, could read them easily. I'm guessing it's about Whitebeard's health, Shin continued. Did Marco or someone else ask you to come to me? Ace looked surprised. How did you know? Shin rolled his eyes. It's not hard to figure out. I'm a pretty decent doctor myself, you know. Whitebeard may look powerful, but anyone paying attention can see he's burdened by years of old injuries. At this point, his health isn't just a personal matter, it affects everyone on the ship. Shin paused, considering the hierarchy on Whitebeard's ship. Captain Whitebeard is too proud to ask for help with his condition, but Marco, as the ship's doctor and practically the crew's caretaker, would be deeply concerned about him. And naturally, Marco would ask you to approach me for help. He wants me to treat Whitebeard but doesn't want Whitebeard's pride to take a hit. Ace scratched his head, looking sheepish. I didn't think it was that easy to understand. Pirate life must make people oblivious to these things, Shin thought. Back in the Naruto world, His ninja training had included courses on understanding psychology as a survival skill. Here, however, everyone wore their hearts on their sleeves. "All right, leave it to me," Shin said, standing up. "Now's probably the best time to address it." On the deck of the Moby Dick, most of the pirates were either asleep or sprawled out after the feast. Shin looked around, shaking his head. "Don't any of these guys worry about a sneak attack from the beast pirates? They are all completely passed out." A blue-haired pirate known as the Ice Witch overheard him and chuckled. "There's always someone on watch. And these guys are such seasoned fighters that if anything did happen, their instincts would snap them awake instantly." Shin gave her a nod, deciding not to argue. Pirates and ninjas might both be fighters, but their mindsets couldn't be more different. Ninjas were disciplined and methodical, pirates were chaotic and impulsive. Drinking before a potential battle was unheard of in his short ninja career. Shin approached Whitebeard's quarters after a quick farewell to the Ice Witch. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he heard Whitebeard's deep voice from inside. "Come in." The doors unlocked. Chapter 47, Strength Unleashed. Shin pushed open the door, surprised to find Whitebeard looking at a chart with deep concentration rather than in his usual, jovial, drunken state. To be honest, seeing Whitebeard, who was almost as large as a small giant, displaying such a serious and analytical expression was quite the contrast. When he heard the door open, Whitebeard turned his attention to Shin and gestured to the stool beside him. "Sit down, little guy," he said. Shin closed the door behind him, eyeing Whitebeard curiously. "Captain Whitebeard, you don't seem too surprised to see me here." Whitebeard's iconic crescent-shaped beard twitched as he smirked. "You think an old man's hockey is just for decoration?" Shin was momentarily speechless. He had thought Whitebeard might have anticipated his visit for some reason, but it turned out that Whitebeard had merely sensed him with his hockey. Still, the fact that Whitebeard's observational hockey could cover the entire ship, undetected by most of the crew, was impressive. In the original story, Whitebeard wasn't mainly known for this aspect of his hockey. These older generation pirates really have honed their skills to the limit, Shin mused. They don't just have a few mastered abilities, they've sharpened every one of their skills to the maximum. "Well, Captain Whitebeard, I'm sure you're aware that your sons are deeply concerned about your health," Shin began. "With the war on the horizon, you wouldn't want them to be preoccupied with worry, would you?" "Humphrey." "True enough. They call me a baby. How much longer can I keep acting like one?" Whitebeard grumbled, clearly displeased but with a tinge of reluctant amusement. Shin couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. That's exactly the attitude of a baby, he thought. Whitebeard then looked at Shin thoughtfully. "Besides, Shin, you shouldn't be calling me captain." Whitebeard poured 2 bowls of wine, one large and one small, and handed the smaller bowl to Shin. Smiling slightly, Shin accepted the bowl. "Then I'll be in your care." Pops Whitebeard. Well into his 70s, Whitebeard felt a natural fit as a father figure. Even if Shin combined the age of his 2 lives, calling Whitebeard Pops held no psychological barriers for him. Especially considering the way Whitebeard treated his sons, it was clear he deserved the title. Given Whitebeard's high standards, those who recognized him as their father could probably form a line all the way to Mary Ejo's. Beyond sentiment, Shin was also eagerly anticipating Whitebeard's treatment. This was the first time he would have the opportunity to analyze the physical structure of a pirate of Whitebeard's caliber. He was confident that after examining Whitebeard, his physique enhancement could advance even further, unlocking greater potential within himself. Although Whitebeard didn't possess the monstrous raw talent of individuals like Kaido or Big Mom, his physical strength and endurance were only slightly below theirs. In terms of raw power, he was definitely on par with them. Even while seriously ill, Whitebeard could steady the entire ship with a single hand, a testament to the sheer power of his arms, likely capable of exerting force in the thousands of tons. The actual treatment process was straightforward, with Whitebeard's size being the only challenge. When Shin used the abilities of the Munch Munch fruit to absorb Whitebeard's figure, his body grew several meters in height to accommodate the massive figure. Once he released Whitebeard, he shrank back to his usual size. "Feels like my devil fruit is becoming a bit like Luffy's," Shin thought with a hint of amusement. "Changing my size at will." The procedure was routine to Shin, albeit intriguing as he analyzed Whitebeard's physiology. But for Whitebeard, the effect was profound. As his body regained vitality, he felt a long-lost sense of relaxation and newfound strength. Overwhelmed by the resurgence of his power, Whitebeard's immense conqueror's hockey burst forth. Standing nearby, Shin narrowed his eyes and tensed his body as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Though the sensation quickly passed, it left him deeply impressed. Whitebeard's hockey is astonishing, Shin thought. He truly deserves the title of the world's strongest man. Meanwhile, the entire Moby Dick was thrown into chaos. Whitebeard's explosive haki caused some crew members to lose consciousness immediately, while for the veteran squad leaders, it simply acted as a cure for their hangovers. Who's there? Are we under attack? This haki feels like it's from Pops. Quick, check on Pops. In no time, a group of pirates burst into Whitebeard's quarters, only to find him sitting there, red-faced and relaxed, sipping from his wine bowl. Seeing his sons rushing in, Whitebeard put down his wine with a huff. What's with all the fuss? Can't an old man relax in peace? Pops. We thought you were under attack? I'm just feeling a bit too lively, that's all. Whitebeard snapped. Thought I'd have a friendly spar with your new brother here. What? Do you think I'm so old now that I'd just drop dead in the middle of it? No. Of course not, Pops. A group of seasoned pirates, some well into their 40s and 50s, were now practically groveling like scolded children before their father. Whitebeard may have disturbed their sleep more than once with his haki in the past, but now it was they who were on edge. There was no help for it, Whitebeard was their father, and they had to indulge him. With a discerning look at Whitebeard's refreshed demeanor, Marco quickly pieced together the truth. When he heard Whitebeard mention their new brother, his gaze shifted toward Shin. So, Shin has joined us officially. You're one of Whitebeard's sons now? Whitebeard chuckled, then realized he shouldn't discuss his recent health issues openly. Trying to keep it vague, he nodded. That's right. In the end, it was you guys who convinced me. He then paused, realizing that it sounded as though he had reluctantly accepted Shin into the crew only due to Marco's suggestion. Reconsidering, he clapped his hand. All right, enough about this. This is my newly adopted son, Shin, your younger brother. The squad leaders exchanged glances, clearly pleased. Putting sentiment aside, the reality was that Shin's abilities alone were an invaluable asset to the crew, especially in combat, where his healing powers could act as near-infinite recovery. And Shin's strength was nothing to scoff at, either. Among Whitebeard's squad leaders, he was easily in the top 10. Honestly, given Whitebeard's character, the crew had thought Shin would have joined them much sooner. They were just surprised it had taken this long. Chapter 48, Clash of Titans. So, why is there a banquet today? Shin took a sip of juice, looking around with a hint of exasperation. Didn't we say that Kaido and his crew would be arriving soon? Ace, grinning broadly, settled in beside him. Yesterday was for Yamato and me, and today, we're celebrating your joining us. Exactly. And no pirate worth their salt skips a banquet. Yamato chimed in, hoisting a wine pot in one hand and a hefty hunk of meat in the other, her voice jubilant. And what's with you drinking juice? Pirates should drink heartily. Yamato teased. Shin raised an eyebrow as he glanced at her. And drinking juice makes me a kid? Pirates are supposed to drink something stronger, you're saying? Shin sighed. I'm still a little over 2 weeks from turning 16. Technically, I am a minor, he pointed out, rolling his eyes. And, as a lady, do you think it's wise to drink so much daily? What's wrong with that? I aspire to be as bold as Kazuki Oden, someone who truly knew how to live. How could I not drink? Yamato proclaimed before taking a hearty bite of her food. Even in the throes of her declaration, she still seemed thrilled by her self-proclaimed lifestyle. Are you sure it's not just because you like drinking? Shin raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's a bit of Kaido's influence. After all, he's quite the super drinker. Is that so? Maybe there's some truth to that, Yamato replied with a carefree smile. But this time, I'll probably end up fighting him too. Shin smirked. Don't count on it. With Whitebeard here, there's no way it'll come down to a fight between you and Kaido. Battles at sea followed a predictable pattern, with leaders clashing at the top. Unless Whitebeard fell, there was little chance Yamato would even get near Kaido. Given Whitebeard's restored strength, Kaido would be lucky to hold his ground. But Kaido isn't one to make careless moves, Shin reflected. With the Whitebeard pirates and fighters like Ace, Yamato, and me, the odds don't favor the beast pirates. This isn't a risk Kaido would take lightly, there's got to be another factor at play. His intuition proved accurate. 3 days later, when the beast pirates' ships finally came into view, Shin saw exactly what Kaido had prepared. Shin, Ace. Yamato called out excitedly, waving her cane abo. Look, those ships are singing. When did my dad's fleet learn a trick? Ace blinked in confusion. Singing ships. I didn't know ships could sing. Suppressing an eye roll, Shin shook his head. Maybe if you'd reviewed the intelligence reports, you'd know. These singing ships are homies, creations of Big Mom. Isn't it obvious? Big Mom's crew? Ace's expression turned serious as he glanced around, noting that the Whitebeard pirates' crew was also on high alert. Why would they team up against us? Are we really about to face 2 of the 4 emperors at once? He muttered, apprehension creeping into his voice. Shin frowned. It's probably about maintaining power balance. With our entry, the Whitebeard pirates' strength has tipped the scales. Big Mom's crew would see that as a threat. And Kaido and Big Mom do have an old alliance. They'd come together if they felt the balance among the four emperors was in danger, Shin reasoned. It makes sense they'd partner up and try to counter Whitebeard's growing influence. Thankfully. Marco exhaled in relief. It looks like Charlotte Linlin herself isn't here. Katakuri seems to be leading the charge. Shin narrowed his eyes, surveying the ships. There was no sign of Big Mom. She must be protecting her territory, he mused. It makes sense. She wouldn't want to leave her stronghold vulnerable, especially since she's not the only one out there. Red-haired Shanks is still keeping his eye on the balance. If something happens to Whitebeard's crew, Shanks would likely be their next target. With a sigh, Shin felt reassured. Facing Katakuri instead of Big Mom would be challenging but manageable. They could still hold their ground in this battle. Before Shin could strategize further, Whitebeard stepped forward. Gorura. Don't overthink things, just fight when the time comes. His voice rang confidently as he raised his weapon, his hands glowing with power. With one mighty swing of his Naginata, he unleashed a wave that churned the ocean, sending a massive tsunami toward the enemy fleet. Whitebeard. A thunderous roar came from Kaido, who had shifted into his dragon form. He summoned a violent whirlwind to counter the oncoming tsunami, creating a towering waterspout that clashed against Whitebeard's attack. Gorura. Is that you, Kaido? Want another beating? Whitebeard's laughter boomed across the sea. Ororo. Whitebeard, there's only room for one strongest. I've wanted to take your head for ages. Kaido growled, abandoning all caution as he lunged forward. Whitebeard grinned, his eyes sparking with fierce excitement. If you want my head, come claim it. I could use a nice dragon hide belt. His Naginata crackled with dark lightning as he met Kaido's dragon claws in a thunderous clash. The sea quaked, the sky seemed to split in two, and the clash of their conquerors' haki sent a violent shockwave through the air. The Moby Dick rocked precariously, and crew members standing too close were swept off their feet by the force. For Whitebeard, the fight was pure exhilaration. With his body revitalized, he felt an unstoppable desire to unleash his full strength. Noticing his crew moving closer, he bellowed, "Stand back. This is a battlefield for the strongest." Marco transformed into a phoenix, hovering just above the deck. Dad's getting fired up again. Everyone, get ready to disembark. He yelled, guiding the crew away from the boat as Whitebeard and Kaido continued their titanic clash. Chapter 49, Chaotic Waters. As soon as Marco finished speaking, everyone sprang into action, jumping off the Moby Dick. Ace propelled himself into the air with fire streaming from his feet and hands. Yamato shifted into her half-beast form, landing on the water and creating a broad ice platform upon impact. Meanwhile, Shin focused his chakra to stand stably on the sea surface. Some of Whitebeard's other sons used abilities like Moonwalk to leave the ship and join the fray. Back on the Moby Dick, powerful waves of wind and thunder surged as Whitebeard clashed with Kaido, who had transformed into his half-beast state after taking a few of Whitebeard's strikes. The two powerhouses began their battle right on the deck, their raw strength causing tremors that made the entire ship groan under the pressure. Damn. If Pops and Kaido keep this up, the Moby Dick might not hold. Shin thought with a worried glance at the ship. The Moby Dick was crafted from the legendary treasure tree atom, a wood reputed to be stronger than steel. But even with its resilient structure, there was no guarantee it could withstand a clash between two of the four emperors. At that moment, Yamato, exuding a chill aura, unleashed her freezing powers, causing a vast stretch of sea to ice over and spread toward the enemy ships. Just then, a figure with bright orange hair and a distinctive hairstyle stepped forward on one of Big Mom's Hami ships. With a smirk, he activated his ability, causing the sea to bubble and steam as the intense heat met Yamato's ice. That's Charlotte Oven, the heat fruit user, Shin muttered, recognizing him. The devil fruits in Big Mom's family were notorious for food-related abilities, reflecting Big Mom's gluttonous nature. Yet among them, Oven's power was one of the most combat-ready, allowing him to instantly transfer scalding heat to anything around him, even boiling the ocean itself. He probably thought he'd disable our ship, but Yamato's ice has countered him well, Shin noted with a smile. Watching the roiling, steaming ocean, he decided to seize the opportunity. Since they've created the perfect setting, why not deliver some chaos in return? Water clone jutsu. In an instant, Shin split into 9 water clones. Although water clones weren't as durable as shadow clones, each clone still carried a tenth of Shin's chakra. With his recent transformations and enhancements, his chakra levels had grown beyond those of most high-ranking ninjas. Even 1/10 of his chakra was comparable to a typical Jonin-level shinobi. The 9 water clones and Shin himself charged forward, weaving hand seals as they advanced. Both sides on the battlefield noticed the clones moving in unison, and the sight caused visible unease, especially for Queen and Black Maria, who had already suffered at Shin's hands. "Stop him now!" Queen shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. "It's too late." Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Shin and his clones chanted in unison. 10 high-powered versions of the Great Waterfall Jutsu surged, transforming the calm sea into a massive tsunami of boiling water. The waves towered even higher than Whitebeard's Seaquake, creating a searing wall that threatened to engulf the ships on both sides. The terrifying thing was that this wave wasn't just massive, it was boiling. It would scald even the sturdiest pirate vessels into ruins if it hit. Shin released a long breath, feeling his chakra levels deplete as his clones dissipated. He was down to minimal chakra reserves, a reminder that, unlike most ninjas, he relied on various other techniques to survive such intense battles. Across the battlefield, chaos erupted as the two pirate crews scrambled to protect themselves. Most of Big Mom's senior officers were devil fruit users, ill-suited for large-scale defense. Charlotte Katakuri, with his distinctive scarf and jacket, shouted commands as he molded parts of the sea into sticky rice walls to shield nearby vessels. Charlotte Cracker crafted a barricade with his biscuit soldiers, reinforced to withstand the incoming boiling waves. He added multiple layers for extra durability to counter the weakness of his biscuits in water. Prospero, Big Mom's eldest son, created a towering candy fortress, quickly adding layers to prevent it from melting under the intense heat. The Big Mom pirates, though fewer in number due to their supporting role, banded together under Katakuri, Cracker, and Prospero's leadership. Their efforts just barely protected their ships from the boiling tsunami. However, the Beast's pirates were not so fortunate. Primarily zone devil fruit users, the Beast's pirates lacked effective ranged defense and struggled to counter the incoming wave. While King managed to stay airborne with his flames, he grabbed Jack and hauled him into the sky as well. Queen shifted to a half-dragon form, generating flames from his feet to take flight while grabbing Black Maria, who quickly clung to him. The saber-toothed fox fruit user leapt up using moonwalk while other members of the Tobirapo deployed similar air climbing techniques. But many of Kaido's men on the ships below were now helpless against the scalding waves. Chapter 50, Brute Force vs. Strategy. Although the senior officers of the Beast's pirates managed to avoid disaster, the remaining members with artificial devil fruit abilities, the ancient giant experiments, the numbers, and the rank-and-file crew weren't so fortunate. Most of the Beast's pirates' lower ranks faced annihilation as the boiling tsunami approached. Screams, roars, and curses filled the air, only to gradually fade, leaving the scent of seared meat wafting over the ocean. The smell twisted the expressions of everyone who caught it. Even these bloodthirsty pirates, accustomed to life on the edge, couldn't help but feel disturbed by the scene's grim reality. Shin hadn't anticipated that his attack would be this effective. Other than the high-ranking officers, he'd nearly wiped out the core of the Beast's pirates in a single move. With the steam and wreckage clearing, the figures of the Big Mom pirates were revealed. Katakuri still stood firm, but Prospero and Cracker looked pale, sweaty, and visibly exhausted. Prospero's candy, created with his lick fruit, was vulnerable to high heat, while Cracker's biscuit soldiers crumbled quickly when wet. Both had strained themselves, keeping their defenses up, depleting their stamina. While they looked weakened, the Big Mom pirates were still far better off than the Beast's pirates, having lost no personnel in the attack. Unbelievable, Shin. You just wiped out a decade of Kaido's hard work. He must be losing his mind right now, Marco exclaimed as he landed beside Shin, eyeing him with admiration. Shin scratched his head sheepishly. Honestly, it was just luck this time. He wasn't just being modest. While his Great Waterfall Jutsu was powerful against most ninjas, the pirates were an entirely different story. The raw physical endurance of most Beast's pirates meant a typical tsunami wouldn't have had such an impact. But Charlotte Oven's intervention, heating the water, had turned it into a boiling wave that devastated the enemy ranks. This outcome was thanks to Oven's unintentional assist, which made Shin's attack far more effective. Enough talk. You're dead. Came an enraged shout from above. Shin looked up just as King, in his Pteranodon form, dove toward him. With a furious snarl, King dropped Jack, who had morphed into a mammoth, aiming him right at Shin's head. Seeing the mammoth hurtling down, Shin dodged aside at the last moment, evading the crushing blow. Take this, Flame Emperor. King roared, launching a brutal attack toward Shin, disregarding Marco entirely. But Marco wasn't about to stand idle. He intercepted King midair with a powerful kick, sending him crashing across the ice. Did you forget I'm here too? You'll have to get through me before you touch my crewmates. A fierce glare replaced Marco's normally easygoing expression. As the two clashed, Shin scanned the battlefield. Each Whitebeard pirate had taken on an opponent. Yamato faced Katakuri, whose mochi fruit was struggling against Yamato's icy attacks. Only Kitakure's advanced observation haki allowed him to avoid being entirely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Ace and Queen were locked in battle. Queen's technological weapons and viruses couldn't penetrate Ace's fire-based attacks, forcing him into a straightforward brawl where Ace held his own. Elsewhere, Whitebeard pirates engaged the remaining high-ranking officers of the Beast's pirates. Despite being outnumbered, they held a strong advantage with the Big Mom pirates' assistance. The remaining forces of Kaido's crew were down to a handful of senior officers, while Whitebeard's pirates dominated the scene. Shin's attention then shifted to the mammoth form of Jack, who was breathing heavily with rage in his eyes. Shin smirked and gestured mockingly. "Come on, big dumb elephant. Let's see if I can't snap those tusks right off. You brat. You're dead." Jack roared, charging forward as Shin deftly dodged each attack. "Look at you, all brute force and no brains. I bet half your bounty is for those tusks alone," Shin taunted, provoking Jack further. Fueled by Shin's jeers, Jack finally lost all restraint. Transforming fully into a mammoth, he barreled forward with his tusks aimed directly at Shin's chest, his momentum unstoppable. Shin's expression turned serious briefly, but he stood his ground, positioning himself strategically near the ice's edge. At the last second, he sidestepped Jack's tusks, leaving the mammoth careening uncontrollably. Realizing the danger too late, Jack tried to stop, only to find himself teetering at the edge of the ice. As he struggled to regain balance, Shin moved in with a grin. "Time for a bath, big fella." Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu, 1,000 Years of Death. Shin's voice carried a playful menace as he jabbed at Jack, sending him hurtling over the edge. Jack plunged into the sea with a loud splash, sinking beneath the waves as his devil fruit powers left him helpless in the water. Chapter 51, The Great Retreat. As the last bubbles disappeared beneath the waves, Shin rinsed his large, sharp blade in the sea with a look of distaste. He shook his head and sighed, "No matter how strong you are, it's useless if you don't have a brain." Despite his defeat, Jack, a half-fish man, would survive. Though weakened by falling into the sea, he wouldn't drown. Furthermore, the ocean, initially scalding from Charlotte Oven's heat, had cooled significantly thanks to Yamato's ice powers. So, while Jack was out of the fight, at least his life was spared. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Kaido spat blood, unable to hold back any longer, and was sent reeling from Whitebeard's blows. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Kaido was bewildered by Whitebeard's unexpected strength. Has the old man grown stronger since last time? He wondered, taken aback. But there was another reason he'd been worn down so quickly. Shin's great waterfall jutsu had obliterated most of the beast pirates. The blow to his crew had left Kaido distracted and vulnerable to Whitebeard's fierce assault. Gorura. Whitebeard leaped from the Moby Dick and stood towering over Kaido. "Well, Kaido? Are you done already?" Although Kaido's injuries were severe, they barely hindered his combat ability. He could still endure a long, grueling fight with Whitebeard if needed. Yet, Kaido realized that if he continued, he would inevitably lose without any outside help. Kaido glanced around at his dwindling beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates, who were edging toward retreat. He knew that if he kept fighting, external forces would soon intervene, and they certainly wouldn't be there to help him. Though Kaido had often flirted with death, battling multiple pirates alone, he wasn't foolish enough to play such a game with the other four emperors. Whitebeard could truly hammer him into oblivion. "Old man Whitebeard," Kaido said coldly, "you may have won this time." With that, Kaido transformed into a massive dragon, his powerful voice booming over the battlefield. "But don't think I'll give up so easily. I'll be back." Shin watched Kaido's departure with barely restrained laughter. Did Kaido just pull out a classic "I'll be back" line? But the taunt was short-lived. Kaido, spotting Shin and recalling his crew's devastating losses, unleashed a sudden burst of dragon fire. Damn. Shin, unprepared, barely had time to coat himself in armament haki and roll out of the way. Though he managed to dodge most of the flames, some of the fire clung to him, leaving him scorched. Enraged, Whitebeard, who had thought the fight was over, hurled a punch that shook the sky and split the clouds. Kaido hit squarely, coughed up blood, and, with no chance of winning, decided to flee. Soon after, a dense cluster of clouds swept through, gathering the remaining shipwrecks and carrying Kaido's few surviving officers along with him. Kaido led his forces into full retreat. "That coward Kaido is escaping before we do," shouted Perospero, commanding the Big Mom pirates in their cautious retreat. With the beast pirates gone, they were now the only target. Whitebeard watched Kaido go without giving chase. He was no match for a flying opponent, even with his legendary strength. Although capable of flight, Marco was preoccupied with King, who had matched him blow for blow, leaving him unable to pursue Kaido alone. Going after him solo would only result in Marco taking a severe beating. The beast pirates' retreat marked a turning point. The earlier honor of matching pawn against pawn and captain against captain was forgotten. Kaido, despite his reputation, was still far from a worthy opponent for the world's strongest man, who had brought him to his knees. Freed from her own fight, Yamato quickly spread freezing cold over the sea, forming a vast sheet of ice that trapped the Big Mom pirates' ships. Charlotte Oven's heated fruit abilities would have countered Yamato's cold, but his injuries had left him rattled. His hesitation allowed Yamato's ice to trap the ships completely. As Whitebeard, flanked by his strongest commanders, approached, Prospero gritted his teeth, raised his hands, and shouted, "We surrender." "Wait. You can surrender in a Four Emperors battle?" Shin asked in surprise, looking at the members of the Big Mom pirates now shackled in sea stone cuffs. "Of course," Thatch replied, standing beside Shin. "Except for the beast pirates, the Four Emperors' crews are generally united. They'd rather retreat than sacrifice their men. Even Kaido is loyal to his key officers," Thatch continued. "If every fight were to the death, the Four Emperors would have fallen into chaos ages ago." Shin pondered this, realizing he hadn't considered it before. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates operated as a close-knit family, with Whitebeard himself fiercely protective of his sons. Whitebeard would never let it go if they lost a crew member in battle. The Red Hair pirates under Shanks have similar bonds, embodying the camaraderie of the Roger pirates and the Straw Hat pirates. They'd go through fire and storm for one another without hesitation. And though Big Mom herself showed little maternal affection, Katakuri and his siblings shared a strong bond. Anyone who hurt Katakuri's family would face his wrath. Only the beast pirates came close to lacking unity, but even Kaido valued his main officers and the Tobirapo. In light of this, a surrender after defeat seemed less unusual. These powerful crews weren't interested in annihilation, they sought survival and the chance to fight another day. Chapter 52, Earning Recognition. It had been over a week since the Whitebeard pirates clashed with two of the Four Emperors. In this confrontation, the Whitebeard pirates made a remarkable impression. Two sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates and the eldest son, Prospero, had been captured. News of this quickly spread across the world, and it was said that Tato Land echoed all night with the horrifying sounds of Big Mom's eerie wails. As for Kaido, Whitebeard's relentless blows left him battered, shattering the myth of Kaido's unbreakable reputation in duels. Additionally, his right-hand man, Jack, was captured. At the same time, countless of his elite forces, those with artificial devil fruit powers and the numbers, were either killed or gravely wounded. The prestige of the Whitebeard pirates increased significantly, and Shin, along with his two companions, gained widespread recognition from this battle. Many in the New World had already started viewing the Whitebeard pirates as the unofficial leaders among the Four Emperors. However, none of this fame mattered much to Shin. What thrilled him most was that nearly everyone, both Whitebeard pirates and captured prisoners alike, had sustained injuries in the fight. Where there were injuries, there was a need for treatment. Previously, Marco handled most medical issues for the crew, and while his skills were adequate, they paled compared to Shin's unique healing abilities. With his powers, Shin could heal almost any injury in seconds. This advantage not only helped the Whitebeard pirates but also gave Shin ample opportunities to gather biological data on several of the world's strongest individuals, like Katakuri, Jack, and Diamond Jazu. Each possessed unique physical traits that Shin could learn from and incorporate into his own body. While these warriors' physical attributes were less potent than Whitebeard's, they each offered distinct strengths. Now, Shin deliberated on how best to combine these attributes and enhance his body. His powers even allowed him to replicate aspects of Devil Fruit's powers if they left physical markers. By studying Jazu's diamond hard structure, he could make his body tougher, and from Katakuri's genetic flexibility, he could enhance his agility. Of course, human genes had their limitations, and he couldn't mimic Devil Fruit's abilities to their full extent. Body structure elements often conflicted with one another, limiting how much he could integrate at once. He found himself gradually incorporating more minor modifications rather than powerful, sweeping changes. Reflecting on his progress, Shin realized his most significant leap came from studying Ace's genes. He had no other body enhancements back then, making each new trait a significant upgrade. If only I had something like an eye chip, he muttered to himself in the cabin of the 4th Division, lifting a massive ballast stone as part of his training regimen. Using my brain to study all these complex structures is exhausting. If I ever end up in a high-tech world, maybe I'll come across some advanced high to help streamline things. Body modification primarily boosted Shin's potential, not his immediate strength. The changes laid the groundwork for improvement, but he still needed to train hard to maximize his gains. To that end, he kept a strict routine, enhancing his physique and then testing each enhancement through intense physical exercise. "Shin, dinner's ready." Thatch's voice called from outside. "Got it. Coming." Shin replied, setting down the ballast stone and making his way out. One of the perks of staying with the 4th Division was the food. Thatch, the division commander, was a skilled cook, and most of his crew were culinary experts. Shin had gained some weight and a few inches in height during his stay. He now stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches. After a hearty meal, Shin lingered at the table, casually chatting with Thatch. "So, they've sent back the Big Mom and Beast Pirates members?" While picking his teeth, Shin chuckled. "That was fast. I wonder how much ransom those two groups had to cough up." "It's common practice," Thatch explained, grinning. "Usually, they pay double the bounty for each prisoner. And besides, when they're sent back, everyone gets a payout. You made a significant contribution, Shin. You're looking at a few 100 million Baileys at least." Shin's eyes widened. "Wait, even I get a share? I thought the Whitebeard pirates went to war mainly because of our Spade pirates. We've clashed with other emperors before, even without you guys, though maybe not on this scale," That shrugged. "Plus, there's a set protocol for dividing up spoils. Pops gets the 20% portions, and the rest is split based on contributions and rank. Speaking of rank, do you want to lead a division?" "Ace has already taken up the role of the 2nd Division captain," Thatch added. Shin shook his head. "Sounds like too much responsibility for me." In truth, staying with the 4th Division had strategic advantages. He was still waiting for the opportunity to acquire the dark fruit, and being a division commander would make it harder to keep his actions low-key. "Shin, you're too laid back. Even Yamato's thinking of forming her own squad," Thatch said, chuckling. Before Shin could reply, a shout came from the lookout. "Captain, there's a pirate ship in sight. It looks like our mission target, the Dire Wolf pirates, the ones raiding our islands." Shin's face lit up. "Perfect timing, I could use some exercise to help with digestion." Before Thatch could respond, Shin had already leaped overboard and was racing toward the distant ship. "Shin's been too eager lately," Thatch muttered with a grin. "He's not leaving anyone else a chance to join the fight." Shin, of course, had a personal reason for his enthusiasm. He wasn't sure how Thatch had acquired the dark fruit, but he suspected it might have come from captured loot. By joining each battle himself, he hoped to locate the fruit early and prevent any unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, on the Dread Wolf Pirates ship, "Captain, that's a Whitebeard-affiliated ship up ahead." "What? How did they spot us so soon?" "Turn the rudder, prepare to escape." "Captain, someone's coming across the water. He's running on the sea." "Fire the cannons, now." "Fire. He's here." Ah. Chapter 53, Disrupting the Timeline. Shin glanced at the pile of defeated pirates and didn't linger. He walked straight toward the captain's cabin. Most pirates terrorizing the seas were ruthless criminals, and the Dire Wolf pirates were no exception, daring to raid Whitebeard's territory. Their arrogance speaks volumes about their character, so Shin has no qualms about ending them. The captain's quarters should be here. For ordinary pirate captains, treasures like devil fruits are coveted. If they don't consume them themselves, they're unlikely to leave them in the hands of their subordinates. After all, a subordinate could gain incredible power with just one bite and challenge the captain's authority. Once consumed, the devil fruit is lost forever to the crew. The captain just now was his own type devil fruit user, which means he couldn't eat another. This raises the chances of finding an uneaten devil fruit on board, Shin murmured, entering the captain's quarters and beginning to search. In moments like this, Shin felt a rare gratitude for the lessons learned in the academy. His training in searching for traps and hidden spaces now proved invaluable. While observation hockey was helpful in tracking living beings, detecting hidden objects was a different challenge altogether. Shin's pulse quickened as he carefully shifted a painting in the captain's room. Behind it lay a small iron box, the kind often used to secure devil fruits at sea. This type of lock was no match for Shin, who applied the skills he'd learned as a ninja. Within moments, the box clicked open to reveal a devil fruit with a distinctive purple, swirled pattern. Shin's breath caught. He hadn't expected to come across the legendary dark fruit so quickly. Realizing the opportunity before him, he didn't hesitate. Before anyone from the 4th Division could board the pirate ship, he ate the fruit in a single gulp. Instantly, a strange energy surged through him. But it wasn't just the devil fruit's power. The system in Shin's mind, which typically stayed dormant, suddenly came alive, flooding him with new information. Complete disruption of the One Piece world storyline. This world has now transformed into a base camp type world? Shin muttered, struggling to process the system's message. He'd altered the storyline significantly during the battles against Kaido's and Big Mom's forces, and the energy in his system had accumulated beyond capacity. But he hadn't acted on it, holding back because he was determined to obtain the dark fruit before leaving. Yet, it seemed that consuming the dark fruit itself triggered this shift. A base camp world? He pondered. And had he truly overturned the entire story? Was the dark fruit that essential? As he considered, Shin realized it was indeed monumental. Without the dark fruit, Blackbeard's defection wouldn't occur, nor would Ace's capture, which spurred the war. There wouldn't be a training period for the Straw Hat Pirates, nor Blackbeard's rise to power as a pirate emperor. The narrative as he knew it would be completely derailed. For instance, with the Whitebeard pirates intact, Fishman Island wouldn't need Big Mom's protection, so Luffy's conflict with her wouldn't happen at the start of his journey in the New World. Similarly, if Whitebeard's crew remained active, Marco and Aizawa might never have gone to Wano, or they would all have gone together, drastically altering the outcome there. This, indeed, was a butterfly effect, a decisive shift in the world's future. Recognizing the significance of this, Shin eagerly explored the advantages of the base camp world status. The first perk was travel. From now on, returning to the One Piece world required almost no energy. Staying in the New World for a day or two would generate enough energy to come back freely. Secondly, in this world, energy would accumulate at an accelerated pace, dozens or even hundreds of times faster. Shin could gather enough to cross over to a new world in just a month. The third benefit was his ability to re-enter this world at any point in the timeline. This meant he could leave for the Naruto world, stay for years, and return here mere seconds later. This was precisely the reason Shin hadn't returned to the Naruto world before. The Straw Hat crew's voyage was barely a year away, and once they set sail, events would unfold rapidly. Without his presence, Whitebeard's crew would likely dissolve within 3 years. But with this new ability, he could jump between worlds without consequence. I need to make preparations and tie up loose ends. Then, I'll be ready to return to the Naruto world. However, a thought lingered in his mind. I still need a third devil fruit. I've already acquired the Paramsha-type Munch fruit and now the Logia-type dark fruit, so a Zone-type devil fruit would be ideal to complete the trio. Although the vampire fruit was a powerful option, it no longer seemed essential. Shin could absorb powers directly from mothers with the dark fruit, removing his need to rely on the vampire fruit's life-draining ability. But which one should I choose? He began to sort through options mentally. The Nika fruit, though incredibly strong, was currently held by Luffy, and Shin had no desire to cross his comrade. It was best left as it was. The remaining mythical zone fruits were tempting. Marco's Phoenix fruit was out of the question, and the Buddha fruit, possessed by Sengoku, would be impossible to take without provoking the full wrath of the Marines. Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit was similarly out of reach. That left the Yamato no Orochi fruit, a powerful mythical zone fruit with intriguing abilities. Shin nodded to himself, already planning his next move. Chapter 54, Kurogami. After obtaining the dark fruit, Shin finally stopped diving into every skirmish the 4th Division faced, allowing him to focus on honing his own skills. With this freedom, he spent some time scouring the New World, eventually locating an ancient, eerie town full of bats, and, hidden within a cave, the elusive bat fruit, model, vampire. This devil fruit, while perhaps a step down from the mythical dragon, Phoenix, Buddha, or Yamato no Orochi devil fruits, was still considered among the top in the mythical zone category. It held powers comparable to Yamato's Akachi no Mikami devil fruit. In truth, for those limited to only one devil fruit, the vampire fruit might even outshine the dark fruit in direct combat. The dark fruit, however, held unparalleled potential for those who could wield multiple fruits due to its unique power to absorb others' abilities. Over the past month, Shin's strength had grown tremendously, and his physique had been pushed to new limits. Now, it was his limited medical knowledge that prevented further enhancements. Despite the formidable technology and knowledge scattered worldwide, collecting it all would be far more challenging than in the Naruto world. This realization only strengthened Shin's resolve to return there. One morning, Shin left the One Piece world without a word to anyone. After all, he could choose to reappear the very second he left. Saying goodbye seemed unnecessary. As for the Yamato no Orochi fruit, that was still under Kaido's control, and Shin knew he could wait. Even Kaido's prized Azure Dragon fruit might become attainable if he became stronger in the Naruto world. Besides, the Dragon Zone form looked far more impressive than the Yamato no Orochi. In Naruto world, Shin exhaled out of a bustling tavern, feeling a sense of familiarity and calm. Looks like the Third Shinobi World War just ended recently, he mused. I must have missed that news during my last visit. During his time in the tavern, Shin had learned that Hidden Leaf Village had a new Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, and that Orochimaru had defected. I wonder where Orochimaru is now and if Akatsuki's organization has settled in the Land of Rain? Shin smirked, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Orochimaru's expertise in body modification, research into unique bloodlines, and knowledge of forbidden techniques would be invaluable for Shin's plans. Furthermore, the Akatsuki possesses treasures such as the Jido statue and the Rinnegan. First stop, Hidden Leaf Village, he decided. While the Akatsuki might not be based in Rain Village yet, Hidden Leaf Village held numerous valuable resources. And he knew that Hidden Leaf Village was in for tough times ahead, with the Nine Tails attack expected in about a year. He planned to leverage the turmoil to his advantage. But before that, I'll take on some bounty missions. This will be the perfect way to test the powers of the dark fruit. Several rogue ninjas sprinted through a dense grove, their faces twisted in panic. How did the Kurogami, god of darkness, find us? Save your breath. The leader snapped. I heard he's ruthless, his kills are brutal, and he's powerful enough to clear out every rogue in this area. Damn it. If I escape, one began. A chilling voice interrupted. If you escape, what will you do? The group froze, turning to face a tall figure cloaked in darkness, a shadow that seemed to devour light itself. There's no running now. Let's fight to the end. The leader barked, flinging a massive Fuma shuriken from his back while the others quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, flame bomb jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The fusion of fire and wind roared toward Shin, a blazing dragon of flames intent on obliteration. But he remained unfazed, raising a hand. The dense, inky mist swirling around him expanded. The Fuma shuriken hurtled into the dark mist, followed by the fire attack, which dissipated into nothingness as if under an invisible force. Die! A rogue ninja yelled, leaping down from a tree, sword flashing in the dim light as he swung at Shin. The sword struck, producing a metallic clang. The rogue stared, his weapon shattering as if he had struck steel. Shin's hand shot up unperturbed, reaching for the ninja's neck. Though the movement seemed slow, the ninja found himself unable to move, and an overwhelming force dragged him toward Shin's outstretched hand. The rogue ninja choked, feeling his chakra drain from his body, pulled by an unyielding force. It wasn't only his chakra, his life force, spirit, and even the warmth of his blood seeped away, devoured by Shin's touch. As his vision blurred, the rogue recalled the stories of the mummified corpses left in Shin's wake, drained of everything. Chapter 55, Return to Hidden Leaf Village. These guys can run like a hare. At least I managed to round them all up, muttered the Kurogami as he surveyed the four mummified corpses on the ground, nodding with satisfaction while checking his bounty scroll. Pulling off his black mask, Shin's face emerged. He smirked, saying, the munch fruit and dark fruit are pretty convenient. Now, I can absorb chakra without consuming people en masse. Shin reflected on the benefits of his combined powers. The munch fruit space in my body is now merged with the dark fruit dimension. I can directly perform body modifications through it without having to consume materials physically. Plus, I can store components directly in the dark dimension, switching between transformation modes at will. In essence, the dark fruit's gravitational force acted like a powerful suction force, while the munch fruit handled digestion and assimilation. Shin's self-modification abilities were streamlined, allowing him to keep various resources in the dark dimension and make transformations on demand, with each fruit enhancing the power and versatility of the other. Moreover, Shin had tested the nullifying effect of the dark fruit. While it didn't nullify chakra-based abilities as it did devil fruit powers, it significantly interfered with ninjutsu by draining chakra quickly, making it challenging for opponents to launch jutsus. And with the munch fruit at his disposal, he could siphon chakra directly, boosting his own power without resorting to eating his targets. After finishing off the four ninjas, Shin took their heads to the nearest black market. While he didn't rely on black market rewards, staying connected kept him informed and offered him steady opportunities to test his strengths. Alright, I've done enough here. The Night Tails rebellion should occur within the next few months. Time to cash in these heads and move on, he said as he entered the black market. His presence caused a stir. Bounty hunters in the market shot him looks of fear and awe. Over the last few months, Shin had easily eliminated hundreds of rogue ninjas, rebels, and missing nin, some with unique abilities and strong defenses. None stood a chance against him. He had yet to receive a single injury. His strength was rumored to rival that of a Kage-level ninja within the bounty hunter circle, akin to Kakazu among the few Kage-level powerhouses in the trade. With a smooth flick, Shin tossed the decayed heads onto the counter. Initially, he'd wondered if his method of capturing bounties, leaving them somewhat desiccated, would complicate identification. Still, the black market had methods to confirm identities even from skeletal remains, which saved him considerable trouble. Wait a moment, sir. We will process this right away, said the black market boss, scurrying to sort through the bounty heads and pay Shin. Once paid, Shin purchased the latest intelligence, perused it, and promptly left. I'm more than ready now. Aside from bolstering my chakra with these hunts, I've gained every chakra nature. I'm ready to learn practically every ninjutsu in the ninja world. Shin mused. Hidden Leaf Village, here I come. Shin idled in a hotel room in Hidden Leaf Village, staring out at the village. This is getting dull. How much longer until the Nine Tails breaks out? For Shin, entering Hidden Leaf Village was not particularly challenging. Though it functioned as a military fortress, it still welcomed civilians and merchants daily, and with no criminal record, he slipped in easily. His bounty work left no trace in Hidden Leaf Village, and the years had matured his appearance from the 10-year-old he'd once been to a 16-year-old, subtly altered by his transformation abilities. He doubted anyone would recognize him. Working as a bounty ninja, Shin had kept his face hidden behind a mask so his record remained clean. Now, with his earnings, entering Hidden Leaf Village without raising suspicion was simple. Regarding Anbu surveillance, Hidden Leaf Village has thousands of visitors daily. Hidden Leaf Village will incur financial losses if each visitor is assigned an Anbu ninja. Of course, areas like the Anbu headquarters, route base, Hokage's office, and the information archives were guarded by both Fu Injutsu and vigilant Anbu ninjas. Shin avoided these spots, roaming freely only in Hidden Leaf Village's commercial and residential districts. He'd lingered in Hidden Leaf Village for almost a month, aware that long-term visitors drew attention. Most merchants conducted quick business before departing, whereas a prolonged stay risked scrutiny from the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. During this time, Shin learned about the fates of his former classmates and Chunin instructor, who had died in the war, which stirred a pang of sadness. He felt justified in his choices. If even a veteran, battle-hardened Chunin had perished, his odds as a young shinobi would have been bleak. Beyond reminiscing, Shin explored Hidden Leaf Village and mapped out various hidden locations with his perceptive observation haki and enhanced sensory abilities. Though his presence would not go unnoticed in secure areas, his advanced senses allowed him to pinpoint many key positions despite Hidden Leaf Village's seals. As he quietly prepared for the approaching chaos of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Shin readied himself to capitalize on the turmoil. Chapter 56, Shadows and Ambush Boom. Ah! Everyone, run. It's the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails has gone berserk. Anbu, follow me. Ninjas under the rank of Chunin, guide the villagers to the shelters. Hearing the crashing sounds, frantic shouts, and hurried footsteps outside, Shin bolted upright, his face showing relief. Finally. If the Nine Tails hadn't shown up soon, I was ready to leave by morning. A powerful chakra surged through the night breeze, carrying a terrifying, intense aura. Even though Shin's chakra had nearly broken through to the level of a Kage, it paled next to the enormous power of the Nine Tails outside. That chakra is so strong, even those without chakra sensing abilities must feel impending disaster, he murmured to himself. He leaped from his room and glimpsed, in the distance, the monstrous orange-red fox roaring into the sky. Perfect chance to head to the Hokage Tower, Shin said, vanishing from sight. With Hidden Leaf Village's forces diverted to deal with the Nine Tails, Shin moved unimpeded. The stronger shinobi were out fighting, leaving him free to act, as no one noticed his body flicker technique. Who goes there? Stop. Near the Hokage Tower, two elite shinobi stepped forward. Despite the crisis, they held their posts, committed to protecting the tower. Their hands moved with practiced speed, releasing a barrage of kunai, which multiplied midair into a rain of sharp projectiles. But Shin didn't flinch. His skin gleamed with a metallic shine, then darkened, enveloped by an obsidian-like coating. He charged through the hail of kunai, unaffected. The projectile ricocheted off his hardened body, splintering into fragments. Even the duplicates created by shadow cloning shattered like glass, while the real ones crumpled into twisted scrap. The two shinobi froze, shocked. When Shin surged forward, they quickly flung steel wires around him, hoping to restrain him. The wires were crafted from special alloys, were exceptionally tough and razor-sharp, and could cut through almost anything. They pulled hard, expecting to slice him into pieces, only to feel as though they were pulling on a mountain. Shin smirked, feeling their attempt to test his strength. With a quick yank, he pulled the two ninjas toward him, snapping the wires as though they were threads. Remaining calm, the shinobi formed seals midair, their hands sparking with electricity and flames. Shin extended a hand, and a dark fog enveloped the two ninjas and their jutsu. A moment later, the mist dissipated, leaving them unconscious, drained of chakra. He glanced at the Hokage Tower. After a moment's consideration, Shin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. No need to be subtle. I'll just take the whole thing and sift through it later. Devouring void. Black mist poured out from beneath him, swallowing the entire Hokage Tower in layers. Alarmed ninjas stationed within leaped into action, but their attacks were swallowed by the mist as if it were a bottomless pit. In mere moments, the entire building had disappeared into the void. No matter where they hid the scroll of seals, taking the whole Hokage office guarantees I'll find it. As for the shinobi in the tower, Shin absorbed their chakra, rendering them unconscious before depositing them outside the dark fog. Now, off to the root base. They should have stockpiles of Hashirama cells and Sharingan. Shin darted off with his next target in mind, following the path he'd mapped in his earlier reconnaissance. This time, though, things weren't quite as easy. Shin's act of engulfing the Hokage Tower had not gone unnoticed, and while most of the village's elite were still engaged with the Ninetales, a few remaining defenders intercepted him. However, they posed little threat. With his body engulfed in a dark mist, Shin deflected every ninjutsu and projectile, leaving any who approached unconsciously in his wake. As the black fog rolled over them, they slumped to the ground, drained of chakra. It's no surprise that the dark fruit does not provide intangibility, Shin thought. If it were, I'd be a walking black hole. Any weak attacks would be completely extinguished. Except for Haki or Sea Stone, anything caught in the black hole would be annihilated. It would take an incredible amount of chakra, 3 or 5 times that of the dark fruit itself, to counter it. The more Shin used his dark fruit abilities, the more he recognized its terrifying potential. Suddenly, he felt a binding force immobilize him. Got him. Hurry, now. A ninja from the Nara clan, sweat pouring down his face, had caught him with the shadow possession jutsu. Shadow possession? A Nara? Shin chuckled. Amidst his obstructive dark fog, he hadn't noticed his own shadow, allowing this unexpected sneak attack. But he grinned and said, "Did you really think you could hold me with just your chakra? I don't need to weave seals to use my devil fruit." He mentally added. Blood trickled down the Nara shinobi's mouth as he strained. "No, I can't hold him anymore. I've got this," shouted another voice. A towering Akimeki ninja charged, his arm enlarging until it was nearly the size of Shin himself. But Shin broke free of the shadow binding, met the enlarged fist with a darkened fist of his own, and charged forward. Their fists collided, one massive, the other seemingly small in comparison. The clash echoed through the air, followed by a strangled scream, not from Shin, but from the Akimeki ninja. A gaping wound appeared in the Akimeki's giant hand as blood rushed toward the gravitational pull of Shin's dark fruit, draining him of energy. The Akimeki's massive fist shrank as his life force declined, leaving him pale and unconscious. Chapter 57, Into the Abyss. Hiraki. The ninja from the Nara clan cried out, his face full of grief. Being part of the Inoshikacho formation, he and his teammate from the Akimeki clan were evidently close. Despite his mournful cry, the Nara ninja quickly retreated. Known for their intelligence and calm under pressure, the Nara clan members understood that if even an Akimeki, renowned for strength in direct combat, had fallen, he didn't stand a chance if he engaged head-on. Is there no one from the Yamanaka clan here? Their mind transfer techniques would be quite troublesome for me, Shin wondered, briefly frowning. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, concentrating instead on the task at hand. A wave of black mist extended from him, its potent force pulling the Nara ninja into its dark shroud. Moments later, the unconscious form of the Nara ninja emerged, his chakra drained entirely by the dark mist. Meanwhile, a Yamanaka clan ninja hidden nearby grimaced in pain and fear. What kind of monster is this guy? His entire presence feels like a black hole. My spiritual energy was shredded the moment I tried to send my consciousness to his mind. Unaware that he had already thwarted the Yamanaka's attempt to use mind transfer jutsu, Shin continued to feel invigorated, drawing in the chakra of the unconscious ninjas around him. His chakra reserves grew more potent, although he was unaware of the impact on his spirit from the attempted mind attack. Shin strode toward the root headquarters, ignoring the weaker ninjas hiding in the shadows, focusing on his objective. Time was limited. Once the threat of the Ninetales subsided, Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly shift its attention to him. Though he didn't fear a fight, avoiding unnecessary entanglements suited him better. Just as he neared his destination, he heard a series of swift footsteps, and a squad of masked ninjas blocked his path. Through his heightened senses, he detected a larger force approaching from behind. He recognized a figure leading them, bandages wrapped around his eyes and arms, Danzō Shimura, the infamous leader of Root. Isn't his guy supposed to be dealing with the Uchiha right now? Why did he rush over here? Shin thought, feeling a twinge of irritation. Yet, it made sense. He had advanced on Danzō's headquarters, the man wouldn't sit idle while his base of operations was compromised. Initially, Danzō was preoccupied with confronting the Uchiha and blaming them for the Ninetales attack. But with Shin laying waste to his stronghold, the risk of losing crucial secrets and resources outweighed his schemes. If the sensitive experiments and classified documents at Root were exposed, Danzō would have few options left, facing exile or worse. Shin's brow furrowed as the Root ninjas charged at him. With a scoff, he released a wave of black mist. The dark mist devoured the attacks, whether ninjutsu or shuriken jutsu. All that was left were scattered mummified forms of ninjas, their chakra completely drained. Shin showed no mercy against the Root operatives. These ninjas, conditioned and brainwashed, had forsaken their humanity. Seeing his operatives defeated so swiftly, Danzō faltered, his eyes widening in alarm. Who are you, stranger? Do you have any connection to the Nine Tails escape? Danzō's voice rang out, his expression wary as he attempted to place blame on Shin. The Nine Tails? That's your problem, perhaps you should ask the Uchiha, Shin retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Given the Nine Tails' glaring Sharingan influence, he knew that suspicions surrounding the Uchiha had already spread. Danzō paused, a calculating look in his eye. Then, are you here with hostile intent toward Hidden Leaf Village? Or did you come here for a bounty? He probed, attempting to identify Shin. I don't waste my time with Hidden Leaf Village's politics, Shin replied coolly, his patience wearing thin. More root operatives had arrived, and he was no longer interested in drawing this encounter out. Realizing further conversation was pointless, Shin raised his hand, unleashing a surge of black mist that rapidly expanded outward. Danzō's eyes widened as he recognized the dark mist's devastating force. He dodged, knowing direct contact with the black mist would be fatal. Seeing Shin's power, the root ninjas scattered to avoid the mist. Undeterred, Shin continued to channel dark energy into the ground, activating his most potent technique. Devouring Void. Darkness rippled outward, consuming everything in its path. From above, it looked as if a tenth of Hidden Leaf Village had vanished into a vast, inky chasm. Only the emergency shelters, where civilians had evacuated, remained untouched, otherwise, Shin would have hesitated to unleash such a deadly move on this scale. No. We have to stop him. Danzō shouted, leaping from rooftop to rooftop as he struggled to avoid the powerful suction. Even the elite root operatives found their chakra slipping from their control, many collapsing mid-attack as the dark void drained their chakra reserves. Though a handful of the most skilled ninjas managed to launch attacks, Shin's body, hardened and enhanced by layers of haki, shrugged off their attempts with ease. Buildings collapsed into the abyss, and the remaining root ninjas could not escape. The darkness consumed everything, leaving only silence as each ninja fell to the overwhelming power. As the last root base sank into the darkness, Shin withdrew his hand, breathing heavily from the immense energy expenditure. The move had taken its toll on him, adding to the already heavy burden of energy he'd absorbed. With the root base successfully seized, Shin looked over the newly formed pit where it once stood, a grim satisfaction settling over him. Chapter 58, Eye for an Eye. Looking into the distance, Shin noted that the Nine Tails had vanished, though the sounds of battle still echoed from afar. Has the Nine Tails been driven out of the village? It shouldn't be sealed away just yet, Shin's mind stirred. Perhaps I can pick up something valuable here. Shin vanished with a quick flicker, leaving only a few scattered leaves behind. Once he left, an illusory figure reappeared, Danzō, panting heavily, his face lined with fear. Thank goodness I prepared Izanagi. Damn it, the Sharingan I finally obtained was useless. Who was that guy? What's he trying to do? He scanned the area, and a look of anguish flickered across his face. Shin's devouring void had nearly decimated Danzō's entire root division. The toll was devastating. Not only were there heavy casualties, but Danzō's entire stockpile, intelligence files, forbidden ninjutsu scrolls, experimental subjects, and invaluable resources, had been thoroughly looted. In an instant, Danzō's decades of hard work had been reduced to nothing. Everything was gone except his own life. Meanwhile, Shin had made his way to the edge of the Nine Tails battlefield, his sharp gaze surveying the scene from afar. There wasn't much to see, a barrier shielded the area, allowing only the Nine Tails' roars to reach him. However, what caught Shin's attention was Fugaku Uchiha in the fray. Blood and tears streamed down Fugaku's face, clear evidence of his use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, he tried to control the Nine Tails with his Sharingan? Looks like he failed. Obito Uchiha succeeded in controlling the Nine Tails, but only because Madara Uchiha made a summoning contract with it. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's immense power, combined with Madara being a reincarnation of Indra, allowed him to control the Nine Tails far beyond what a typical Mangekyo Sharingan user could manage. For Fugaku, trying to wrest control of the Nine Tails was as futile as hitting a boulder with an egg. The remaining ninjas around him looked battered, with apparent injuries from their skirmish against the Nine Tails. Observing this, Shin felt his determination strengthen. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Who goes there? Shin had no intention of hiding himself. The elite ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village gathered in the area and quickly spotted him. Shin wasn't one for small talk, especially since he had come here to take what he wanted. Besides, Hidden Leaf Village hadn't left a favorable impression on him, so he let his fists do the talking. Black mist filled the air, blanketing the crowd. When the black mist swallowed several tentative attacks from the ninjas, their expressions turned grim, and they moved back quickly. Though injured, these ninjas were far stronger than those en route. Only the bravest dared to challenge the Nine Tails, so their skill and knowledge were leagues above that of ordinary shinobi. Inma, adamantine staff, Extend. The third Hokage, leading the group, didn't waste time on words. With a yell, the staff extended to massive proportions and crashed down toward Shin. Unfazed, Shin encased his hand in the dark mist of the dark fruit and reinforced it with armament haki before launching a powerful punch. The previously invincible staff fell silent as it struck the black mist, and Shin's reinforced fist connected with it. Surprisingly, a crack appeared in the staff, and the black mist seeped into the fissures, draining a significant amount of blood. Poof! With a burst of smoke, the third Hokage awkwardly looked at his now empty hands. The adamantine staff had vanished. The adamantine staff, in mis-transformed form, the third Hokage's summoning beast, was usually indestructible. No weapon could stand against it, yet it had been damaged here. Inma was now seriously injured, barely hanging on to life, leaving the third Hokage helpless. Stay alert. This guy's strength is unusual. The third Hokage shouted. But the other ninjas had already realized the severity of the situation. The adamantine staff, the weapon capable of driving the Nine Tails out of Hidden Leaf Village, had been severely damaged by a single blow from Shin. Clearly, this man was no ordinary opponent. Without delay, the ninjas launched an array of attacks. Shin didn't flinch, the black mist absorbed most of the assaults, and for those he couldn't avoid, he simply used his armament haki, relying on his steel-like body to withstand the onslaught. While their ninjutsu was powerful, it proved ineffective against Shin. Suddenly, a streak of lightning shot through the air, cutting into Shin's chest like a blade, an attack timed to strike the weakest point of his defense. That stings. Shin felt a jolt of pain and grabbed the lightning. As he activated the dark fruit, most of the attacker's chakra was drained, revealing a white-haired boy, barely 13 or 14, Kakashi Hatake. Though he claimed it hurt, Shin's chest didn't even bleed, he merely experienced a brief shock. I almost forgot, it's a side effect of the dark fruit. How much does it amplify pain again? Next time, I'll need to adjust my pain receptors. Shin thought, recognizing the boy as his academy classmate, Kakashi Hatake. Though they'd both attended the academy, they'd hardly interacted. Kakashi had been a prodigy, while Shin remained relatively unnoticed in his class. While Shin knew of Kakashi, Kakashi likely didn't remember him. With his chakra drained, Kakashi couldn't even struggle as Shin extended a hand and plucked out his Sharingan, absorbing it into the dark dimension within the mist. Shin tossed him aside, but he spared Kakashi's life. After all, he'd always liked Kakashi's character in the manga, so he decided to let him live. However, the instant he claimed the Sharingan, a burst of world travel energy surged within Shin. He suspected that if he obtained Obito's eye, too, he might be able to transform the Naruto world into a permanent base camp world, just as he had after consuming the dark fruit. No. The Naruto world is being manipulated from the shadows. Unless I eliminate Black Zetsu or destroy the demonic statue of the Outer Path, Jidomazo, and the Rinnegan, the plotline will remain intact, he mused. These thoughts flitted through his mind, but he was soon pulled back to reality by the shocked faces of his attackers, who now realized Shin had emerged unscathed from their assault. But Shin was no mere punching bag. He wasn't invincible even with the triple layers of protection, the dark fruit, armament haki, and his iron-hard physique. Suppressing his arrogance, Shin moved with terrifying speed, his figure becoming a blur. Before they could react, several jonins were struck by his blows, sustaining severe injuries and spitting blood. In terms of ninjutsu, Shin's chakra might have been overwhelming. Still, he could only utilize standard elemental techniques, limiting his power to the peak of jonin level or the low Kage level. Thus, he relied primarily on his fruit abilities to dominate the field. However, in taijutsu, he was unmatched. At this point, even the legendary Might Guy was still young, and Shin dared to claim he was one of the best in hand-to-hand combat within the ninja world. Chapter 59, Jackpot Stop Him. Shin moved with incredible speed, his taijutsu strikes rendering even elite jonin defenseless with a single blow. The third Hokage struggled to keep up with him, and, in mere moments, 18 jonin lay severely injured. For Hidden Leaf Village, the loss was devastating. Already weakened by the recent Shinobi World War, the village's strength had never been so depleted. Today, the future looked grim, with the Nine Tails breaking free and the village's Jinchuriki already on the brink of collapse. With the village's strongest, the legendary Sannin, either defected or away, only the third Hokage and the newly appointed Hokage Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze could stand between Hidden Leaf Village and utter ruin. As Shin continued his assault, a massive skeletal hand materialized from the sky, blocking his path. Without hesitation, Shin struck, his blow nearly shattering the skeletal hand before it finally halted him. Fugaku Uchiha's eyes glowed a deep red, blood and tears streaming down his face as the patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan swirled. Gathering all his power, Fugaku's Susanoo began to form, its skeletal hand growing flesh and muscle, raising its fist to strike. Shin countered with a sneer, surrounding himself in his signature black mist. He discovered, however, that Susanoo's chakra wasn't as easily absorbed by his dark fruit ability. The high quality of Fugaku's chakra seemed to resist the mist's effects naturally. This is tougher than I expected, Shin thought, while Fugaku's expression reflected a different horror. Each second, the dark mist drew out more of his chakra and deteriorated his Sharingan, forcing Fugaku to pour even more power into his Susanoo just to keep it intact. The cost was steep, with his eyesight failing and excruciating pain stabbing at his eyes, making his vision blur. Meanwhile, the third Hokage seized the opportunity to strike Shin from behind, but he struggled without using his powerful adamantine staff, which had been damaged in the previous fight. His elemental jutsus, formidable in normal circumstances, were ineffective against the gravity and devouring properties of Shin's dark fruit. By now, the Hokage had no means left to trap Shin. He silently cursed himself for not learning the Reaper Death Seal. If he had, he'd be more than willing to risk his life to drag Shin down. With a final, desperate attempt, Fugaku maintained his Susanoo, but the accumulated strain became too great. His Susanoo regressed to its ribbed form, weakened and brittle before Shin shattered it with a powerful punch. With a cry of agony, Fugaku collapsed as blood poured from his eyes, and the relentless black mist engulfed him, drawing him into the dark void. Rather than just claiming his Mangekyo Sharingan, Shin opted to consume Fugaku entirely, intending to absorb his Uchiha bloodline as well. The barrier surrounding the Nine Tails battlefield shattered with a loud crash at that moment. Shin's eyes lit up, and he unleashed a surge of black mist, pushing Hiruzen Sarutobi back as he dashed toward the heart of the battlefield. In the ruins of the Broken Seal, Minato Namikaze and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, lay motionless on the ground while their newborn son, Naruto, cried inconsolably nearby. The black mist surged forward like a dark wave, threatening to engulf them. "You dare!" The third Hokage roared, dashing forward and grabbing Naruto before retreating, leaving Minato and Kushina's bodies to be consumed by the mist. Shin's face broke into a triumphant smile as the bodies of Minato and Kushina disappeared into the darkness. Minato still contained half of the Nine Tails within him, and Kushina's Uzumaki bloodline held significant power. They were his ultimate prize. Ignoring Hiruzen Sarutobi and the rest of the devastated Hidden Leaf Village forces, Shin vanished, leaving Hidden Leaf Village to mourn its heavy losses. Shin soon found refuge in a temporary underground base he created with Earth style. He laughed with unrestrained glee, barely able to contain his excitement as he reviewed his spoils. First, he examined the scroll of seals he had taken from the Hokage's office. It contained nearly all of Hidden Leaf Village's most advanced ninjutsu except clan-specific jutsus. The book held techniques such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the Reanimation Jutsu, the Eight Gates, and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, abilities that Shin was eager to master. While a powerful seal originally protected the book, Shin used the dark fruit to drain the chakra that maintained the barrier, shattering it easily. From Danzō's lab, he had also acquired valuable items, a significant collection of Hashirama cells, research on various bloodline limits, multiple Sharingan, and an array of research materials on genetic experiments. His haul was beyond anything he could have anticipated. In addition, he now possessed Kakashi Hatake's Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku Uchiha's entire body along with his Mangekyo Sharingan, the pure-blooded Uzumaki Kushina, and Minato, who still carried half of the Nine Tails sealed within him. The power these items represented was staggering. "I've hit the jackpot," Shin said with an exhilarated laugh. With these new assets, his chakra-based abilities could soon surpass even his mastery of the dark fruit and Haki. He could feel his power growing, reaching levels that could rival even the legendary Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju. The scroll of seals can wait, he decided. First, I'll work on modifying my body. Hashirama cells and the Mangekyo Sharingan are my top priority. Hashirama cells would grant him enhanced regenerative powers and a more substantial chakra pool, allowing him to learn and control wood style. Although Shin's natural physical resilience rendered some of these benefits less significant, adding these cells would still push his chakra capacity to even greater heights. "Once I complete these enhancements, my chakra network will be nearly limitless," he mused. He relished the thought of combining these newfound abilities with his existing skills, anticipating the day when he would truly become the strongest shinobi in the world. Chapter 60. Silent growth. Chakra amount is not only influenced by physical and spiritual energies but also by one's bloodline. If training increases chakra incrementally, then possessing the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan amplifies it exponentially. In the Naruto world, the Hashirama cells, a genetic legacy of the Senju clan, have proven challenging to integrate. Whether it's Yamato's, Tenzo, limited ability to produce wood-style or Danzō's unstable arm grafts. Using these cells typically results in serious limitations or side effects. Even Madara Uchiha, who achieved one of the best integrations, ended up with a manifestation of his friend's face on his chest. However, this issue poses no significant hurdle for Shin, as the unique properties of his munch fruit ability allow for complete cellular integration. Even metals can seamlessly merge with flesh. If Shin could easily fuse machinery into his body, integrating Hashirama cells was hardly an obstacle. This level of modification differed from Shin's past body enhancements. Previously, he restructured his body based on others' physiology. Now, however, he merely needed to merge the Senju cells directly with his own. The dark mist enveloped the Hashirama cells and, later, the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Shin dealt a merciless blow to the unconscious Fugaku Uchiha, seizing his eyes and physique. After absorbing the man's chakra and flesh, Shin left a weakened Fugaku near Hidden Leaf Village, casting him aside. To Shin, the ninja clans, Hidden Leaf Village, and even the profession itself held no allure or sympathy. While reading about ninjas in manga was entertaining, living in their world quickly eroded any romanticized ideals. After all, any 10-year-old could be forcibly sent to the battlefield. Shin held no illusions. Shin noticed an extra Sharingan with the Kamui ability as he reviewed his spoils. "There's no place to put this," he muttered, storing it away. His fruit's swallowing power could theoretically fuse the Kamui with other Mangekyo's, creating an eternal Mangekyo. However, merging a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and a single Mangekyo Sharingan was difficult, so he chose to keep them separate. Thanks to his newly acquired dual Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, there was little risk of the typical Mangekyo blindness affecting him. The Uzumaki cells within Kushina resemble those of the Senju clan. Perhaps I can combine and fuse them. It's worth a try. Shin spent an entire day experimenting with body modifications. Unlike other researchers, he could revert any unsatisfactory changes thanks to his devil fruit ability. He tested and revised over 100 times until he was satisfied with the fused bloodlines of Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha. After this exhaustive modification process, Shin almost completely disappeared from public view, immersing himself in studying the contents of the Forbidden Scroll and the medical knowledge acquired from Hidden Leaf Village's root organization. Hidden Leaf Village's extensive knowledge of ninjutsu and human anatomy was profound and enlightening. If it weren't for the shadow clone jutsu Shin mastered from the scroll, he would likely have needed decades to explore everything. Shin split off several shadow clones to focus on various ninjutsu techniques and anatomical studies. He personally dedicated himself to mastering the 8 gates, feeling that with his robust physique, the sage body, and his munch fruit ability to mend physical damage, he would waste his natural gifts if he didn't attempt to master them. However, one obstacle remained: the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing jutsu, Reaper Death Seal, was particularly troublesome. Not even Shin's dark fruit power could break through this barrier. The seal remained intact on the deceased bodies. Half of the 9 tails and Minato no Mikeji were now sealed within the Shinigami's belly. With this limitation, Shin abandoned his pursuit of the 9 tails chakra, a slight blemish on an otherwise vast bounty. Time passed, and 2 years flew by. During these 2 years, Shin lay low while Hidden Leaf Village and the entire shinobi world experienced a quiet yet turbulent transformation. Hidden Leaf Village had suffered devastating losses due to Shin's interference. The root was nearly eradicated, the leader of the Uchiha clan had been gravely injured, and both the 4th Hokage and his Jinchuriki spouse had perished. The casualty count among Jonin alone matched that of a full-scale war. The fallout left Hidden Leaf Village in a precarious position. While none of the other hidden villages wanted to rekindle a shinobi war so soon, they certainly saw opportunities to exploit Hidden Leaf Village's weakened state. With tension simmering, several villages considered whether the time was ripe to act, though all feared the unpredictable consequences of another great war. The Cloud Village, in particular, was the most overt in its ambitions, given that no formal peace treaty had been signed with Hidden Leaf Village. Their brazen attempts at extortion and intimidation only intensified. Yet Shin paid little heed to this political turmoil. As a solitary operator, the world's shifting alliances meant little to him. Hidden Leaf Village's pursuit of Shin remained limited, partly because they were spread too thin. However, they issued a bounty on his head in the black market, making Shin's moniker Kurogami infamous. Consequently, other hidden villages, including Cloud, Stone, and even the Akatsuki organization, began showing interest in Shin. Cloud Village, renowned for its ambition to gather rare bloodline techniques, coveted Shin's dark style. With its pragmatic Sushi Kage, Onoki, Stone Village liked to recruit powerful bounty hunters and naturally sought contact with Shin. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki, especially Obito Uchiha, who had witnessed Shin's power firsthand, wanted to gauge his strength. Shin was a potentially valuable recruit with the Akatsuki's plans to expand. But Shin had been in hiding, dedicating himself to training and research in an underground base, far removed from the world's prying eyes. Even the Akatsuki, with their network of Zetsu spies, struggled to locate him in the depths of remote forests. Chapter 61, Revelations in the Forest. Finally, it's almost complete, Shin murmured. Over the past 2 years, he had mastered the 8 gates, progressing up to the 7th gate, and his own taijutsu and physical strength advanced at an astonishing rate. Opening the 8 gates is essentially an extreme form of training. With Shin's incredible physique, he quickly reached the 3rd gate, and after that, he began training rigorously with the gates open each day. His relentless practice, even while sustaining intense physical strain, would have been impossible for others like Guy or Lee, who would risk permanent injury within months. However, Shin had a unique advantage with his extraordinary physique and the munch fruit. No matter how much he pushed his body to the limit, the fruit's healing ability ensured he would recover from nearly any injury, allowing him to go beyond normal boundaries without worrying about hidden injuries or exhaustion. While Shin focused on training the 8 gates, his shadow clones delved into mastering various jutsu. Within 2 years, he had accumulated a formidable arsenal, mastering the conventional elemental release jutsus. Yet, his primary focus had been perfecting the wood-style jutsus of the legendary Senju Hashirama. Even if he disregarded his fruit abilities, Shin knew he possessed power at a Super Kage level. With the addition of his unique talents, he felt confident enough to rival even Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha themselves. Now that I've reached this point, it's time to make a move, he mused, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. With my strength, I should be able to start my next hunt. Exiting the underground base, Shin's first stop was the black market, where he aimed to gather information and possibly attract some prey. The moment Shin, in a black mask, entered, a hush fell over the entire black market. The boss, who had once cautiously watched him from behind the counter, hurried over with a nervous smile. Kurogami, what can I assist you with today? Shin tossed a small suitcase filled with money onto the counter without missing a beat. Bring me all the information from the past 2 years, he ordered. The boss, who would usually scrutinize the payment, didn't touch it. Instead, he hastily instructed his subordinates to gather the requested information. Soon, a mountain of documents lay in front of Shin. Shin flipped through the reports, analyzing each one in minutes. He sighed, the ninja world remains unchanged. He put down the last documents, his masked face making him appear colder. It seems my actions haven't stirred the world as much as I expected. Nonetheless, some things had changed. Due to the absence of Danzō's interference, the Uchiha clan had participated fully in recent battles and weren't isolated to a remote corner by Hidden Leaf Village. Fugaku Uchiha, who had barely survived his encounter with Shin, had lost his Mangekyo Sharingan. While Hidden Leaf Village still harbored suspicions against the clan, especially after Nine Tails was seen with Sharingan in its eyes, their distrust was now aimed at individuals rather than the entire Uchiha family. The Uchiha clan may have avoided complete isolation this time, but their fate is still precarious, Shin thought. Danzō may be lying low after the recent losses, but he'll reappear when the time is right. Moving on, Shin reviewed information on the Land of Rain. The Rain country has closed off its borders, and the entire Hidden Rain village is in seclusion? He murmured, scanning the documents. It appears the Akatsuki organization has shifted from collaboration to terrorism. Hanzo must be dead now, with Uzumaki Nagato as the new leader. Shin's expression hardened. He returned the documents to the counter and left the black market. Behind him, the silence quickly shattered, followed by the chaotic sounds of summoning jutsus and the hurried riding of messengers. Within hours, his reappearance would be known across the ninja world. I wonder who'll come after me first, Shin mused, gazing at the sky. But regardless of who it is, I'll head towards my main objective, the Land of Rain. While Shin aimed for the Rain country, he moved slowly and made calculated stops. He knew that Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki and a dangerous figure in his own right, rarely appeared in person. If Shin attempted a direct approach, he'd likely encounter only Nagato's puppets rather than the man himself. 3 days later, Shin entered a dense forest after leaving a small town. He paused, sensing a presence behind him. You can come out now. You've been following me for over an hour, he called. Emerging from the shadows, a tall man with spiky white hair and wooden clogs stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Shin. Shin tilted his head, studying the figure before him. It's you, Jiraiya of the Sannin. I didn't expect Hidden Leaf Village to make the first move, he remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. I thought Hidden Leaf Village was too weak to send anyone after me. Hidden Leaf Village is Hidden Leaf Village. I am here for myself, Jiraiya replied, his voice heavy with a grief-stricken resolve. Shin noticed the somber tone and the weight behind Jiraiya's words. Do you intend to find me? He asked as a dark mist emanated from his body. If it's just you, I doubt you'll be enough of a challenge. Jiraiya's face tightened. I want the truth, he demanded, his voice firm. That night. What happened? How did the Nine Tails break free? Though Jiraiya still bore the title of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja, Shin sensed that his question was less about Hidden Leaf Village's losses and more about his fallen student, Minato no Mikaze. For a brief moment, Shin considered the situation. Jiraiya was among the few people he had respected when he only knew him from the manga. Reluctantly, Shin allowed the darkness to recede, his aura subsiding. Chapter 62, Tale as Old as Time. I want to know who attacked Minato no Mikaze and released the Nine Tails. That information isn't difficult to provide, but what can you accomplish with it even if I tell you the truth? Shin relaxed his stance slightly, eyeing Jiraiya. It's doubtful Hidden Leaf Village would support any vengeance you might seek. So you do know something, Jiraiya replied, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Seems like I'll have to take you down to get what I need. Take me down? Shin raised an eyebrow, amused. With just your half-baked sage mode? Don't flatter yourself. Jiraiya's expression flitted at Shin's words, but before he could respond, Shin continued. But it doesn't matter. Since you want answers, I'll give you the truth. Huh? Jiraiya looked momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Shin to be so open. When he set out, he was prepared to give his life in battle. Shin's devastating display in Hidden Leaf Village had left him with little doubt about the outcome of their encounter. Danzō's entire root division had been obliterated, and only with the help of secret techniques had he managed to flee. The third Hokage and Hidden Leaf Village's elite Jonin had been thoroughly suppressed. Even the Uchiha clan head, wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, was no match. Given this record, Jiraiya knew that even his sage mode might fall short against Shin. The dark techniques Shin wielded, seemingly melding attack and defense into an otherworldly force, were terrifying. They rivaled, perhaps even surpassed, the power of Dust Style, and Jiraiya had no clear counter for them. If not for the tragic loss of Minato, his apprentice, Jiraiya would have hesitated to confront Shin without better odds. But this was personal. It's nothing surprising, I genuinely admire your character, Shin said casually. Among the shinobi he'd encountered, Jiraiya stood out as one without a hidden agenda, an idealist, albeit with a hint of naivety. Shin despised the darker aspects of shinobi life, but that didn't mean he resented every shinobi. Jiraiya let out a dry laugh. Admire my character, huh? Coming from you, that's rich. Why wouldn't I? Shin replied evenly. Just because I attacked Hidden Leaf Village? Isn't that enough, attacking a village without provocation and stealing its secret techniques? Jiraiya frowned, questioning Shin's motives. Hey. It's not like Hidden Leaf Village, or any other village, hasn't done similar things. Why is it terrorism when I do it, but it's for the greater good of Hidden Leaf Village when they do? Shin smirked. Jiraiya's frown deepened. So, you disagree with the current system? Are you satisfied with a system that sends children into battle? Shin countered. If you were, would you still be roaming the world searching for some child of prophecy? Jiraiya fell silent, momentarily thrown. He couldn't deny it. The state of the shinobi world and its impact on young lives had always troubled him. That was why he'd stayed away from Hidden Leaf Village for so long. The position of Hokage was his for the taking, yet he chose to distance himself from its politics and moral compromises. Fine. I'm not here to debate philosophy. Jiraiya's voice grew steadier. You just said you'd tell me who released the Nine Tails. Shin inclined his head. The culprit was Obito Uchiha. Jiraiya's face turned blank with confusion. Uchiha. Obito? The name sounds familiar, but... He's your disciple's disciple, your grand disciple, if you will, Shin replied, exasperated. You may not remember, but Obito Uchiha was in Minato's team. Jiraiya was silent, his expression clouded with disbelief. You mean that kid with the goggles? The one who was always late? I thought he died. You're not joking, are you? Obito hadn't exactly been remarkable before unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan. Unlike his teammate Kakashi, he was far from a prodigy in everyone's eyes. True, Obito's talent was solid, he was in the elite class and had become a Chunin by age 12, a notable achievement among the Uchiha. But his easygoing nature and carefree attitude had earned him the label of class clown. But to imagine that boy, supposedly crushed under a boulder, had somehow become powerful enough to kill Minato no Mikaze and release the Nine Tails? Even as a novelist, Jiraiya would never have crafted such an implausible storyline. Let's go back to the beginning, Shin said, noticing Jiraiya's skepticism. After Obito was crushed, he didn't die. You could check for yourself, his body isn't there. Jiraiya blinked, then frowned. So, what happened next? Madara Uchiha discovered him, Shin replied, his words landing like bombshells. Wait, Madara Uchiha? Jiraiya looked incredulous. Are you serious? Do you want to hear this story, or do you want to keep interrupting? Sorry, go on, Jiraiya muttered. As I was saying, Shin continued, Madara found Obito and took him to his base, repairing his body using White Zetsu, a creature created from the Hashirama's cells. White Zetsu? Created from Hashirama's cells? Jiraiya looked baffled but held his tongue. I'll explain from the beginning then, Shin sighed. Let's start with the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths? Jiraiya interjected again, struggling to keep up with Shin's shocking revelations. The sage truly existed. If you don't believe me, ask the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myabaku. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, but he decided to let Shin continue. It is said that the Sage of Six Paths had two sons, Indra and Azura. Their spirits were reincarnated repeatedly, perpetuating a cycle of conflict. The latest reincarnations were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. And then there's the Altered Stone Tablet, the Infinite Tsukimi Plan. Chapter 63, The Cycle of Destiny. Jiraiya's expression revealed a mix of disbelief and skepticism as he listened to Shin's explanation. At first, Jiraiya appeared unconvinced, but gradually, as Shin elaborated on every detail, right up to how Madara Uchiha manipulated Obito as a pawn and transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, his expression grew serious. So what happened next? Jiraiya asked, urgency in his voice. Shin leaned back slightly, a faint smile crossing his face. Do you believe me now? He asked, studying Jiraiya's reaction. How do you know all of this? Jiraiya's face was a complex mix of emotions. Do you have some kind of ability to see into the future? Shin shrugged, answering plainly, I wasn't originally part of this timeline. Without a certain incident, I would have died on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. Jiraiya's eyes flickered with something between empathy and resignation. Now that Shin's face was fully visible, Jiraiya could tell he was young, likely just reaching adulthood. And the implication of his words, that he, too, had once been a child sent to the battlefield, seemed painfully clear. Continuing, Shin said, one of your three disciples, Hueco, was killed in a plot orchestrated by Black Zetsu. He sacrificed himself willingly, and that act left Nagato shattered. He paused, then added, Hidden Leaf Village's root had a hand in it, too. Jiraiya clenched his fists, his expression darkening. But you don't have to be too discouraged, Shin continued. Soon, you'll have a new disciple. One who is the true child of prophecy. He went on, detailing Naruto Uzumaki's journey, outlining key moments, and describing the climactic sealing of Kaguya. As Shin wrapped up his recounting, he leaned forward with a faint smile. So there it is, a story of peace. Inspiring, isn't it? Jiraiya sat in silence, absorbing everything he'd just heard. He seemed caught somewhere between pride and an unsettling realization. Shin observed him closely and asked, So, Jiraiya, this is the destiny you've been pursuing? How do you feel? How do I feel? Jiraiya murmured, almost to himself. It's a cycle. Has anything truly changed? To change the ninja world, can it even be done? Shin had spoken without any romanticism, laying out the facts plainly. There was no attempt to paint a hero's journey, no glossing over the darker truths. And perhaps that very honesty left Jiraiya shaken, making him doubt everything he had believed in. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Shin chuckled. At least under Naruto's rule, the ninja world would see peace. If you were to live a long life, say, 80 or 90 years, there's a good chance things might stabilize. Provided no one from the Otsutsuki clan appears, he thought. Shin's gaze sharpened. You asked why I attacked Hidden Leaf Village. I already answered the question. Violence might not solve every issue, but the problems within this world can be solved with enough strength. As long as your fists are big and strong enough, others have no choice but to listen to you. In the end, the child of prophecy you believe in didn't really change the world, he only became the strongest in it. And when you're the strongest, others have no choice but to follow your rules. He paused, letting his words sink in. So, why shouldn't the strongest be me? If I'm stronger than anyone else, I can reshape the world into one of peace. A person's ambition grows with their strength and circumstances. At first, Shin's primary goal was survival. But now, with power rivaling or surpassing even the greatest legends, he was ready to challenge the world status quo. Jiraiya looked up at Shin, a mix of wonder and skepticism in his eyes. Are you saying you can surpass even Madara Uchiha and Kaguya Otsutsuki? Since hearing about the monstrous figures that lay ahead, Jiraiya's mind had been racing, strategizing how to prepare Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. To his knowledge, no ordinary ninja could ever hope to contend with beings of that caliber. And yet, here was Shin, confidently proclaiming he could surpass them. Shin smirked. If you don't believe me, watch. I'll go to the Land of Rain and confront Nagato myself. That should be enough to prove my strength and the truth of my words. What exactly are you after? Jiraiya asked, no longer thinking of his disciples. The question of Shin's true motives loomed larger in his mind. Someone with knowledge of the future and exceptional strength was a potential threat unlike any other. Was Shin a madman, or could he genuinely change the world? Would you even believe me if I told you? Shin asked quietly. Jiraiya couldn't answer right away. Ninjas are taught not to trust easily. The betrayals, deceptions, and deep-rooted schemes have made them naturally suspicious, even among allies. Blindly believing in another's good intentions was rare, especially in Hidden Leaf Village. In contrast, Shin's straightforward nature was more influenced by the culture of the pirate world he had once been in, a world where alliances and rivalries were forged openly and simply. So, he laid out his information plainly, not fearing the implications of his knowledge. And with his strength, he didn't need to worry about deceptions. Soon, he would head to the Land of Rain to retrieve the Rinnegan from Nagato, hoping to avoid needless conflict. His honesty now could prevent misunderstandings later. Ultimately, even if Jiraiya knew of the future, what could he change? Nagato and Obito were too lost in their ideologies. And Jiraiya wasn't Naruto Uzumaki, he couldn't just talk them out of their beliefs. Even Naruto's legendary talk no jutsu only worked because he had the power to back it up. True peace only came after he'd shown his strength. In Shin's mind, as long as he maintained his current growth and power, even future threats from the Otsutsuki clan would be mere stepping stones for him to continue becoming stronger. And, should the time come, they would only serve to further his ambition. Chapter 64, The Path to Hidden Rain Village. At the border of the Land of Rain, I must be crazy to team up with someone who attacked Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya muttered, though he followed Shin reluctantly. Deep down, he couldn't dismiss his concerns about his former student, Nagato, the one-time child of prophecy. He feared what Shin might do to him. Your personality isn't really suited for being a ninja, Shin quipped. The profession doesn't cater to ideals like justice and compassion, and you're overloaded with both. Jiraiya had no answer. No matter how heroically ninjas are portrayed, there's an undeniable truth: ninjas are killers. Unlike soldiers, who primarily defend their homeland, ninjas encompass mercenaries, assassins, and spies, professions steeped in darkness and bloodshed. In a profession like this, it's no wonder so many go astray. People like Jiraiya, who manage to hold on to any goodwill, are indeed rare. We're here, the Land of Rain. Shin turned toward Jiraiya. Do you want to see your disciple first? Now that I'm here, there's no way I'm backing out, Jiraiya sighed. I need to see if what you said is true. In the time leading up to this, Jiraiya had sought counsel with the great Toad Sage of Mount Mayabaku. Unfortunately, toads aren't much for record-keeping, and the great Toad Sage, either due to senility or by choice, provided no concrete information. However, what little he did confirm, about the Sage of Six Paths, his sons, and the origins of ninjutsu, matched Shin's story closely. The Toad Sage also mentioned that his visions of the future had ceased, which left Jiraiya more inclined to trust Shin. The Land of Rain was a small country. Given their skill levels, both Jiraiya and Shin traveled quickly and soon reached the gates of Hidden Rain Village. The Rain Tiger at will jutsu. Jiraiya closed his eyes, concentrating. Having come prepared, he could sense faint chakra dispersed in the raindrops. Shin, on the other hand, was less equipped to handle the perpetual downpour. As a devil fruit user, he harbored an intrinsic distaste for water, feeling uncomfortable with the endless drizzle that clouded the Land of Rain. At the gates of Hidden Rain Village, the rain poured ceaselessly under Pain's Rain Tiger at will jutsu, amplifying Shin's unease. To sneak in, I think we should. Why sneak? Shin interrupted, smirking. A dull, black sphere of energy formed in his hand. Let's make a loud entrance, they'll come out and greet us. As he finished, Shin tossed the black sphere into the sky. It expanded rapidly, drawing in the rain clouds and creating a black vortex overhead, siphoning the rain entirely. Jiraiya, who had been contemplating stealth. In the original story, the fight against the Six Paths of Pain showcased the height of tactical ninja combat. Jiraiya had sacrificed himself to gather information, and Naruto, in turn, used that intelligence to defeat each of Pain's bodies strategically. From that point forward, the battles shifted, becoming more about raw power than strategic analysis. By the time Naruto gained significant power, tactics and strategy had been replaced mainly by sheer force. Jiraiya, looking at Shin's blunt show of force, felt an odd mixture of dismay and disbelief. It was like a seasoned gamer, skilled through years of practice, being bested by a novice who simply bought premium upgrades. Inside Hidden Rain Village, Conan looked at the cleared sky with concern. The country was still in turmoil after Nagato had defeated Hanzo. Aside from Nagato and herself, Akatsuki's only allies were the enigmatic Zetsu and Obito Uchiha, both of questionable motives. Determined, Konan spread her paper wings, ready to investigate, when she suddenly felt a compelling pull. She turned to see the Deva path of pain. The other pains were approaching swiftly. Nagato, the situation is unclear. Let me go out to assess the threat. Precisely because of the unknown, I can't let you go, said the Deva path in his usual stern tone. Assessing danger is the task of the 6 paths of pain. You should guard my real body. If something happens, you'll be nearby to help. Nagato's physical body, despite its frailty, was still formidable, guarded by the Judo statue, and capable of wielding the powers of the Rinnegan. Yet, Nagato's words reflected his protective instincts toward Konan. In the original story, with his Rain Tiger at will technique monitoring the village and his knowledge of Jiraiya, he felt comfortable sending Konan to investigate. But now, faced with an unknown opponent powerful enough to clear the sky, he dared not risk her safety. While the Deva Path's expression remained impassive, Konan sensed Nagato's concern. She nodded, flying to where his real body was concealed. Such was her character, loyal and unwavering, always heeding the will of her companions. In fact, Nagato had once been the same way, but Yahiko's death had forced him to take charge. His inherently cautious nature made him susceptible to manipulation by Obito, who used him as a pawn in a grander scheme. Chapter 65, Embarrassment of a God. Shin and Jiraiya had finally made their way into the heart of Rain Village. It's finally here, Shin murmured, gazing into the distance as a small black dot appeared in the sky. His sensory abilities picked up the presence of several other powerful chakras with a chilling, lifeless quality, the remaining paths of pain. Before Shin could act, Jiraiya stepped forward, trembling as he took in the figure before him. Nagato. Is that you? He asked, his voice unsteady. Deva Path Pain's eyes shifted toward Jiraiya, devoid of warmth. Nagato is no more, he replied in a hollow voice. I am the god who will create a new world. Shin grimaced, unable to suppress a shiver of second-hand embarrassment. Alright, that's a bit much, don't you think? Doesn't it feel strange to talk like that? Just hearing it makes me cringe. Controlling Pain's form from afar, Nagato bristled at Shin's mockery. He raised a hand without another word, and the air thickened with power. Almighty push. The repelling force clashed with a wave of thick black mist Shin conjured, the two powers nullifying each other instantly. Shin watched with interest. So, repulsion and attraction cancel each other out? He murmured to himself. The dark fruit's ability granted him the ability of attraction and absorption, putting him in a unique position against Pain's techniques. The concept of attraction and absorption made most elemental jutsu nearly ineffective against Shin. When faced with dark fruit's sheer pull and absorption, jutsus like fire, wind, and lightning were trivial. Jiraiya, realizing how quickly things had escalated, shot a look at Shin. Wait. I still have questions for Nagato. Shin didn't look back. You'll have to save your questions for when we find his true body, he said. Do you think he'll answer you right now? Even as Shin spoke, the remaining paths of pain had already sprung into action. Human Path, Asura Path, and Preta Path launched themselves at the duo, while Animal Path began summoning monstrous creatures to the battlefield. Shin scoffed, meeting the attackers with a surge of black mist. Preta Path positioned itself to absorb the black mist, but its attempt backfired. The dark energy engulfed Preta Path momentarily, condensing it into a black dot and reducing its body to nothing. From his hiding place, Nagato's eyes widened in shock. His strongest shield had been obliterated in an instant. What is that? He murmured. It doesn't feel like chakra. It's like he's manipulating darkness itself. Nagato had a faint awareness of the dark void swallowing Preta Path. Though the connection faded quickly, what he sensed left him deeply unsettled. Damn it. There's not even a body left to resurrect. A sense of unease crept over Nagato as the cool down on almighty push elapsed. With renewed determination, he unleashed a far stronger repulsive force. Shin watched calmly, then raised his hands, conjuring an even denser cloud of black mist. The two forces clashed, but the dark energy quickly overwhelmed Pain's almighty push, swallowing the repulsion entirely. Nagato could not allow Deva Path Pain to be defeated, but with a strong impact, Deva Path Pain was pushed back and forced to retreat. Shin paid no mind and turned his attention to something else, a chameleon that had been attempting to strike him under the cover of invisibility. With a swift punch, the creature collapsed to the ground, its head reduced to pulp. This is taking too long, Shin muttered, a determined look crossing his face. I need to get serious. 8 inner gates, open. In an instant, his speed increased to an astonishing level, his movements almost imperceptible as he struck with overwhelming force. The loud impact sent Asura Path flying, its body obliterated. Nagato's eyes widened further, the impossibility of Shin's speed and strength striking him with disbelief. This speed. This power. How is it possible? Yet, regardless of Nagato's amazement, the battle raged on without mercy. Within moments, Shin had struck down each remaining path of pain, reducing them to little more than a red mist. Only Deva Path Pain, still hovering above, remained. This is the 8 inner gates, isn't it? Jiraiya said, looking at Shin in astonishment. He recognized the technique's power but was taken aback by Shin's calm, controlled appearance. Shin shrugged, barely winded. I'm only using the 3rd gate. If I open more, I'd have a harder time containing it. Jiraiya was left speechless. He can wipe out the paths of pain with just 3 gates? If he goes all the way to 6 or 7, wouldn't he be able to crush even Madara Uchiha? From his hiding place, Nagato could feel the heat rising to his cheeks. The words he had spoken with so much conviction, calling himself a god, now felt hollow and painfully embarrassing. He had proclaimed himself the creator of a new world, only to be quickly decimated. It was a humiliating feeling, akin to Loki declaring himself a god, only to be tossed aside by the Hulk. For once, Nagato's pale, sickly complexion was tinged with red. Chapter 66, Divine Reckoning. Only the Deva Path remained among the 6 paths of pain, hovering alone in the sky. Although the Deva Path possessed strong combat capabilities, its most powerful move, the Almighty Push, required a 5-second cooldown. It could only rely on chakra rods and universal pull to fight between uses, presenting significant strengths and notable limitations. Originally, the Deva Path's full potential was only realized when working in conjunction with the other paths of pain. When fighting solo, its power fell below that of an average Kage-level ninja, and even ordinary skilled fighters who deciphered its fighting patterns could potentially defeat it. The outcome of the battle seemed decided. Unless Nagato resorted to a massively destructive Almighty Push or the creation of a planetary devastation within Hidden Rain Village, a highly unlikely choice given the collateral damage, he was left with few options. Even a large-scale Almighty Push wouldn't be particularly effective against a single powerful adversary. And as for the planetary devastation, it would have trouble keeping up with Shin's speed. Shin looked up at the floating Deva Path. Although the power of his dark fruit gave him gravitational abilities, they didn't grant true flight. To fly, he would have to rely on the munch fruit to transform his body further. With the 3rd gate of the 8 gates formation open and his immense physical strength, Shin didn't need sophisticated techniques to move through the air. With a single mighty leap, he shot up like a rocket. The Deva Path's expression remained stoic as it prepared another Almighty Push. But Shin extended his hands, a thick black mist flowing forth to counter the attack. The mist swallowed the Almighty Push and engulfed the Deva Path entirely. Upon landing, Shin waved his hand, and the Deva Path's lifeless body was cast aside. Alright, Jiraiya. Now's your chance to talk to him. Shin grinned. I doubt he'll still call himself a god after this. Jiraiya smiled bitterly while Nagato, observing from afar, coughed with irritation. Conan, by his side, nervously patted his back, trying to calm him. While Jiraiya conversed with the Deva Path, Shin moved away, releasing his observation haki, carefully sensing the chakra fluctuations throughout Hidden Rain Village. Shin's mastery of observation haki was pivotal in his rise to power in the Drum Kingdom. The technique he'd learned from a doctor emphasized acute internal perception, making it exceptionally effective for observing bodily functions. It had also proven valuable in refining his munch fruit and enhancing his physical transformations. However, his haki was tuned for precision rather than range. Although effective in close combat, it didn't excel in long-distance detection. Even with his current proficiency, comparable to that of an emperor's deputy, his search radius remained around 800 to 900 meters, modest compared to the 2 to 3 kilometer range that some of the 4 emperor's officers could manage. Despite this, the precision was advantageous. Shin could faintly detect the unique chakra resonance emitted by the black rods embedded in the Deva Path. That direction. The distance is uncertain, but it shouldn't be more than a dozen kilometers, he muttered. Nagato couldn't have concealed himself too far. Finding him shouldn't be challenging even with my limited range. He glanced at Jiraiya, who had just been blasted back by an almighty push. Clearly, the conversation hadn't gone well. With a faint pop, the Deva Path was suddenly summoned away by Nagato. What happened, Jiraiya? That was over quick, Shin asked, bemused. Jiraiya got to his feet, shaking his head with a rueful smile. The almighty push hadn't inflicted much damage, but the conversation hadn't progressed. I was hoping he'd relinquish the judo statue and the Rinnegan, but he refused. Shin rolled his eyes. The Rinnegan is the foundation of his belief that he's a god, and the judo statue is the cornerstone of his world peace plan. Asking him to give them up is like asking him to rip out his own heart. No wonder he refused. But his life is at risk. Jiraiya argued passionately. The judo statue and the Rinnegan draw upon Nagato's vitality. Some people don't fear death, Jiraiya. To Nagato, Death probably seems insignificant in comparison. Nagato was, without question, the most idealistic of those who had fallen under the influence of a mastermind behind the scenes in the shinobi world. Characters like Black Zetsu and Kaguya Otsutsuki sought destruction on a global scale. After his tragic loss, Obito seemed more bent on annihilation than peace. Madara Uchiha, the mastermind, viewed himself as a divine figure detached from human concerns. While Nagato appeared godlike, his self-proclaimed divinity was more about maintaining an air of mystique. If he looked in a mirror and saw his frail body, he'd likely question his divine status. With his body's fragility, he probably wouldn't live past 40 even without combat. The continuous use of the Rinnegan and Judo statue would hasten his end, ensuring he died once his plan was realized. Did Nagato not understand this? Likely, he did. In his mind, his death was a necessary sacrifice for world peace. Though misguided, his intentions were arguably closer to achieving peace than Obito's or Madara's ever were. In a way, his ideal of creating a super weapon to enforce peace wasn't entirely dissimilar to Senju Hashirama's distribution of the tailed beasts to maintain balance. So what now? Jiraiya asked, his voice anxious. He escaped, and I don't know when or if we'll find them again. Leave that to me, Shin said confidently. Escaping from me isn't that simple. Jiraiya looked at him, his face etched with uncertainty. And what do you plan to do when you find him? Shin gave him a steady look. Don't worry. For your sake, I'll limit myself to confiscating his tools of destruction. Tools of destruction? Jiraiya echoed, momentarily confused. You mean the Rinnegan and the Judo statue? Shin's expression was calm. Yes, though I doubt I'll need his permission. Chapter 67, Rinnegan in the underground base. Conan looked at Devapath Pain, who had been summoned back, her face filled with shock. Since the creation of Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain, any opponent they faced has been completely annihilated. Even Hanzo the Salamander, known as the demigod, fell against just 3 of the 6 paths. Yet, in mere minutes, only Devapath remained of the 6 paths. The strength of this new opponent was unimaginable. Who was this? Who could it be? Conan looked at Nagato, confusion filling her eyes. It's the Kurogami, and Jiraiya-sensei is with him, Nagato replied, covering his mouth as he coughed. Prepare to evacuate. Jiraiya-sensei already knows about the Judo statue. The Land of Rain isn't safe anymore. For the statue to unleash its full power, it needed the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, powerful weapons the 5 great shinobi nations held. If its existence became known, the reactions from the nations were inevitable. The Akatsuki of today was not the powerhouse it would later become. Apart from Nagato and Conan, the remaining members were a mysterious individual in a mask and the enigmatic black and white Zetsu. In Nagato's frail state, confrontation with the 5 great shinobi nations could spell disaster. Moreover, he'd already been defeated by the Kurogami. Understood. Conan glanced at Nagato with a pained expression, wanting to speak, when suddenly, a rumbling noise sounded overhead. Nagato looked up, stunned, as a thick black fog spread across the rock ceiling above them. The fog dissipated, revealing sunlight pouring into the underground base. Well, our new god of this world, Shin remarked with a smirk as he descended into the base, his gaze fixating on the Judo statue behind Nagato. Conan's face went pale, but she still stepped in front of Nagato. However, Nagato's voice interrupted, Conan, stand down. Nagato knew the depth of Shin's strength. Conan's paper jutsu, while formidable, wouldn't stand a chance against the dark style of this mysterious ninja. The dark style seemed like an unusual jutsu combining attraction and absorption, rendering jutsus useless against it. Only those skilled in yin-yang release could hope to counter such a terrifying power. Conan's body trembled, but she finally retreated. Nagato sat in a stone chair, the Judo statue looming behind him and Devapath standing silently beside him as if on guard. Shin studied Nagato. The once vibrant red hair of the Uzumaki clan now looked like dried straw. His frame was skeletal, and even the powerful Rinnegan seemed dull and lifeless. Whatever you intend to do. Let Conan leave, Nagato said, taking a deep breath. Nagato. Conan's face filled with alarm. Before she could respond, Nagato raised a hand, causing her to faint. Shin raised an eyebrow. Is that a unique application of the human path? I suppose it helps that she trusts you. However, I promised Jiraiya I wouldn't kill you. Nagato. At that moment, a concerned voice echoed as a tall figure jumped into the scene. It was Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. This time, Jiraiya didn't stand beside Shin. Instead, he positioned himself protectively in front of him, casting a concerned look at Conan. What happened to Conan? Shin shook his head. It seems you still don't trust me. I didn't touch Conan, Nagato did it himself. Jiraiya sighed. Do you think your actions inspire confidence? I didn't expect you to trust me. Shin shrugged as a menacing black mist spread from his feet, quickly enveloping the entire cave. Devouring void. Not good. Jiraiya and Nagato's faces shifted in alarm, but the gravitational pull of the dark fruit technique was so intense that they had no time to react. The dark fruit required no hand seals or movements and exhibited no chakra fluctuations, an advantage that made it nearly impossible to anticipate. Within moments, everyone was pulled into the dark dimension. Mission accomplished. Shin smiled as he entered the dark dimension, where he could control everything. Only those with extraordinary power could break free. No sign of Black Zetsu, Obito, or White Zetsu. Perhaps they're in the Land of Water? During this period, the Land of Water was under Obito Uchiha's control, so it wasn't surprising that the Akatsuki's leadership wasn't here. In later years, after Obito's manipulation of the fourth Mizukage was exposed and Maitru Mummy took control, Obito operated more directly within the Akatsuki. With his Rinnegan, Nagato had been in contact with Obito long enough to recognize the stealth of White Zetsu and may have even developed a technique to detect him. It wasn't unusual for White Zetsu to be absent. So, Obito and Black Zetsu don't know I've captured Nagato. This could be useful. In this domain, Shin looked over his spoils with satisfaction. Sharingan is valuable, but the Rinnegan is even better. Fortunately, I don't have to choose, I can have both. Most importantly, there's the demonic statue of the outer path, the true divine tree. Even if its chakra is largely depleted, it holds countless secrets. This haul rivals everything I've obtained in the past 2 years. With the transformative powers of the Munch Munch fruit, Shin began by merging Fugaku Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan. A Tomoe appeared in the Rinnegan, greatly amplifying its power. Sporting the Rinnegan, Shin felt a resonance with his chakra, a melding of Senju and Uchiha bloodlines within his body. The Rinnegan arises from the fusion of the Sage Body and Sage Eyes. Unexpectedly, it's also aiding my bloodline fusion. However, the Judo statue remains troublesome. Even with the transformative abilities of the Munch Munch fruit, it's difficult to integrate it into my body. Chapter 68, A New Vision. In the end, Shin abandoned the idea of completely absorbing the Judo statue. At least, until it had absorbed enough chakra to transform into a divine tree, he wouldn't consider it again. Just like the Hashirama cells, the chakra within the Judo statue carried a unique property that could induce lignification in people. Perhaps only through the addition of tailed beast chakra could it manifest in a more animalistic state. Even with the power of his devil fruit, he couldn't entirely absorb the enormous entity. If Shin forcibly consumed the Gito statue, his life form would alter, shifting him into a tree-like state. Though his strength would increase dramatically, he wouldn't remain human. Such a transformation wasn't a path he'd willingly walk. However, Shin's sage body and chakra had surged even more by merely assimilating the sage eyes, especially his wood-style jutsus. Its power had nearly reached that of Hashirama Senju. In fact, Shin believed that if he mastered Sage Mode, the power of his wood style would likely exceed even Hashirama's. Just as Madara Uchiha's Hashirama cells had enhanced his own Rinnegan, Shin's Sage body had evolved after absorbing Nagato's Rinnegan. Moreover, Shin's physical endurance was formidable, given his enhanced physique from the One Piece world. Previously, his chakra refining had resembled coal burning in a thermal power plant. After absorbing significant amounts of Otsutsuki's legacy, his chakra processing shifted to something akin to nuclear power. An ordinary Otsutsuki descendant might handle the energy of 1 or 2 tons of nuclear power. Still, with Shin's robust physique, he was burning the equivalent of 100 tons. Yet, even with the improved bloodline, he fell short of the true Otsutsuki ancestor's power. Though vastly enhanced, his strength was still below that of the Sage of Six Paths, comparable perhaps to Naruto and Sasuke in their prime. This level of strength is sufficient, Shin noted, feeling the abundance of chakra within. He opened the dark dimension with a slight smile, releasing Jiraiya, Nagato, and Konan, all of whom were unconscious inside. Once emaciated with black rods protruding from his back, Nagato looked much better now. Though still slender, he no longer appeared frail. Even the black rods, symbols of his debilitating illness, had been removed, and his once brittle red hair now gleamed with life. In time, the three began to regain consciousness. When Nagato opened his eyes, he was no longer blind. Instead, a pair of sharp, falcon-like eyes looked out from his sockets. Initially, Nagato seemed disoriented, believing himself to be doomed. But Konan's cry of Nagato jolted him fully awake. Hearing her voice, Nagato quickly took in his surroundings, his expression shifting to surprise. Jiraiya, however, recovered faster than the other two. With his years of experience, he remained composed, watching his surroundings with calm acceptance. Seeing them awake, Shin gave a faint smile. Looks like everyone's back. Ready to hear me out now? The three exchanged glances. Ever the pragmatist, Jiraiya chuckled, "Sorry about that. I thought you might kill Nagato." "Jiraiya-sensei," murmured Nagato, his tone tinged with emotion. Nagato stood, marveling at the vitality flowing through him. He felt as though he had been transported to a different world. Now lacking the Rinnegan and the overwhelming power it once provided, Nagato's overwhelming sense of omnipotence had dissipated. With his life no longer on the line, his mind was remarkably clear. Initially, Nagato had harbored hostility, assuming his enemies would never let him live. But fully healed, he could feel his chakra reserves swelling anew. He didn't understand the sacrifices Shin had made to heal him, but it was clear Shin could have killed him with much less trouble. And Jiraiya, his former teacher, had defended him, albeit ineffectively. Now, far calmer, Nagato felt a deep sense of resignation. "How do you feel?" Shin asked. "I've restored your body, merged numerous Hashirama cells, and transplanted eyes I've previously used. They're no Rinnegan, but they grant excellent distance vision and dynamic tracking." Nagato tested his movement and found himself without any lingering wounds or stiffness. "I feel incredible." "Thank you." For Konan, however, the transformation was overwhelming. Seeing Nagato healthy, her eyes filled with tears. Once they had calmed down, Nagato turned to Shin. "You saved me. There must be something you need. I'm willing to help as long as it doesn't involve Konan or go against my principles." Shin had spared his life for a reason. In Nagato's mind, the least he could do was offer his service, and he was grateful for this chance to experience a healthy life. Konan, however, was quick to protest. She grasped his arm. "It was the same last time. Do you see me as a child, Nagato? I won't be a burden to you forever." As their debate heated up, Shin rolled his eyes. "Relax. I don't need anything drastic from either of you." He paused. "I just need Konan's help, and it's nothing dangerous." Hearing this, Konan and Nagato paused, redirecting their attention to Shin. A dense black mist emanated from Shin's body as he vanished into the dark dimension. Moments later, he reappeared as a limp figure with dry red hair, a skeletal frame, and numerous black chakra rods embedded along his back. Chapter 69, Operation Hoodwink. When Jiraiya, Nagato, and Konan looked at Shin's current form, they were visibly shocked. "Wait. Are you planning to disguise yourself as Nagato?" Jiraiya was the first to react, his voice filled with surprise. Shin nodded and blinked, his eyes turning a vivid purple. 6 distinct rings appeared. He had activated the Rinnegan. Nagato's expression shifted. As the former wielder of the Rinnegan, he could feel the immense power radiating from Shin's eyes, far surpassing what he once possessed. Nagato had previously sensed that the Rinnegan had more potential to be unleashed, but he could hardly tap into it then. The Rinnegan drained his chakra and life force, making it an overwhelming burden. Yet, Shin's use of the Rinnegan was flawless. He wielded its power as though it was a natural extension of himself, a flawless control Nagato had never experienced. For Nagato, activating and maintaining the Rinnegan was a struggle, but Shin seemed at ease as if the eyes were his own. What Nagato didn't realize was that these eyes had initially belonged to Madara Uchiha, which had always created a slight incompatibility for him. The Rinnegan would have drained him entirely long ago if not for his Uzumaki heritage. However, Shin's unique ability to absorb and reshape the Rinnegan's power made the eyes function as if they were genuinely his. Even if Madara were to reclaim these eyes now, they wouldn't match his original Rinnegan's chakra. Shin then summoned a massive figure from the dark mist behind him, a replica of the Jado statue. Everything about it, from its overwhelming aura to the feeling of chakra, mirrored the authentic Jado statue. This accuracy wasn't surprising, as the replica was actually created using the original Jado statue. Although the chakra rods in Shin's body were mere props, his mastery of the Rinnegan allowed him to control the statue just as effectively as Nagato had. While Nagato and Konan looked on, puzzled by Shin's intent, Jiraiya quickly realized what was happening. Shin wasn't simply impersonating Nagato, he planned to take over the Akatsuki organization entirely. By assuming Nagato's identity, he could wait for Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu to gather the Akatsuki's members. When the time came, he would eliminate them and seize control of the organization for himself. Having been told the original events, Jiraiya understood that while the Akatsuki members weren't saints, they were highly skilled and could be invaluable assets in the right hands. Though Shin's personal strength was substantial, he lacked a foothold in the ninja world. If he could control Akatsuki and Hidden Rain Village, he would have a real chance at reshaping the world's power dynamics. Nagato, however, remained confused. "Why would you want to impersonate me? Are you after Hidden Rain Village? You wouldn't need to impersonate me for that." Shin shook his head. "My goal isn't just Hidden Rain Village but the entire Akatsuki organization. Although the Akatsuki seems insignificant now, with Black Zetsu's manipulation, it has the potential to become a powerful force. Indeed, it was likely Black Zetsu, and his army of white Zetsu clones, who helped recruit so many S-rank missing nin. Their extensive intelligence-gathering abilities pinpointed each missing nin's location and habits, facilitating Akatsuki's recruitment efforts. Without that intelligence network, it would have been nearly impossible for Nagato to locate and recruit these elusive shinobi. Even Hidden Leaf Village, the most prominent ninja village, had limited knowledge of these individuals until the Akatsuki emerged. Nagato looked skeptical. You really believe in Akatsuki's potential that much? Or do you just trust those two mysterious figures so completely? Shin glanced at Jiraiya. I don't intend to repeat myself. Perhaps Jiraiya can explain. Scratching his head, Jiraiya began to recount the truth of Akatsuki's manipulation to Nagato. Soon, Nagato's face darkened as he grasped the extent of the deception. So, it was all a lie. I was just a pawn, and these weren't even my eyes? Hueco died because of their schemes. Nagato's voice was tinged with anguish as he processed the revelations. Shin looked at him and remarked, You've handled this much better than Jiraiya did. Initially, he thought I was trying to deceive him. Nagato exhaled, regaining his composure. There's no reason for you to lie to me. We're at your mercy, after all. And it's something that can be verified soon enough. If your claims are false, I'll know within a few years. Nagato took a deep breath. Still. In your presumed future, I assume, you're not supposed to be here? Shin nodded. Most likely. Under normal circumstances, I would have died in the Third Shinobi War. But I encountered a fortuitous event that changed my fate. In his youth, Shin had been a mere soldier with low chances of survival. Jiraiya, Nagato, and Conan glanced at Shin, surprised. In the ninja world, late bloomers were rare. Almost every shinobi who reached Kage level had shown promise from a young age. Even those with unremarkable reputations, like Naruto and Obito, had latent potential that experienced shinobi could detect. Actual cannon fodder rarely had the chance to defy their fates and rise to greatness. Shin's claim to have been a mere grunt before a miraculous encounter set him on this new path was a revelation that piqued the trio's curiosity. Chapter 70, Ambitions in Motion. The three of them couldn't help but be curious, but none dared to pry into Shin's mysterious incident. In this world, people hold intelligence in high regard, and personal secrets are respected in a way quite different from other worlds. If Shin chose not to divulge, no one would dare press him. Even if he turned hostile, they would have no grounds to complain. Wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees in a secluded forest, Nagato formed hand seals, activating his jutsu. The earth began to swell, and trees surged as if alive, tearing apart the ground and spreading throughout the forest. So, this is wood style? Nagato lowered his hands, examining the forest's transformation. It's truly a powerful force. Though not as overwhelming as the Rinnegan, it's remarkably practical. Naturally, Shin said with a grin. My body modification techniques far exceed crude procedures like simple eye transplants. You and the Hashirama cells I transplanted have fully merged as if you were born with a sage body. While this sage body might lack Asura's chakra and was derived from Hashirama cells, it undoubtedly surpassed the unstable effects of ordinary cell transplants. Nagato, who already possesses the natural vitality of the Uzumaki clan, could likely achieve proficiency in wood style at the level of Yamato, Tenzo. Madara Uchiha chose Nagato to host the Rinnegan due to his Uzumaki heritage and talent. His long coexistence with the Rinnegan had drained his body but granted him valuable abilities. His potential was now greater, free from the burden of the Rinnegan, having shed his previous physical deficiency and enhanced his versatility. Among an ordinary ninja's arsenal are ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ganjutsu. Taijutsu serves as the foundation of all combat skills. Even the most advanced shinobi may specialize exclusively in ninjutsu or ganjutsu, but mastery of taijutsu is nearly indispensable. Without it, surviving as a ninja becomes almost impossible. Of course, there are rare exceptions. Such cases generally involve individuals who have embraced extreme, unconventional transformations, like the missing nin Sasori of the Red Sand. Having turned his body into a puppet, Sasori has abandoned most human limitations, sacrificing typical physical capabilities for his puppet modifications. Nagato's use of the 6 paths of pain in the past stemmed from similar physical limitations, serving as a workaround for his lack of strength in close combat. However, the strategy came with risks. If an enemy managed to locate his original body, even an average Jonin could exploit this vulnerability and pose a substantial threat. While Nagato and Conan celebrated the strength this gave him, Jiraiya stood to the side, a faint worry crossing his face. In the Naruto world, the wood style is akin to a panacea. If anyone successfully integrates it, they can potentially achieve Jonin-level combat power. Shin now possessed the skill to integrate the cells perfectly. Provided the cells can be produced quickly enough, Shin could theoretically mass-produce Jonin. Combined with his immense combat ability, he could soon raise a force on par with, if not superior to, the 5 great ninja villages. Jiraiya hadn't forgotten Shin's ambitions. With each increase in Shin's power and capabilities, his potential to reshape the world grew. Jiraiya couldn't be sure whether Shin's vision would benefit the world, but it was certainly a risk to Hidden Leaf Village, leaving Jiraiya understandably concerned. One small consolation to Jiraiya was Shin's moral character. While ambitious, Shin wasn't a maniac who sought chaos, nor was he an extremist like Madara Uchiha. He was rational, and rather than overturning the existing order through brute force, he chose to build strength quietly, biding his time. Though this rational approach was good for the world, it heightened Shin's threat to the status quo. Armed with future knowledge and careful planning, Shin posed a challenge to the existing power structure, particularly the 5 great ninja villages. The so-called child of prophecy now seemed almost irrelevant. To Jiraiya, Shin appeared more like the child of prophecy than anyone else. Instead of clinging to the idea of some foretold hero, it might be more realistic to keep a close watch on Shin. Observing Jiraiya's concern, Shin appeared indifferent. If Jiraiya wanted to monitor him, Shin had nothing to hide. However, since Jiraiya's presence could interfere with his plans, he needed to act strategically. Shin wanted to fully adopt Nagato's appearance and identity, and if Jiraiya was too close, he might blow his cover before he could deceive Obito and Black Zetsu. So, he subtly encouraged Jiraiya to leave. Jiraiya could do little but agree, knowing he was no match for Shin if it came to confrontation, and he reluctantly departed. Once he returned to the hidden underground base, Shin finalized preparations. Although disguised as Nagato, he didn't merely sit and act incapacitated. Instead, he continued to exercise, revealing his formidable physical prowess. I should probably set up some spatial barriers here. It would be troublesome if Obito spotted me training, he thought. I can always leave a wood clone to maintain the act if necessary. This body won't need to enter direct combat anyway, as Pain's 6 paths can handle it all. With the Rinnegan, Shin could control Pain's 6 paths as effectively as Nagato but with greater range and flexibility and less chakra consumption. While Nagato had to rely on a black chakra rod embedded in his body to control the 6 paths, Shin only required a few chakra-infused rings for complete control. Most importantly, the Rinnegan's gravitational control harmonizes perfectly with the powers of the dark fruit, he mused. Chapter 71, The Masked Confrontation. More than half a month had passed. At the heart of the Land of Rain, a new set of 6 paths of pain had been created. Despite that, it is still the original Deva path who is guarding this place. A swirling black vortex appeared behind him, and moments later, Obito Uchiha stepped out. Long time no see, Madara. I assume you didn't track down that shinobi again, Deva Path said, looking at Obito. His eyes, devoid of emotion, made it impossible to gauge his thoughts. Perhaps that was one of the advantages of puppets. However, Obito wasn't one to be outdone when it came to maintaining a mysterious facade. Deva Path might have his lifeless, impassive face, but Obito had his swirling vortex mask, each concealing their thoughts equally well. He can't hide forever. Sooner or later, I'll make him join the organization, Obito replied coldly. I'm not giving up that piece so easily. Too late. I encountered him half a month ago, Deva Path replied without a hint of emotion. Obito's eye widened. What? He came to Hidden Rain Village? Since Nagato rarely left the village due to his condition, it was only natural that if the shinobi had confronted him, he must have traveled to the Land of Rain himself. Did you kill him? Obito asked, his tone low. Of course not. He has considerable strength, and the Akatsuki could use more capable members. He's a bounty-seeking shinobi with a grudge against Hidden Leaf Village, so recruiting him was the best choice, Deva Path explained. Obito went silent, a twinge of irritation surfacing. He had been watching that shinobi for some time but had failed to pinpoint his location. Now, Nagato had managed to secure him first. Although both served in the Akatsuki, Nagato and Obito had a subtle rivalry, each keeping a watchful eye on the other. As a result, the Akatsuki organization had split into 2 factions beneath the surface. Since the shinobi had joined at Nagato's invitation, he clearly aligned with Nagato's faction. In terms of accomplishments, the record of this mysterious shinobi in Hidden Leaf Village nearly matched Obito's. Obito's ability to release the 9 tails had been primarily due to Madara Uchiha's summoning contract with the tailed beast. Without it, the formidable Uchiha clan head with a Mangekyo Sharingan would have posed a significant threat to him. Obito's single Mangekyo eye could hardly match Madara's power, and in that event, the 9 tails might easily have slipped from his control. Obito's impact on Hidden Leaf Village had been partially successful, a series of favorable circumstances stacking up in his favor. However, his battle against the fourth Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, had ended in defeat. Had it not been for the Nine-Tails rampage, Obito might not have survived that night. This mysterious shinobi, however, infiltrated Hidden Leaf Village amidst the chaos, taking on and defeating every high-ranking ninja available. Unlike Obito's, his achievements were indisputably solid. To Obito's greater unease, Zetsu's reconnaissance had revealed that the shinobi's dark-style jutsu included spatial attributes, an unsettling discovery for someone as dependent on spatial manipulation as Obito. Perhaps most worrying was that Kakashi's Kamui Sharingan was in this shinobi's possession. It could mean serious trouble for Obito if he discovers the eye's significance. Yet the damage was done, and Obito resigned himself to the situation. On the bright side, at least he would no longer need to confront this shinobi to evaluate his strength directly. Obito's Kamui was one of the most formidable Mangekyo techniques. It was incredibly elusive to ordinary shinobi, but those with spatial abilities could more readily discern its secrets. If the mystery behind Kamui were uncovered, its potency would diminish considerably. Despite the aura of fear it generated, Obito's actual power level was average among the Kage-level ninjas. If this shinobi exposed him, Obito's Madara persona would be stripped of its mystique. The last time you went to Hidden Leaf Village, the attempt to subdue the Nine-Tails failed. Clearly, the 5 great shinobi villages are well prepared, Devapath continued, his tone unchanging. In light of that, I intend to focus on developing the Akatsuki. Have any of your White Zetsu spies gathered information on other S-rank missing nin? Obito frowned, instinctively wary of Nagato expanding his influence. Leave the recruitment of those S-rank defectors to me. Your condition makes extensive travel difficult. Devapath looked coldly at Obito as though peering straight through him. What are you afraid of, Madara Uchiha? It seems age has truly caught up with you. Obito almost muttered a curse, his patience waning. Dealing with Nagato's inflated ego was exhausting. Fortunately, Devapath dismissed him with a wave, ending the conversation and signaling Obito to leave. Do you genuinely believe you're a god? Am I supposed to act like your subordinate? Obito muttered under his breath as he walked out. Still, he couldn't deny the reality. Without Nagato's physical limitations, Obito knew that a direct fight would only result in him being thoroughly defeated by the power of the Rinnegan. This strength was the reason why Uzumaki Nagato could control the Akatsuki. Kamui might be a rare, versatile technique, but its threat diminished once its limitations were exposed, hence, Obito had no choice but to operate from the shadows. However, as he neared the exit, he noticed a tall shinobi waiting just outside. The man stood with arms crossed, dressed in black with a dark mask obscuring his face, leaning casually against the wall as though expecting him. The masked man's gaze was sharp, sweeping over Obito before he spoke coldly. You're Madara Uchiha, right? Were you the one responsible for Hidden Leaf Village's Nine-Tails incident? Recognizing the attire, Obito quickly realized who this shinobi was. The attitude and indifferent tone was a taunt, Obito could feel it. His irritation simmered. What frustrated him further was that he wasn't Madara Uchiha and the shinobi's words had landed all too close to home. Humphrey, what's the matter, child? You don't believe me? Swallowing his frustration, Obito donned an enigmatic tone, still keeping up the Madara act. Honestly, no. I find it hard to believe someone who hides behind a mask would be Madara Uchiha. Without warning, the shinobi lunged forward, his punch slicing through the air like a lightning bolt aimed at Obito. Obito phased in time, letting the punch pass harmlessly through him, though it left a sizable crater in the wall behind him. Chapter 72, Unmasking Shadows. Because Shin's strike was fast, Obito Uchiha barely had time to phase out, leaving him in a cold sweat. As he tried to steady his breathing, he forced out, well then, child, do you believe now that I'm Madara Uchiha? Just a space-time jutsu. You're not the only one who knows it. If you were Madara Uchiha, why keep the mask on? Shin glanced at his hand with a trace of disappointment, then added indifferently, it seems my strike didn't affect you. Even with his dark fruit, Shin couldn't disrupt Obito's Kamui intangibility. Of course, Shin already had a contingency plan to handle Obito, the other Kamui. Obito clung to the faint hope that Shin might not know of Kakashi's Sharingan. But unbeknownst to him, Shin was fully aware of this secret and well prepared. For now, he held back, finding Obito's survival useful. Everyone has their own secrets. It's not wise to pry too deeply. Besides, you wear a mask too, Obito muttered, his voice low and irritated. Shin scoffed, taking off his own mask to reveal his youthful face. I wear a mask out of habit. I don't hide my identity like some people do. Obito Uchiha. This guy is really annoying, Obito fumed silently. Shin's act of removing his mask had cornered Obito. If he reciprocated, his identity would be revealed instantly. Yet keeping it on would suggest he had something to hide. After a tense silence, Obito remained masked, saying nothing more. He activated Kami, phasing out and vanishing underground. So quick to escape, Shin mused, with a smirk on his lips. Obito materialized in an underground base and was soon joined by black and white Zetsu emerging from the ground. "What's the deal with this ninja?" Obito demanded, looking at black Zetsu with clenched teeth. However, even Zetsu, whose network was unmatched in the shinobi world, came up empty. "We've searched everywhere, but no trace of him exists." "It's as if he never existed in the ninja world before," black Zetsu replied. "Impossible." Obito frowned. "Anyone with his level of skill would have some background. A shinobi doesn't reach Kage-level strength without training." Obito's words rang true. He himself had received Hidden Leaf Village's systematic training, along with guidance from Madara Uchiha, to achieve his current strength. Shin's performance in Hidden Leaf Village, defeating multiple elite ninjas and escaping unscathed, proved he was no mere upstart. "That makes sense," Black Zetsu acknowledged. "Still, with the number of hidden shinobi and underground bases worldwide, it's possible he was trained secretly." Ninjas were known for their clandestine nature, frequently establishing hidden bases. A skilled user of Earth style could set up an underground hideout in moments. When White Zetsu operated near other villages, it wasn't uncommon to stumble upon underground bases. In fact, there were instances when Zetsu's infiltrations led him straight into other shinobi's lairs. "Something still feels off," Obito muttered, contemplating. Usually, a shinobi's career leaves traces. But this Kurogami seems to have never had a weak period. The world is vast. There are places even Zetsu's reach can't penetrate, like those 3 legendary sage regions, Black Zetsu replied, trying to reassure him. "Luckily, this Kurogami is now part of the Akatsuki. He shouldn't pose too much of a threat in the future." Obito sighed. "I had hoped to leverage my Madara Uchiha identity to retrieve the Sharingan from him. Not just the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from Fugaku Uchiha, but Kakashi Hatake's Kamyu Sharingan. It's my biggest weakness. I didn't expect him to be so provocative. Perhaps Nagato is instigating this attack. I may need to recruit more powerful allies. The Akatsuki can't fully become Nagato's loyal pawns." Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village's archives, Jiraiya studied a photograph closely and was finally convinced of Shin's identity. "Yes, it must be him. The Kurogami is indeed a former Hidden Leaf Village shinobi," Jiraiya muttered. The image was of Shin at age 10, right after graduating from the academy. He wore a stern expression, and his features were unremarkable, though his demeanor was mature beyond his years. His teachers' comments noted his maturity, yet his academic record was only slightly above average. His only remarkable trait was an early interest in medical ninjutsu, having self-taught basic techniques like hemostasis. His mission record showed a history of low-profile assignments until, shortly before deployment, he vanished without a trace. After a prolonged absence, he was declared deceased. After a journey to another world, Shin's appearance had matured significantly, especially in height, but Jiraiya could still recognize traces of his younger self. However, Jiraiya felt increasingly concerned as he examined Shin's background. With both parents deceased, 10 classmates dead, and even his teacher and mission team members lost, Shin had few remaining bonds with Hidden Leaf Village. If he genuinely chose to abandon the village, there was little to tie him back. Chapter 73, Secrets Unveiled. Jiraiya, did you find the information you needed? A gentle, aged voice sounded from behind Jiraiya. Turning around, he saw his teacher, the third Hokage. "I found it, sensei," Jiraiya replied with a heavy sigh, his face showing a weary expression. The third Hokage's face shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Jiraiya to find information about the Kurogami. Did this mean that the Kurogami was indeed from Hidden Leaf Village? Honestly, the third Hokage initially doubted that the Kurogami was from Hidden Leaf Village, given the unique nature of the ninjutsu he used. Still, out of trust in Jiraiya, he allowed him to search the records. But with Jiraiya's success, the implications weighed heavily. If the Kurogami was indeed from Hidden Leaf Village, then was he a rogue ninja? And if so, the responsibility would inevitably fall back on him, the third Hokage. Who else would bear the burden? Noticing his teacher's unsettled expression, Jiraiya instantly guessed his thoughts and felt frustrated. "Don't worry, sensei. I believe no one else will connect the two," Jiraiya said, handing over the information file to the third Hokage. The third Hokage scanned the file, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face after a few moments. He had seen his share of unlikely successes in his long years, even so-called failures who later showed surprising skill. But those cases usually involved hidden talents or geniuses who had yet to find their path. However, this case was different. Here was a shinobi who could only be described as cannon fodder by the standards of his academy days. And yet, in just 6 years, he'd developed the strength to infiltrate and challenge Hidden Leaf Village. It defied all logic in the world. There was no doubting Jiraiya's honesty, though. He knew his student's character well. But this drastic transformation? Could it have been the result of a human experiment? Considering the possibility, the third Hokage looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, have you heard any recent news about Orochimaru? Jiraiya was taken aback momentarily, but he quickly understood the Hokage's meaning. I haven't found any trace of Orochimaru. But based on my knowledge of him, I don't believe the Kirigami could be one of his experiments. The third Hokage cast him a curious look, prompting Jiraiya to explain further. Before Orochimaru defected from Hidden Leaf Village a few years ago, his activities were far more limited. His experiments hadn't progressed to this level. And since his defection, he's lost access to many resources and facilities. With the constant need to evade Hidden Leaf Village's pursuit, he wouldn't have the time or materials to achieve something like this so quickly. Beyond that, Jiraiya felt confident that Shin's demeanor and strength were far beyond what Orochimaru could mold or control. The Kirigami's uncanny ability to predict events and knowledge of Hidden Leaf Village's secrets only reinforced his belief. However, he refrained from sharing these insights with his teacher. Returning to Hidden Leaf Village this time, Jiraiya had sensed his teacher's weariness. The third Hokage was no longer the formidable shinobi of his prime but an older man worn by responsibility. What would be the point in explaining all this? He thought. It might only attract the attention of Danzō, whose extremist ideas could accelerate Hidden Leaf Village's decline if he got involved. After listening to Jiraiya, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. He, too, realized that if the Kirigami were one of Orochimaru's creations, Orochimaru's actions would likely be far more aggressive by now. But if that wasn't the case, then how had the Kirigami reached such a formidable level in just 6 years? Watching his teacher's contemplative expression, Jiraiya continued, what we really need to consider is not how he became so strong but how we're going to handle him in the future. If his goal is to reshape the shinobi world, he must confront the 5 great shinobi villages. In other words, he will come for us at some point. The third Hokage frowned. While I acknowledge the Kirigami's strength, taking on the entire shinobi world seems beyond even him. Sensei, the Kirigami you encountered was from over 2 years ago. Don't forget, he's since stolen countless resources from Hidden Leaf Village. By now, he's certainly grown far stronger. At this point, even if I activate Sage Mode, I can't hold my own against him, Jiraiya added. Hearing this, the third Hokage's face grew more troubled. Jiraiya's Sage Mode was practically Hidden Leaf Village's strongest weapon, and if even he stood no chance, Hidden Leaf Village's defenses against the Kirigami would be insubstantial indeed. After a moment of thought, the third Hokage let out a sigh. Do not worry, Jiraiya. I still have a jutsu that can deal with him. Jiraiya's mind immediately turned to the Reaper Death Seal. While he knew of the jutsu and the grim sacrifice it demanded, he chose not to respond. His teacher's heavy expression was enough to convey his determination. But what would saying anything change? Jiraiya thought. The third Hokage was no longer the fierce leader he once was but a man burdened by the weight of his years. The third Hokage broke the silence. Jiraiya, are you still reluctant to take on the role of Hokage? You've spent over a decade searching for this child of prophecy, right? Jiraiya hesitated. He already knew the identity of the child of prophecy from the information he'd learned. With that knowledge, his travel seemed less necessary than before. But as for becoming Hokage, Jiraiya doubted he was suited for the role. Staying in Hidden Leaf Village as an ordinary ninja would not be easy either. His presence alone would create expectations, whether he took the title of Hokage or not. Let me think about it, Jiraiya finally said, sighing deeply. Hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes lit up. Very well. Stay in Hidden Leaf Village for a while. Chapter 74, The Desert's Secret. During this time, while Jiraiya searched for information on Shin, Obito Uchiha accelerated his mission to recruit members for the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Shin was not idle. He intended to seek out treasures he'd seen mentioned in the manga. The most prized treasure in the Naruto world was definitely the Tenseigan on the moon. However, while Shin was intrigued by its power, he lacked the means to reach it. Unlike the world of pirates, where reaching the moon was as simple as hopping on a hot air balloon, the journey here required far more effort. Since he hadn't yet found a feasible method to reach the moon, Shin had to temporarily set aside his quest for the Tenseigan. Instead, he turned his attention to another powerful entity, the Dragon Vein of Urin. Known for its space-time properties, Dragon Vein Chakra could even enable travel across parallel worlds, and he had a clear destination for this search. This time, Shin wasn't alone. Joining him was Nagato, who had fully recovered and had a new face, courtesy of Shin. For Nagato, who had spent most of his life confined to the land of rain, this was his first journey beyond its borders. The small desert country of Urin in the land of wind presented an entirely new experience for him, a stark contrast to the rainy climate he was accustomed to. Having shed the title of god with the loss of his Rinnegan, Nagato's mindset had shifted, bringing him back to the curiosity of his youth. As he took in the desert landscape, he seemed enthralled by its unique beauty. Shin noticed Nagato's amazement and explained, "The climate in each region here is influenced not only by geography but also by the events from the battle between the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki. That battle reshaped the land and weather of our world. The unusual climates of the 5 great nations were nothing like those of the real world. Each land exhibited extreme weather patterns with clear boundaries, often without transitional areas. The land of lightning constantly experienced thunderstorms, while the land of earth even saw occasional rock rains, a phenomenon unheard of in typical weather patterns. However, the people of the Naruto world had long accepted these peculiar climates as normal. Most didn't realize that such drastic weather resulted from ancient powers, a truth perhaps only understood by those who had lived through the era of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Incredible, Nagato marveled. Could that battle really have influenced the world's weather permanently for thousands of years? Shin pointed to the sky. If the sage could create the moon itself, do you think permanently altering the world's climate would be that much harder? Nagato paused, considering this. Indeed, influencing climate didn't seem implausible next to creating a moon. Nagato then asked with frustration, but why didn't the Sage of Six Paths restore the climate to normal after the battle? Shin shrugged. I can't be sure, but I suspect it's because creating balance is much harder than disrupting it. Trying to control weather precisely might lead to unintended consequences, like turning a flood here into a drought elsewhere. The two continued trekking through the desert in the land of wind, chatting along the way. Though they appeared to walk at a leisurely pace, they were actually covering vast distances with each step, thanks to Shin's subtle use of gravitational manipulation, a skill derived from his modified Rinnegan. In Nagato's hands, gravitational manipulation served only for offense and defense. But Shin, having been transformed by the munch fruit, now wielded the Rinnegan easily, using it even to enhance his speed. Nagato seemed deeply interested in the tropic of climate, likely due to his hope of alleviating the constant rainfall in the land of rain. However, before they could delve further, they ceased their discussion and picked up speed. Both men, among the top-tier ninjas of the Naruto world, traveled with swift agility. With a boost from the Rinnegan, they reached the small nation of Urin within a single day. Upon arrival, Nagato surveyed the town in confusion. Is this Urin? It doesn't look anything like the description you provided. It's definitely Urin, Shin confirmed, rolling his eyes. My information dates back about 3 years before the Dragon Vein here was sealed. That battle and the passage of time have taken their toll. Indeed, the Dragon Vein, once Urin's lifeblood, had been sealed, and over the past 3 years, wind and sand had eroded much of the town. The effects of the battle had only hastened its decline. Consequently, the once thriving town now appeared dilapidated, with a significant portion of the population seemingly having migrated away. Urin, situated in a desert with scarce water, could once sustain itself through the power of the Dragon Vein. But without it, life here had become increasingly difficult. As Shin and Nagato strolled openly through Urin, the residents cast wary and respectful glances their way, recognizing them as powerful ninjas. Nagato wore his Rain Village forehead protector, and such symbols commanded automatic respect for the small country of Urin. Unfortunately, the two didn't know the whereabouts of Queen Sarah, Urin's ruler, and the tower where she once resided had collapsed in the recent turmoil. The search for answers would likely be a challenge. Chapter 75, Sealed Power in the Ancient Land of Urin. Queen Sarah looked down at the scroll spread out before her, frowning with concern. With the Dragon Vein sealed, Urin had suffered greatly. Consequently, Queen Sarah had long been preparing to relocate her people. However, such a massive undertaking couldn't happen overnight. Despite Urin's small size, the nation still had a population of tens of thousands. Relocating so many people across the desert presented numerous logistical challenges. Queen Sarah had already begun moving her people out of the desert in small groups to search for new places to settle. Yet, even now, half of Urin's population remained in the Old Kingdom. Finding suitable oases in the desert was no easy feat, especially since each oasis already had native residents who were unlikely to welcome newcomers. As the days dragged on, Queen Sarah began to miss the days when the Dragon Vein still flowed freely. However, she didn't regret the decision to seal them. Although life had become harder without the Dragon Veins, they had once made Urin a target for fearsome ninjas. No matter how harsh the current environment was, Urin's people could still scrape by if they rationed carefully. Unlike a typical ancient society, the world of Naruto possessed technology rivaling modern times. In the absence of conflict, widespread starvation was rare, and most hardships stemmed from excessive exploitation by corrupt leaders. Although Uran's environment had deteriorated, the kingdom had been relatively wealthy and had accumulated significant reserves. Moreover, Queen Sara, while not an extraordinary ruler, was a capable leader. Thanks to her steady hand, Uran's people had not yet reached the brink of desperation. Your Majesty. 2 ninjas have appeared outside, a Uran citizen approached to report. Without guards to protect her, residents now delivered messages directly, a necessity given Uran's depleted resources. More ninjas? Why have they come here? Queen Sara's expression darkened. Despite Hidden Leaf Village ninjas' aid in freeing her kingdom from Anraku's schemes, she remained wary of all those who wielded such extraordinary power. This apprehension had nothing to do with whether ninjas were good or evil, it was simply the instinctive fear the powerless felt when faced with those far stronger than themselves. They seemed to be heading toward the dragon veins. What? Queen Sara's face drained of color. Of all the things she feared, this was the worst. If something went wrong with the dragon veins, the entire kingdom of Uran could be in grave danger. Meanwhile, Shin stood before the dragon vein seal, examining the intricate design with a frown. In the center lay a special flying thunder god kunai, a clear indication of its connection to the 4th Hokage. Can you make out these seals? Shin asked, glancing at Nagato. Nagato, who had been quiet up until now, looked over the seals with an uncertain expression. Though he had spent 3 years training under Jiraiya, his studies had focused on combat techniques to protect himself and his companions. Jiraiya, perhaps anticipating the dangerous life they'd lead, hadn't taught him advanced sealing techniques, which required long, dedicated study. And while Jiraiya was no slouch in sealing arts, his mastery didn't compare to the 4th Hokage, especially in the field of space-time jutsu. After his time with Jiraiya, Nagato relied on the Rinnegan's power, which provided him with many abilities but little understanding of complex seals. Although he knew the basics, he couldn't decipher the intricacies of a seal as advanced as this one. Shin sighed. I was hoping you'd inherited the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. Guess I overestimated your skills in that area. Nagato clenched his fists, resisting the urge to retort. He didn't have the Uzumaki clan's legacy. Even the Uzumaki clan's bloodline didn't offer a direct path to mastering such complex techniques. As Shin studied the seal before him, he grew increasingly frustrated. Destroying it recklessly could have disastrous consequences, especially if the dragon veins were to surge out of control. If the chakra escaped unchecked, it might launch Uran skyward or, even worse, throw him into an unknown parallel world. The thought of being split between dimensions made him shudder. Despite his formidable strength, Shin hesitated. The nature of the space-time phenomenon was unpredictable. Even Kami, Obito's unique space-time ninjutsu, could phase through things like the truth-seeking ball, a level of absurdity that defied logic. Only beings of unparalleled power could tamper with such forces safely, and Shin wasn't keen on risking his life in this way. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Who are you? What are you doing here? Turning around, Shin and Nagato saw a young woman with striking red hair and ornate robes approaching them cautiously. Recognizing her, Nagato murmured, Queen Sara of Uran? He turned to Shin. I've heard the queens of Uran possess strange abilities that allow them to interact with the dragon veins. Maybe she can help us. If her powers were beneficial, they'd have kept the people of Uran from migrating, Shin replied, shaking his head. Unless we break the space-time seal, her abilities likely won't help. Sara watched the two men warily. Their casual discussion of her and the dragon veins made her shiver with unease. While she could sense their overwhelming power, Uran was in no position to anger them. With her people's survival at stake, she had no choice but to tread carefully. As Sara listened, she grew more concerned. Terrified that they would open the seal, she finally said, the 4th Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village himself crafted the space-time seal here. He mentioned that even he would find it challenging to undo the seal without the proper technique. If you try to force it open, the dragon veins will go berserk. The explosion could destroy Uran, and anyone nearby will be caught in the blast. Nagato scoffed, unconvinced by her warning. But Shin considered her words seriously. Though dragon veins were primarily known for their boundless chakra, they possessed unique space-time properties that made them extremely dangerous. The 4th Hokage, a master of space-time ninjutsu, would have understood this as well and would have taken every precaution to contain such a volatile force. Shin nodded, finally convinced. For now, he'd need to proceed with caution. Chapter 76, Shin's Proposition Water Style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. An enthusiastic Queen Sara expelled a vast wave of clear water, creating a small lake in the barren desert. With some hesitation, she formed another set of hand signs. Wood Style, Great Forest Jutsu. The dry sands suddenly sprouted greenery, transforming the desolate desert into a budding oasis. This is incredible. It made me a ninja so easily. Now Urin will be saved. Queen Sara exclaimed joyfully, looking over to Nagato, who observed her with an expression of controlled surprise. Sara's quick mastery of ninjutsu, especially wood style, was no accident. It was Shin who had transformed her body, infusing it with some of the cells from the first Hokage, allowing her access to this powerful ability. Of course, Shin hadn't done this without gain. The unique lineage of the Urin Queens enabled them to resonate with the Dragon Vein's energy, and Shin had adapted himself in turn. Now, he could draw some chakra from the Dragon Veins for his own use. Urin's past queens were relatively ordinary, barely able to control the Dragon Vein's chakra. After the sealing, they could hardly influence it at all. Yet Shin, a formidable powerhouse even among the most elite in the world, could now draw the Dragon Vein chakra despite the seal. Through his experimentation, Shin had discovered an unexpected benefit. The Dragon Vein chakra can actually recharge my system, he noted quietly, settling beside the seal as tendrils of purple chakra rose from the ground toward him. Although this chakra couldn't completely substitute for his system's power, it did reduce the energy consumption required for him to travel across the world. In layman's terms, if a single travel would ordinarily consume 2 units of his system's energy, only half of that amount would be needed with Dragon Vein support. The remaining energy could be saved for future travels. Still, it will take a month or 2 to gather enough Dragon Vein chakra. But that's nothing compared to the years it initially took to accumulate world travel energy when I first arrived in this world, Shin mused. Such a breakthrough prompted Shin to propose a mutual exchange with Queen Sara. He would use the Munch Munch fruit to enhance himself, adopting her unique bloodline. At the same time, she would receive a physique upgrade through his abilities. The Urin royal bloodline, it seemed, had secrets of its own. Sara's new body, enhanced with the first Hokage cells, now held the potential to reach levels of power comparable to a Kage. Though she lacked combat experience, with her water and wood-style jutsus, she could transform Urin into a verdant oasis, even without the Dragon Vein. Additionally, with her new attributes, Sara's descendants would inherit a part of her modified bloodline. While they might not awaken wood-style, mastering simpler water and earth jutsus would be within their reach. After absorbing chakra until he reached his limit for the day, Shin stood up and noticed Sara and Nagato approaching. The queen's face flushed with excitement as she exchanged observations with her temporary mentor. Upon reaching the Dragon Vein seal, Sara's expression grew serious. With her new perception, she could fully appreciate the tremendous power within the Dragon Vein. She realized the danger her ancestors had underestimated by building their kingdom atop such a volatile force. What unsettled her most, however, was Shin himself, calmly drawing energy from the Dragon Vein seal as though he were merely fishing from a calm lake. She couldn't help but feel like he was tampering with a dormant volcano whose eruption would annihilate them all. Despite her concern, Shin wasn't acting recklessly. His enhanced physique allowed him to safely handle the Dragon Vein's chakra. As long as it didn't trigger a complete chakra explosion, the energy posed no real danger to him. Shin turned towards Sara. How are you finding wood and water style, Sara? Sara's eyes sparkled. With these abilities, Urin doesn't need to fear droughts or sandstorms anymore. Are all ninjas really this powerful? Nagato snorted. You're mistaken if you think this is normal. Most ninjas using water style in the desert would be fortunate to produce enough water to drink. The strength of your techniques ranks among the top 20 worldwide regarding raw chakra. I'd say you could easily be in the top 10, he added with a grudging tone of respect. But it's not typical, your abilities reflect the incredible enhancement of your bloodline. Shin waved a dismissive hand. Sara's abilities also stem from her own talent. Queen Sara, he said, addressing her formally, if you're serious about developing these abilities, consider joining my organization. Sara, despite her enthusiasm, was cautious. Your organization? What's its name, and what's its purpose? Shin paused, considering. Right now, it's called Akatsuki. As for our objective, in the first phase, it's to establish world domination. Sara's face blanched. Can I decline? Certainly, Shin replied with a small smile. But remember, you now possess information we prefer to keep private. My lips are sealed, Sara promised, uneasily glancing at him. Regrettably, our organization believes only the dead can keep secrets, Shin said, his expression deadpan. Sara's heart sank. How had she gone from saving her kingdom to entangling herself in a covert terrorist group? Shin continued, his tone light but pointed. Moreover, wood style is a famous bloodline limit. Once news spreads, every ninja village will want to study you, whether you like it or not. Sara's shoulders sagged in resignation, realizing her predicament fully. Chapter 77, Beyond Urin. 2 months later. The ancient kingdom of Urin had transformed into a vast, vibrant oasis, brimming with lush flowers and trees, with a serene, crescent-shaped lake at its heart. The residents of Urin, who had initially left, had returned. Despite the absence of dragon vein energy, the now thriving environment protected Urin from the erosion of desert winds and sands. At the outskirts of Urin, a fierce battle was unfolding. Wood style, Great Spear Tree. Wood style, Sea of Trees Erosion. Sara and Nagato were locked in combat training, using various wood style jutsu. Neither of them had much experience fighting with wood style. Sara, who had never been a ninja before, was entirely new to combat. As for Nagato, he had relied mainly on the power of his Rinnegan until now. In truth, both Sara and Nagato were learning as they fought, refining their fighting styles and experimenting with wood style. Shin observed from a distance, contemplating ways to blend the powers of the Rinnegan, wood style, and his dark fruit. Nagato was similarly trying to combine his clan's adamantine sealing chains with wood style. Meanwhile, Sara focused on mastering the fundamentals of wood style under Nagato's guidance. Among the three, Shin advanced the fastest. Compared to the structured precision of ninjutsu, Devil Fruit's abilities had far more flexibility. While his potential to improve his wood style was limited, extending his dark fruit abilities to interact with wood style and integrating them with his Rinnegan power came naturally. On the other hand, Nagato had only begun to scratch the surface of these techniques. Additionally, he served as Sara's mentor, guiding her in wood style as they engaged in combat. Through these battles, they were training and greening the Urin landscape. Their practice sessions had gradually transformed the barren outskirts into forests, leaving a trail of greenery with every spar. Eventually, the training session ended when Nagato tricked Sara with a wood clone, ensnaring her with wood style. Alright, that concludes the training session. Shin clapped. Sara, you've made impressive progress over the past 2 months. You're now strong enough to be considered a Kage-level ninja. I think we can finally rest easy. While Sara had reached a Kage-level strength, her lack of life-or-death combat experience and foundational training still left her somewhat lopsided regarding skill. Nonetheless, she could improve on her own over time. Upon hearing Shin's words, Sara frowned slightly. Are you leaving? Yes. I've absorbed enough energy from the dragon veins. There's no point staying in this place any longer, Shin replied nonchalantly. Sara shot him a glare. This place? Urin is renowned as the jewel of the desert. Nagato nodded in agreement with Shin. With all his previous burdens lifted, he didn't mind moving on, and after 2 months in Urin, he had grown weary of the endless desert scenery. If you leave, what will happen to me? Sara asked, her confidence wavering. If ninjas covet wood style, won't they just drag me off to a lab? Seeing her unease, Shin smiled. Don't worry. The modifications I performed are identical to an innate bloodline limit. No one will be able to reverse engineer my methods from you. Really? So, I'll still end up in some lab. Sara sighed in relief, suddenly realizing what he meant, and shouted frustratingly. Damn it, I really fell for this. Now I'm completely stuck on your ship. Standing in the desert outside Urin, Sara was visibly irritated. Shin just smiled, ignoring her complaints. If Sara truly didn't want this, she would have asked him to reverse the transformation by now. While Sara was forced to leave her homeland and join what she considered a terrorist organization, she could take comfort in knowing Urin was safe. With abundant plant life now anchoring the sand and conserving water, Urin was well protected. If its forests remained intact, the oasis would thrive for decades without deteriorating. Even without Sara, Urin could survive, and, in truth, her presence might even attract unwanted attention to her homeland. This was one of the reasons she ultimately decided to leave. Alright, enough complaining, Shin glanced over at Sara. You can pretend to be angry, but I can tell you're not really upset, are you? Maybe because this is your first time outside Urin, and you finally feel free? He teased. Shin's words struck a chord with Sara. Despite being called queen in Urin, she had felt trapped, her so-called kingdom more like a cage. After Anrakusen's scheme, where he replaced nearly all of Urin's citizens with puppets without her knowledge, she understood how isolated she was. Since that ordeal, she had taken on the burden of ensuring her people's survival. For the first time in her life, she felt at ease. Of course, Sara, prideful as she was, would never admit it. In a dimly lit underground exchange, a man named Pikazu emerged, clutching a briefcase filled with money. Not long after he stepped out, a figure dressed in a black cloak with red clouds, wearing a swirling mask, blocked his path. Pikazu narrowed his eyes at the figure in his way. Mind taking off your mask? I'd like to see who I'm dealing with. The masked man, Obito Uchiha, was immediately reminded of Kurogami, who had once humiliated him. He retorted coldly, "What's the matter? Are you scared of masks?" "Not at all," Pikazu replied. "If I can't see your face, I won't know your bounty. If it's high and I damage your head, then I'll feel bad. And if you don't have a bounty, Fighting you wastes my time and cuts into my profits. Obito Uchiha was momentarily at a loss. He had known Kakazu's reputation as a bounty hunter who valued money above all else, but he hadn't anticipated how thoroughly money-driven he was. Growing tired of the exchange, Obito formed a seal with his hands and declared, "Fire style, blast wave wild dance." Chapter 78, Bound by money. After a fierce battle, Kakazu was forced to surrender after losing 3 of his 5 hearts in succession. There wasn't much to say about the outcome. Kakazu was powerful, but Obito had detailed knowledge of his fighting style, while Kakazu was entirely in the dark about Obito's abilities. Under such circumstances, Kakazu never stood a real chance. It's often said that the Akatsuki comprises Kage-level ninjas, but this is not entirely accurate. There are 2 types of ninjas within the Akatsuki, those whose abilities become far less effective once you know their secrets, Hidan, for example, and those who remain virtually unbeatable even when you know exactly what they can do, Itachi Uchiha, for instance. Kakazu's heart-stealing habit was well known. This didn't entirely nullify his abilities, but it certainly lowered his overall effectiveness. By contrast, Obito's Kamyu would make him untouchable even against legendary shinobi like Madara or Hashirama. When Obito finally triumphed, he regarded Kakazu coldly. "Now, do you still need to see my face?" he asked. Cough. "Who exactly are you?" Kakazu replied, struggling to retain his usual stoicism. "My name is Madara Uchiha." Obito fell back on his usual bluff, though it was met with silence. Kakazu's expression didn't change, but his eyes hinted at skepticism, bordering on disdain. He'd once fought Hashirama Senju, even if the memory had faded and legends had since inflated Hashirama's prowess. Still, Kakazu had a fairly grounded idea of what Madara Uchiha's power should look like. "Madara Uchiha," he thought. "If you're really him, let me see you summon a Susanoo the size of a building." Even so, Kakazu wasn't one to taunt his victor outright, especially since his life was now in Obito's hands. Obito, however, read the doubt in his gaze. His jaw clenched as he finally broke the silence. "What, don't believe me?" Kakazu gave a slight chuckle. "I remember my encounter with Hashirama Senju. I know the power of those legendary ninjas. Are you claiming that the weak fire-style jutsu was worthy of Madara Uchiha just now?" Obito's fire style wasn't bad, better than Kakazu's, but it was hardly comparable to Madara's famed mastery. Kakazu's words struck a nerve. Whenever Obito tried invoking Madara's name, someone seemed to test his credibility. Of course, taking off his mask to prove his identity was out of the question. More to the point, he wasn't actually Madara. And facing an opponent who had fought the first Hokage only added to the awkwardness. Perhaps sensing the shift, Kakazu dialed down his bravado. "Well, whoever you are, I was defeated. I have no complaints." Obito let out a breath, steadying himself. "Then join the Akatsuki. We're a collective of S-rank missing nin, set on overturning the 5 great shinobi nations and creating a new world order." Kakazu raised an eyebrow. "Is it too late to back out? I'll put you in charge of all the organization's finances." Obito offered, remembering what Zetsu had said about Kakazu's greed. Kakazu's eyes lit up. "Done. I'll join Akatsuki immediately." "So, how much money does the organization have in reserve?" Obito wondered if offering control over finances from the beginning would have saved him the entire fight. Elsewhere, at the Akatsuki's underground base, Kakazu looked with disdain at Shin, who was standing across from him. "So, you're the other guy with a famous reputation. The Kurogami, right? The new bounty hunter who's popped up recently." Today, most members of the Akatsuki were gathered in the hideout. Konan and the Deva Path of Pain were seated in the center, with Obito, Zetsu, and Kakazu gathered around them. Shin had brought Sara with him as a new member he'd recruited. Shin met Kakazu's condescending look with a calm gaze. Internally, though, he was disappointed. Of all possible Akatsuki recruits, he'd hoped Obito would first approach Orochimaru, the legendary researcher in body transformation, a veritable goldmine of knowledge. Failing that, Hidan and Sasori would have been intriguing choices. Hidan's supposed immortality was a fascinating phenomenon worth investigating, and Sasori's expertise in human puppets hinted at unique advancements in body modification techniques. However, Kakazu didn't offer the same appeal to Shin. He was skilled, sure, but there was nothing about him that Shin found particularly valuable for his research. Kakazu sneered. "So, you're a member of Akatsuki as well. Let me ask you this, if another member dies, would I be allowed to collect their bounty?" Shin and Devapath exchanged an amused look. It seemed Kakazu was already sizing up his colleagues as potential profit. He was indeed a man who valued money above all else. "By all means," Shin replied, his tone casual. "If you're up for it, we could even step outside and see which one of us could earn a bounty." Shin had no personal vendetta against Kakazu, but Kakazu didn't see it that way. To him, rival bounty hunters were all obstacles, and in an ideal world, he would monopolize every bounty contract. Not to mention, Shin's bounty was rumored to exceed that of some Kage-level shinobi. Kakazu glanced at Devapath, waiting for some signal. Devapath met his gaze with his Rinnegan and said nothing. The sight of those legendary eyes struck Kakazu, awakening a sense of awe and even fear. In all his years, he'd never seen the Rinnegan, only heard of them in myths. Facing their overwhelming power, he felt an uncharacteristic twinge of reverence. Chapter 79, Partners and Rivals. Devapath Pain merely glanced at Kakazu but didn't intervene in the brewing conflict. Obito Uchiha encouraged the fight, eager to learn more about this mysterious ninja. So when Kakazu looked his way for guidance, he said nothing. Seeing no objections from the leaders, Kakazu's confidence swelled. "Junior, since you're so eager for death, come and face me." Without a word, Shin gestured toward the door and walked out. Kakazu snorted coldly and followed him. Sara watched Shin leave, her face filled with concern. The rest of the group, however, paid no attention. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu secretly dispatched a clone to observe the fight. 5 minutes later, Shin returned, dragging Kakazu behind him like a discarded doll. He tossed him aside casually. "It seems the senior isn't all that strong," left bruised and battered by the junior. He looked down at Kakazu, who lay there, drained of chakra, his face etched with disbelief. "I have to wonder, Kakazu, did you really fight the first Hokage? Or were you just throwing shuriken from a mile away?" Kakazu, utterly bewildered, tried to process what had happened. He had seen Obito Uchiha's intangibility and found it terrifying, yet Shin's abilities surpassed even that. Kurogami seemed capable of consuming any ninjutsu Kakazu used against him, rendering his 5 elements techniques utterly useless. Within 2 minutes, Shin had absorbed his chakra and dragged him back to base. "Well, it seems that resolves this dispute," Devapath Pain remarked, his voice calm. "Kakazu, I've heard your name, but it seems you currently lack a partner." Initially, if Shin hadn't brought Sara, Kakazu would have partnered with him. But now, with both having found partners, there was still one slot open. "Humphrey, I don't need a partner," Kakazu muttered, slowly rising, his pride wounded. "You're the weakest here," Devapath Pain responded bluntly, not sparing his feelings. "A partner is necessary to ensure efficiency." Kakazu bristled. "I was merely careless." "I'll handle finding a new member," Obito interjected, cutting Kakazu off. His eyes shifted to Sara. "However, not just anyone can join the Akatsuki. Kurogami, what's the story of your companion?" Shin's expression shifted subtly. "If you're uncertain, you're welcome to test her yourself. Though, without using your Sharingan, you might not come out on top." "Humphrey." Obito's annoyance was visible beneath his mask. "I'm an Uchiha. And you expect me to fight without the Sharingan?" He almost declared himself as Madara Uchiha but held back, given Kakazu's and Shin's skeptical attitudes. His words carried a little determination, but there was an undertone of hesitation. After all, without his kami, his combat prowess diminished considerably. Sara, who had been anxious moments ago, now appeared emboldened. She glanced at Obito with a challenging gleam in her eyes, almost taunting him. Her gaze struck Obito's pride, making him clench his fists. "Fine," Devapath Pain said. "Since there are no objections, I approve her membership in Akatsuki." He pulled out several rings from his cloak. "These are chakra rings of my own design. Wearing one allows for constant communication within the organization. Choose one." Obito snatched a ring, as did Shin, Black Zetsu, Sara, Kakazu, and Konan. Since the Akatsuki's membership was still growing, the rings lacked specific names this time. Instead, each bore a number. "That concludes this meeting. In the future, there's no need for us to meet in person. We can convene via the astral projection jutsu. Our Akatsuki organization will now undertake smaller war contracts for minor nations. Kakazu and Kurogami, this responsibility falls to you. If you need intel, consult Zetsu." Obito, who had proposed recruiting new members, could also begin his search. With that, Devapath Pain's figure flickered and vanished. Konan cast a lingering glance at the others before unfurling her wings and taking flight. Left to their own devices, the remaining members dispersed. Although Shin was not interested in the small war contracts, they provided Sara with an opportunity to gain combat experience. However, revealing her would release abilities would inevitably attract attention. Once Obito realized Sara's skills, he would undoubtedly grow more curious and suspicious. Fortunately, Black Zetsu couldn't evade Shin's observation haki, which lay outside the chakra system entirely. Each time White Zetsu sent a clone to spy on Shin, he promptly absorbed it. White Zetsu's unique spore-like physiology was particularly valuable to Shin as a master of body modifications, opening up a realm of possibilities for experimentation. Wood style, nativity of a sea of trees. Massive trees erupted from the ground, enveloping the enemy ninjas before they could react, draining their chakra and suspending them in their branches. That's the wood style user from Akatsuki, gasped a rogue ninja, terror evident in his voice. I'm quitting this mission, I surrender. Humphrey, pathetic, Sarah sneered, folding her arms in satisfaction. Funny, coming from someone who, at the start, cried about never wanting to set foot on a battlefield, Shin muttered, his usual black cloak shifting as he taunted her. Blushing, Sarah clenched her fists. How was I supposed to know these ninjas were so weak? I thought I was a beginner. Chapter 80, The Value of Strength. Amidst the dense forest created by wood style, Shin looked at the ninjas who had lost all fighting ability. A black mist spread from him, absorbing them all in an instant. Sarah scratched her arm, feeling uncomfortable. Although months of missions had toughened her, she still wasn't fully at ease with Shin's casual approach to taking lives. At first, she had been vehemently opposed to killing, but after witnessing how rogue ninjas treated civilians, her attitude shifted. Unlike the ninjas from the great villages, who had to uphold a certain reputation and typically avoided harming civilians, these rogue ninjas had no such reservations. Ninja village forces, even during wartime, refrained from unnecessary violence against enemy civilians, a restraint largely absent in rogues like these. Villages like Hidden Lee Village and other major ones enforced strict regulations against civilian harm, save for exceptions like Naruto, which rarely interacted with civilians. By contrast, rogue ninjas operated like ruthless criminals with no interest in maintaining a reputation. They inflicted terror and destruction on the defenseless without hesitation. Seeing the devastation left by these rogue ninjas left a profound impact on Sarah. After witnessing villages looted and razed, her approach changed. She still hesitated to kill, but she no longer objected to taking the lives of those rogues. In many of these minor conflicts, countries often hire ninjas. Unlike larger nations with established ninja villages, these smaller nations lacked both the resources and the assurance of loyalty from their hired hands. Thus, they often turned to rogue ninjas. Since the Sage of Six Paths disseminated chakra to humanity, chakra had spread throughout the world for thousands of years. Nearly everyone now possessed chakra to some degree, even if they hadn't formally trained to extract or use it. With training, even some commoners could eventually access chakra. For many with no allegiance to a major village, this became a path to power as rogue ninjas, a status that fits well with the needs of smaller, weaker countries in constant conflict. But these ninjas without allegiances were also a source of chaos. Akatsuki used this chaos to its advantage, fueling conflicts while secretly profiting from them. White Zetsu, with his innate talent for transformation, played a role in sowing discord. Even though Shin had effectively replaced Nagato's position, he still had limited knowledge of these covert operations. After draining the chakra from the bodies, Shin discarded the shriveled remains onto the tree branches. This gruesome sight was a deliberate tactic meant to intimidate others. Many assume these corpses had fallen victim to wood style. Alright, looks like we've completed this mission. All the rogue ninjas who attacked the Land of Waves have been eliminated. Let's find the daimyo of the Land of Waves, then we can head to the Land of Bears. I've got something to retrieve there, Shin declared. Sarah's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Another treasure like the Ruined Dragon Vein? It's the star from Hidden Stars Village in the Land of Bears, Shin explained. It's a meteorite with strange radiation that alters chakra, making it denser and allowing users to form a ninjutsu called Mysterious Peacock Jutsu. Sarah narrowed her eyes. You really have a knack for finding valuables. Seems like you're always out to take things that don't belong to you. Shin smirked. Don't be ridiculous. Hidden Stars Village has been trying to use the meteorite for years, and all it's done is shorten their lifespans. What? You mean their ninjutsu can actually kill them? Sarah asked, astonished. Of course. That meteorite's radiation has a dangerous side effect. Anyone practicing the Mysterious Peacock Jutsu is putting their life on the line. Most practitioners in Hidden Stars Village don't live very long. Radioactive objects carry their own hazards, and prolonged exposure brings severe consequences. Training with such a substance all but guaranteed a shorter life. Seeing her shocked expression, Shin continued, actually, many powerful techniques come with risks. Your wood style, for example, Hidden Leaf Village, went through countless experiments and suffered over 100 casualties just trying to replicate its power. Ultimately, they managed to create a single wood style user whose abilities were only a fraction of the originals. Sarah shuddered. I didn't know wood style was so dangerous. Of course. The ninjas you've seen, they've spent years training, spilling sweat and blood. One can't achieve such power easily without sacrifice, Shin said with a note of pride. Now, do you understand how valuable my body enhancement ability is? You're fortunate to have wood style. Sara, who had grown to respect Shin's strength, listened intently. She had come to understand the immense difficulty of mastering ninja arts, and she admired Shin's mastery of body modification even more. Still, she crossed her arms defiantly. That just means I'm naturally talented. Didn't you say that most people can't handle infusion from Hashirama cells? Chapter 81, Unexpected Encounter. After chatting briefly with Sara, Shin made his way toward the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Wave. Just as he was about to arrive, Shin abruptly stopped. I can't believe this. I hoped to catch one fish but found all three. Turning around, Shin looked at the figures approaching him. On the left was a man with pale skin and golden eyes, exuding an aura of mystery and menace, a sly, unreadable smile on his face. On the right stood a fierce-looking woman with blonde hair, followed by a younger girl with dark hair, her gaze fixed squarely on Sara. Lastly, an old acquaintance appeared, Jiraiya, accompanied by a few other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, a man wearing sunglasses with a large dog by his side and a Hueco with the signature white eyes. I didn't expect the three of us Sannin would reunite under these circumstances, the pale man said. This was Orochimaru, the infamous Sannin. And the blonde woman was, of course, Tsunade. Tsunade's face twisted with anger as she looked at Orochimaru. I had no desire to see you again. And as for that kid? She turned to Shin. You mentioned fishing earlier, do you have any connection to the Senju clan? Shin shook his head. Nothing to do with the Senju clan. I simply wanted to lure out Orochimaru. But I never expected all three of you to show up, he added. Then again, I suppose it makes sense, wood style is the legacy of the Senju clan. But, Jiraiya, Shin continued, his tone mocking, what brings you here? You should already be aware of my abilities. Surely you didn't come to join forces with me? Jiraiya gave a rueful smile. With wood style making an appearance, the third Hokage wasn't about to let me sit idle in Hidden Leaf Village. To be fair, Jiraiya had been somewhat prepared when Nagato gained wood style. It was surprising but not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, the Uzumaki clan shared ancestral ties with the Senju. Nagato, possessing Kage-level strength, and a legendary Rinnegan had clear potential. However, the fact that Shin could seemingly bring forth a user of wood style and elevate her to Kage-level strength was enough to alarm even Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Tsunade, however, were less aware of the nuances. They had not seen firsthand how easily Shin could grant such powers, assuming instead that wood style in Sara was a rare stroke of luck. Hearing Shin's intention to lure him, Orochimaru let out a serpentine smile, licking his lips. Confident, aren't you? As expected of the rogue ninja who dared to raid Hidden Leaf Village alone. But in this world, Orochimaru continued, his tone dropping to a sinister whisper, the roles of hunter and prey can easily reverse. Have you considered what might happen if you end up on the losing side? Orochimaru's gaze grew even more intense. Speaking of which, I'm quite intrigued by your unique dark style. I wonder if you'd let me examine it? An examination? Shin tilted his head. Not a problem. After all, the victor takes it all. If you defeat me, I'd be more than willing to oblige. Boom. Before Shin and Orochimaru could exchange further words, a loud crash sounded. Tsunade had punched a nearby tree, splitting it cleanly in half with a single blow. Her face was seething with anger as she glanced between Orochimaru and Shin, finally settling on Shin. You! She growled, fury blazing in her eyes. What did you do with my grandfather's cells? Shin shrugged dismissively. Exactly what Hidden Leaf Village has been doing for years, except I didn't leave behind a trail of bodies. All my transformations were successful on the first attempt. Enough. Tsunade's patience snapped, and she launched a punch straight at Shin. Unfazed, Shin reached out, his hand cloaked in the dark, swirling mist of dark style combined with his formidable black armored armament. Orochimaru and Jiraiya both narrowed their eyes. When it came to taijutsu, Tsunade was unrivaled among the three Sannin. Though her raw speed was comparable to an average Jonin, her strength in close combat was legendary, capable of demolishing any opponent who got too close. But Jiraiya still issued a warning. Tsunade, be careful, his black mist absorbs chakra. Jiraiya's warning came just as Tsunade's fist met Shin's palm. A resounding crack split the air as the earth beneath Shin's feet fractured from the impact, yet he remained unmoved. Shin had caught Tsunade's fist, and a flash of pain flickered across her face. Tsunade had put her all into the punch. Despite Jiraiya's warning, she felt confident in her chakra control. As the leading medical ninja in the world, Tsunade's control over her chakra was unmatched. She had heard of Shin's chakra absorption technique from Hidden Leaf Village reports, but it wasn't instantaneous. Tsunade figured she could manage a slight chakra drain as long as she shattered Shin's arm in the process. but she had underestimated him. Her punch, which should have splintered through bone and flesh alike, felt like it had struck solid steel. The backlash shattered the bones in her hand while Shin remained unfazed, his grip unbreakable. What astonished Tsunade even more was that Shin wasn't using any advanced chakra techniques. His strength came purely from physical power, bolstered by a basic chakra enhancement. The difference between her high-level techniques and his sheer raw power was staggering. In the end, the reason her own bones had shattered while Shin stood immovable was because his physical resilience was on a whole different level. For a brief moment, a thought flickered through Tsunade's mind: was Shin even human, or some monstrous summoning beast disguised in human form? Chapter 82, Hemophobia's grip. Holding Tsunade's fist, Shin gradually applied more force. A cracking sound filled the air as Tsunade's face flushed, and she groaned. The sound came from her hand breaking. Not only that, but as a dark mist emanated from Shin, Tsunade's chakra was constantly drained. Shin had absorbed at least a third of her chakra within a few seconds. The explosive power of her chakra-enhanced fists was formidable, but they couldn't turn her bones into steel. Now, Tsunade was caught in an inescapable position, unable to free her fist from Shin's grip. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiraiya could no longer remain idle. His hair bristled, surging forward like a massive serpent. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Enough. Don't interfere, Shin snapped, dismissing Jiraiya with a casual wave. The dark aura around him spread outward, forcing Jiraiya to retreat. No matter how flexible Jiraiya's hair technique was, it couldn't withstand the dark mist. The moment it touched the mist, its chakra was drained away. With the black mist advancing steadily, even Jiraiya had no choice but to fall back repeatedly. Damn. This ninjutsu is too unfair. It completely counters conventional jutsus. And he doesn't even need hand seals. Nearby, Orochimaru watched Shin's movements, eyes wide. Though he had known about the potent nature of the dark style, seeing it in action was a revelation. This is a terrifying jutsu, on par with the level of dust style. Dust style disintegrates matter, while dark style absorbs everything. But in terms of versatility, dark style far surpasses dust style. Seeing Shin's attention diverted by Jiraiya, Tsunade drew back her other fist and aimed a blow at his head. At that moment, Shin held Tsunade's hand with one hand and blocked Jiraiya with the other. Tsunade thought he would have no choice but to let go and dodge her attack. But Shin merely smirked, and a pitch-black aura enveloped his head. With a resonant impact, Tsunade's punch landed. Ah! Tsunade gasped in pain. Instead of shattering Shin's head, her fist suffered again, breaking her bones and leaving her hand bloodied and throbbing. During their brief exchange, Tsunade observed Shin's mist, but she didn't expect that he could cover even his head with it. It was entirely unlike any ordinary ninjutsu. Suddenly, Shin noticed Tsunade's grip slacken. Her pupils dilated as if she were about to faint. Her other hand, which had been resisting, fell limp, and her entire body began to tremble. Hemophobia? Shin recalled Tsunade's fear of her past. With hemophobia, you dare to confront me? He muttered in disbelief. Shaking his head, he tossed her toward Jiraiya. Seeing Tsunade hurtling toward him, Jiraiya abandoned any attempt to attack and caught her, holding her protectively. Meanwhile, the three reconnaissance ninjas who had come with them regarded Shin as though he were a formidable monster. Shin glanced at the trio. The Aburame ninja. He's no match for my mist. Useless. The Inuzuka ninja was a melee fighter. If he dares to come close, I'll smash his dog's head. The last one relied on gentle fist taijutsu to limit chakra flow. I don't need even chakra to crush him just the same. In truth, if members of the Hyuga clan tried their gentle fist techniques in the One Piece world, they'd likely be rendered almost powerless. Outside of techniques like the 8 trigrams palm and rotation, those pressure point strikes would mean nothing, no chakra, no effect. Shin's gaze settled on a familiar face. A Hyuga, huh? I wonder if devouring him would enhance my physique, he mused, his eyes narrowing on the Hyuga ninja, who shivered under the scrutiny. Then again, there's always the Tenseigan on the moon. One more or less makes no difference. Finally, Shin's gaze fell upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression tightened. The experimental subject I had my eyes on is too powerful. What now? He felt pinned under Shin's focus. Although Shin was engaged with Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru sensed Shin's attention was primarily on him. He wanted to escape but couldn't shake the sensation that Shin's attention was fixed on him, as though invisible eyes were monitoring his every move. Cornered, Orochimaru prepared himself for a last-ditch effort. Biting his finger, he pressed his bloodied hand to the ground and formed a sign. Summoning Jutsu. With a loud bang, a massive purple snake appeared on the battlefield, speaking the moment it materialized. Orochimaru, I demand 100 sacrifices this time. Orochimaru's face darkened. This was why he seldom relied on the creatures of the Richi cave. While each Sannin excelled at summoning, Orochimaru's summon, Manda, was particularly demanding, always greedy for more sacrifices. But in this crucial moment, Orochimaru wasn't about to argue with Manda. If we win this fight, I'll bring you 100 sacrifices. Don't forget your promise. Manda hissed, turning to face Shin. Is this the enemy? Be careful. He's no ordinary ninja, Orochimaru warned. Humphrey, Manda snorted but didn't take Shin lightly. He knew Orochimaru well enough, any opponent Orochimaru feared was worth caution. With a mighty swing of its thick, scaly tail, Manda launched a strike, the massive appendage barreling toward Shin with the force of a landslide. Shin narrowed his eyes. Confronting a colossal summon like Manda stirred a long-dormant excitement. Ordinary ninjas crumbled like paper against Shin's power. Though they often boasted impressive offensive skills, their physical resilience paled in comparison. In combat, most relied on evasion, few dared meet him head-on. Tsunade, for example, was among the few who specialized in close combat. But though she possessed immense strength, her durability hadn't measured up. One strike against his protective aura had left her hand fractured. Yet this towering summon Manda was different. At last, Shin had found a worthy target for an actual head-to-head fight. Chapter 83, Black Forest. With a loud bang, Shin punched out, releasing a terrifying explosion that rippled through the air like a bomb. Manda roared in agony, and blood sprayed through the sky, falling like rain. A gaping hole had been smashed clean through its tail, nearly severing it in two. That might have been a bit too much, Shin muttered, feeling sheepish. He'd gotten a little too excited and gone overboard. Also, this guy's physical strength seems lacking. If it weren't for chakra reinforcing his body, his durability would be far below that of the animals in the One Piece world. As Shin mused to himself, Manda, eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, lunged at him, mouth wide open. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Shin sneered. Snake-like creatures have fangs but lack the chewing teeth to crush prey, so they rarely swallow living creatures whole. They usually kill their food first to prevent any struggle inside their bodies. With Manda dazed and attempting to bite him, Shin decided to teach the snake a lesson. Before it could close its jaws, a torrent of dark energy poured from Shin's hand, surging into Manda's open mouth. Manda let out a bone-rattling hiss of agony. The dark energy's strange gravitational pull absorbed everything, the snake's internal organs, chakra, and even its life force. Manda's massive form shriveled and withered within moments until it vanished in a puff of white smoke. As soon as Manda engaged Shin, Orochimaru stealthily jumped away from the summon. Seeing his mighty ally utterly defeated within mere moments, Orochimaru felt an uneasy mixture of relief and dread. Though he was glad the reversed summoning technique saved its life, Orochimaru also sensed the danger that Shin posed, especially since Shin's gaze seemed to settle on him even amid the chaotic fight. Fortunately, I came prepared. This isn't perfected yet. But I have no other choice. Reanimation Jutsu. Two coffins rose from the ground in a cloud of dust. Shin narrowed his eyes slightly. So, you've already developed the reanimation jutsu? As the coffins creaked open, Sanju Hashirama and Sanju Dobirama emerged, their expressions blank and eyes dull. Orochimaru, you bastard. Tsunade, who had just healed herself and steadied her nerves after her episode of hemophobia, cursed at the sight before her. You would dare use this forbidden jutsu? Jiraiya, however, wasn't surprised. Shin had already informed him about Orochimaru's new experiments, and now his suspicions were confirmed. Orochimaru's lips twisted into a smile as he replied coolly, this forbidden jutsu was developed by the second Hokage, after all. And I'm sure the number of lives it claimed when Dobirama developed it was no fewer than those claimed by my own research. It was true, Dobirama was known to be ruthless in his methods. Regarding moral boundaries, Dobirama hadn't been all that different from Orochimaru. The two shared many similarities, save for Orochimaru's obsession with immortality. If Orochimaru had been of Tobirama's generation, he likely would have been Tobirama's prized disciple, and the position of Hokage would have been within his reach. Shin studied the reanimated Hokage, noting their dull expressions and delayed responses. So, Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu isn't perfected yet. I wonder how much control he has. Suddenly, Hashirama's hands began forming seals. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. With a sluggish, blank gaze, Hashirama completed the seals, and the deep forest emergence technique activated with a sense of lethargy, almost as though he was struggling against some unseen restraint. Dobirama, too, moved sluggishly, taking an excessive amount of time to complete a simple water-style jutsu. Shin smirked, clasping his hands together. Wood-style, dark forest emergence. Instantly, trees cloaked in black mist erupted from the ground, growing at an alarming rate and encircling Orochimaru. Orochimaru tried to pull out his Kusanagi sword to cut his way free, but he quickly found that each tree emitted an intense gravitational pull. His chakra drained rapidly, faster than he could react. Wood style naturally absorbed chakra, but combined with the dark fruit's power, the effect was overwhelming. Though Orochimaru had a considerable chakra reserve, it was being depleted at an alarming rate. As for the first and second Hokage, reanimated with dulled senses and limited autonomy, they were quickly ensnared within the dark forest. Even with their theoretically infinite chakra, their sluggish responses prevented them from countering the draining force around them. Meanwhile, the Black Forest continued to spread, capturing Tsunade, Jiraiya, and several other Hidden Leaf village ninjas, including Shizune and even her little pig, Danton. What? Is this even wood style? Tsunade asked weakly. Her chakra had been almost completely drained, and she was left utterly helpless. Jiraiya, who was similarly weakened, shook his head. Normal wood style doesn't drain chakra this easily. I think it's some kind of fusion, wood style combined with dark style. Wood style is everywhere now. It's becoming a cheap trick, Jiraiya grumbled, unable to help himself. Tsunade rolled her eyes. It's because those idiots in Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't stop experimenting with my grandfather's cells. In the end, they wasted countless lives and achieved nothing, only to have their work stolen. Now, the benefits are in the hands of others. Tsunade's voice rose in frustration, and Jiraiya could only offer her a sheepish smile. Though he wasn't personally responsible for Hidden Leaf Village's experiments, he was the closest target for her ire among the Sannin. Elsewhere, Sarah observed Shin's dark forest technique with her mouth open in astonishment. As someone who also practiced wood style, she couldn't believe the scale and effect of Shin's jutsu. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Sarah asked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Sorry, this is my unique bloodline, I won't share it, Shin replied, shaking his head. The truth was, even if he wanted to, he couldn't teach it. His ability came from a devil fruit, not a conventional bloodline. Chapter 84, the bargain. The fight had ended, and everyone was caught in one sweep. Even Jiraiya, who had charged back into the fray, was subdued like a trapped animal. In a dim underground base, Sarah remarked to Shin, I think ninja life isn't much different from that of ground-dwelling rodents. You guys can dig tunnels so fast. There are underground bases everywhere. Shin shrugged. That's just the way it is. Any ninja who knows earth-released jutsu can't feel safe without 3 or 5 hideouts underground. If you were to dig around any key site in the 5 great ninja villages, you'd probably stumble upon a hidden base 9 times out of 10, some even have multiple levels. While the two of them chatted, a short distance away, Tsunade, bound with dark chakra-infused plants, called out, Kurogami, what exactly are you planning by taking us here? If you want to kill us, just get it over with. Shin rolled his eyes. I'm not particularly interested in killing. I've tied you up because you're valuable to me, he replied, glancing from Orochimaru to Tsunade. One of you is a master of medical ninjutsu, and the other is an expert in human body modification. I've admired your talents for a long time. Tsunade scoffed, her expression defiant. Spare me the flattery. Your words are sickening. Orochimaru remained silent, recognizing when to bide his time. Well known for his evasiveness, he realized the high price his resurrection techniques took on his soul. Surviving this ordeal without paying that price was preferable. Are you looking to gain something from us? But for someone able to integrate Hashirama cells and bloodlines so effortlessly, you're beyond anything I could offer, Orochimaru said. Shin shook his head. You give me too much credit. My body modification skills are far beneath yours. The reason I can merge with bloodlines so easily is that my bloodline itself reshapes my body. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest at this. A bloodline that facilitated its own enhancement was unique, and it would suit him perfectly, if he could get his hands on it. But as he considered his options, Orochimaru realized he couldn't match Shin's strength. Shin, noting the jealous look in Orochimaru's eyes, smirked. How about it? Will you join me? I could create a body for you that integrates most bloodlines. Does that include your dark style? Orochimaru asked, intrigued. No, that's off limits, Shin replied. However, abilities like wood style and even Sharingan could be arranged. That sounds acceptable. Orochimaru agreed. After all, he had little choice, given his current position. Good, Shin said, releasing Orochimaru from his binds with a hand seal. Welcome to the Akatsuki. From the side, Jiraiya rolled his eyes. He could see that Shin was simply using the Akatsuki's name for leverage, having already bested its leader and effectively taken control. Shin's gaze then shifted to Tsunade. She sneered and turned away. With a sigh, he focused on Shizune, who was barely 16 or 17. What about you, Shizune? Would you teach me medical ninjutsu? Shin had largely taught himself medical jutsus, and although he surpassed Shizune in skill due to his yang chakra, his theoretical knowledge was lacking. Shizune, her expression defiant, replied, "I won't cooperate with someone like you." "Then it looks like tonight's dinner will be roast pork," Shin said darkly, his chakra-coated branches lifting Tauntaun, Shizune's beloved pig. Tauntaun squealed frantically, sensing the danger. Shizune's defiance grumbled, her face stricken. You're so despicable. Are you going to teach me or not?" With a defeated sigh, Shizune muttered, "Fine, I'll teach you." Seeing how quickly Shizune gave in at the mere threat to her pet, Shin knew he had leverage over Tsunade as well. He hadn't even needed to pressure her directly. Watching Shin use Tauntaun to force Shizune's compliance, Tsunade glared at him furiously, her eyes practically ablaze. Ignoring her ire, Shin turned to the other captives. Jiraiya, he assessed, had nothing particularly useful to offer him. The Aburame ninja. Not much potential there. The Inuzuka member, though, could possibly teach him the fusion technique they used with their dogs. Then again, imagining himself fused with Yamato gave Shin a shiver. Better to leave that alone. Finally, his gaze landed on Hisashi Hyuga, a branch family member bound by the caged bird seal. The thought sparked an idea in Shin's mind. With an intrigued expression, Shin reached out, and a black aura extended, enveloping Hisashi and the Aburame ninja. What are you doing?" Shizune asked, her face filled with horror. Shin ignored her question, focusing instead on his work. A moment later, he released both Hisashi and the Aburame clan member from the dark mist's grip. Hisashi rose cautiously, taking a defensive stance, his gaze wary. The Aburame ninja leaned against the wall, visibly weakened, his connection to his insects compromised after the chakra drain. Yet before either could react further, Shizune let out a startled gasp. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all stared at Hisashi and the Aburame ninja in shock, which left them deeply uneasy. Chapter 85, A Father's Resolve. Shin watched the two, his lips curling into a smile as he gestured for them to look closer. Hyuga Hisashi frowned, turning his attention to the ninja from the Aburame clan. His gaze fixed on the unmistakable mark etched on the Aburame ninja's forehead. The caged bird. How is this possible? Hyuga Hisashi exclaimed, a dawning realization flashing in his eyes. Trembling, he reached up to touch his own forehead, finding only smooth skin. Could it be? Hisashi's voice shook as he forced himself to stay calm, his entire body tingling with a mixture of disbelief and hope. He closed his eyes and drew on every bit of chakra left in his exhausted body. Byakugan. Veins surfaced around his temples as his Byakugan surged to life. But the chakra depletion in his body was already at critical levels, and soon, his Byakugan faded, his eyes closing involuntarily. Though pale and weakened from the effort, Hisashi couldn't suppress the joy lighting up his features. He touched his forehead in awe. I saw it, the caged bird seal has truly been removed. The caged bird seal, aside from binding Hyuga branch members to serve the main family, could be used to punish and even kill disobedient branch members. Hisashi's clear forehead meant that he was finally free. For a moment, Hisashi felt as if he were dreaming, his whole being pulsing with a newfound liberation. Meanwhile, the Aburame ninja, now sporting the caged bird seal on his forehead, was speechless. This arrangement wasn't ideal, but Shin's munch fruit powers allowed him to transfer matter, whether a physical body, a tree, or even a curse mark. However, it couldn't simply erase objects without a substitute. Thus, the nearby Aburame ninja had become the unfortunate carrier for Hisashi's former seal due to Shin's aversion to inconveniencing himself by hunting for a more appropriate vessel. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a fervor bordering on obsession. This is truly remarkable. I'm beginning to believe you possess a bloodline limit related to human transformation. Your power to transfer physical traits, chakra, and even curse marks at will. This ability could elevate an ordinary ninja to levels rivaling the legends of our world. What I wonder now is, what are the limits of this power, and how much can the human body endure? Shin gave him an approving nod. Orochimaru's questions had touched upon crucial points. While the transformation abilities granted by the munch fruit were indeed potent, the human body had its limitations. For someone of average potential, like a civilian with limited chakra and physical ability, Shin's modifications could, at best, raise them to a Chunin-level ninjas. It took extraordinary aptitude, like that of Sara, to truly reach higher echelons of strength. As the fruit's user, Shin himself had a much greater capacity, allowing him to withstand more extreme modifications. Yet, even he couldn't immediately assimilate colossal entities like the Judo statue without preparations. However, as he continued to strengthen his body and unlock more of the Otsutsuki lineage within him, Shin felt certain he'd soon be able to absorb the Judo statue's essence fully. Initially, Shin had assumed that gaining the Rinnegan would elevate the world of Naruto to a base camp status. Surprisingly, it only gives him additional world travel energy. Evidently, the presence of the Rinnegan alone wasn't enough to trigger any drastic shifts in the timeline. However, Shin was confident that the change would be inevitable once he consumed the Jido statue. The Jido statue served as a linchpin preventing Kaguya Otsutsuki's return. Once its influence was removed, even if she managed to escape the moon, she would lack the resources needed to execute her divine tree plan and consume all life on the planet. Orochimaru's statements left the other ninjas in a state of shock. Among them, Jiraiya felt concerned the most. The ability Shin had just demonstrated could strip the Hyuga clan of its hold over its branch family, effectively dismantling a centuries-old system. In a broader sense, Shin's power posed a threat, granting him the leverage to amass allies within the Hyuga clan and potentially destabilize Hidden Lee village itself. Before Jiraiya could voice his thoughts, Hyuga Hisashi knelt before Shin. "Lord Kurogami, please allow me to pledge the loyalty of the Hyuga branch family. We would be honored to serve as your strength." "Are you insane, Hyuga Hisashi?" shouted the Unyuzuka clan member, horrified. "Have you considered the consequences? You're betraying your own clan." Hisashi shot him a cold glare. "I understand the consequences all too well. But if living under the Hyuga main house as slaves is our only fate, I'd rather tear the Hyuga clan apart." The Unyuzuka ninja shook his head, confused. "But you're the brother of Hisashi Hyuga. You never used to think like this." Hisashi nodded bitterly. "You're right. I didn't. The strict hierarchy within the Hyuga clan never bothered me much, and my elder brother, Hisashi, never gave me a reason to rebel against our family." "Then why?" Hisashi's face hardened. "Because I have a son. My son, Neji, is a prodigy. His talent surpasses mine, surpasses even that of most Hyuga clan members. But under this accursed system, under this wretched caged bird seal, Neji is condemned to live a life in service to the main house, risking everything for someone weaker than he is, just because of the circumstances of his birth." With a clenched fist, Hisashi seethed. "My son has greater potential than me. However, because of the timing of my birth, he is expected to waste his potential protecting someone far less capable. This abomination of a system has caged him just as it caged me. I can live with this curse, I've endured it my entire life. But to think that my son, with all his gifts, will live and die in shackles. I refuse to stand by and let that happen." Chapter 86, Familiar Faces in Hidden Lee Village. Two unassuming men were walking along the street. One of them, with long hair and an air of nobility, carried himself in a reserved, dignified manner. The man walking beside him was tall, powerfully built, and exuded strength. As they strolled, the two engaged in a quiet conversation. "There are numerous branch members in the Hyuga clan, and I'm unsure of their allegiance. How about I extract your son first?" said the taller man to the one with long black hair. The two were, of course, Shin and Hisashi. In fact, Shin had his own reason for not explaining everything to Hisashi. He harbored a slight disdain for the Hyuga clan. After all, the Hyuga clan had limitations regarding their combat strength. As for their long-range reconnaissance abilities, they didn't compare to his observation haki. Somehow, the Otsutsuki bloodline seemed diluted in them. Just look at the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki, each possessed far more potential than the Hyuga clan. Hisashi, naturally, did not argue. The internal relationships within the Hyuga clan were rigid, a stark contrast to the Uchiha, who shared a strong bond rooted in their sense of clan loyalty. More precisely, the Hyuga branch members weren't known to be unyielding, they were compliant and submissive. In other words, they had resigned themselves to their fate. No matter how talented a member of the Hyuga branch was, there was always the curse of the caged bird hanging over them. And once marked, any motivation for personal growth quickly faded. Even if someone had exceptional talent, it mattered little. Should they grow too powerful, perhaps even to the level of a Kage, they could find themselves eliminated by the main family, who might view them as a threat. As for the Hyuga clan's main family, few of them ever ventured onto the battlefield to preserve their special eyes. How, then, could they foster any true talents? The Hyuga clan seemed to be shrouded in an air of resignation, or rather, a sense of subdued despair. Considering that most clan members were only familiar with each other on a surface level. As long as Hisashi could save his son, why should he concern himself with the lives of the rest? After making plans with Hisashi, Shin asked him to show him around Hidden Lee village. "Where's the Akiraku ramen shop?" Shin recalling the familiar ramen stand with a hint of nostalgia. Shin frequented the shop often in his youth. Akiraku ramen wasn't exactly a gourmet dish, but it was large, filling, affordable, and far better than regular ramen. Beyond that, the cheerful, welcoming owner had made the shop a beloved fixture in Hidden Lee village. "Let's get some ramen." Shin took the lead, and Hisashi quietly followed behind as they entered the ramen shop together. "Boss, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. I'll take a large bowl. Shin glanced at the owner, noticing with surprise that he possessed a fair amount of chakra, at least at the level of a chunin. Is there really such a thing as a cooking ninja? Shin mused, recalling an unreliable movie version of a cooking nin. Still, the thought passed quickly. This explained why the ramen owner had survived so many disasters over the years. His combat strength might not be remarkable, but it would suffice to evade the more chaotic battles. Good thing he's not some Otsutsuki like some fans speculate. That would truly be over the top, Shin thought with amusement. Alright, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Tuki said cheerfully, bringing 2 steaming bowls to their table shortly after. Slurp. Shin and Hisashi quickly devoured their ramen. Surprisingly, they didn't encounter Naruto, the future hero of Hidden Leaf Village, which left Shin with a slight sense of nostalgia. But given that Naruto was only about 3 years old, it made sense that he wouldn't be eating ramen alone just yet. In reality, Naruto's upbringing wasn't quite as bleak as often depicted. Though he experienced cold indifference from the villagers, he was never physically harmed. Many villagers saw him as the fox demon, while others feared he might lose control of his powers. So, they simply avoided him. But it wasn't as severe as some fan stories suggested. He wasn't subjected to open scorn or violence. Had he been treated that way, the Anbu would likely have intervened swiftly, as the risk of provoking the Jinchuriki was too great. Naruto's childhood wasn't impoverished. He had a small apartment with basic amenities. While it's true that he ate poorly and dressed simply, that was primarily due to neglect, not deprivation. Besides, there wouldn't be expired milk in the market. If anything, he was just careless with groceries. As for his finances, considering his preference for ramen and instant noodles, he likely spent more than if he had cooked for himself. All things considered, Naruto's life in Hidden Leaf Village as a child wasn't affluent, but he was hardly deprived of necessities. After finishing his meal and feeling slightly let down by the absence of the young Naruto, Shin paid the bill and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, Shin brushed past a silver-haired, one-eyed ninja who seemed to bump into him deliberately, nearly stumbling. With a faint smile, Shin looked at the young ninja. Careful now, is this really how clumsy you are at your age? He didn't help the man up, simply turning and leaving. The young ninja, of course, was Kakashi Hatake. He watched Shin walk away, a faint trace of cold sweat on his forehead. What's wrong, Kakashi? Asked his companions, Kurenai Yui and Might Guy, who were there to celebrate the 2 becoming special Jonin. As the 3 had been out on the town, Kakashi had spotted the 2 in the ramen shop. Although Shin and Hisashi had changed their appearances slightly using Shin's abilities, Kakashi had a special familiarity with Shin, his friend's eye thief. Though the transformation altered their looks, Kakashi's intuition wouldn't let him ignore their subtle mannerisms and aura. Trusting his instincts, Kakashi had decided to test the man. But the impact of their slight collision, like crashing into a mountain, made Kakashi certain he had encountered an old enemy. With a growing sense of unease, he prepared himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 87, Green Beast of Hidden Leaf Village. That guy. He's the Kurogami. Kakashi whispered to Kurenai and Guy, trying to keep his emotions in check. What? Kurenai's face turned serious. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Although his disguise is flawless, I could never forget that presence, not for as long as I live. Then we must inform Lord Hokage immediately. Kurenai said firmly. If he stirs up trouble in Hidden Leaf Village, it could be as disastrous as the Nine Tails attack. I understand. Wait. Where's Guy? Kakashi's eyes widened as he turned to find Guy rushing toward the enemy. Kurenai, you go on and report to Hokage-sama. I'll deal with that fool, Guy. Kakashi gritted his teeth, then darted after him. Kurenai watched them disappear around the corner and sighed. Can't these guys act a bit more rationally? She shook her head and hurried to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, further down the street, Shin and Hyuga Hisashi were calmly strolling along. Hisashi suddenly looked back and said, Someone appears to be following us, sir. Yes, I noticed. As long as he doesn't try anything, there's no need to worry, Shin replied with a smile. After the last incident, I'd expect Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas to be more cautious. They wouldn't dare attack me outright within their village. Shin didn't believe his encounter with Kakashi had been accidental. Kakashi must have recognized him and, knowing his identity, was exercising caution. Currently, Hidden Leaf Village simply couldn't endure another major disaster. With Jiraiya still missing, the village was likely even more on edge than usual. Hidden Leaf Village whirlwind. No sooner had Shin finished speaking, a powerful kick came flying toward his head. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Ow! So hard. So hard. Guy winced, clutching his leg with a pained expression. That head is harder than steel. Guy wasn't exaggerating. With years of physical training and chakra-enhanced strength, He could easily dent metal with a kick like that. But hitting Shin's head felt like kicking an immovable mountain, and it left him nearly limping. Shin's face darkened. His skin was coated with a layer of haki, definitely not because he was taken aback by the unexpected kick. Hisashi, unfazed, kept his gaze forward, seemingly oblivious to the scene. After a pause, Shin muttered, "Well, I suppose the logic of some ninjas differs from the rest of us." Mighty Guy, meanwhile, had taken his taijutsu stance, his left hand reaching forward and his right arm bent behind his back. "The green beast of Hidden Leaf Village, Mighty Guy, is here. Kurogami, surrender yourself." The atmosphere grew tense as if two imaginary crows were calling out "fool" in the distance. "Guy, you idiot." Kakashi finally arrived, his tone filled with exasperation. Though annoyed at his friend, he still assumed a defensive stance beside him. "Well, things have reached this point anyway. Kurogami, I'll settle things with you today," Kakashi said, his expression grim. Shin gave the two an amused glance. "Do you think the two of you can settle things? Kakashi, without the Sharingan, can you even control your Rikiri accurately? And Guy, how many gates can you open now with the 8 inner gates jutsu?" Even if Guy had the potential to fight on par with the top elites when fully powered up, Shin knew Guy was far from reaching that level. And with his own combined strengths, Shin felt no fear, even if Guy could open all 8 gates. As for Kakashi, the Sharingan was more of a burden than a blessing for him. Perhaps if Kakashi had spent the past decade adjusting without it, he'd be stronger now, but it had only been 3 years since his last battle. Whether this loss had made him stronger or weaker was still an open question. Shin shrugged slightly. "Honestly, even if I overestimate you both, you have no chance against me. Unless you, Guy, can open the 8th gate or you, Kakashi, have reclaimed the Sharingan, there's nothing either of you can do here." "I can only open the 6th gate right now," Guy admitted. "But youth never fails. If I push hard enough." Kakashi sighed. Guy was as transparent as always, physically powerful but utterly lacking in caution. With that, Kakashi formed hand signs, and lightning began crackling around his hands directed at Shin. Initially, the lightning crackled and flashed with sharp intensity, but as Kakashi focused, it calmed and became as cohesive and clear as water, buzzing quietly in a low hum. Shin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Seems losing the Sharingan hasn't hindered you after all." He made no attempt to interfere. Instead, he watched Kakashi with interest. The improved control over his lightning technique was a testament to Kakashi's growth despite the handicap of losing his Sharingan. Kakashi's reputation as a genius had initially suffered due to setbacks and grief, but Shin could see now that there was still potential left in the silver-haired ninja. In his younger days, Kakashi had been a diligent and disciplined shinobi. Yet, after losing so many loved ones, he'd grown detached. The once-driven youth became the man who spent his days reading, arriving late to meetings, or reflecting on past regrets at his friends' graves. No wonder he hasn't progressed much since, Shin thought, shaking his head. Chapter 88, Clash in Hidden Leaf Village. It now seemed that Shin's act of removing Kakashi's Sharingan had been the catalyst that reignited his fighting spirit. Kakashi, however, said nothing in response to Shin's observation. He fixed his gaze on Shin's every movement, a faint trace of sweat forming on his forehead. Losing the dynamic vision the Sharingan provided hindered Kakashi's control over Rikiri in the beginning. However, as a shinobi, even nerve reflexes could be trained and sharpened over time. Otherwise, how could the 4th Raikage, with his lightning armor, and Guy, with his 8 gates open to the 7th, manage their incredible speeds? If they could achieve that control, then Kakashi, with 3 years of rigorous training, had honed his dynamic vision and reflexes enough to react effectively. Yet, it was precisely because of this sharpened awareness that he sensed the immense threat emanating from Shin. Damn it, no matter which angle I choose, he feels untouchable, Kakashi thought, unaware that Shin had the advantage of observation haki. To Kakashi, it merely appeared as if Shin subtly adjusted his stance, depriving him of any opening. "Gate of view, open." Guy, standing beside Kakashi, shouted. With the 6th gate open, his hair stood on end as he launched himself forward without a moment's hesitation, throwing a punch. Simplicity had its merits. Guy didn't hesitate to overthink his approach, regardless of the opponent's strength or the odds of winning. As a master of strong fist, he would never back down. With a loud crash, Shin's hand caught Guy's fist. The impact created a shockwave that fractured the ground beneath them. "What?" Guy gasped, surprised not just by Shin's ability to block his punch but by the fact that Shin hadn't even flinched. Shin had neither drawn much chakra nor been pushed back, he simply stood there, unperturbed. Such physical strength was almost beyond Guy's comprehension. Suddenly, a dark mist radiated from Shin's palm, and Guy quickly realized that Shin was absorbing his chakra. In his current 6th gate state, His chakra was already wildly turbulent, and now it was draining away rapidly. Guy's hair settled within seconds, and his previously flushed red skin returned to normal. With the loss of so much chakra, his stamina was depleted, and he nearly collapsed. But at that moment, a flash of lightning surged toward Shin, Kakashi's Rikiri. Yet Shin turned his body slightly, allowing Kakashi's attack to miss its mark. In an instant, Shin seized Kakashi's wrist. Impossible. This guy can sense my moves. Kakashi thought, alarmed. He had timed his attack to coincide with Guy's assault, thinking Shin's line of sight was blocked. Even if Shin dodged, Kakashi believed he could at least create an opening for Guy to escape. However, Shin had not only sidestepped Rikiri but had also precisely captured Kakashi's wrist. His reaction speed and perception were far beyond what Kakashi had anticipated. And worse still, as with Guy, Shin began to siphon chakra directly from Kakashi's body. This chakra-draining ability rendered any close combat with him disastrous. Few shinobi could continue fighting after such an encounter. Kakashi's chakra, while considerably improved over the past 3 years without the strain of the Sharingan, was still at the average Jonin level. Within seconds of contact, he could feel his strength leaving him. Kakashi. Guy. Release them. A voice rang out as the ground erupted with thick vines, attempting to bind Shin. However, a layer of dark energy encased Shin's body. The resilient vines creaked and splintered upon contact, unable to restrain him. Shin shrugged off the vines with a slight movement, snapping them effortlessly, then casually tossed Kakashi and Guy to the side. Two Anbu shinobi, marked by their animal masks, blurred into motion, catching Kakashi and Guy. Clearly, the village couldn't ignore the commotion any longer. A formidable presence had arrived. The soft hum of multiple kunai filled the air as a large group of Hidden Leaf village shinobi surrounded Shin. Among them were 2 Uchiha sporting 3 Tomoe Sharingan, the legendary Inoshikacho trio, the third Hokage himself, and several members of the Hyuga clan, led by Hayashi. And the one who had used the wood-style jutsu earlier was Anbu standing beside the Hokage, a young shinobi known as Yamato. Shin couldn't help but feel amused at the sight. Last time, when he had dismantled Root, Yamato had survived the attack. Now, it appeared he had become an elite Anbu under the third Hokage's command. But with such a weak wood style, it's no wonder they said, the first Hokage's wood style conquered the world while Yamato's wood style is for forest restoration. Danzō had likely pinned high hopes on Yamato's wood style. But compared to the legendary power of the first Hokage, Yamato was no more than an elite shinobi. Kurogami, what business do you have here in Hidden Leaf Village again? The third Hokage brandished the adamantine staff, his expression fierce. However, Shin could see through his display. Typically, a threat like Shin would warrant an immediate, decisive attack. Yet, despite his seemingly aggressive words, the Hokage's tone was cautious. He hoped Shin hadn't come to Hidden Leaf Village seeking retribution and held no real intent of exacting vengeance upon him. Shin smiled, letting the words hang in the air. What I'm here for is beside the point. Let's have a little warm-up, shall we? Without waiting for a response, Shin shifted, evading Narashikaku's Shadow Possession Jutsu with ease, and then launched a powerful punch. Chapter 89, Susanoo. With a loud explosion, the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing 2 massive palms in front of the assembled ninjas. These were the result of Choza Akimeki's partial expansion jutsu. As his hand returned to its normal size, Choza's face twisted in pain, and his arm appeared misshapen. His bones were broken. And this was just from blocking the force of Shin's punch's shockwave. Had the full force of Shin's punch landed, Choza would have been left with shattered bones and mangled flesh. At this moment, 2 Anbu agents launched an attack simultaneously. One of them activated his Sharingan, the 3 Tomoe pattern spinning as multiple shadowy figures surged forward, each striking at Shin from different angles. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The third Hokage, his face solemn, instantly created multiple shadow clones, preparing to unleash a powerful jutsu. 8 trigrams, Vacuum Palm. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Wood style, Treebind Flourishing Burial. The rest of the ninjas attacked without hesitation. Each was at least at an elite Jonin level, and their coordinated assault was enough to make even a Kage-level opponent scramble. Watching the oncoming barrage of jutsu, Shin smirked. This seems like the perfect chance to test that jutsu. His eyes shifted to a vivid red as the Mangekyo pattern spun within them. Susanoo. From the ground rose a towering, pitch-black giant. Though Shin's eyes appeared to hold only the Mangekyo Sharingan, its power was equivalent to that of the Rinnegan, enabling him to summon an almost complete Susanoo with ease. Not only that, Shin's Susanoo was layered with his armament Haki. Given his mastery of Haki, cloaking a full-sized Susanoo might normally be an exhausting feat, yet the Susanoo's nature as an extension of his will minimize the toll. The massive ninjutsu slammed into Suzunu's massive body, the spells appearing to be nothing more than fleeting sparks. It was as if the ninjas merely gave the giant a superficial polish. This is impossible. The Anbu, who had used Great Fire Annihilation, and 2 other Uchiha ninjas gasped in shock. Suzunu? That's really Suzunu, but how? Even among the Uchiha, those who awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan struggle to summon a full-body Suzunu, yet this one. For most Uchiha, a half-body Suzunu was roughly 7 or 8 meters tall, and a full-body Suzunu maxed out at around 17 or 18 meters. The strain from using such a technique often meant their eyesight would deteriorate quickly. Generally, an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan could barely fight for a few minutes with a full-body Suzunu before suffering severe repercussions, including blindness. Yet Shin seemed unaffected, and his Suzunu was nearly twice the height of a typical full-body version. Knowing the limits of a standard Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha ninjas were baffled. I see. You must also be an Uchiha. Who are you? One Uchiha ninja exclaimed, a wild fervor in his eyes. The Sharingan of the Uchiha truly is the most powerful force in the world. The other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas cast odd looks at him, and the third Hokage's expression hardened in frustration. Given his behavior, Shin could probably tempt him, and this Uchiha ninja might surrender right there. Not only that, but another Uchiha ninja nearby looked equally convinced. Indeed, this is the only explanation. He must be one of us. What are these Uchiha ninjas even thinking? Guy muttered, dumbfounded. Even the usually straightforward guy was taken aback by the peculiar behavior of the Uchiha clan. I have no idea. Obito once told me that many in his clan had issues, Kakashi said with an exasperated look. I always thought he was exaggerating. After all, Obito has his quirks. But now, it seems he might have had a point. What are you two talking about? This is our enemy. The youngest Uchiha Anbu finally intervened, his voice sounding relatively young, likely only 13 or 14 years old. Observing the Uchiha ninja's absurd behavior, Shin turned his attention to the young Uchiha Anbu. That technique just now, combined with such a refined body flicker jutsu. Shin mused, shifting his gaze. So, this must be Shizue Uchiha, Shizue of the body flicker, known for his loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village. Shin believes that once members of the Uchiha clan awaken the Sharingan, they often become more paranoid or obsessive. This tendency was particularly strong in those who attained the Mangekyo Sharingan. Figures like Obito, Shizue, Itachi, Sasuke, and Madara each displayed a distinct intensity or single-mindedness, though they channeled it in different directions. Then, Shin turned his gaze to the third Hokage, standing below with a look of resignation. So, were you planning to use the Reaper Death Seal against me, third Hokage? He remarked. But it seems the seal has a range limit, and since I'm here atop Suzuno, you wouldn't be able to reach me. Well then, let's test the true power of this Suzuno. For now, I'll use it with armament hockey. I can also try adding the power of the dark fruit later. With a mere thought, Shin Suzuno extended its massive hand, materializing a long samurai blade using chakra. The weapon wasn't something Shin preferred, and his swordsmanship skills were rudimentary. However, in terms of raw power, it would more than suffice. It's like Whitebeard and Big Mom, despite their lack of finesse with swords, few could withstand the sheer force of their strikes. Raising Suzuno's colossal blade effortlessly, Shin made a swift, seemingly casual slash. Though the action felt light, the impact was like the earth had been cleaved in two. With a resounding crash, Shin's attack carved a deep ravine that extended several kilometers, as far as the eye could see, seeming to reach the very horizon. Chapter 90, Hyuga Clan's Sacrifice. The slash was primarily intended to test Suzuno's power, so Shin hadn't used his full striking speed. These ninjas were, after all, Hidden Leaf Village as elites, and in the end, they managed to evade and weren't killed by the attack. But as they observed the scale of the destruction, all the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas fell silent. From kilometers away, this single strike had sliced an endless canyon. This move was directed outside Hidden Leaf Village, so no casualties occurred in the village despite the commotion. Yet the surrounding landscape was effectively cleaved in half. Considering this, the remaining Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had no will to continue the fight. Without Minato no Mikaze to control the battlefield's location, further combat would risk devastation. Winning or losing wouldn't matter, Hidden Leaf Village would be left in ruins. And frankly, they doubted all of Hidden Leaf Village could stand against this Suzuno. This was like a weapon of mass destruction wielded with a casual swipe. Who among them could oppose such a force? The third Hokage, visibly aging as he gazed up at Shin standing atop Suzuno, called out, "What do you want? Name your terms." Shin tilted his head, looking down at the third Hokage, and said plainly, "I want to find a boy named Neji Hyuga. Hand him over, and I'll leave immediately." At this, many ninjas exchanged confused glances. Neji Hyuga. Who was that? Is he part of the Hyuga clan? I haven't heard of him. He can't be a prominent ninja. Could he be a new member of the clan? The Kurogami already gathered the Sharingan from the Uchiha. Has he now set his sights on the Byakugan? But isn't the Hyuga patriarch supposed to have only had a daughter recently? Haven't heard of any new male members. As they whispered, their eyes fell on Hayashi Hyuga, who immediately felt the mounting pressure, sweat gathering on his brow. Hayashi never expected this intruder would target his nephew of all people. He thought if any trouble came, it would fall on himself or his daughter, not his branch family nephew. Under the tense stares of his Hidden Leaf village colleagues behind him and the towering 40-meter blade of Shin's Susanoo ahead, Hayashi felt trapped in a nightmare. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Kurogami, my nephew, is only 4 years old and marked with a caged bird seal as a branch member. What could you possibly want with him? Shin's gaze turned cold. Just answer me, will you hand him over or not? You don't need to know anything else. That single question had taken all of Hayashi's courage. He knew that if he refused, Hidden Leaf Village would have to fight Shin to the death. But even then, win or lose, the Hyuga clan's future might not fare any better. If they lost, there'd be nothing left to say. Even if they won, Hidden Leaf Village would inevitably suffer heavy losses and likely vent its anger on the Hyuga clan. Hayashi had spoken up because Neji was his nephew. If it were any other branch member, he wouldn't have hesitated to hand them over without question. Feeling the expectant gaze of the third Hokage and the other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, Hayashi felt a cold sweat down his spine and finally forced a bitter smile. I understand, Kurogami. Just promise you'll keep your word. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists as he stood near Shin. This is why I betrayed Hidden Leaf Village. I refuse to let my son face this fate. No matter your talents or strength, when the main family decides to sacrifice you, there's nothing you can do. They won't even inform you. I can sacrifice for the clan, but it should be my choice, not a fate forced upon me. Shin glanced at Hayashi, sensing his agitated emotions, though he didn't know his exact thoughts. He understood that the scene before them stirred powerful feelings in him. Soon, Hyuga clan members brought the 4-year-old Neji Hyuga to the battlefield, and his young face displayed apparent confusion. Susanoo extended a colossal arm, creating a black vortex that enveloped Neji and pulled him into a dark space. After all, Neji was still marked with a caged bird seal. If Shin had tried to take him out of Hidden Leaf Village immediately, the seal might have activated, causing unnecessary trouble. Typically, the Hyuga clan wouldn't make such a mindless decision, which would only provoke a backlash against themselves. But Shin couldn't trust an old, conservative clan like the Hyuga too much. After drawing Neji into the dark space, Shin activated his power, transferring Neji's caged bird seal onto the head of a rabbit he had stored there. Thanks for cooperating, Patriarch Hyuga. I'll take my leave now. Shin spoke with a smile, and Susanoo suddenly sprouted wings. He soared into the sky with a mighty leap, quickly vanishing from sight. Damn it, he can fly, muttered the third Hokage, grinding his teeth as he watched Susanoo disappear. Then he turned to see the clenched fists and expression of anger on Hayashi's face. The fury had slightly subsided from Hayashi's expression, yet his eyes were still steely. Next to him, the Uchiha clan members, renowned for their pride, also looked deeply unsettled. The Hyuga clan had suffered a significant loss, effectively sacrificing for Hidden Leaf Village's safety. While the third Hokage didn't necessarily regard a branch member of the Hyuga as highly important, Hidden Leaf Village still owed him an explanation. As for the Uchiha, their clan had always been volatile. Who knew how they'd react this time? There were times when he appreciated the Uchiha's passionate, driven nature, yet at the moment, he felt only the headache of managing their unpredictable responses. I hope the Uchiha refrain from stirring trouble. Hidden Leaf Village is facing enough problems without added turmoil. Shin, with Hayashi, flew using the Susanoo for over 10 minutes, putting distance between them and Hidden Leaf Village before landing. Then, he opened the dark space and released Neji, now free from the caged bird seal. Still confused, Neji stared up at him, a mere 4-year-old unaware of what had just happened or the world-shaking events he had unintentionally been part of. Chapter 91, Gambles and Choices. What's going on? Who are you? Neji asked warily, his face a mix of coldness and suspicion. Looking at his son's clear forehead, Hyuga Hayashi spoke in a low, excited tone, Neji, it's me. Neji's body froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Shin's hands emitted a dark mist, enveloping Hayashi's head. A moment later, Hayashi's original appearance was restored. Father. This. Neji stammered, confusion filling his gaze. First, he'd been abruptly brought out by members of his clan and handed over to an intimidating stranger, then absorbed into a dark place. Now, he discovered that this terrifying man was working with his father. His mind struggled to make sense of it all. I asked this ninja to help bring you out and remove the caged bird mark on your forehead, Hisashi said, his voice thick with emotion. From today on, you're no longer part of the Hyuga branch family. Neji touched his forehead, astonished to feel the mark of the caged bird was indeed gone. Although still young and without a deep understanding of the Hyuga family's customs, Neji felt a sense of relief at the absence of the restrictive mark. Being only 4 years old, his attachments were minimal, revolving mainly around his father rather than any allegiance to the Hyuga family or Hidden Leaf village. Shin knew that Neji's mother had passed away shortly after his birth. For the father and son, Hidden Leaf village was simply a place they lived rather than a place they felt bound to protect. Removing the caged bird seal was a severance from the life they'd known, and their only option was now to follow Shin. Meanwhile, in the underground base, come on, one more time. This time, I'll win for sure. Aloud, blonde ninja slammed the table, her face flushed with determination as she eyed her opponent, Sara, who chuckled in response. Off to the side, Jiraiya shook his head in resignation. Shin observed the scene as he returned to his underground base. They're all prisoners, yet they still manage to gamble like this, he remarked, rolling his eyes. I think Tsunade is using her luck in gambling as a way to predict future events, Orochimaru commented, emerging from the shadows. Shin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Thinking back, he remembered how Tsunade seemed uneasy whenever she won a bet. Could it be that she gambled with the intention of losing to foresee bad luck? It's a rather costly form of divination but oddly accurate. No wonder she continued gambling despite constant losses. Darn it. I refuse to believe I can't win even once. Tsunade's voice echoed through the room, filled with frustration. She seemed genuinely displeased when she lost and equally dissatisfied when she won, a rather tormenting state to be in. On the other hand, Sara had taken quite a liking to Tsunade, eagerly sitting by her side. After Shin told her that Tsunade uses the yin seal to maintain a youthful appearance, Sara became an ardent admirer. All right, Sara put down the cards. We have more pressing matters to handle, Shin interjected. Reluctantly, Sara set down her cards. While she wasn't naturally inclined to gamble, she was clearly enjoying the feeling of defeating Tsunade. Tsunade's demeanor shifted as she noticed Shin, along with Hyuga Hisashi and Neji, behind him. She scowled, but Jiraiya stepped forward with a slightly embarrassed grin, saying, So, Hisashi, I take it you went to Hidden Leaf village and successfully brought Neji out? Hisashi forced a smile, recognizing Jiraiya's hidden motives, and replied, It went smoothly. At least, not many Hidden Leaf village ninjas were harmed. Well, apart from that canyon outside the village. Hisashi thought, slightly amused but keeping the detail to himself. That's good to hear, Jiraiya said with relief. Judging from Hisashi's response, he assumed Shin and Hisashi had been stealthy about Neji's extraction. Shin gave Jiraiya a brief look before waving his hand to release the chakra seal on Jiraiya's body. Alright, you can leave with the other 2 Hidden Leaf village ninjas now. Jiraiya stretched his shoulders, a wry smile crossing his face, aware that Shin hadn't taken him seriously. Still, with Shin's power as he had witnessed, it was hard to dispute his confidence. The ability to extract bloodline abilities directly was formidable. Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder how much Shin had amassed in terms of Hidden Leaf village's knowledge and jutsus. The man's strength was likely now far beyond that of any single village. Jiraiya unsealed the other 2 captured ninjas, one from the Inuzuka clan and one from the Aburame clan. Turning to Shin, he asked, What about Tsunade? How do you plan to manage her? Don't worry about that. You should go. Tsunade, arms crossed, scoffed defiantly. Shin glanced at her, sensing her concern about her freedom. But he hadn't planned on keeping her here indefinitely. While Jiraiya possessed specific valuable skills, most notably Sage Mode, Shin didn't need him. Given his vast chakra reserves and Sage body, he could learn Sage Mode from Richie Cave himself. Orochimaru had already introduced him to Jugo, who had the innate ability to absorb natural energy. Shin was confident he could master Sage Mode without any assistance from Jiraiya. Jiraiya was aware that Hidden Leaf Village's resources were stretched thin and knew Shin posed a real threat. For now, Hidden Leaf Village had no choice but to leave him alone. After Jiraiya left with the other 2 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, Shin escorted Hisashi and Neji further into the base. Chapter 92, Strength or Sanity? I can't believe it, has the Sound Village already been established? Shin asked in surprise as he followed Orochimaru to his hidden village in the Land of Sound. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly but refrained from questioning how Shin knew this information. Actually, I established the Sound Village only 3 years ago, mainly to settle my followers and secure a steady source of funding for my experiments, Orochimaru explained smoothly. It had been 5 years since he defected from Hidden Leaf Village, and with that time, He already established the Sound Village in the Land of Sound. In the original timeline, it would be years before the Sound Village grew to a level where it could even participate in the Chunin exams in Hidden Leaf Village. Despite being a small ninja village, its presence under Orochimaru's guidance made it unexpectedly remarkable. If only he weren't so obsessed with immortality, Shin mused. He could probably take the title of Hokage without much difficulty. Currently, the Sound Village is still in its infancy. Most of the ninjas here were experimental subjects for Orochimaru, and some, while carefully trained, were still too young to serve as a complete combat force. As Shin walked through the village with Orochimaru, several Sound Village ninjas observed their group curiously. Shin was accompanied by the Hyuga father and son, as well as Sara, Tsunade, and Shizune. Hizashi and Neji, with their prominent white eyes, drew particular attention from the Sound Village ninjas. The Byakugan was known as one of the 3 great dojutsu in the ninja world, and anyone with even basic knowledge could recognize it. Seeing that Orochimaru had brought back Hyuga clan members, many ninjas in the Sound Village were astonished. However, since most of Orochimaru's loyalists were still young and impressionable, few saw these newcomers as competition. As they followed Orochimaru into his underground laboratory, Sara glanced around, muttering, "Another underground lab. Why do all ninjas do this?" Orochimaru, overhearing her, replied, "For ninjas, it's the simplest, most effective, and least costly method of concealment." Surprised that he could hear her from so far away, Sara stuck out her tongue playfully. Reaching the deepest part of the underground base, they encountered a heavily reinforced cell holding a tall boy covered in various sealing symbols. His face was strikingly young, barely 10 years old, though his height suggested otherwise. Hearing footsteps, the boy opened his eyes and greeted politely, "Mr. Orochimaru, is that you?" "I've brought someone who can truly address your issue," Orochimaru replied, a faint smile curving his lips. "It wasn't easy to convince Mr. Shin to come here. I had to put in quite a bit of effort." "Effort? More like getting beaten down," Tsunade interjected with a smirk. "He didn't come here willingly." Orochimaru's expression stiffened. Although he had sacrificed much in his pursuit of immortality, he still had a sense of pride. Nonetheless, he only glared at Tsunade and remained silent. They still shared some remnants of their old friendship, and he had grown somewhat accustomed to her bluntness over the years. Jugo glanced at Shin with surprise, not expecting someone capable of subduing Orochimaru. However, his loyalty didn't lie with Orochimaru. He was only kept here to receive treatment for his uncontrollable rage. Jugo's near-split personality disorder stemmed from his body's natural affinity for absorbing natural energy. Without a way to channel this energy, he couldn't enter Sage mode, which drove him into a frenzied state. To some extent, Jugo could be called a natural Sage body. However, his affinity was incomplete. Combined with the true Sage body of Hashirama Senju, one could theoretically sustain Sage mode indefinitely. Looking at Jugo, Shin said, "Solving your issue isn't difficult for me. But I need to know, after curing your mental instability, would you still want to retain your strength? If you want to keep your power, there's some risk. But if you only wish to stay sane, that's simple." Jugo didn't hesitate. "I choose the second option." Nodding, Shin said nothing further as a black mist enveloped his hands, drawing Jugo into the dark dimension. In truth, Shin would have preferred if Jugo had chosen to retain his strength, as it would allow him to conduct body modifications. But since Jugo made his choice, Shin would respect it. If the transformation didn't go well, he could always undo it later. Jugo's unique physique stemmed from generations of his family living in an area saturated with natural energy. Over time, they absorbed this energy, producing a natural enzyme in their bodies that could draw in natural energy. Orochimaru had explained this to Shin, noting that ordinary people couldn't easily extract these enzymes. However, it was effortless for Shin, who wielded the powers of the Munch Munch fruit. "All right," he said, releasing Jugo from the dark dimension. Shin held a test tube containing the enzyme he had extracted from Jugo's body. Chapter 93, A New Threshold. The enzyme, initially colorless and transparent, now glowed with a vibrant blue light, hinting at the presence of a strange, faint energy within. Is this natural energy? Even outside the human body, this enzyme remains active enough to absorb natural energy, Shin noted with interest. Orochimaru, go ahead and extract some of these enzymes to cultivate. I'll absorb the rest, Shin instructed Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru's curse mark relied on enzymes derived from Jugo, Shin preferred not to have Orochimaru take any from his body directly. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with greed as he eagerly accepted the enzymes. Shin's extraction was not only easier but purer than anything Orochimaru could achieve, and he could hardly wait to start cultivating them. After handing part of the enzyme to Orochimaru, Shin used his devil fruit power to assimilate the remaining enzyme into his body. Shin felt an overwhelming influx of natural energy worldwide when the transformation was completed. He had become a vortex, constantly drawing in and absorbing this potent energy, causing the chakra within him to grow dramatically. Shin's chakra now surpassed even that of Hashirama Senju. The natural energy surging through him was so intense that even those nearby could sense its effects. Though they could not perceive natural energy directly, Orochimaru and the others felt as if they were standing in the eye of a storm. Finally, Shin exhaled deeply, calming the chakra within him. Everyone around him instinctively relaxed. This level of chakra. It's almost like my grandfather's, maybe even stronger, Tsunade murmured, barely concealing her astonishment. Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi, had once single-handedly dominated the other villages. If translated to today's standards, Shin now wielded the power to stand against the entire shinobi world alone. Shin reflected, realizing he had achieved all of Hashirama's strengths, and then some. His power surpassed the legendary Senju, with enhancements like wood style, the sage body, sage mode, and his formidable dark fruit and haki. This chakra feels different. When I draw on it, it automatically merges with the ambient natural energy, creating sage chakra without any extra effort, he observed. This might go beyond sage mode, it feels like I've truly become a sage. After a moment, he added, in this world, aside from things like the tailed beasts and Sage of the Six Paths techniques, there's not much left that could push me further. Initially, Shin had considered traveling to Hidden Star's village to investigate the mysterious meteorite, but he could delegate this task now that Orochimaru was under his command. While Sara's kind nature made her less suited for such missions, Orochimaru was experienced in these matters. Hearing about the meteorite's unusual properties, he grew intrigued and immediately set out, eager to obtain it. Shin had promised that if Orochimaru retrieved the meteorite, he would modify Orochimaru's body using a combination of Hashirama's DNA and Jugo's enzymes. This would grant him a sage transformation, greatly extending his lifespan, a tempting offer for someone so obsessed with immortality. Before leaving, Orochimaru ordered the shinobi of the Sound Village to swear loyalty to Shin. With that, he and a small team set out for Hidden Star's village in the Land of Bears. Shin paid little attention to Orochimaru's trip, knowing that the small village would stand no chance against him. The only reason Orochimaru wouldn't wipe out Hidden Star's village was due to Shin's instruction to minimize casualties. For now, Shin was focused on Orochimaru's research. As the foremost expert on body modification in the ninja world, Orochimaru's data was invaluable to someone like Shin, who had the powers of the munch fruit. This knowledge promised to push Shin's physical potential to new heights. In this world, integrating various bloodlines posed little issue for Shin. The most powerful bloodlines are derived from the Otsutsuki clan. By fusing these bloodlines, Shin could revert back to the original Otsutsuki bloodline, further enhancing his potential. On the other hand, maximizing the benefits of the One Piece world's diverse physiques presented a unique challenge. From Blackbeard to Ace, Whitebeard to Yamato, each possessed unique, distinct physiologies unrelated by blood. While Shin could superficially combine their traits, fully harmonizing their advantages required a deeper knowledge of genetic and biological modifications. To truly tap into this potential, he needed an advanced understanding of human body modification, knowledge that Orochimaru's research now provided. No matter how potent his munch fruit abilities were, the transformation would remain superficial without the appropriate blueprints. Shin immersed himself in Orochimaru's research in the following months, constantly fine-tuning his body structure to unlock even greater potential. Thanks to Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of human physique enhancement, Shin's progress over the last month was on par with 2 years' worth of training. Orochimaru's brilliant but unhinged approach had yielded groundbreaking results. Within that time, Shin's physical potential had increased by a staggering 10%. Considering that he already possessed the potential of a 4 Emperor's level combatant, this improvement was nothing short of remarkable.